Chapter 1 The system came. The president unexpectedly proposed marriage. Xiao Zhan graduated from college and looked for a job everywhere with no results. So he went to the construction site to move bricks. This way, after paying rent, there is still some money left over to maintain a basic life. On this day, he wore tattered clothes to the construction site to move bricks, facing the bricks assigned to him that were as many as a small mountain. Xiao Zhan sighed. So many bricks. When will he finish moving them? Just as he was about to get to work. Beep beep beep. Suddenly his cell phone rang with the beep of a text message. Xiao Zhan picked up his cell phone and took a look. It was the fact that he had submitted his job application resume to Blue Crown Cosmetics Group Inc. And surprisingly, the acceptance information had come. Xiao Zhan couldn't believe his eyes. Did he really have such a decent job? And it was still a big company like Blue Crown Group? After a long time, Xiao Zhan re-looked at the information sent from his cell phone and was finally sure that it was true. He went home, changed the clothes he thought were the best, and reported to the Blue Crown Corporation in a flurry of excitement. Sitting in the middle of a group of fresh graduates with bright clothes and big leather shoes that could shine out the silhouettes of people, Xiao Zhan was not conspicuous at all. Xiao Zhan just sat down at his workstation. The small leader who was responsible for the induction of new employees said to the inconspicuous Xiao Zhan, who was sitting at the back, "Go clean up. Don't you see people dressed so neatly? The environment here has to match such characters. Here, it's yours to clean." Without saying a word, Xiao Zhan picked up the broom and did the work. Compared to moving bricks, doing this small job was really nothing. Just after cleaning, he heard people talking. Wow, this beauty is so gorgeous. Through the tempered glass of the office, Xiao Zhan saw a stunningly beautiful woman, surrounded by 4 or 5 people on the left and right sides. She walked towards the office where they were newly recruited. The people in the office were envious at the sight of this stunningly beautiful woman. Look, she's our president, Lan Shui, the daughter of the chairman of the Blue Crown Group. Long legs, princess face, the rich white beauty among the rich, good fortune, rich and with a face, the pride of heaven. Hey, she's not married, she doesn't even have a boyfriend. Male compatriots, you may have a chance to marry into a rich family. Can a beauty of this caliber look at us? Dream on? Xiao Zhan, who was standing behind the crowd, bitterly shook his head. Hey, this level of beauty, and their own have a world of difference in distance. At most can look at 2 eyes. Want to approach are very difficult. Not to mention being boyfriend and girlfriend, it's simply a daydream. While he was thinking about it, he only heard a mechanical tone ringing in his head. Ding, workplace check-in system, is binding the host. May I ask if the host agrees? Xiao Zhan was overjoyed. A life with a system binding, that would definitely lead to the peak of life. Agree. Good. Please ask the host to sign in. After signing in successfully, the host will be rewarded with various skills or additional rewards. Xiao Zhan said impatiently. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Rewarding the host with a special recipe for perfume. Sign in successful. Reward host's charm value plus 100. Sign in successful. Reward host's robust and upright stature plus 500. Instantly, Xiao Zhan straightened up. His stance was upright, just like the honor guards in a military parade. So handsome and brave to look at. Touching his face, the pimples that used to be on his face were gone, replaced by smooth and delicate skin. Xiao Zhan exclaimed. The workplace check-in system, simply not too good. At this time the small leader who was responsible for the new employees just now said in a small voice. Everyone be quiet. Mr. Lan is about to inspect the new employees. Chapter 2 Beautiful President 90 points. The young leader went forward and opened the door, bowing to General Manager Lan who was about to enter. Welcome to General Manager Lan's visit. Welcome to General Manager Lan's speech to the new employees. Xiao Zhan saw this beautiful woman, dressed in a professional work uniform. The upper body was a small black suit, inside was a white shirt, and the lower body was a small dark blue skirt. With such clothing, the white skin reflected very delicate. This kind of flickable skin, let a person can't help but associate it with going to kiss a little. Xiao Qian gave her a score in his heart. 90 points. No more. Moreover, if I marry a presidential beauty of this level home, I definitely won't be able to go to the kitchen. Then, if I'm a big old man and have to wash and cook for her, isn't that too much of a loss? Just as Xiao Zhan sized up Lan Shui, Lan Shui's gaze, which was scanning the new employees, happened to land on him. Coincidentally, the two men's gazes locked. Blue Snow was jolted. Such pure eyes. I've only seen it once. It's him. However, Xiao Zhan avoided the president's gaze and nodded slightly as a polite greeting to the president. Lan Shui waved to everyone, signaling them to sit down, and then said, welcome the new employees to take up their positions in my group. Let's work hand in hand to make the group a leader in first-class enterprises. The inaugural training speech to the new employees had ended. Xiao Zhan and all the new employees were waiting to respectfully send the president off. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zhan once again saw President Lan's gaze that landed on him. He had also encountered such a gaze many times during the training speech. Xiao Zhan wondered why the president's gaze was always on him. Could it be due to the increase in charisma value rewarded by the system? Was it because he was very handsome and dashing at this moment? Is that why he attracted President Lan's gaze? Xiao Zhan was somewhat helpless. The system was always good. But what are you asking me to increase my charisma value for at this time? I like to cook me a good meal and gently call me husband. Dinner is ready. How happy I would be to have such a gentle girl as my wife. Compared to such a strong president, Xiao Zhan's thoughts were, stay away. However, just as Xiao Zhan was thinking wildly, Lan Shui suddenly spoke. Xiao Zhan, come with me for a moment. Hearing these words, the first thought that appeared in Xiao Zhan's mind was, how does she know my name? However, after the surprise, Xiao Zhan was relieved. It was possible that the president had browsed through the new employee entry list and the photos matched up, so it was not surprising that she knew the name. When Lan Shui said these words, all the new employees twisted their bodies towards the back. Shocked, they looked at Xiao Zhan. What no one had originally noticed, the most unassuming and plainly dressed Xiao Zhan. Surprisingly, he was favored by the president? Taking a closer look, it turned out that Xiao Zhan was so handsome, simply a talented person. Why didn't anyone notice just now? The small leader who was previously pointing his finger and telling Xiao Zhan to clean up, at this time, immediately put on a pleasing smile to Xiao Zhan. Brother, the president is calling you. Go quickly. Everyone looked at Xiao Zhan, accompanying President Lan Shui's back as she left. They were all crazy with envy. On the first day of employment, you get the president's attention and call into the office to speak alone. This life is simply going to be open. If you have people's face value, you can too, but it's a pity that you don't. Xiao Zhan followed Blue Snow into the president's office. Lan Shui saw that there were several other people waiting in the office to discuss things with her. Directly waving her hand at them, she said, you guys go out first. I have something important to discuss with this gentleman. The several leaders waiting in the president's office, all of them were holding the billions of big orders of the company outside, waiting for Lan Shui to sign, and only came to the president's office through an appointment. Seeing that the president knew that they had billions of dollars of large orders in their hands, surprisingly still pushed their meeting back. He wants to discuss things with this young man first. I don't know what this young man is, how big is his background, and discuss things, clearly then this billions of big orders are bigger. They all looked at Xiao Zhan with gazes of awe plus speculation. It made Xiao Zhan look very uncomfortable. Entering Lan Shui's office, Lan Shui sat down on the large mahogany boss sofa. Pointing to the opposite sofa, she said to Xiao Zhan, please take a seat. Holy, 1. I'm not a cooperative boss. 2. I'm not a big money man with hundreds of millions of dollars in his pocket. The Blue Crown Group chairman's daughter-in-law even used honorifics to me. You, what does that mean? Xiao Zhan was still surprised. Words that surprised him even more appeared beside his ears. If you don't object, then get a license to marry me. Xiao Zhan's entire body froze in place. What was the situation? What had appeared? The president suddenly wanted to marry a newly hired employee? Chapter 3, Encountering the Greatest Encounter of His Life. President, have you been overworked and appeared to be dreaming and talking nonsense? Xiao Zhan was really confused to the extreme and had to remind the president. Lan Shui was wearing high heels. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap, with a rhythm that was again giving off pressure. Modestly, she walked in front of Xiao Zhan. Listen carefully, every word I say, I think deeply before I say it. I'll say one more thing. Listen carefully. Marry me and I will let you live a beautiful and happy life. I'm healthy. I don't sleepwalk. And I definitely don't talk nonsense. Everything I say is from the bottom of my heart. In short, I'm true to you. Saying this, Lan Shui squatted in front of Xiao Zhan and picked up his chin. Her eyes forced themselves into his pupils. You understand? Obviously this was the manner of a strong woman. This was a forced marriage, not a marriage proposal. But Xiao Zhan clearly knew this and was not in a position to show it, because he was her employee, her subordinate. What she told him to do, he had to do. Why should he tear his face off? Rejection should also have a good attitude. Xiao Zhan headed behind the sofa and leaned back, pulling away from the distance between Fong and the president face to face. President, will you let me be honest? Lan Shui, say, President, you have the posture of a sunken fish and goose, and the beauty of a closed moon and shy flowers. Your mouth is fragrant and your breath is like an orchid. In short, you are the most beautiful being among the women I've seen. A shy blush appeared on Lan Shui's face when she heard such nice words. Happily, she asked, I am so good. Then, is it possible for you to marry me? Let's go. You take my car and take your household registration ID card. Let's get a license and get married. Xiao Zhan didn't expect that he hadn't finished his words yet. The president unexpectedly asked to follow her to get a license to get married. Things had progressed to another deep level. Aha, President, you let me finish my sentence. Lan Shui nodded her head. You say, President Lun, your conditions are too favorable, and you're still a great person. Blue Snow blinked for a moment, not understanding what it meant, because she had been studying hard. The bodyguards were also always careful not to let the mixed-up kids get close to their chairman's daughter. Blue Snow really hadn't been in a relationship and didn't know what the good guy card was really about. And then, Blue Snow went on to ask, that is, you can find a better one than me with your excellent conditions. Blue Snow did not expect Xiao Zhan to make a 180-degree turn. You're rejecting me? Mr. Lun, don't misunderstand. I've only just joined the company and want to make a big splash and make a career out of it. So for the time being, I won't consider marriage. Xiao Zhan looked at Lan Shui's eyes and said sincerely, don't look at wearing the precious crown of president. But in fact, Lan Shui was still a little girl who had just graduated not long ago. She was blindsided by Xiao Zhan's generous speech. As she looked at Xiao Zhan in front of her, just comparing it to the current marriage market, she felt that this person was going against common sense and appeared to be a bit out of place. As for where there was something wrong, it had not been pondered over for a while, because the wind is all. Would rather sit in a BMW and cry, do not want to sit on the back of a bicycle and laugh. I'm so rich and have a high face value. Why would he refuse? Xiao Zhan took advantage of the president's blank stare, nodding to Lan Shui. I've just arrived and want to take a look at the company's fist product and learn a good deal. Farewell. Farewell. Looking at Xiao Zhan's back as he left, Lan Shui unexpectedly froze there, not knowing what to say. After work, Xiao Zhan told his best college bunk brother Chu Xiong about his strange encounter. The two of them sat together and Xiao Zhan opened the door. Buddy, I encountered the greatest encounter of my life today. Chapter 4 Defeating him with the image of a scumbag. Chu Xiong laughed. Don't tease Shell. Your strange encounter is nothing more than that. When you bought a bun, the shopkeeper took a broken bun and gave it to you for free. When you look at it, you originally paid for 4 buns and the shopkeeper gave you 5, making 1 for nothing. Xiao Zhan shook his head. No, it's much more than this insignificant thing. Chu Xiong said. What? There's even something bigger than dry rice under the sky? Xiao Zhan said bitterly. On my first day at work, I was proposed to. Chu Xiong bristled. Look, what a big deal. What? You kid, someone actually proposed to you? This was too surprising. Xiao Zhan was originally a poor person, or the kind of person who had no piece of tile on top and no conical land underneath, so poor that he couldn't be any poorer. How could there be a girl looking at him? Maybe it is a beggar. Temporarily find a meal ticket? Either that or they are blind. Otherwise how would they look at him? Hey, I say Xiao Zhan, if there's no fatal disease, at least you can still live for 3 to 5 years, so just take her in. Xiao Zhan cursed stinkily. You can't wish me well, can you? What blindness and still only able to live for 3 to 5 years. Let me tell you, she's a beauty and a president. Xiao Zhan said it again to Chu Xiong. The beautiful president proposed to me. Chu Xiong stared at Xiao Zhan with wide eyes. Having spent a long time with Xiao Zhan's look was definitely not a look of telling lies. So everything was true? After freezing for a moment, Chu Xiong analyzed. This is too odd, isn't it? It's impossible to make it up like this even in a made-up novel. There must have been some kind of vow of never parting between you two. Or, you saved her life. So she's going to give her life to you? Saved her life? Promised her life? It was really possible. Xiao Zhan was brought back to his memories by Chu Xiong's words. When I was a freshman, I once told you that I was involved in a car accident. Chu Xiong nodded his head. Well, that I know. Surprised again, he looked at Xiao Zhan. Are you saying that the current female president is the girl in that car accident? Xiao Zhan shook his head. Not sure. The scene at that time appeared in Xiao Zhan's mind. At that time, Xiao Zhan saw the overturned car that was leaking oil. It was likely to explode right away. He disregarded everything and just thought about saving the people in the car. Otherwise, once the car exploded, the people inside would lose their lives. At that time, Xiao Zhan was very young and seemed to have endless energy. Under the emergency, cannot find other tools, had to kick down the stone of the roadside pavement teeth, used to smash the car. I don't know how many times I smashed. The car door finally smashed open. Xiao Zhan dragged out a girl with a face full of blood from inside. The girl used her last strength to look at him vigorously. Run! Xiao Zhan had already seen the overturned car ignite with ghostly blue flames. This was the prelude to the car exploding. He violently dragged the girl away from the car and lunged forward. Boom! The car behind them burst into flames, followed by an explosion, and the car was blown up into the sky. The two were also tipped to the ground by the airwave. Xiao Zhan fainted. Xiao Zhan had once told Chu Xiong about this experience, but at that time, the girl was covered in blood, and Xiao Zhan did not see the girl's face. Chu Xiong said, if you can't be sure, just ignore her. The female president is so high and cold and domineering. Such a girl is not your cup of tea either. I'll give you an idea so that after she sees your behavior, she associates you with bad people and won't harass you. Xiao Zhan was interested and said, "Tell me, what behavior?" Xu Xiong got interested and took out a cigarette. After lighting it, he said to Xiao Zhan, "Isn't she decent and hasn't fallen in love yet? Then you'll fight fire with fire and come up with the most immodest image of a scumbag, so she'll know what to do." Chapter 5, a full $1 million jackpot. Then, Xu Xiong gave Xiao Zhan a few ideas to repel the infatuated girl. The next day, Xiao Zhan went to work until 10 o'clock. He had just stretched his waist and stood up to walk around next to his workstation a few times. His co-worker Zhang Yi asked curiously, "Yesterday, after Mr. Lan's lecture, he called you in. Is there something special looking for you?" "New employee, just getting to know the situation," Xiao Zhan said casually. Just after saying these two words, the department leader, Poker Nyo, walked over. "What are you doing? It's not even break time yet, so you're gossiping. You've just joined the company. You need to develop good working habits and abide by the company's rules and regulations. Here, I see that you are so idle, so I'll give you the decorative pattern for the jewelry to design. Remember to hand it over to me a week later, or else you'll have to dock your salary for the month if you delay the deadline," Poker Cow said, and put a pile of information. Snap! In one fell swoop, he slapped it onto Xiao Zhan's workstation table. Blue Crown Company was definitely a huge daily chemical products large company with a wide range of business scope for its subsidiaries. Luxury goods, jewelry and accessories were also within the business scope of these subsidiaries. But let a group headquarters research and development department of perfume research and development to design the subsidiaries' exclusive jewelry and accessories products. How to look at, feel not in line with the rules. Just a moment ago was also laughing and joking on the two talk, quite interested in a few colleagues. At this time, they hurriedly returned to their workstations and buried their heads in their work. Although they could all see that Xiao Zhan somewhat made Poker Cow feel unhappy, and was targeted by Poker Cow. But having just come to the new unit, who would want to offend the top boss? In the room, not a single person made a sound anymore. Xiao Zhan looked at the information that Poker Cow had brought to him and spat out a breath. If he wasn't a new employee, Xiao Zhan could find many reasons to reject the extra work that Poker Cow had imposed on him. After all, this was not a job that the R&D department should be doing. However, there was another key reason why Xiao Zhan did not lose his temper. That was the divine sign-in system. As long as one signed in the relevant field, the system would reward skills or money, and it would also increase the reward depending on the difficulty of the work. Sign in. Xiao Zhan wanted to see what rewards the strong added to his job after signing in. The system's mechanical voice sounded. Ding! Signing in is successful, rewarding the host with various jewelry fancy pattern design templates and fast mapping ability. Ding! Sign in successful. Reward the host with 1 renminbi, 000,000 upon completion of additional work. Sure enough, it wasn't a loss. Xiao Zhan listened to the system's reward, a full $1 million. Do I really have this much money? Beep beep beep. The cell phone came with a text message alert. Income, 100,000,000. Card balance, 100,000,5. 00 inch. Seeing the real card balance, Xiao Zhan's heart was simply happy. After Poker Cow assigned Xiao Zhan the task, he gave him a cold look. Marred. Yesterday this kid just joined the company and was called by the president to talk. I didn't even get this chance to get close to the president. It's just fine for me to take out the garbage at the president's office. But why didn't the president see me? It really annoys me. I told you to get out of the way. This jewelry design will take about a week to complete. You're a new employee, and you don't specialize in this line of work. Humph. A week later, you have not completed. See how you explain. After the poker bull left, Xiao Zhan followed the information provided by the system and the quick mapping ability. Before it was even noon break time, he had designed the jewelry accessories. This was something that I'm afraid Poker Bull hadn't even dreamed of. Xiao Zhan also felt that Poker Bull, looking at his expression, it was the kind of tired you, hard you, hateful expression like that. Chapter 6, honestly terrified. It was estimated that this kind of jewelry accessory design would definitely take a long time in the eyes of other designers. So why didn't he himself act like it was difficult and strenuous so that he would think that he had succeeded in his treacherous plan? Isn't it fun to watch the Poker Cow's performance after he gets his way? When it was time for lunch, the co-workers left one after another. Zhang Yi walked over to Xiao Zhan and said to him, "Don't be embarrassed. I'll help you look for information this afternoon, and together with you think about that pattern and how to design it." Xiao Zhan nodded and agreed. Aha! There were also a few female co-workers who fought and said, "Jewelry accessory design. It's hard to find the right flower pattern for jewelry to design. This Poker Cow, not only counting others in poker, he also brings that poker game to work, counting on his colleagues. He does this purely out of envy and jealousy. He himself has never had the chance to get close to the president even after thinking about it day and night. It didn't occur to him that on the first day, you, a new employee, went up to the office with the president. How can you not be jealous? Some female co-workers sympathetically asked Xiao Zhan. If you're hungry, how about I buy the boxed lunch back for you? Xiao Zhan smiled. Thank you. I'll study the information and go eat in a while. In fact, the workroom that Xiao Zhan was in was all transparent glass rooms. The reason why Xiao Zhan did not leave was because he was waiting for Poker Bull to pass by his workroom and see him straining, making him feel smug that he had punished Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan pretended to tap on the keyboard with his brows locked tightly. It did not occur to him that the first person to walk past his workstation was the president, Blue Snow. Blue Snow walked over to his workstation in a graceful manner and asked, "It's noon break time. Why don't you go eat?" Xiao Zhan honestly said, "Poker Cow told me to hurry up and get the jewelry accessories designed. Otherwise, a week later, if there is no design, I won't be able to account for it." Lan Shui glared a pair of almond eyes round. "What? This should have been the business of a subordinate company and he told you to do it?" Xiao Zhan nodded. "Aha!" Lan Shui exasperatedly knocked her head. "Poker Bull, I didn't expect it. He bullied a new employee behind my back." At this time, Poker Cow was trying to see Xiao Zhan. After receiving the jewelry accessory design, he was lying in front of the computer in a fretful and bitter manner, annoyed to the extreme. Only by making Xiao Zhan's life difficult would he be able to get some balance in his heart. When he walked past the research and development center where Xiao Zhan was located, from the glass house, he looked over towards Xiao Zhan's workstation. Surprisingly, he saw General Manager Lan talking to Xiao Zhan. It was remarkable. Poker Nyo took 3 steps and walked in, arriving at the side of General Manager Lan. Half bowing, he asked, "President, you didn't go to dinner. Let me bring you a meal back." Lan Shui looked at him without a good mood, originally wanting to reprimand him for a couple of words. Hearing that he was going to buy himself a meal, she rolled her eyes and changed her mind. Lightly opening her vermilion lips, she said, "Fine, then you can buy more. I'm a big eater, so remember, I'm not used to eating ordinary rice." Poker Cow respectfully nodded his head and said in succession, Yes, Chairman, you are shouldering the heavy responsibility of the group. Of course you need to eat nutritious and healthy, but also the best food with good color and flavor. Don't worry, I will definitely get it for you. I will go to a 5-star restaurant to buy it." After saying these words, Poker Bull bowed and left the room backwards. Xiao Zhan was amused to see Poker Bull's sincere and fearful appearance. Not long after, the Poker Cow brought the lunchbox labeled with the logo of the 5-star hotel to Lan Shui. Chapter 7, Full of Doubt. Blue Snow signaled Poker Bull, "Send the lunchbox to this new employee who just arrived. He hasn't eaten lunch yet." "General Manager Lan, I bought this for you. You have to know that this is not an ordinary meal," Poker Cow said anxiously. Lan Shui didn't allow him to split hairs. "I was about to buy lunch for Xiao Zhan, and by coincidence, you came over and bought it for me." Poker Nyo, "President, he is only a new employee. How does he deserve to eat such a good meal?" Lan Shui glared up and reprimanded. "Not bad, he is a new employee, but our group has always upheld equality and fairness. Is this not something you know?" Poker Bull bowed his head and said, Yes, I know." Blue Snow said nonchalantly, "Since you know, why is the jewelry accessory design business of a subordinate company given to a new employee at the headquarters? This jewelry accessory is something that even an old employee may not be able to design within a week, but you let the new employees finish it within a week, and you have to deduct their salary if they can't finish it? Is that how you treat new employees? What are you trying to do? Where are you going to push the new employees?" Blue Snow threw a series of bombs at Poker Cow, which blew Poker Cow out of the water. Poker Cow was a department manager, but he was receiving a high salary. Also because Blue Crown is a well-known large group, there are many businesses who want to order the group's well-known products to improve the competitiveness of their products. Secretly flattered him, gave him a lot of benefits. With such a fat position, he did not want to make any mistakes. At this moment, he suddenly made a 180-degree turn in his attitude towards Xiao Zhan. Bowing his head, he said in a humble tone, "Older brother, Big Brother was wrong. Big Brother shouldn't have made things difficult for you by letting you design the products of your subordinate companies. In this way, you give me those information. I will turn around and send it to the subordinate enterprises, or let them do it. It is more appropriate. Older brother, be generous and forgive Big Brother." Poker Bull changed from his previous bravado of slapping the design information in front of Xiao Zhan, turning into a small daughter-in-law's obedient appearance. He served the high-grade meal in front of Xiao Zhan, and also used the word please to Xiao Zhan. Blue Snow and Poker Bull both looked at Xiao Zhan at this moment. At this moment, Xiao Zhan seemed to be the protagonist in this room, and everything was waiting for his decision. "Aha!" Xiao Zhan coughed, sending Poker Cow into a shiver of fear. The president had given Xiao Zhan the high-grade meals that she had customized for her. What exactly was Xiao Zhan's status in the president's eyes? It was really puzzling. Could it be that the president really adhered to a corporate culture of equality and fairness? Or was there another reason? But now, please Xiao Zhan, you can't hack me in front of the president. Poker Bull looked at Xiao Zhan with a frightened heart, counting on Xiao Zhan to return that jewelry design information to him. But Xiao Zhan swept a glance and did not make a move. It looked like Xiao Zhan was really going to step on him, only to hear Xiao War speak. That jewelry accessory design has been completed. Do you want to take a look at it, President? What? Is this for real? 100 question marks were drawn in Lan Shui's head. How could this be possible? There was a lot to be said about jewelry accessory design. It took a week for an old employee to design an accessory, but Xiao Zhan only spent one morning to design a jewelry accessory? It was too shocking. Could it be real? The two men looked at Xiao Zhan with a skeptical expression. Chapter 8, Shocking Eyeballs. Xiao Zhan smiled faintly. President, if you don't believe me, take a look at the computer. Xiao Zhan got up from his own workstation and made an invitation gesture to Lan Shui. Although Poker Cow did not receive Xiao Zhan's first permission, he could not suppress his curiosity. Standing behind General Manager Lan, he curiously looked towards Xiao Zhan's computer. Only the three-dimensional pattern presented on the computer was visible. The picture is absolutely beautiful. The gemstones and accessories are assembled together, flowing with color. The gemstones appear even more precious and gorgeous. It's simply the perfect combination. Blue Snow couldn't help but blurt out. Poker Bull also stayed aside. He definitely did not expect Xiao Zhan to utilize one morning's time. No, it was possible that he hadn't even used a morning's time. He had designed the jewelry accessories, and it was also designed wonderfully. After admiring it for a long time, Lan Shui finally took her eyes back from the jewelry accessory. The jewelry accessory design was too beautiful and charming. How about it? You didn't lose any money at all by giving this 5-star cuisine to Xiao Zhan, right? He designed such absolutely beautiful accessories for the group's subordinate companies, and I don't know how much revenue he can increase for our group. Xiao Zhan, as a new employee, has outstanding work performance. I want to praise him. As Lan Shui said this, she pushed the meal made by the 5-star restaurant in front of Xiao Zhan, and then said to Poker Bull, who was still in shock and had not slowed down, "Go out. Don't affect the genius employee's eating." The president had actually looked at the jewelry accessories that Xiao Zhan had designed and praised Xiao Zhan for being a genius. Poker Bull was bitter in his heart. Xiao Zhan's position in the president's heart was so high. Poker Nyo no longer dared to speak, nodded to President Lan and backed out the door. The people who had gone out to eat had not yet returned. There was only Blue Snow and Xiao Zhan in the room. Blue Snow asked Xiao Zhan to open the lunchbox. The moment he just opened the lunchbox, all colors of deliciousness came to his nose and could only be described in one word. Fragrant. 2 words to describe it. Really fragrant. The entire lunchbox was divided into 3 layers. The first layer of 4 hot dishes, respectively, ginkgo fried turtle, black kin cowboy bone, stewed sea cucumber with matsutake mushroom, and stewed bamboo duck with wolfberry. The second layer is a fruit salad, fruits and vegetables in beautiful colors, looking at the appetite. The third layer is the main food, divided into 3 compartments, respectively, sesame scallion cake, milk bun, red date and silver ear soup. Xiao Zhan looked at so many meals, or advanced cuisine. Of course he knew how precious turtle and sea cucumber were. This was because these 2 ingredients often appeared on food programs. With so many precious delicacies, he really couldn't eat them by himself. Wouldn't the rest be a waste? So he said to Blue Snow, "It's so much, why don't you eat it together as well?" Fortunately, the restaurant had also considered the possibility of ordering so many dishes that were portions for 2 people. 2 pairs of chopsticks were placed in the lunchbox. Lan Shui picked up the chopsticks and did not immediately clip the food. It kept looking fixedly at Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan was a man, and when it came to mealtime, there was no reason not to be hungry. Lowering his head, he opened his meal, was eating with relish, when coldly, Lan Shui said, "I ordered the dishes for you. You can eat more." Right. At that time, when Blue Snow let Poker Cow bring the food, she specially said that she was very capable of eating, so she had to order more to be able to do so. After eating for a while, Xiao Zhan felt that Blue Snow had not moved her chopsticks. Xiao Zhan felt that Lan Shui was going to go on the love attack in a while after saying such gentle and considerate words. The precautionary moves that Chu Xiong had taught him immediately surfaced in his mind. "Do you like it?" Lan Shui really launched a love attack at Xiao Zhan. With these words, there was something in the words. Chapter 9, Xiao Zhan wants to make a big move. Xiao Zhan thought carefully and returned. Not bad. This time, Lan Shui sat up straight. Her eyes were glowing, looking at Xiao Zhan and kept discharging electricity. Xiao Zhan sensed this and pointed at the lunchbox, trying to divert her attention. "You eat too. There are leftovers if you don't." Lan Shui hastily withdrew her gaze and said, "Oh, I'll eat." After eating a few bites, Lan Shui put down her chopsticks. This kind of meal made outside, negotiating business with collaborators, and eating it often, was no longer cold. Xiao Zhan, you're so smart. It didn't take you a day to design the jewelry accessories so perfectly. Your talents are wasted in the R&D department. How about this? I'll reassign you to a position. How about it? Xiao Zhan said. I just came here and don't know anything. What position would be suitable for a new employee? Lan Shui said something that made Xiao Zhan almost spit out his rice. How about you come and be the vice president for me? Xiao Zhan was surprised. Do you have a fever? Or have you been drinking? No alcohol today. I'm a new employee who just came to the company and all of a sudden I'm elevated to vice president? Blue Snow said in no uncertain terms. Yes, right across from my room. Xiao Zhan would have signed in at the vice president's office. With the high rise in position, I believe the rewards would be higher as well. But, Xiao Zhan said with a decisive voice, improper. This was a position that many people, who had struggled for many years, could not obtain. Xiao Zhan unexpectedly rejected it directly. Lan Shui asked, with such a high position, it's very prestigious wherever you go and the salary is also very high. Many people dream of wanting it. Why did you reject it? President, I just came to the company. I have to be down to earth. I can't rise to the top in one step. I can't afford such a high position as vice president. Xiao Zhan had spoken like this, but Lan Shui's enthusiasm still hadn't diminished in the slightest. There was no way out. Only zooming in, Xiao Zhan remembered the idea that Chu Xiong had come up with, to reject the pursuit of the domineering and high-cool female president. Then turn yourself into a scum. So Xiao Zhan stood up and whistled. The gangster flavor was full of flavor. President, you don't know. I drink, smoke, and that. Lan Shui asked curiously. Also which? Xiao Zhan took the prepared cigarettes, took them out, lit one and held it in his mouth. Learning from the ruffians on TV, he inhaled a mouthful. Then, he spat out smoke rings at Lan Shui, and also both legs fooled back and forth, shaking up and down, and playing the rascal. See? Xiao Zhan squinted his eyes and said. Xiao Zhan felt that according to Lan Shui's father, Chairman Lan Dingfeng's tutelage, such a character would definitely be judged as a jerk, scum, or even a rogue. However, the system had created Xiao Zhan's charming appearance. The form of such a man was unique in the eyes of Lan Shui. Blue Snow's eyes glowed with mesmerization. You're so beautiful. What happened? She actually judged such a gangly man as being so beautiful? What to do? Xiao Zhan was ruthless. He was going to come up with the most ruthless move. Coldly, he coughed violently, then coughed out a mouthful of saliva from his mouth. Originally, he wanted to follow the trick that Chu Xiong had told him and spit a mouthful on the shiny and clean floor, but an old habit developed over the years caused the muscle to keep his mouth shut until he found a spittoon. Look, I have the habit of spitting. Aren't you afraid of getting an infectious disease? Lan Shui was really disgusted when she saw Xiao Zhan trying to spit. Then but seeing Xiao Zhan's habit of looking around for a spittoon, she changed her mood again. You don't have it. You are a good young man who is hygienic. Being my deputy is just right. Xiao Zhan heard this. He simply wanted to give himself 2 mouths. Chapter 10, Afraid of Her. Having played half a day by herself, hoping that these scummy tricks didn't work at all. I don't know business. I don't know anything. It's really not appropriate for me to be the vice president. Xiao Zhan had to withdraw his tricks and said truthfully, serving me tea and water, delivering documents. These you know, right? Lan Shui said as she forced Xiao Zhan to look at him with both eyes. Aren't these what a secretary should do? But I asked you to do it. Lan Shui's shell teeth clenched and her lips pouted as if she was somewhat unhappy. Without thinking that Lan Shui had already displayed such a demeanor, Xiao Zhan was still bent on having his way. You'd better give up this intention. There's no way I can be your vice president. Lan Shui was so close to Xiao Zhan that she really wanted to kick him with her high heels. She was the president of the group. No one dared to defy her like this, especially when it came to promoting her position. The first time she came across someone who was unwilling to be promoted was unbelievable. However, she still took a deep breath and held it in. This person had taken her a long time to find, and it was impossible to let go of him. Can you tell me why you're not willing to be my vice president? In fact, the way Lan Shui was forcing down her anger, Xiao Zhan had already seen it. To say that this company was still treated very well, always acting against the president did not seem to have a good outcome. Xiao Zhan rolled his eyes and said, You're the one who told me to say it, but you can't lose your temper. Lan Shui nodded while looking at him. That meant as if to say, you have to use your discretion, otherwise, a big knife will be waiting. I'm sitting across from you, and you're always looking at me. It's very likely that you'll fall in love with me over time. You know? Aha! There's more. Go on. Xiao Zhan looked at the ceiling and continued. You also asked me to serve tea and water and take documents, which requires physical contact from time to time, right? Lan Shui thought about it and nodded. Right. And if you're delivering documents that need to be signed urgently, you still have to go to your house, right? Well, pretty much. But what if you can't help it and force yourself on me? This ing. Blue Snow's entire body froze in place. See how? I got it right. You were thinking of eating my dish. Alas, the outside world is too dangerous. Boys have to learn to protect themselves. Taking advantage of the fact that Lan Shui hadn't slowed down yet, Xiao Zhan waved his hand towards Lan Shui. I'm really not suitable for the position of vice president. Let's go. Saying this, Xiao Zhan stood up, took big steps, and walked out of the president's office. Blue Snow's eyes kept moving after Xiao Zhan's back and originally wanted to say something, but surprisingly, she did not know where to start. Coming out of the president's office, Xiao Zhan made a call to Chu Xiong. Once Chu Xiong saw that it was Xiao Zhan's phone number, he gloated. Playing the scumbag didn't get rewarded with a slap? A bit of an accident, Xiao Zhan said as he rubbed the back of his head. Oh, maybe because you're a handsome guy, you couldn't bear to do it? Can't decide. Tell me the before and after of what happened. Buddy will help you judge the judgment. No need. I have righteously reiterated my position. Chu Xiong was very curious as to what exactly Xiao Zhan had said, and even used such a lofty term as righteously reiterated. Buddy, can you share with me your impassioned deeds of valor in the face of the domineering president? Xiao Zhan paused for a long time. Manly man, when you say something, don't you even dare to repeat it? Chu Xiong provoked him. Humph, what's there to be afraid of? I'll just tell her that I don't dare to go up to her house for fear that she'll me. A good while of silence. Chapter 11. Sneaking a peek at the circle of friends. The callers suddenly couldn't help it. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Unable to hold back, the loud laughter came out. Xiao Zhan cursed without any good reason. Brat, what are you laughing at? After saying this, Xiao Zhan was also dumbfounded. In the president's office, Lan Shui called her secretary Lu Yang and said, go to the product research and development department and have Xiao Zhan just design the jewelry accessory designs and have him send them to me. Lu Yang saw through Lan Shui's mind at a glance. Replying to the president added another item. President, wouldn't it be better to ask for his phone number and microsignal when you excuse yourself to ask for the design drawings? Lan Shui called Lu Yang to see through her mind, reddened her face and nodded her head. It's better to be able to ask for it. Lu Yang walked to the opposite side of the product development department. Although the product development department is still a distance away from the president's office, but Lan Shui stood up and still pretended to pace, considering the problem as if she walked out of the office. Looking in the direction of the product development department, through the glass window, she saw that Lu Yang was talking to Xiao Zhan about something, and Xiao Zhan had a questioning face. In the end, he was still told by Lu Yang that he couldn't excuse himself, and pointed to his cell phone and agreed with Lu Yang. It should be said that Lu Yang is quite powerful and can do anything. Like himself, he was looking forward and backward, and simply did not dare to speak up and fight hard with Xiao Zhan. Seeing Lu Yang return triumphantly, Lan Shui hurriedly returned to the president of the wide boss table behind the seat. Lu Yang opened the door with a big smile and came in. President, I told him to send the design to your computer. And also, I got his WeChat as well. This is the WeChat number. Compared to Xiao Zhan's newly designed jewelry accessory drawings, Lan Shui was more interested in Xiao Zhan's WeChat. From here, one could peek into some of his life status. These little thoughts of Lan Shui were actually the little thoughts that all little girls in love had. When looking at the WeChat friend circle of the person you like, the little touching and sweetness in your heart is really unspeakable. However, Blue Snow howled their true state of mind, in front of the secretary to show it. The end of the president's usual majesty, said to Lu Yang, added WeChat, is for better communication at work. Lu Yang hastily nodded. Yes, the president has always been rigorous style, added his WeChat, is definitely for better communication with him, which I understand. Lu Yang was certainly a smart person. Otherwise how could he take a high salary and work as a secretary to the president for so many years? The way this was said, it seemed to have such a flavor of wanting to cover up. Seeing that the president was a bit embarrassed, Lu Yang hurriedly bowed and said, I won't disturb the president's work. Let's go. After Lu Yang left the door, Lan Shui added Xiao Zhan's WeChat. Noting the reason for adding WeChat, it was to guide the work. Humph, little fellow, didn't you say that you want to make achievements in your work and not get married for a while? This time the president has come to guide you in your work. How dare you not add me? If you don't add the president, you are hitting your own mouth. Soon, Lan Shui received verification and added Xiao Zhan's WeChat. Then, Lan Shui flipped through his circle of friends to see what Xiao Zhan often basked in his circle of friends. What surprised her was that what Xiao Zhan sunbathed in were all his recent exquisite pattern designs. I'm afraid that without years and years of accumulation, one wouldn't be able to carry so much inspiration in one's head, right? Then, did Xiao Zhan often visit large jewelry stores in his spare time? The answer given by Blue Snow. Definitely. Blue Snow was now somewhat convinced of Xiao Zhan's words about having a career. After getting off work, Blue Snow drove to the largest jewelry store in the city. Chapter 12. Hardening of the Waist. walking into the gilded jewelry store. He saw that the jewelry store was divided into several areas. Blue Snow walked towards the largest and most luxurious jewelry counter, because in the group company, there were subsidiaries that did jewelry accessories. This counter for jewelry, it particularly attracted Blue Snow's eyes. It was thought that Xiao Zhan would often come here as well. The sales counter for top-quality jewelry had a manager on duty standing guard. Generally, the selling price of top-quality jewelry was over $1 million, and selling one such piece of jewelry a day, the profit would be enough for a month's salary for this jewelry counter attendant. Of course, the duty manager in order to supervise the attendants, more so to rub oil and water, so her figure often appeared in the top jewelry counter. The moment Lan Shui approached the counter, a familiar figure jumped into her eyes. Xiao Zhan. He was really here. At this moment, Xiao Zhan, who often collected ideas for accessories, habitually came here to sneak around after work. When he saw that another new piece of jewelry was displayed in the counter, he could not help but stop in his tracks, stopping there to look at the huge diamonds in the counter, and the stunning accessories around the diamonds. Ding! Signing in at a top jewelry store will earn you a piece of jewelry or a reward amount equal to the value of the jewelry. May I ask the host to choose jewelry or money? Xiao strategically thought for a moment. He would not be marrying a wife in a short period of time, so it would be useless to ask for jewelry. It would be better to ask for money equivalent to the same as jewelry. Want money? Ding! The system rewards the host with an amount equivalent to jewelry worth $5 million. Xiao Zhan signed in at the jewelry store this time and surprisingly gained $5 million. The happy mood was beyond words. Soon a text message notification came in his cell phone. Beep beep beep. Card balance 600,00005. 00. Xiao Zhan now had more than 6 million RMB. At this time, his waist was also straight. As the saying goes, a rich man's waist is hard. He saw a large diamond ring that had just been placed in the counter, and the diamond ring accessory was quite nice. Waiter, bring this new diamond to me, Xiao Zhan said as he pointed at the large diamond that had just been placed in the counter. The waiter and the manager on duty both ignored him as if they did not hear him. Xiao Zhan was a little depressed. I'm so rich and powerful, but you guys are actually taking people based on their clothes, dog-eyed and ignoring me? The waiter glanced at Xiao Zhan with his eyes. She had already seen Xiao Zhan come in and was staring blankly at the big diamond. Now she even asked her to show it to him. The waitress looked at Xiao Zhan without any good humor, which meant to say, don't look at what kind of virtue you are. 1 has no car, 2 has no money, even the clothes he wears are wrinkled. At best, they are cleaner than a beggar's wash. Xiao Zhan often came to the jewelry store, so of course he had seen the waiter's badge. The one he wore was a numerical number, while the manager's badge wore the words duty manager. Xiao Zhan called out several times in a row, but the waiter did not pay attention to him. Xiao Zhan only turned to the duty manager and said unhappily, the quality of your waiters is also too poor. What a way to treat customers. Not even hitching a ride. You, the duty manager, should educate your subordinates properly. The manager on duty arrogantly looked at Xiao Zhan. I don't think there's anything wrong with the waitress's attitude. There's no need to teach her a lesson. Xiao Zhan became anxious. What? The store's waitress doesn't pay attention to customers and you say there's nothing wrong with it? What kind of logic is this? At this time, President Lan Shui, who had been standing her collar up to hide her face, heard this and walked over, very displeased. She looked at this duty manager. Such irresponsible words were actually coming out of this leader's mouth. Did such a person deserve to be a leader? Chapter 13. Absolutely two attitudes. I only heard the jewelry store duty manager say, looking at you, you don't have any money, much less the ability to buy such expensive jewelry. It's just ignoring you. What's the point? It's purely a waste of time. Xiao Zhan was also a big man with blood and vigor. Hearing this, a wave of anger rushed to his head. Rolling up his arms and sleeves, he was going to theorize with her. Xiao Zhan wanted to ask, why is it a waste of time to ignore me? Lan Shui thought that Xiao Zhan was going to hit someone. That could be a big deal. No matter how reasonable you are, a man's hands to hit a woman absolutely have to go in. Blue Snow domineering presidential aura is revealed. Taking the customized straight designer jacket, he threw it off and took it in his hand. Pointing to the diamonds in the jewelry counter, she said to the manager on duty, bring it to me. The duty manager's fiery eyes glanced at Lan Shui, who was covered in designer labels. There were also outside bodyguards watching her intently, specially to please her. Parked her pink high-grade Porsche, close to the entrance of the store. This honor and dignity, not many people can enjoy. So he hurriedly nodded his head and said, Ma'am, are you looking at the large diamond ring that was just placed on the counter? Blue Snow once again said in an unquestionable tone, just this one, bring it to me. Looking at Lan Shui's delicate white and slender fingers, the manager harumphed and nodded his head and kept saying, okay, you wait a moment. Xiao Zhan also saw Lan Shui at this time. In a mocking tone, he said, rich people buy things without even blinking. Do you know if it's real or fake? Come up here and want to buy it? Blue Snow did not even look at Xiao Zhan for a moment. I bought it for work. Aren't you trying to improve your business? The reason why Lan Shui didn't look at Xiao Zhan was because she was afraid that her eyes would show too much love when she finished saying something like this. The discharged gaze was simply uncontrollable. It was too embarrassing. The manager used both hands to hold the large diamond ring in front of Lan Shui. Noble guest, please look. Blue Snow coldly returned. I bought it for this handsome man. You might as well ask him to take a good look at it. If he looks at it and is satisfied, then this business of yours is done. Lan Shui did not speak loudly, but these words seemed like a bolt from the blue. The waiter who had ignored Xiao Zhan, as well as the manager, were all blown away and froze in place. A large diamond ring of over $5 million to be given to this beggar next to him? Also call him handsome? Beauty president full of rich white beauty. This point is undoubtedly, but this clothes too ordinary beggar. In addition to good-looking point, what other advantages? It was this good-looking point that was only realized after just looking at him. What's going on? Blue Snow asked the manager and the waiter with dissatisfaction. The waiter and the manager, both of them, couldn't hold up to Blue Snow's repeated emphasis. Please ask this handsome man to take a look. Didn't you guys understand? As the manager, of course, he would prefer to sell such expensive diamond jewelry. Doing a good job on this single business can add a colorful performance for her. After all, with $5 million in diamonds, it was rare to run into such a big customer once a month or even half a year. Face in front of money, simply not worth mentioning. Thus, the duty manager held the diamond in both hands under the gaze of Lan Shui and took it to Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan did not expect to taunt her for a couple sentences. After all the fuss, you guys can hear people talking. I thought you guys didn't understand human language. When you see this tycoon, you all bow your heads to serve. When you see me, you look up and pretend not to see? May I ask, do you treat your customers the same? Chapter 14, my treatment is much better than yours. The duty manager was goaded into a blush and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, we shouldn't have treated you like that. Hearing the other party apologize, and with both hands respectfully holding the diamonds in front of him, Xiao Zhan also forgave her. Xiao Zhan took the diamond in his hand and scrutinized it carefully, especially paying extra attention to the accessories around the diamond. After looking at it for a while, Xiao Zhan could not help but say, not bad, not bad. Lan Shui immediately said, with your professional eye, looking at all very good. Then this diamond and accessories are done very authentic. Then I'll place my order. Saying that, Lan Shui took out her bank card. The manager and the waiter, seeing Blue Snow's black and gold card, clenched beads of sweat on their nervous hands. This was the only 5 million sold this month. Just as Lan Shui wanted to swipe her card, Xiao Zhan asked, are you buying this for yourself or for someone else? It was practically impossible for Lan Shui not to answer this time because Xiao Zhan pressed that bank card. Seeing how much you like this diamond ring, I bought it for you. The words that Lan Shui said struck the duty manager and the waiter once again. $5 million was not a small amount, and it was also possible that if they earned a lifetime, they would not necessarily earn enough. However, Xiao Zhan, this man, no, it was practice nowadays to call such a man who ate the soft rice of a woman, a white boy. Although Xiao Zhan's face was not white at all, such a penniless man, the white rich beauty even wanted to buy him $5 million of jewelry. The way the two looked at Xiao Zhan, they were about to fall on him with envy. It wasn't only that, what Xiao Zhan said in the next second shocked them even more. I don't want you to buy it. If I want to buy it, I'll buy it myself. I have the money. This time it wasn't just the manager and the waiter who were surprised. Even Lan Shui looked at Xiao Zhan in surprise. 5 million. For Lan Shui to nothing, because she was the president. But for a new employee who had just joined the company, it was a huge sum. Don't joke. How can you have so much money as a freshly hired employee? Lan Shui spoke out without even thinking about it. These words were the same questioning words that the manager and the waiter wanted to question. Wasn't it because of such a reason that they didn't pay attention to Xiao Zhan before? Xiao Zhan coldly smiled, taking the bank card out of his pocket. Snap! Slapping the bank card in front of the manager. Swipe the card. President Blue Snow and the manager both stared at the bank card. Inwardly, they wanted to say, in this bank card, is there really $5 million? Xiao Zhan said indifferently, if you don't believe me, brush it and see. After saying this, he used his hand to nod the bank card in front of him. Only then did the manager and the waiter wake up. That's right, a small gesture like brushing the card can tell if there is money in the card. This garbage IQ, all stupid to the home. No wonder they do not have 5 million until now. The manager is nimble and clever. Did not ask the waiter. He went to the machine and swiped the card. The bill was quickly typed out. Settled out 5,100,000 diamonds payment. Really rich. Lan Shui's gaze towards Xiao Zhan was as unbelievable as if it was going to explode. The poor boy who had just joined the company had instantly turned into a tycoon. Damn, it was really a bit uncomfortable. the duty manager of the jewelry store behaved even more strangely. He even instructed the waiter to move a chair for Xiao Zhan, only to see the waiter fearfully move the chair under Xiao Zhan's butt. Respectfully, he said to Xiao Zhan, "Sir, please take a seat. Sit down and enjoy it slowly." Xiao Zhan winked at Lan Shui. That meant, "Look, I'm enjoying much better treatment than you right now. You are standing, but I am sitting." President Lan Shui cast a resentful look at the duty manager. Chapter 15. Wanting to be paired up with someone else, but thinking about it, outside the group, who knows who is the president and who is a part-time worker? Thinking like this was also relieved. Lan Shui walked to Xiao Zhan in a graceful manner and asked tenderly, "In the future, are you going to use this diamond ring as a wedding ring? If so, why don't you buy a double?" Xiao Zhan heard, "This is going to be a marriage proposal scene again?" He hurriedly blocked his lips with his 10 fingers. Shu gave a sound. "Don't think too much. I didn't buy the diamond ring for marriage. I'm borrowing his design style to design better accessories for the unit, because I'm going to do something big with the Blue Crown group." This was said in a lofty manner, leaving Lan Shui with no words to respond for a moment. Then, Xiao Zhan said to the manager again, "Help me wrap the diamond ring." The manager immediately agreed. In a moment, the beautifully patterned brocade box was brought to Xiao Zhan. Then he added, "Sir, the jewelry you purchased exceeds 1 million. Our store will give you an additional bottle of high-class French perfume. Go home and use it for this lady." A smug smile showed on Lan Shui's face, but in the next second, Xiao Zhan said, "You've misunderstood. This lady and I are just ordinary friends, so there is no need to go home. Now you can give the perfume to this lady to use." Lan Shui smiled politely at the waiter and manager, but when the waiter and manager turned around to pack, Lan Shui bared her snow-white shell teeth. It was like she wanted to bite Xiao Zhan to death. "Stinking Xiao Zhan, you seek death." "Xiao Zhan, President, please don't be like this. I'm timid and scared." At this time, the manager and the waiter put the satin brocade box with jewelry and the gift box with perfume. They gave them to Xiao Zhan and Lan Shui respectively. Xiao Zhan took it and politely nodded to Lan Shui. "I'm going home to study this jewelry accessory. Bye-bye." The manager and the waiter changed their previous attitude and walked out of the counter, giving Xiao Zhan a big 90-degree bow. "Greetings, sir. Welcome again." Lan Shui held the perfume gift box and looked at Xiao Zhan's back, not reacting for a moment, frozen in place. Damn it, so fast. Just leaving? One hadn't even had a chance to say a few words to him yet? Lan Shui thought for half a day there and finally decided, "Manager, I'll also buy a diamond ring that gentleman just bought." The manager was again stunned. Obviously the rich white beauty in front of him was courting the beggar from earlier. Ah, no, it was the beggar who turned into a tycoon in seconds. Now, that tycoon went home. This white rich beauty even want to buy the exact same diamond ring as him. What does this mean? It's so obvious. Just want to be paired with the rich man. How can we say that times have changed? Men chasing women has become women chasing men. The manager lamented a bit, then said seriously to Lan Shui, "The diamond ring that the gentleman bought just now is the only supreme diamond ring that just came out." Hearing the manager say only, that meant that there was no second model. Blue Snow sighed helplessly, but the manager spoke again. "Ma'am, if you are very interested in this diamond ring, then I can make a report to the head office. I'm sure that such a high-grade diamond ring will be kept in the bottom picture." Wow! In a time of despair, one sees the light again and hears such uplifting news. It seemed that there was still hope to become a close family with Xiao Zhan. The heavens will not fail me. Lan Shui left the deposit, signed the customization contract with the jewelry store, and happily walked out of the jewelry store. Chapter 16, You're in my sights. Of course the manager and the waiter had sold and customized 2 worth of jewelry in just an hour's time. The harvest was still quite large and very much appreciated by these two. Again, he sent Blue Snow to the entrance of the jewelry store. Eyes on Blue Snow pink Porsche far away. Blue Snow had just pulled open the door and sat in the Porsche. The phone rang. Blue Snow picked up the phone. It was a call from the secretary Lu Yang. Lu Yang said to Blue Snow, "President, just now I received an invitation to a certain large-scale reception, inviting us to attend. The organizer sent a list of companies attending the reception. I took a look. They are all large enterprises with strong strength. There are many large enterprises that are groups that we have had cooperation with. So, President, let's see, who would be good for our group to send with you?" The first person that appeared in Lan Shui's mind was Xiao Zhan. However, his outfit would have to be pondered over. Back home, Lan Shui opened Xiao Zhan's WeChat. Based on Xiao Zhan's physical features, she judged the size of the clothes Xiao Zhan was wearing. As the president of Blue Crown, judgment, as well as the ability to reason, was innate. Then, Lan Shui booked this customized clothes suitable for Xiao Zhan to wear at one of the most honest top clothing stores. On the day when the large reception was held, Xiao Zhan came to work wearing his normal clothes as usual. Secretary Lu Yan came to Xiao Zhan's workstation. "Xiao, Go to the president's office. The president is looking for you to discuss something important. Colleague Zhang Yi revealed a smile and said to Xiao Zhan, did you dream too beautifully last night? It came true early in the morning. Just clocked in at work and the president came to summon you. You kid is too lucky. Another person said, I realized that since Xiao Zhan has been summoned by the president, he has become more and more good looking. Hey, really if I were summoned by the president, I would also go home to beautify myself and bald out a layer of skin on this old face. It's so worth it. It's useless for you guys to be envious. What people Xiao Zhan rely on is not their face value. What they rely on is their brain. Can you guys design the things that people design? Hey, I heard that the jewelry accessories that Poker Cow let him design that day were immediately looked upon favorably by the cooperators. Subordinate enterprises took it and mass-produced it, earning the company a huge profit. Genius is not something that mortals can imagine. Can't compare. Xiao Zhan and Lu Yang arrived in front of Lan Shui's office door. Lu Yang knocked on the door. Generally speaking, one can only go in when Blue Snow's voice of coming comes from inside. However, after waiting for a while, he did not hear Blue Snow's voice. Lu Yang is wondering. The door of the president's office opened from the inside. President Blue Snow to open the door. This is the first time. The president coming to open the door is definitely not for Lu Yang. Lu Yang looked at Xiao Zhan from the corner of his eye. It was for him. The morning sunlight shot over from behind Lan Shui, and in the golden light, it seemed as if a fairy appeared in front of them. Blue Snow stood in front of the two wearing an evening gown that was as beautiful as a fairy. Even Lu Yang, who was also a woman, could not help but show her adoration. So beautiful. Xiao Zhan could not help but exclaim in his heart, Xiao Zhan, come in. Lu Yang nodded at the president and returned to the secretariat. What for? Calling people just after work. What do you tell your co-workers to think? Xiao Zhan muttered and reluctantly went into the office along with Lan Shui. Lan Shui immediately closed the door. Look at it however you wish. It's nothing more than you, being, me, looking at it. Just what I want. Chapter 17 So gentle. Don't say that. I came here to do my job, not to find a date, Xiao Zhan said seriously. Hearing Xiao Zhan speak like this, Lan Shui nodded her head. Ma'am, very well. When you talk about work, there is an important job that you need to attend right now. I'm going to attend a large-scale reception tonight, and I'm going to sign a lot of orders for our group. This is an awesome piece of work. Now, as the president, I order you to complete this job with me, Blue Snow said in an undeniable tone. Since he had said that he was here for the work, he could not shirk the work ordered by his superiors. Xiao Zhan scratched his head. Participating in a large-scale reception and meeting many big beauties, one also had to be invited to dance by the big beauties competing for the invitation. So annoying. President, this job, it has to be me? Look at me. I'm a small employee who just joined the company, accompanying the president to such a large-scale reception. I don't deserve it. There will be a lot of rumors about me, especially with all the media coverage. People will have a lot of speculations. Can you stand it? Lan Shui walked over to the sofa where Xiao Zhan had made, and said, I can stand it. They will say that this is the Blue Crown Group's established emperor's son-in-law. When I hear words like this, I will feel very smooth to the ear and very proud of it. In short, you have to go even if you go, and you have to go even if you don't, Blue Snow said in the end, and even gave a hardcore order. Ha. Xiao Zhan made a big sneeze, but it was the kind that dryly rattled the thunder and did not rain. I feel that, President, you're getting more and more overbearing. How did you become like this? Go with me to the clothing store and try on the customized clothing for you. Do you really want me to go and not be able to change? Xiao Zhan said. Yes, you don't want to escape from me, Lan Shui said with certainty. You're so ruthless. Go. Lan Shui opened the door. President, it's not good for you to go out in an evening gown like this, with your fragrant shoulders exposed. Passing by the office, Xiao Zhan surveyed the president's office. Finding the small suit that Lan Shui used to wear, he draped it over her shoulders. Lan Shui felt a warm current that flowed throughout her body. So happy, so gentle. The domineering president's beautiful face, all of a sudden, turned red, and it went all the way to the root of her neck. Quietly, her little mind was thinking, Xiao Zhan, he cares about me a lot and cares for me at all times. Draped in the clothes Xiao Zhan gave her, Lan Shui and Xiao Zhan went out of the president's office. Blue Snow's high heels, on the shiny office glass tiles, tap tap tap, emitting a music-like rhythm. People all saw Xiao Zhan being called to the office by the president. Hearing such a rhythmic sound from the president's office, people looked out from the office doorway together. Xiao Zhan also followed the president out. The president was seen clad in a small suit on her upper body and a long evening gown skirt below, inlaid with countless pearls. With the president's striding steps, they flickered and emitted colorful light. Wow, it's so dreamy. The president is so beautiful. Xiao Zhan is very handsome. made in heaven, golden children, absolutely beautiful combination. Xiao Zhan walked behind Lan Shui and heard this and said to his co-workers who opened the door to reveal the doorway for discussion. Work time, Hugh to discuss personal issues. Blue Snow drove the red Porsche and arrived at the clothing store. This upscale clothing store has domestic and international well-known clothing brand designers. The general service targets were the presidents and chairmen of large conglomerates and the like. Therefore, it was quite familiar with the people who often came to the store to customize their clothing. Seeing Blue Snow leading an unfamiliar, rather handsome-looking young man, he walked into the clothing store. Immediately, he guessed that the young man in front of him was the owner of Blue Snow's customized men's clothing. The 18th golden Kim outside the gold and the flimsy inside the gold. The store manager came to the door with a smile on his face and bowed to Lan Shui and Xiao Zhan. Please, sit inside. Seeing the two VIPs sitting down, the store manager instructed the waiter to bring Lan Shui's customized clothes. In a moment, the waiter brought the customized branded clothes and delivered them to them, and then led Xiao Zhan to the front of the dressing mirror. Xiao Zhan changed out of his work clothes, changed into this set of customized clothes. The waitress saw Xiao Zhan in the mirror as if he had changed into another person. A high nose and angular mouth all manifested even more handsome and compelling under the clothing. There was simply no one who could compare. The waitress watched in fascination, forgetting that there was another person sitting there. Blue Snow gently clapped her hands and said, "This outfit is designed for a beautiful man. It's really nice. Now we should go." Lan Shui seemed as if she was afraid of her treasure being seen melting by others. Hurriedly holding Xiao Zhan's arm, she walked out of the clothing store under the envious gazes of the store owner and the waiters. Blue Moon Hotel. The large-scale entrepreneur's reception was held as scheduled. Lan Shui's Porsche was parked in front of the hotel. Xiao Zhan had just walked into the hotel for a moment. The system's voice resounded in his head. Ding! The system has detected that the host has entered a 5-star hotel. Please ask the host to sign in, and the system will reward the host with first-class public relations abilities. These abilities include first-class dance skills and first-class foreign language skills. Xiao Zhan of course could not let go of such a good opportunity to improve his abilities. Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, rewarding the host with dance skills in tango, waltz, and Latin dance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, rewarding the host with language skills in English, French, German, and Korean. In a moment, so many abilities, like a tidal wave, poured into Xiao Zhan's brain. Xiao Zhan's brain received so much knowledge, abilities, as if it had suddenly expanded. It was a bit bloated and painful, but Xiao Zhan gritted his teeth and endured it. After all, without spending more than 10 years to learn so many things, he had gotten all this knowledge for nothing, suffering this much pain. What was it? Xiao Zhan revealed. For a brief moment, a pained expression, which quickly calmed down and returned to his previous appearance. It was only that no one could feel this change in him. His brain was a little distended as if it had suddenly expanded, but Xiao Zhan gritted his teeth and endured it. After all, it hadn't taken more than 10 years to learn so many things, and he had gotten all this knowledge for nothing, suffering this much pain. What was it? Xiao Zhan revealed. For a brief moment, a pained expression, which quickly subsided and returned to his previous appearance. It was only that no one could sense this change in him. Just after stepping into the front door of the hotel, the voice of the reception host was heard on the radio. Blue Crown's president, Blue Snow, has arrived at the reception. Let's give her a warm round of applause and welcome her. Wow! Applause rang out in the hotel. During the applause, many people were talking about this handsome young man that Blue Snow was holding. Such a handsome young man, a good match for Blue Snow. Straight body, handsome looks, so good looking. A golden jade is not what it seems. Good-looking men are usually big straw men. The person who said this was someone who had once begged Blue Crown Group chairman Lan Dingfeng for a long time for a marriage, but did not get Lan Dingfeng's first consent. My daughter is still too young to marry. These were the words used by Lan Dingfeng to politely reject Tang. It seemed that a war without smoke was about to begin. Chapter 19, Beginning of Bad Water. After the organizer said some polite words on the stage, he pointed to the large banquet hall and said, "Let's raise our glasses together to celebrate our entrepreneurs gathering and wish everyone a happy cooperation." Accompanied by the rhythm of cheerful music, the entrepreneurs stepped into the banquet hall. Lan Shui walked to the dining table on Xiao Zhan's arm. Tang was behind Lan Shui and Xiao Zhan, secretly staring at them. Only after seeing that they were seated at the dining table did he walk over to their table. Upon arriving at the table, he deliberately said in a loud surprised voice, "President Lan, you're also here? Look at how we're really destined to meet again." Lan Shui looked up to see the person who was speaking and recognized that this person was Tang, the eldest son of the chairman of Tang Group and the current general manager of Tang Group. Lan Shui's dad, Lan Dingfeng, once commented on him, an uneducated dude who is incompetent himself and still resents others for being talented. Such a person has no future. It's best to stay away from him. For Tang's accosting, Lan Shui only nodded politely as a greeting to Tang, and then told Xiao Zhan which companies he would be signing contracts with. A trace of displeasure drifted across Tang's cheeks when he saw Blue Snow, who had no intention of continuing to chat with him, and then dropped his gaze on Xiao Zhan. It's the guy that snatched away the girlfriend I had my eye on. Makes me hate so much. But this guy, who had never appeared in the rich and noble circles, was obviously not a rich man. Without money, he might not be able to afford to go to a first-class university. Tang judged Xiao Zhan, is also put on display to see the vase. A companion. There is no real talent. So Tang asked loudly, President Lan, you introduce us to this handsome man sitting next to you. Generally speaking, those who attended this kind of large-scale cocktail party were the old president and his deputy. Tang thought that the two of them were also so paired, but what Lan Shui said simply subverted his perception, only to hear Lan Shui say, oh, Tang, you're talking about Xiao Zhan. He's my boyfriend. Xiao Zhan looked towards Blue Snow and whispered, I'm your boyfriend? When did you finalize your relationship? How come I don't know? Lan Shui touched Xiao Zhan's leather shoes with her foot. Don't yell. You need to save the day. Emergency PR. Xiao Zhan then stood up. Nice to meet you, Mr. Tang. I am Blue Snow's boyfriend, Xiao Zhan. It is truly an honor to meet with you here. Tang simply wanted to swear. Nice to meet you, my ass. I discovered Lan Shui's beauty before you did. She's mine. What qualifications do you have to snatch her from me? Humph. Brat. When I catch a chance, I'll make sure to make you make a fool of yourself and plant a big head. Although his heart cursed like this, Tang still reached out his hand and riveted Xiao Zhan's hand. Xiao Zhan felt that this person in front of him was somewhat unkind. Soon, the dishes were served. To say that this was a reception attended by the bosses of large enterprises, the dishes were various and colorful. Such a wide variety of dishes was the only way to make the major bosses feel that it was worth the trip. Of course, the organizer also invited top foreign chefs. Immediately, there were waiters carrying the dishes, followed by the chef who made the dish. Only when a big shot like a conglomerate boss dined, the chef would follow the waiter over and greet everyone. It was 2 French feasts, a French foie gras, and an Australian sirloin steak. Tang saw the big French chef walking towards the table and had a bad idea for a moment. Chapter 20. What are you laughing at? He pondered that Blue Snow was just looking at this little white boy's face value. In addition to his high face value, the little white boy was simply a master of nothing. Tang often attended high-class banquets, so of course he was familiar with French foie gras and Australian sirloin steak. However, Xiao Zhan was the first time he showed up for such a high-class banquet, and he might not know about these meals. So Tang requested the French chef, Chef, please use French and introduce us to the subtleties of this dish from a professional perspective. The French chef, momentarily confused, asked in raw Chinese, Sir, what do you mean? Let me speak French. Can you understand? The other old bosses at the same table also looked at Tang with puzzled gazes. There were also businessmen who cooperated with Tang Enterprises among these bosses, so of course they didn't want to offend Tang, so they didn't say anything. Tang said smugly, I get it. I'm just willing to listen to a professional chef, introduce the dishes, and comprehend the essence of the dish production, in order to eat better. Tang actually didn't know much French at all except for French foie gras and Australian sirloin steak, the 2 French terms. The reason why he let the French chef introduce it in French was to pretend to look like how knowledgeable he seemed to be. He could speak French. Xiao Zhan couldn't even speak a fart. In his opinion, pretending to be a bully in front of these corporate bosses with hundreds of millions of dollars was too dignified. The French chef had no choice but to introduce, in French, the basic steps of cooking, and the advantages of these tasting feasts. When the French chef finished, he looked at Tang. Tang immediately stood up and exaggeratedly spoke in French. Blue Snow and the other veterans at the same table understood that Tang had flipped around and said a total of only 2 sentences in French. That was French foie gras and Australian sirloin steak. Cheat the cutie. It was okay, but fooling Blue Snow, who had taken a multilingual course, and the other old bosses who knew a foreign language, would be revealing. Lan Shui is a school graduate. In order for her to concentrate on her knowledge, his father, Lan Dingfeng, did not even allow boys to get close to Lan Shui. There are also nowadays the old bosses of enterprises. All of them are university graduates. The cultural level is quite high. However, Tang didn't commit a crime on their heads, and they were too lazy to expose him. Only listening to Tang flip-flopping about French foie gras and Australian sirloin steak, feeling funny, a smile appeared on his face. Although Tang saw the other old bosses laughing at themselves, he felt nothing, but when he saw Xiao Zhan also laughing, he felt very unhappy. Your face value is just a little higher than mine. What qualifications do you have to laugh at me? You know French? Do you know English? German you know? Xiao Zhan, what are you laughing at? Xiao Zhan couldn't help but laugh again. You said that you can honestly stay in the meeting, you have to show off how good you are. What else do you know how to say besides French foie gras? Originally on Xiao Zhan became Lan Shui's boyfriend. Angry Tang, at this time pointing at Xiao Zhan scolded. Little white boy, what do you know? Still have the face to accuse me? No matter what. I know how to say French foie gras, what do you know? I'm afraid I just know how to fart. Xiao Zhan did not hesitate to stand up and point at Tang. Let everyone recognize which one of us farts. Xiao Zhan said to everyone. Just now, the French chef has already told everyone about the French foie gras, the Australian sirloin steak, the steps to make it, and the way to cook it, and those who understand it have heard it. Now, I will repeat it in French. The French chef is here. Everyone can ask, am I right? Originally, many of the big bosses in the audience followed Tang and had the same opinion of Xiao Zhan. That was that Xiao Zhan relied on his face value and the means of eating soft food that all white boys had. It was only then that he coaxed Lan Shui around and became Lan Shui's boyfriend. Who believed him when he said that he repeated the words of the French chef in French? Chapter 21 closed his eyes in sorrow. What could he know? It was just a pose. It did not occur to me that Xiao Zhan actually stood up and openly called out Tang, so that the French chef could see who was farting and who was speaking a mouthful of authentic French. Immediately after Xiao Zhan spoke eloquently in French. The foie gras, Australian sirloin steak production methods, after a few procedures, the chef and how to master the production time and so on. All said in understanding, even the French chef did not say, all added, the rhythmic voice, as well as the degree of proficiency in French. All stunned the French chef. Frozenly, he looked at Xiao Zhan. In his heart, he judged that this person had at least studied French for more than 5 years, or it was possible that he had studied in France. This was because Xiao Zhan was extremely standardized in both his grammar and his French vocalizations. When Xiao Zhan finished speaking, the French chef was still there in a daze. Tang spoke at this time. Xiao Zhan, look at what you're babbling about. You've confused the chef. He doesn't even understand what exactly you're babbling about. The gazes of everyone around the table looked towards the chef, waiting for him to make a judgment. Only then did the French chef come back to his senses. In order to refute Tang's point, the French chef used an exaggerated body language. It amused Lan Shui and Xiao Zhan so much that they couldn't help but eat and laugh. The French chef crossed his arms and made a big fork. At the same time, he said in a raw Han language, Mr. Tang, you're completely wrong. Before, you repeatedly said French foie gras and Australian sirloin steak, and I thought you were a silly boy. And after that you said that this gentleman was farting. But after my judgment, the French this gentleman speaks, is so standard. It's up to textbooks. He filled in what I said about how to cook, what I missed, and was very thorough. To be honest, I admire him very much. After saying that, the French chef even walked over to Xiao Zhan and Lan Shui and politely stretched out his hand and shook Xiao Zhan's hand. In raw Chinese, he said, nice to meet you. The other big business bosses at the table as well as their children marveled. Shake grass, bullish, really didn't see it coming. Xiao Zhan's words, as well as the French chef's respectful attitude towards Xiao Zhan, directly subverted the views of the bosses at the table. One after another, they exclaimed to Xiao Zhan. Those corporate bosses who wanted to sign a contract with Blue Crown Group praised Lan Shui Dao one after another. General Manager Lan, you really have a vision. Finding such a boyfriend who combines intelligence and face value is really rare. Well, with such a talented person by the side of General Manager Lan to assist him, Blue Crown Group will be able to go better and farther. Some of the old bosses also wanted to verify Xiao Zhan, whether he had a good memory and reproduced down the words of the French chef, or whether he had real talent. So they took out the groups, exported to the UK product manual and handed it to Xiao Zhan. Please take a look for Mr. Lan. Can your enterprise products reach our standards? Tang saw that there would be a good show again. If the French chef was speaking in everyday language, it was nothing to know. But this product manual, it was a product manual that contained many specialized terms. I'll see how you can get past this. Xiao Zhan took the product manual and took a close look at it, concentrating all those jargons that he did not know into his mind. Then he closed his eyes and searched for the explanations of these specialized terms in his mind. Ha, blue snow, you're looking away. He merely has a good memory and repeated what the French chef said before. Now, look at him closing his eyes and worry. He has no idea what this manual says. Chapter 22, Come to my bowl. Blue snow, if you get along with such a white boy, it's all in vain for you as a person. It's better to get along with me, although I don't have the face value, but I have money. When Xiao Zhan heard this, he immediately goaded back. Tang, listen, you think I don't know how to do this? If I can't translate the English instructions well, then who else here can translate the English instructions? Immediately after that, Xiao Zhan's lips collided up and down. Crackling, crackle, a sentence of specialized terminology came out of his mouth. Lan Shui looked at Xiao Zhan enviously. her eyes curving with laughter. Blue Snow, don't be too happy. This is a professional manual certified by the European Union. How could he translate it accurately when he hasn't participated in the cooperation between the two companies? Tang was simply jealous of Xiao Zhan, and would love for that collaborator to call Xiao Zhan's translation useless. In fact, which cooperator also had business dealings with the Tang clan group, and very much did not want to offend Tang. He also saw Tang giggling his eyes at him. But who was important? Tang's group or Blue Crown Group? The cooperator weighed it in his mind. Currently Blue Crown Group was controlled by Blue Snow. Once Blue Snow had such a talented boyfriend to advise from behind, the business would go to the next level. Perhaps following a group like Blue Crown would go better and farther. That was why this collaborator decisively chose to support Xiao Zhan and abandon Tang. Mr. Tang, you're wrong. Mr. Xiao explained the product manual very well. Even the terminology was very accurate. The entire product manual was explained flawlessly. After this big boss finished speaking, he stood up, stretched out his hand, and said to Lan Shui, I hope we have a happy cooperation. Seeing this, Tang's face, all angry into a pig liver color, P also came and ran directly to the toilet. Seeing Tang's wimpy face, Lan Shui and Xiao Zhan couldn't help but, ha. A burst of laughter erupted. Of course the other big bosses present all saw that the big boss who worked with Blue Snow was in the export trade business. He was so recognizing Blue Crown Group, not to mention those who were not as strong as him, these group companies. They all echoed Blue Snow and Xiao Zhan's laughter. The laughter reached the ears of Tang, who had walked out a long way. Tang felt even more embarrassed and ran faster. But the gesture of running with urine in his hands was really not very nice. Lan Shui signed a lot of business contracts at the entrepreneur banquet. This time, she had really earned it by dragging Xiao Zhan to the reception. Immediately, after the banquet, the ball started. Tang, who had run to the restroom to hide, called a few people separately. You send a few sexy and demonic women to the hotel. Don't worry about the cost. I'll pay the highest price. After hanging up the phone, Tang said hatefully, Lan Shui, I'll show you how flowery Xiao Zhan is. I'll make you regret bringing Xiao Zhan here. The people at the same table all went off in droves to find their dance partners. Only Xiao Zhan and Blue Snow were left. Lan Shui was excited and pulled Xiao Zhan's hand and said, You're my boyfriend. It's incumbent on you to dance with your girlfriend. Xiao Zhan spread his hands. I'm your boyfriend. When did this happen? How come I didn't receive a notification? Lan Shui was all smiles. Now that all the people know that you are my boyfriend, there is nothing you can say to justify it. You can't even wash it away by jumping into the Yellow River. Xiao Zhan shrugged his shoulders. I didn't expect it to be so serious. Coming to a reception and somehow becoming a boyfriend. I'm not convinced. Chapter 23 Why lie on a handsome man? Now, it's useless to disobey. Come on, come to my bowl and dance with me. Lan Shui was so happy that she was practically floating, pulling Xiao Zhan to step onto the dance floor. Ding! Detected that the host has entered the dance floor. Please sign in the host. Ding! After the host signs in, there will be amazing abilities rewarded to the host. Sign in. Ding! Signing in is successful, rewarding the host with the ability to change the rhythm of the accompanying musicians. The music melody will take on a slow or fast tempo as you wish. Ding! Signed successfully, rewarding the host with the ability to control the speed of the dance partner's movement. The speed of the host's dance partner's steps can change with the host's wishes. Two abilities, both of which could be used to the fullest while dancing. Wouldn't Xiao Zhan be the heavenly king covering the earth in the middle of the dance floor? Xiao Zhan and Lan Shui walked into the dance floor hand in hand. Lan Shui winked towards Xiao Zhan. You're already clutched in my hand. You can't run away. Xiao Zhan, it's just a dance. Don't think too much, Xiao Zhan said as he looked at the delighted Lan Shui. The beautiful dancing of the two, as well as the super high face value of the handsome man and beautiful woman, attracted the attention of almost the entire audience. One after another, people walked onto the dance floor to dance, but there was a pair of gazes cast on Xiao Zhan, making Xiao Zhan feel very unhappy. Although this guy had changed his costume and had also changed into a curly wig set. However, Xiao Zhan looked at his height and saw such a sinister look of jealousy and hatred. With a little thought, he judged that he was Tang. Tang looked at him and whispered into the ear of the dance partner he had his arm around. When that dance partner turned around, her eyes pinned on Xiao Zhan's body and sized him up for a long time. Soon, Tang and his female partner walked off the dance floor. Lan Shui also noticed their sneaky gazes at Xiao Zhan. She was afraid that Xiao Zhan would be victimized by them. Xiao Zhan, we have finished signing the contract with the cooperative merchants. The main event has been sung. Now let's go. Xiao Zhan smiled. President, you are thinking a little too seriously. You have to know that these bigwigs here are the elite group of the entire city. For the organizers to be able to summon these people to come, can they not consider the issue of security and harmony? Without the ability to deter this group of people, no matter who it is. Blowing up a thorn here is purely looking for death. Blue Snow had a backbone. You mean, continue to hang around here? Xiao Zhan said. The opportunity to show off the strength of our Blue Crown group has arrived. Let fly. President. A weird light showed in Lan Xue's eyes. There were no company employees here anyway, so what to do wouldn't affect the image of the leader in the future. When seen by others, they would at most think that the young couple was having an affair, and no one would think it was wrong. So Lan Xue leaned on Xiao Zhan and took a slow 4 steps. President, I'm talking about letting yourself go. Not only are you not letting yourself go, you're simply lying in place, Xiao Zhan reminded. I think it's better to tie onto you and fly together. How cozy, how enjoyable. Lan Xue relied on Xiao Zhan's shoulder and said sweetly. The two were talking. Suddenly a choking scent poured in, stimulating Lan Xue to sneeze. She could only stand up straight and looked at the pink-suited sexy girl who walked over. The girl said very nonchalantly, Sis, you're all tired of dancing. Go down and rest. I'll dance with this handsome guy. Blue Snow immediately got in the spirit. Who said I'm tired of dancing? I'm having a great time. Sister, you are dancing happily, so why are you lying on the handsome man? Why don't you explain it to us? Chapter 24, Pink Lady. The Pink Lady boy was unforgiving, and it seemed that she would never give up until she snatched the opportunity to dance with Xiao Zhan. In the face of the ladyboy's pressing questions, Lan Xue didn't really have a way to explain. Xiao Zhan didn't want the Blue Crown president, because she hadn't mixed in society and wouldn't be able to play tricks and make a cross, and be humiliated by the female gangsters. After all, he is working in the Blue Crown group. To maintain the honor of the group is incumbent. So Xiao Zhan winked at Lan Xue. That means, everything has me. Lan Xue grunted at the pink-clothed girl and loosely released Xiao Zhan's arm, walking off the dance floor. The pink-dressed girl immediately put her hand on Xiao Zhan's shoulder, and she frequently snapped Xiao Zhan's shoulder with her fragrant fingers. Handsome boy, am I beautiful? The pink-suited girl's eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were also Danfang eyes, with the corners of her eyes picking up towards her temples, a bit like Zhang Moji, which was actually really beautiful. Xiao Zhan did not want to offend strangers, so he nodded his head. Aha! Nothing more was said. The girl in pink was a bit pleased. The beautiful man that the whole audience was watching actually recognized that I was good looking. It makes me too happy. So in her complacency, her hand slid down from Xiao Zhan's shoulder to his butt. At this instant, her hand gouged Xiao Zhan's firm ass. Xiao Zhan was startled and his body bounced upwards violently. As he fell down, he said to the pink-suited girl, Beauty, you are so unkind. I've given you face to dance with you, but you even played dirty with me. Let's see how I can restrain you. While speaking, his finger also pointed at the dance floor band. In his heart, he said without mercy, Fast tempo. Wow, wow. The musician's fingers involuntarily sped up the rhythm of the music. Xiao Zhan made a big turn with the rhythm, which was a standard tango dance, but the pink-suited girl didn't react at all and was still dancing the original steps. Xiao Zhan's quick turn threw her stumbling forward. Plop! The pink-dressed girl's entire body slumped to the ground. A pink outfit instantly had dark, pitchy gray spots. How could a beautiful woman stand such dirty clothes? Sprawled on her back, she looked at the clothes on her body with heartache, and then leapt up and rushed towards the sound accompanists behind the dance floor. The pink-suited woman pointed at the sound engineers. What are you guys doing for food? The musicians can't even play the music well, and you still lick your faces to hang out here. The musicians looked at their fingers as well, wondering how they were playing fast. You guys pay for my clothes, the pink-suited girl shouted, pointing her finger angrily at the musicians. The chief musician shrugged. Miss, it's not our fault. We can't pay for your clothes. The pink-clad woman raised her arm and was about to slap the musicians. At that moment an announcement rang out from the ballroom. Please be mindful of what you say and do. VIPs, remember you are a VIP and behave in a manner worthy of the title. The spectators outside the arena chimed in. This is the daughter of the head of the romantic clothing group Winter. The size of this group is not as large as the Blue Crown or the Tang group, but it's also an enterprise that counts. How did the chairman of the romantic group, Dong Ji Chang, educate his daughter? Raising your hand to hit someone, so unqualified? Don't even look at what kind of place this is. Soon an organizer's staff came forward and persuaded the pink-suited girl to go down, before a farce was declared over. Watching the pink-dressed girl return to her original spot, their circle of people looked at Xiao Zhan. This little white boy is not easy to control. Originally I wanted him to show his greedy eating face so that Lan Xue would be cynical and break up with him. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, not to mention that it also made Miss Winter plant her head. Tang made a second move. Miss Winter didn't grasp the rhythm of the music and failed. This time, Moonlight, you go? I don't believe I can't get this little white boy. These girls that Tang had found were all daughters of entrepreneurs who had business dealings with Tang Group. The reason why they couldn't refuse Tang's invitation, and had to follow his words and count on Xiao Zhan, The main reason was that it was the family business, relying on Tang Group to make money. They didn't dare to defy Tang's wishes, otherwise the orders from the family business would be cancelled by Tang Group, and the loss would be huge. The girl called Moonlight was really like a round of moonlight, making people feel soft and beautiful. Chapter 25, What Rules Have Been Broken? Xiao Zhan objectively evaluated the Moonlight woman. She was indeed very beautiful. One pair of eyes in particular simply seduced the soul and shone with a mesmerizing light. Blue Snow's heart was thumping when she saw the Moonlight girl appear. To be honest, Moonlight's mesmerizing eyes would mesmerize anyone who looked at them. Not to mention Xiao Zhan, a big man with a strong bloodline. Could Xiao Zhan hold it? When Moonlight appeared in front of Xiao Zhan was immediately captivated. Calm, soft, mesmerizing, and a perfect figure. It seemed like she had all the advantages that a female should have. No wonder Lan Shui was nervous. When the Moonlight girl put her hand into Xiao Zhan's hand, Xiao Zhan's entire being melted. Before the Moonlight girl could speak, Xiao Zhan opened his mouth. It's an honor to meet you. The Moonlight goddess's eyes showed a touch of smugness as Xiao Zhan turned his back to the audience stage. The Moonlight goddess made an OK sign with her hand in the direction Tang was standing, and then she cast a challenging gaze at Lan Shui. Xiao Zhan was completely captured by the Moonlight goddess. The two danced a standard waltz, like a pair of longtime dance partners. Blue Snow's eyes were changing, from the initial softness to trepidation, and in the end, they actually shot out sparks of anger. Tang on the side coldly watched the Blue Snow expression change, until Blue Snow was so angry that she clenched her fists, holding the red wine in her hands. She really wanted to slam the red wine to the ground. Tang walked over. Beauty, why are you like this? Look at you. Your face is bulging with anger. Anger is not good for the body. Then he turned back to look at Xiao Zhan, dancing softly with his arm around the Moonlight goddess. How about it? I was right when I said that he's just a horny little white boy, right? Look at that. His own girlfriend is beside him and he dares to dance so hotly with someone else. That's not bad at all. Blue Snow, you're such a good person. To be boyfriend and girlfriend with him, it's a waste of time to blind you as a person. Seeing Blue Snow listening to Tang's words, she became even more furious. Tang excitedly made an O sign to the people he called behind him. Success. It's not easy. Afterwards, he bowed at Blue Snow and said, Goddess, can you give me the honor of dancing with me? Originally, Blue Snow wanted to be angry at Xiao Zhan and wanted to walk onto the dance floor with Tang to dance. However, the image of seeing Tang peeing his pants and running towards the toilet during the banquet was too obscene and filthy. That image kept swaying in front of Lan Shui's eyes, and Lan Shui almost threw up. Ah, yuck! Blue Snow couldn't help but vomit. When Tang saw this behavior of Blue Snow, he felt scorned once again. The fire in his heart leapt out in a flash, pointing at Blue Snow and asking, What? You're spitting on me? I'm disgusting. Or is he disgusting? Tang pointed at Xiao Zhan who was dancing happily on the dance floor and questioned. It's obvious that his girlfriend is watching from the side, and he's still dancing so ambiguously with his arm around Moonlight. You say, in the end, which one of the two of us is the most disgusting? Xiao Zhan was attracted by the loud bickering over here. He couldn't help but want to help Lan Shui. However, it was not good to roughly push away the delicate and lovely Moonlight in his arms. The dance music was now a soothing slow tempo. Xiao Zhan had no choice but to use his fingers and inadvertently point at the speed of the musician's accompaniment. Clang clang clang. The tempo of the dance music suddenly sped up. After it got faster, the dance music presented a sound similar to a terrifying explosion. It blew up Moonlight's eyes with a look of horror in them. The soft, mesmerized eyes were swept away. The Moonlight goddess's hand let go of Xiao Zhan and froze, looking at the musicians with a dumbfounded look on her face. Xiao Zhan took the opportunity to walk out of the dance floor and walked over to Lan Shui. Mr. Tang, didn't you see that our president threw up? Our president is not feeling well and is not willing to dance with you. Why? What rules have been broken? Chapter 26, What happens to him next? If you really can't find a dance partner, how about the two of us have a competition dance? Tang gouged Xiao Zhan with his eyes, as if he wanted to swallow him in one bite. In his heart, he was pondering. This guy had never been seen in an upscale club or nightclub. Shouldn't know many dance styles. Latin dance, which again required speed and body movements. With a huge dance range, he shouldn't know it. He doesn't know anything, and he wants to compete with me? Purely looking for discomfort. Thinking of this, Tang said arrogantly, You are very arrogant, right? Then we'll see who wins on the dance floor. Xiao Zhan did not fear him at all and said directly, Please, while others did not know Xiao Zhan's background. Lan Shui, as the leader of Xiao Zhan's group, how could she not understand Xiao Zhan? He was a newly hired employee. Lan Shui quietly touched Xiao Zhan. Don't be brave. You've only been in the group for a few days and are only familiar with your work. Where do you have time to learn to dance? You'll lose if you compete with him to dance. Xiao Zhan smiled wryly. That's what you don't know. There's a lot you don't know. so learn to shut up appropriately. Lan Shui really wanted to pour a bottle of red wine all over Xiao Zhan's head. In her heart, she indignantly shouted, I am the president. There is no second person who dares to talk to me like this. All the spectators noticed Tang, in order to compare style dancing skills with Xiao Zhan, had changed into a dress that dancers wore exclusively. His group all gave him a thumbs up. Brother Tang, top-notch dancing skills, you're the best. Yeah, show that little white boy your super cool dancing skills. If he loses, let him kneel down and call you daddy. Xiao Zhan heard and laughed. I won. Calling me daddy is exempt. I'm so handsome, how could I have such an ugly son? But hitting your own mouth a little bit is something you should do. Tang was now reluctant. He had been on the dance floor for many years. What kind of dance hadn't he danced before? What chicks hadn't he hugged? How could he lose to such a beggar? He had never seen Xiao Zhan show his face in any dance hall. And what else would he do besides clamoring? Xiao Zhan, you don't fool around. Let's just make a bet. Who can't dance and get down? Who will hit his own mouth and call others as big brother? Xiao Zhan pointed at his group and said, you guys saw it. This is what he said. It's a deal. Willing to bet. The two of them both entered the dance floor. Latin dance music began to ring out. Indeed, Tang danced quite standardly, especially wearing a dance outfit that specialized in Latin dance. But he didn't expect the dance music to speed up coldly. The standard dance posture had to be hurriedly adjusted in order to keep up with the rhythm. The musicians also seemed to be unable to control their fingers. The fingers were speeding up the playing speed on their own. Xiao Zhan was prepared for this as he took a deep breath before waving his hand to make the dance music speed up. With his body prepared in advance, he wasn't tired at all. On the contrary, Tang's body coldly sped up the tempo. It was like running at an even pace and suddenly speeding up. The muscles hadn't adjusted well and simply couldn't keep up with the change. Tang began to gasp continuously, jumping faster and faster to the rhythm. It felt like he couldn't even catch his breath. When Xiao Zhan saw this, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Tang, let's see how much longer you can hold on. Tang managed to keep up with the fast rhythm. Xiao Zhan pointed at the musicians again. The dance music slowed down all of a sudden. Tang was spinning around, unable to collect his dance steps at all. What happened to Tang in the next second? Chapter 27, Can you hang out in your circle? Xiao Zhan watched Tang stagger towards the ground and originally thought that Tang would fall to the ground and not be able to get up. However, it did not occur to him that this playboy who often fooled around in the city, he was not good at anything, and he was number one in dancing skills. At the moment he was about to fall down, he used one hand to pestle the ground. His body flipped over, and then with a fierce upward thrust, his body unexpectedly stood up. Xiao Zhan secretly said, didn't think of it, this slag has two tricks up his sleeve. After Tang stood up, he came to Xiao Zhan and shouted with crossed eyes, how about it? Look stupid? You've never seen how great a first-class dancer can be. I dance so well, isn't it an eye-opener? Xiao Zhan skimmed his lips and said, don't get complacent too early, the best is yet to come. Tang stretched out his limbs and said carelessly while making graceful dance movements, of course the good show is all on me. People are looking at me. Who would look at you? You're way off compared to me. Xiao Zhan laughed coldly and danced to his side. You're right, your good show is about to begin. He then turned around and with unknowable speed, he nailed Tang's left foot. Immediately Tang's left foot went out of control like a paralyzed patient. It all relied on the right foot to drag it. Tang was shocked. What's going on? Why is my left foot not listening to me anymore? Xiao Zhan laughed. No way. People are waiting to see your good show. Is this your good show? Tang was already anxious and angry, and now that he heard Xiao Zhan's ridicule, he couldn't help but curse. You are gloating. Wait until I don't find someone to fix you in a while. You still want to find someone to fix me? Beautiful you. After Xiao Zhan finished speaking, his hand pointed at Tang's right foot again. This time, Tang's right foot, too, could not move. The dance steps were completely unable to go on and stopped. Xiao Zhan was now dancing around him in a joyful circle. Tang, on the other hand, could only stand in the circle, like a little cutie, unable to move a muscle. Tang's group froze. Big brother Tang, what happened to him? He was fine just now. Is he possessed? It's too weird. Why is he standing there motionless? Big brother Tang, jump up, or else you'll lose the bet. Xiao Zhan danced even more at this point, frantically releasing his happy emotions. Your big brother Tang is finished. You guys call me big brother. Lan Shui was also stunned when she saw this scene. To say that Tang's dancing skills could be many times better than Xiao Zhan, but what use was it to dance even better and stand there motionless? Xiao Zhan, you are good. Lan Shui shouted like this. The children of those old bosses she had a partnership with all shouted in agreement. Xiao Zhan, you're awesome. Xiao Zhan, cheer up. The final victory belongs to you. Tang, who was standing motionless in the center of the dance floor, heard that Xiao Zhan was about to win. A fire leaped up. If he failed, he would have to respectfully stand in front of Xiao Zhan, slap himself, and call Xiao Zhan his big brother. It was too damn humiliating. How would he be able to mix in your circle in the future? In such a hurry, he violently stepped on those feet that had already lost their function. Barely twisting, the feet did not move, but the thighs twisted towards the front. You can imagine what the situation was. Plop! Tang simply could not control his body that fell forward. He knelt in front of Xiao Zhan. Chapter 28, Say, who's sick? Xiao Zhan laughed out loud. We made a bet, but on the bet, there is no such thing as asking you to kneel. Calling big brother and then hitting yourself in the mouth is enough. Seeing this scene, Lan Shui happily ran over towards Xiao Zhan. Using her pink fist, she gave Xiao Zhan a small punch. So true. How did you get him to kneel down and slap himself? Xiao Zhan made a commiserating gesture. I didn't do anything. Tang being like this has nothing to do with me at all. The rich daughters who had come along with Lan Shui were all up in arms, willing to bet. Since you made a bet with someone, you have to fulfill the bet. Kneeling there, Tang still had his eyes lowered, looking at the floor, not moving. His gang of assholes also felt like they had no face. Willing to bet is the rule. Brother Tang, you have some bottom line as a human being, okay? Since you've lost a bet with someone, you have to honor the bet. Willing to lose is the minimum standard for a man. Otherwise, we'll have to stay away from you too. Tang glanced at his buddies, who were all going to leave him alone. He was alone. No one would care about him anymore. Thinking of this, Tang raised his palms and slapped himself 2 big slaps left and right, and piped up Xiao Zhan to call out, Big brother! With this shout from Tang, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the surrounding area resounded with jeers. Lan Shui tugged Xiao Zhan and said to Tang, and me. Tang was puzzled. What's with you? Call him big brother? And of course call me sister-in-law. Xiao Zhan dragged Lan Shui to one side, looked at the neighborhood and saw that no one was around, and attached himself to Lan Shui's ear and whispered, You are the big president. Don't joke, Lan Shui said in a serious manner. You are my boyfriend. This is already an open fact. After when my husband, that is also sooner or later thing. Before Lan Shui finished, Xiao Zhan blocked her mouth. If you keep talking nonsense, others will see your big joke. Hurry up and go. It's too embarrassing. Saying that, he dragged Lan Shui to leave the hotel. Why? What's so humiliating about calling me sister-in-law? I'm a big president, and you're following me. Besides, there are no colleagues from the group here. I said this mainly to let Tang have a clear mind. Don't pester me. Xiao Zhan seemed like if he didn't come up with some powerful moves, Lan Shui would still have to be unfinished. Humph. Even as your boyfriend, I didn't agree, let alone being your husband. I'm telling you, if you keep on preaching like this, I'll leave Blue Crown and see how you end up. After saying that, he didn't look at Tang kneeling there, amused and happy, directly raised his head and left. Blue Snow froze. Could it be that Xiao Zhan was really going to leave him? The moment Xiao Zhan walked out of the hotel, Lan Shui's driver went up and stopped him. Mr. Xiao, the president has something she wants to say to you. Xiao Zhan said to the driver in a hurry. Yes, the president has something she wants to say to me, but, just now, when she was dancing with me, she had already finished speaking to me. The driver screamed this bitterly in his heart. MMP, I can't stop him. What should I do next? The president is sick. Really? Look, I'm not lying. The driver suddenly looked behind Xiao Zhan and said. Lan Shui appeared in front of the hotel door at this time, looking around with her eyes for Xiao Zhan. When he saw the driver hurriedly made a show of tilting his body to fall down. Blue Snow understood and immediately walked towards Xiao Zhan crookedly. Chapter 29, You smell so good. The driver pointed at Blue Snow and said, Look back at the president. Am I right? The president is quite sick. Xiao Zhan felt unbelievable. The president was fine just now. How could she be sick? He turned around and really saw Lan Shui weak and leaning towards him lightly. President, what's wrong with you? Xiao Zhan asked anxiously. I was at the banquet. I didn't eat at all. I was busy signing contracts. Didn't you see? Xiao Zhan thought about it. Indeed, at the banquet, really did not see Lan Shui eating. Just watched Blue Snow, busy signing contracts with major corporate bosses to come. Slow down. Let me help you. Xiao Zhan stretched out his arm and held onto Lan Shui's arm. As Lan Shui walked to the driver's side, she made a no motion to him and said softly, You go back. The driver nodded and walked away. Xiao Zhan asked, Why did you let the driver go? Who's going to drive? Of course it's you. I don't know how to drive. Don't you dare hoodwink me. Which bloodthirsty college student nowadays doesn't have a driver's license? Blue Snow said with certainty. You've investigated me? Blue Snow laughed. Count on you. Xiao Zhan sat in the driver's seat. Where to? Blue Snow said. I didn't eat, so of course I'll go to your home to eat. Aren't you afraid that I'll take the opportunity to eat you? Xiao Zhan revealed the color of a tiger and wolf as he bared his teeth and said to Lan Shui. Blue Snow returned him. But don't forget that there are still tigresses in the world, so when the time comes, there's no telling who will eat who. Count on your tough mouth, Xiao Zhan said, fiercely stepped on the gas pedal. The car roared and leapt forward. The body of Lan Shui sitting in the car lunged forward with the inertia. Right behind Xiao Zhan's driver's seat, Blue Snow was the one who grabbed Xiao Zhan's ear. Who are you calling hard? Xiao Zhan's ear was yanked and hurt, and he confessed, I'm hard alright? Tell me where you are hard? President, you're saying this in a somewhat underhanded way. You're a leader. Saying this is degrading to your status. Xiao Zhan finished and glanced at Lan Shui. Lan Shui's face turned red and hurriedly covered her face with her hands. Certain people, are just screaming happily, but they actually don't dare to take half a step beyond the thunder pool. Blue Snow ambled on the driver's back seat with both hands and hurriedly changed the topic. This clothes of yours, the smell of the laundry detergent left behind is very nice. It smells so good. Xiao Zhan was amused by her. You're saying that this sweaty odor of mine smells good? It seems that you really haven't come into contact with men. All men smell like this. Lan Shui was not happy. No, only you have this scent. None of them have this peculiar flavor. Xiao Zhan heard Blue Snow say peculiar and secretly thought, since I have the divine signature system, have I even changed the flavor of my body? Could it be that what Blue Snow said is true? Arriving at Xiao Zhan's home, Lan Shui felt so cozy, just like in her own home, inexplicably giving birth to a sense of affection. Towards the sofa, she sat down and said breathlessly, Hubby, I'm hungry, you quickly cook for me. Xiao Zhan was baffled. What? Just entered my house and you're calling me husband? A little substance didn't happen. This title is not something I dare to take on. Lan Shui said, all promised to cook for his wife, but also said that there is no substance. There is that man who casually cooks for a woman? Blue Snow talking voice, more and more low, may really have not eaten the reason. Surprisingly, she was tired and flopped down on the sofa and closed her eyes, and then the sound of even breathing resounded. Chapter 30 I lie down. Will you operate? Xiao Zhan's tender heart fluttered for a moment. It also occurred to me that the president of a large conglomerate is really not a good job. Often at night to read a lot of documents, to decide subordinate companies should go to which road, where to sell products, earn profits to maximize, also have to think about which have the strength of the group to sign a contract tomorrow, how their production capacity, and at the banquet, really didn't see Blue Snow eating, counting on you to be ruthless, catching me as a free chef. Xiao Zhan took out the meat filling from the refrigerator, stirred it well with condiments, and dipped it into the flavor before putting it into the pan and frying it, and then he put in the slightly spicy green peppers that improved his appetite, and a plate of meat-filled lo mein was ready. Finally the noodles were cooked. After Xiao Zhan graduated from the university, he was living alone. Cooking was simply easy, and he had read such cooking recipes from Chef. The craft of cooking has skyrocketed even more. The room is filled with the strong aroma of the meat filling, and Blue Snow, who was sleeping lightly, had his appetite hooked. While falling asleep, she kept tickling her nose. It smells so good. After smelling it more times, her head cleared up. I want to eat. As she said this, Lan Shui climbed up in a single bound. Seeing the meatloaf and noodles placed on the table, her eyes revealed a brilliant light. How delicious. Saying this, he impatiently picked up his chopsticks and plucked the fragrant meat marinade into the noodles. Tulu Baldur pumped the noodles into his mouth. It's tastier than what the five-star hotel made just now. Xiao Zhan came to a realization. It turns out that you had a premeditated plan to deliberately not eat in a big hotel and return to my house to dine. Lan Shui said as she swallowed the noodles beautifully. Hubby, how are you talking? How can you say that I dilly-dally? It's called coming home for dinner. It's normal. Immediately finishing a bowl, Lan Shui asked, is there more? Xiao Zhan shook his head. You can't eat too much at once. You haven't eaten properly for a long time. If you eat too much at once, I'm afraid your stomach won't be able to take it. Lan Shui pouted. Stingy. What kind of husband is so stingy with his wife? As she said that, her mouth couldn't help but burp. Xiao Zhan said in a serious manner, if you call your husband again, I will really let you experience the substance of a husband. Saying that, he also deliberately pushed his stomach forward, but it wasn't as obvious as what the star Luo Moxiang did. Lan Shui instantly reddened her face. Look, I just said a mouthful and you blushed. Do you still dare to call yourself a husband? Lan Shui whispered. Then what's there to dare? Xiao Zhan buckled Lan Shui onto the sofa and said viciously, you're just a boiled duck with a hard mouth. If I lie down immediately, do you know how to operate? Blue Snow was abashed in seconds and hastily diverted her attention. Looking at the watch, exclaimed, the cartoon is almost on. Quick turn on the TV. Xiao Zhan was angry and amused. Look at this operation of yours. I thought I was molesting an underage girl. You have to know, you're the president of a big conglomerate, and you're still watching cartoons. Is it a shame to say it? Xiao Zhan said and opened the channel that Lan Shui said. The channel was playing the Big Bear 2 Bear cartoon. Blue Snow said, "Never say it to others, only you know and I know under the sky. Understand?" "I understand, Big President. Watch it and go home to sleep." "Why do I feel that you are warm and cozy here?" Xiao Zhan instantly felt bad. What do you mean by that, President? That you want to rely on me and not leave?" Chapter 31, Invoking My Goddess. Just as Lan Shui wanted to speak, her cell phone rang, and Lan Shui looked at the caller. Frightened, she immediately stood up. The appearance of a gentle little girl just now was completely gone. The aura of a domineering female president was fully open. "I know. You wait, I'll go back to the office now. Find all the information you want and mail it to you." Xiao Zhan laughed. "What's wrong? Not staying over? Don't joke. The chairman is going to attend an international conference tomorrow and wants me to find all the relevant information and mail it to him." After saying that, the big leather boots had already been put on a long time ago. Stump, stump, a few big steps to the door. Watching Lan Shui's back depart, Xiao Zhan shook his head. Chairman Lan Dingfeng traveled to Europe and the United States on business and hooked up with foreigners, so we need to understand our opponents thoroughly. Being well prepared is the only way to succeed. It seems that Lan Shui is looking for information and will have to work until late this night again before she can rest. To say the least, the president's days are not easy. Xiao Zhan suddenly realized that he finally knew why Lan Shui loved watching cartoons. Just imagine, facing such a large workload every day. Who doesn't want to relax their body and mind? Watching some relaxing and brainless cartoons to reduce stress was indeed very desirable. After resting for the night, the next day, breakfast was eaten. Xiao Zhan rode his electric motorcycle and headed towards the company. Every time he passed by the martial arts school, coming out from inside, the roar roar roar, boom boom boom. The sounds of the trainees practicing martial arts instantly made Xiao Zhan's mind flash back to the shadows of men fighting. Inwardly, he was very envious and really longed for himself to have an out-of-this-world martial art. Xiao Zhan snapped to mind. In the past, I didn't have a system, but now it's different. I have the divine signing system. As long as I step through the gates of the martial arts school, I will definitely be able to have a great harvest. Xiao Zhan took a look at the time, clocked in with plenty of time to work, and had all the time in the world to enter the martial arts school and sign in. The security guard at the entrance of the school, seeing Xiao Zhan trying to enter the martial arts school, interrogated, "Are you a student here? Seeing you, this person looks unfamiliar." Xiao Zhan hurriedly explained, "That what? I want to enroll to learn martial arts. May I ask, where do I register to pay the tuition fee?" Once he heard about paying money to the martial arts school, the security guard got interested and pointed to the furthest office of the martial arts school and said, "That's the treasury room. Where to pay the money? Take the receipt, and you'll have a designated teacher to teach you martial arts." Xiao Zhan hurriedly nodded his head and agreed as he walked into the martial arts school, walking through one martial arts practice room after another. None of the sign-in systems made a sound. When he walked to a room filled with martial arts books, similar to a martial arts library, Xiao Zhan had just pushed open the door when the divine sign-in system finally made a sound. Ding! Detected that the host has come to the martial arts library. "Please sign in." "Sign in," Xiao Zhan said immediately. Ding! Signing in is successful, rewarding the host with the Sunflower Treasure Classic Fist Technique. Immediately, the Sunflower Treasure Dictionary Classic Boxing Technique appeared in Xiao Zhan's mind, and every move and style in his mind was deeply engraved into Xiao Zhan's mind. At the same time, Xiao Zhan felt a hot current swirling in his dantian, and the hot current surged to his limbs and bones. Xiao Zhan felt that his limbs were strong and powerful, and if there was anyone who wanted to make a fool of himself, Xiao Zhan would be able to send him to the west with a single punch. After obtaining the Sunflower Treasure Classic Fist Technique, Xiao Zhan left the martial arts school. When he reached the entrance, the security guard said enthusiastically, "Sir, you are right to pay the tuition fee here. You can learn a lot of martial arts masterpieces. Those masterpieces are almost lost." Xiao Zhan nodded his head repeatedly. "You are right, I did get the martial arts mastery," Xiao Zhan said as he walked out of the martial arts school. After turning a corner, across the street was the Blue Crown Group. It did not occur to him that just after turning the corner, there were punks dressed in fancy clothes walking over. By all accounts, these people were really not poor people. The large gold chains on their necks glittered, and the luxury watches on their wrists showed that the owners were definitely the sons of rich families. "Kid, you're very bull, is it? Even in the ball let Winter Lara fall to the ground to make a fool of herself. Pink clothes are dirty. You damn even do not care." This kid, simply worse than a beast, did not help the young lady to go back, and did not apologize to the young lady. "My goddess can look at you highly and dance with you. You don't have any pity at all. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of my goddess." Xiao Zhan stood there, holding up his shoulders and asked, "What kind of people are you? I didn't even understand after beeping for half a day." "Big brother, he's playing dumb," At the entrepreneur's reception, it was him who wrestled romantic clothing chairman Winter's chief's daughter, Winter Lara, to the ground. The yellow-haired kid called Big Brother waved his hand. Brothers, this guy touched my goddess's hand and still doesn't treat my goddess respectfully. Auntie can tolerate, uncle can't tolerate it. Kick his hands and feet off. See if he dares to provoke my goddess again. Chapter 32, Who's Powerful? A few punks grimaced and surrounded towards Xiao Zhan. The leader, yellow hair, rolled up his arms and sleeves, pointing at Xiao Zhan and said viciously, "Who let you provoke my woman? Brothers, go, give me a good lesson to teach him a lesson." There were a full 6 or 7 punks that rushed over towards Xiao Zhan. Xiao Chuan's face did not change color and his heart did not jump, saying, "I just got the Sunflower Treasure Classic Fist Technique, and I haven't tested if it's good or not. It just so happens that you guys just sent it to my door. Not bad, I'll take you guys to practice." After saying that, he condensed his heart and quieted his breath, following the steps of the boxing technique in his mind, and locked onto his hands and feet. When the punks rushed to the side, poo poo poo, poof poof poof, the fists landed on the punks' bodies as fast as lightning. Ouch! Holy, it hurts! With a few miserable cries, the punks who rushed to Xiao Zhan's side fell to the ground. Yellow hair took a look and said, "Bear bag, he's just one person. Can't you guys beat him with so many people? You guys can't take a punch and fall down. You guys are paper mache, so you can't take a punch?" The fallen gangster said. "Huang Kuan, Big Brother. His fists are old and powerful, simply unstoppable. If not for the sake of the money you gave us, we would have run away." Huang Kuan was a bit unhappy. Waste snack A. Look at what you say, is simply to raise others, disparage themselves. I don't believe it. A white boy who just showed up in society. Is he that capable? Xiao Zhan waved at him. You also want to come and try your hand? Come on, old man, welcome. Xiao Zhan did not expect that just now. He had only swung his fist in a circle, and wherever his fist went, a large area fell to the ground. Really good. Xiao Zhan looked at his fist and was elated. It did not occur to him that the Sunflower Treasure Classic was truly a martial arts treasure that lived up to its name. Just a few moves and it was so powerful. Then if one were to learn it in depth and realize the essence, one would not know what kind of extraordinary technique one would obtain. Then look at the horizontal eyeballs of yellow hair. In fact, Huang Mao Huang Kuan is a typical rich second generation, also idol, worshipped martial arts master. In group fights, he had never had the upper hand and had never lost. Originally thought that Xiao Zhan was a white boy who ate soft rice, looking for a few people to beat him up to relieve his anger. Finished. It did not occur to me that Xiao Zhan really had some skill. With just one punch, a large number of people fell to the ground. It seemed that if he didn't make a move, there was really no way to end it. Obviously, if he did not avenge his little brothers, they would never listen to him again in the future. Xiao Zhan, I, Huang Kuan, have never lost before. If you don't fall to the ground and call me Big Brother today, I won't let you go. Huang Kuan leapt to Xiao Zhan with an arrow step. Xiao Zhan was stunned. Huang Kuan really did have some skill. With this speed of his, he was also definitely not comparable to these punks on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Huang Kuan arrived in front of him, but when Xiao Zhan threw his fist, it touched an empty space. At the same time, he felt the sound of wind coming from the back of his head. No, it was the sound of the wind brought by the fist, the wind of the fist. Xiao Zhan borrowed the force of the empty fist that he did not hit and charged forward, quickly dodging. Behind him, Huang Kuan's fist swept past the side of his head. It was so suspenseful. If hit by this punch, the lightest will have to fall to the ground unconscious, and if it is heavy, it will be the end of the game. Yellow hair, you damn good evil. Winter Lara herself wants to dance around me. This can be blamed on me? Taking advantage of Huang Kuan punch empty, gravity unsteady forward, turning around Xiao Zhan, he stretched out his thick thighs. Chapter 33, Woman Judged as Wild. Xiao Zhan's thigh tripped heavily on yellow hair's leg. Plop! Yellow hair's body in the ground made a solid close contact. Xiao Zhan stomped on him. You kid has no grudge against me, but you even used 90% of your power. When I beat up your little brother, I merely used 3 layers of my power to knock them around. You have now landed at my feet. Say, are you going to die or live? Huang Kuan didn't expect that he would be defeated without a single move. He lay on the ground and looked at Xiao Zhan in surprise. Indeed, he had tried to subdue Xiao Zhan in one move and had used too much force. Instead, because he could not break the gate, he was tripped by Xiao Zhan as he lunged forward and stepped on the soles of his feet. As Xiao Zhan's foot continued to increase in strength, his body made a cackling sound. If he didn't beg for mercy, his arms and legs would be broken. Let me go and I'll call you Big Brother. Huang Kuan finally spoke out. Xiao Zhan hadn't let go of his foot yet. Speak louder. I didn't hear you. Huang Kuan was just about to open his mouth again when he only heard a sharp woman's voice. Huang Mao, you've come out to cause trouble again. Let's see if I don't tell Uncle Huang. Along with the voice, a pink woman walked over. All the men looked at her. Xiao Zhan recognized that this was the pink lady Don Lala who had danced with him. Winter Lala, who walked over, did not look at anyone. Her eyes landed on Huang Kuan, and she kicked at him with a leather shoe. Just your two-legged cat kung fu, and always think you can beat anyone. How is it? This time you've met your opponent. Don't you roll back. Anyone can see. Winter Lara on the surface and reprimand Huang Kuan. In fact, in the yellow Kuan to find a step down. Huang Kuan wasn't stupid either. Standing up and nodding at Don Lala. Skill is not as good as others. Go back and practice. Saying this, he waved his hand towards the juniors behind him. Go! The figure with Huang Kuan was hidden behind the street. Don Lala walked over towards Xiao Zhan. At this time, it was nearly 7:30. People going to work had just appeared and there were not many people on the street. Don Lala threw winks at Xiao Zhan and walked over. Not bad, yo. Handsome. You really have some skills. It is said that Huang Kuan also has kung fu, but handsome brother, you are even stronger than him, making me admire you. Saying that, the fragrant hand actually wanted to brush Xiao Zhan's face. Xiao Zhan dodged her fingers with a twist of his head. That Huang Kuan brother of yours hasn't gone far yet. Be careful that he gets jealous again. Don Lara glanced at Xiao Zhan with resentment. Handsome brother, Huang Kuan and I don't have any relationship. It's just that the fathers have some dealings and the children are familiar with each other. To say that I still like handsome brother like you. Saying that, her body leaned over to Xiao Zhan again. His hands were also like seeing mouth-watering delicacies, and he could not help but lay his hands on them to grab them. Xiao Zhan immediately said, Miss Winter, stop, I have to go to work. Winter Lara was furious and stomped her high heels violently. You are so gentle with Lan Shui, why are you cold to me? Xiao Zhan thought for a moment and said, Blue Snow is gentle and can judge things ideally, but you are wild and willing to be used by others, so you are not my favorite type. Xiao Zhan pulled his leg towards his electric scooter. Don Lala's voice came from behind Xiao Zhan. Handsome, can't I change? Xiao Zhan's orthopedic motorized scooter figure had already ridden out a long way. Don Lala did not hear Xiao Zhan's echo at all. Chapter 34, the old man also looked favorably on him. Besides, Blue Snow, receiving the news that her dad was going to Europe and the United States to negotiate with foreigners, she was asked to prepare information on the negotiation opponents. Blue Snow came out of Xiao War's house and returned to the president's office. The information that dad needs, a piece of all find all. Ready to find all the information. To dad mail to the mailbox to go. A look at the time, has reached 2:30 in the morning. Don't look at dad rich, but still maintain the habit of saving. Generally do not use the computer. Have the habit of unplugging the computer. Also always said to Blue Snow, this can save half of the electricity. You have to learn from me. Thinking about it, it's useless to mail it to her dad now. It wouldn't be too late to mail it tomorrow morning. Thinking like this, she also relaxed. Perhaps tired for the day. Sleepiness hit his brain, and clothes fell on the sofa, and slept. To the next day, Lan Dingfeng opened the computer, and did not see the information mailed back by Lan Shui. Today, he is going to take a plane to Europe and the United States on a business trip, so he can't be delayed. Lan Dingfeng drove his car towards the Blue Crown Group building. When he immediately arrived at the Blue Crown Group, he saw a few youngsters fighting in the morning light. The man surrounded by 6 or 7 youngsters in the center was calm and collected, letting those whimpering punks yell. He wasn't the least bit intimidated. Lan Dingfeng secretly marveled. This man responded calmly and would definitely make the right judgment on things. Such emotions were rare in any scenario. Originally, Lan Dingfeng wanted to get out of the car to dissuade or call the police. These 6 or 7 people beating up one person was obviously too bullying. But before he could make a move, he saw the besieging gangsters make a move. Lan Dingfeng closed his eyes, thinking to himself that it's over. So many people beating one. This young man shall not let them beat him into a bloody gourd? Immediately, the sound of poofs falling to the ground was heard. Lan Dingfeng imagined in his mind, this is a group beating. Surely the punks were taking turns to come forward and beat up the surrounded young man. No way. How to call the police? Can't see the lad being dead. When he opened his eyes and took his cell phone to call the police, but C was surrounded by the young man while standing there. A face of mockery looking at the gangsters fell at their feet. What happened? This young man even beat down 6 or 7 people by himself. Too uncomplicated. The old man was simply stunned, admiring the lad in front of him like people admiring a movie star. Another person rushed up unassumingly, and the young man nimbly turned around. When he raised his hand, Lan Dingfeng's eyes were flashed by a crystal light. When he looked again, what shook his eyes was the diamond ring on the young man's finger. Super big diamond ring. Lan Dingfeng was a tycoon. He had never seen anything before. He slightly estimated. Such a super large diamond ring was worth at least $5 million or more. The young man put the diamond ring on his index finger instead of his ring finger. Such a method of wearing a diamond ring signaled that the young man was not yet married. For some reason, Lan Dingfeng immediately associated it with his daughter, Lan Shui. If the young man was excellent in all aspects, he would be a good match for Lan Shui. When everything was over, the young man got on his motorized bicycle and was about to leave. Lan Dingfeng quietly drove the car and trailed behind. Humph, the person who is favored by me, Lan Dingfeng, will definitely not be able to escape from my palm. Lan Dingfeng was prepared to follow Xiao Zhan's back and chase him to the end to see where this person actually worked. Chapter 35, I saw the exact same diamond ring. Did not think, to his surprise scene appeared. The young man actually put the electric car, parked it in the Blue Crown Group parking shed, and then walked towards the Blue Crown Group gate. Good, our group actually has such a talent. Looks like a good marriage is waiting for Lan Shui. The pleasantly surprised Lan Dingfeng parked his car in the parking space in front of the Blue Crown Group's gate. With a smile on his face, he took aim at the lad at the back, but that young man was really walking too fast and boarded the elevator. Lan Dingfeng took 3 steps and still didn't rush into the elevator before it closed. He watched helplessly as the elevator carried the young man into the air. Lan Dingfeng could only wait for the elevator to come again. Finally another elevator came. Lan Dingfeng pressed the 17th floor and walked towards the president's office after the elevator stopped. Ta-da-da, ta-da-da-da. A knock sounded at the door. Lan Shui was awakened by the knocking sound before she opened her eyes wide and woke up. A glance at her watch. No good. It was already almost time to go to work. The information that he was looking for last night hadn't been mailed to Dad's mailbox yet. Dad's familiar voice sounded at the door. Blue Snow, open the door. Blue Snow got up and opened the door in a panic, thinking at the same time, bad, delayed Dad's boarding time. Dad will not be head over heels criticized his own? Lan Shui welcomed her dad into the president's office and respectfully greeted him. Dad, you're here so early. Are you in a hurry to get the information? It's all my fault that I was looking for the information until the middle of the night yesterday. I thought that since you had turned off your computer, I could mail it to you tomorrow. I didn't think that I would sleep until this time. I'm really sorry, Dad, for delaying your boarding. After saying that, Lan Shui thought that if she wanted her dad to calm down, she'd better pour a cup of warm juice. This way, if Dad can hold it in his hand and warm it in his heart, even if he has a big anger, it will be dissipated. Originally, Lan Shui thought that Dad did not get the information, must be a face of anger, may have to do some on-site education. You are the president. Consider the problem to be more comprehensive. Time to grasp the accurate point, so can be so no concept of time? But when Blue Snow poured warm juice for Dad, and sent it to Dad's hand, Dad saw the big diamond ring on Blue Snow's hand, and took a closer look at it. Surprisingly, it was exactly the same as the young man who won the fight on the street. Dad smiled and asked, Daughter, I just saw someone wearing a diamond ring exactly like yours. Dad's question, greatly unexpected Blue Snow. Dad did not angrily ask Blue Snow why he did not mail the information to his mailbox, causing himself to run to the company in the morning to ask for it. Instead, he smiled and asked about the diamond ring on his hand, and he said that he saw someone wearing the exact same diamond ring as himself. There was no second person in the world except Xiao Zhan who wore that same diamond ring as himself. Lan Shui didn't know where her dad had seen Xiao Zhan and what he thought in his heart. She did not answer her dad's words for half a day. Dad asked with a probing face, Daughter, are you in love? Lan Shui really wanted to say yes. She liked that guy too much. Unable to do so, that guy just won't admit it. No choice but to hide it from her dad. Dad, you see what you say. I am your only daughter. Fall in love cannot tell you. Dad momentarily puzzled. But, generally speaking, it is couples or husband and wife who will bring the exact same diamond ring. It's strange. You're not in love. So why would someone wear the exact same diamond ring as you? Lan Shui didn't have Xiao Zhan's approval to establish a romantic relationship and didn't dare to admit that she was in love with Xiao Zhan. According to her dad's say-it-all personality, she was adamant about letting her boyfriend come home to meet her parents. But how could it be good? Chapter 36 You have an accident. Dad, you that is to look away. Diamond ring may look roughly the same from afar. To the close look, you can see that there is a big subtle difference. It did not occur to me that when Lan Shui said this, Dad had a look of regret on his face. Sigh, what a pity. That young man is very good. If only you guys are wearing a pair of couples diamond ring, your mom and I would have a dragon son-in-law, and we would be able to live a happy life holding our grandchildren right away. As he spoke, Lan Dingfeng shook his head repeatedly, sighing uncontrollably. It really seems as if he missed out on a good marriage. Lan Shui was afraid that her dad would get to the bottom of the matter and immediately shifted the topic to information. Dad, don't forget, you have to board a plane to a foreign country to negotiate. I'll quickly mail the information to your mailbox. Didn't expect Dad to say deeply. Daughter, your lifelong affairs are more important than the negotiations. Your dad has worked hard all his life. Isn't it because he wants his family to live a happy, healthy and joyful life? And then after saying this, Dad lowered his voice and mysteriously told Lan Shui, I'm telling you, that young man wearing the same diamond ring as you is in our company. I saw him enter our company, and he came to work at exactly the same time. Daughter, you can't miss out on such a good guy, or you'll regret it if someone else snatches him up. If you can't find him, I'll come back from my business trip and find him for you, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Lan Shui didn't expect that Dad had met Xiao Zhan, and had seen Xiao Zhan wearing the same diamond ring as her, and so fervently hoped that Xiao Zhan could become his family's son-in-law. In her heart, she said that there was no need to dig up the ground. He was not far away in the product development room. Lan Shui looked at the time as not early, cannot delay the time of Dad's business trip. Dad, you go and have a good negotiation. The information has been put into the mailbox for you. If there are any problems, you have to contact me in time. Let me tell you, we have a mysterious great foreign language talent here. He can definitely help you. Lan Dingfeng asked in surprise. Daughter, our group has a great foreign language speaker. Why don't I know? Who is he? Hearing this question from her dad, Lan Shui simply had to burst out laughing, wanting to say to her dad, he's the son-in-law you're looking at. Looking at the time, there wasn't much time left before boarding. Blue Snow said directly, Dad, don't forget the boarding time. After Dad left, Lan Shui went out of the president's office and came to the product development department. The employees of the R&D department all scrambled to greet the president. Only Xiao Zhan sat there without opening his mouth to greet him, looking at the computer screen in front of him as always. Lan Shui walked up to Xiao Zhan and really saw the diamond ring that his dad had said that Xiao Zhan had really put the diamond ring on his index finger. Something happened to you. I have something to ask you. You come to the office with me. After Lan Shui finished speaking, her high-heeled shoes kicked and stomped rhythmically out of the product development room. People are wide-eyed, looking at Xiao Zhan. Do not know Xiao Zhan. Why early in the morning to work on the accident? Only Poker Cow secretly relieved. Finally something happened. Good. Really good. Aren't you very patient? The old staff can only design a week to come up with jewelry accessories pattern. Damn you with a morning design out. Not only did you hit my face, you also hit the face of the old staff. You're so fast. You're crushing the old staff. How can the old staff not be angry? Ha ha ha, you finally had an accident. The pressure in front of us is finally lifted. Thinking like this, eyes from time to time towards the president's office not far away. I really want to see in the president's yelling. Xiao Zhan packed up his things and left the place with his own small box. Chapter 37, Is it a robbery of wealth or a robbery of color? Xiao Zhan came to the president's office. After closing the door, he asked, President, what exactly happened? Everyone is looking at us with curious eyes. Lan Shui only wanted to laugh in her heart, but she held back. She walked around Xiao Zhan and saw that Xiao Zhan's back was soaked. What was going on? It was early in the morning and there was no particularly hard work. Why were the clothes soaked? Could it be that Dad saw something interesting and didn't have time to tell me about it? Then I'll swindle him and see how he explains it to me. You know, just now, an old man came to our company and was very interested in you. The way I see it, the old man probably has his eye on you. After saying that, Lan Shui turned away and forced herself not to laugh out loud. Xiao Zhan heard. It can't be. When we fought in the morning, we didn't see the old man. Is a group of punks? The leader called Huang Kuan. Then later there is a very wild beauty Winter Lara. The scene and then there is no one. Where to the old man? You nonsense. How can an old man look at me? I am also not a beautiful woman. Furthermore, I didn't even see any old man appear beside me. Xiao Zhan refuted. Lan Shui suppressed the amusement in her heart and asked again. Then what did you do in the morning and why did you attract a lot of attention? Xiao Zhan felt that he did not see many people in the morning, but there were still stars and twos of people going to work. Fighting would certainly attract attention. It was possible that someone saw him fighting and then told Blue Snow about it when he went to work. Might as well admit to the fight then, lest Blue Snow call him a liar. It was on the way to work and was intercepted. Xiao Zhan said in a small voice. Ha ha ha. Lan Shui couldn't help but laugh. After laughing, she asked with great interest, was it a robbery of wealth or a robbery of color? Lan Shui looked at Xiao Zhan and said, my husband is indeed a beautiful man. Tell me, who's got their heart set on you again? Lan Shui finally couldn't help herself and burst out laughing. Xiao Zhan hurriedly explained, the interception I mentioned is not a robbery of wealth and color. It's being intercepted by people who want to beat me up in a group. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan say that many people were going to beat him up in a group, Lan Shui immediately tensed up, asked, did it break you? Let me take a look. Xiao Zhan came into the spirit and said smugly, there's no need to say that you can break me. It's hard to even think about getting close to me. I'm not someone they imagine that they can teach a lesson if they want to. Who wants to teach you a lesson? Xiao Zhan helplessly laughed. It's not just the daughter of the chairman of the romantic clothing group, Dong Lala. Last time, at the reception, she favored dancing with me and then made a move on me. In the end, it fell down. Those followers of hers then quit and wanted to seek revenge on me. And then? Blue Snow asked after her. Xiao Zhan smiled and flashed his fist out. The sparkling diamond ring on his hand appeared in front of Lan Xue's eyes. Sure enough, Dad hadn't been wrong. This guy had really put the diamond ring on his hand. Xiao Zhan's fist shook in front of Lan Xue. Can you imagine? It's this pair of iron fists that add all 6 or 7 punks down. Wow, my husband is really powerful. Lan Xue exaggerated. President, don't call it that in the future. It will bring negative effects to you. Xiao Zhan kindly reminded Lan Xue. You're afraid of bringing negative effects to me? It shows that you care about me a lot and maintain the image of my president at all times. Then let's get married quickly. How come you want to get married again before you've even finished your 3 sentences? Xiao Zhan was truly speechless at this. Lan Xue said next, look at your diamond ring, then look at mine, the quasi-couple's diamond ring. What other sophistry do you have? Only then did Xiao Zhan see that Lan Xue also wore a diamond ring exactly like his on her hand. It was strange. When Xiao Zhan bought this diamond ring, there was clearly only this one on the counter, and there was no second diamond ring that was exactly the same as this one. Where did Blue Snow pull out the same diamond ring as herself? Chapter 38 What is meant by beautiful poetry? Lan Xue watched as Xiao Zhan was amazed at his diamond ring. Deliberately, she raised her right hand, which was wearing a diamond ring, high in the air. This diamond ring I'm going to wear until the day of my wedding, and the person I marry must be the one who wears the exact same diamond ring as me. Xiao Zhan forbidding his nose. Think beautifully, I haven't even fallen in love with you, let alone marrying you. Lan Xue was confident. At that time, it must be your willingness to hold my hand and walk down the aisle. To reiterate, no one is forcing you. Xiao Zhan just wanted to goad him back. Blue Snow phone rang. Lan Xue took a look. It's Dad's phone. Then she opened her cell phone, and the voice of Blue Crown Group's chairman, Lan Dingfeng, came out from inside. Xuer, I've arrived at the business meeting site, and I'm competing for cooperation with a famous French clothing brand. There are many businessmen who want to cooperate with this brand, but I've looked at their corporate data, and their strength can't compete with ours. However, there is a man named Hemmings whose group's strength is comparable to ours. He is trying his best to get cooperation with French brands. In a moment, we'll have to see what the French brand owners require from the companies they work with. Cher, we must beat Hemmings and get the cooperation qualification with the French clothing brand owner. Xuer, you have to keep the video on all the time, so that it's convenient for Dad to contact you in time. Lan Xue turned on the video and sat upright, no longer flirting with Xiao Zhan. It was because this time, Lan Dingfeng's overseas business talks could bring huge profits to Blue Crown Enterprises. It could not be sloppy. Xiao Zhan knew this reason and also became serious. Pointing to the door, he whispered, I'm leaving. Blue Snow pointed the video at the corner and ordered Xiao Zhan, don't leave. Give me courage and also give me ideas. On the other end of the video, his dad was so curious that he asked, Xuer, who are you talking to? Blue Snow said, a new employee. Lan Dingfeng suddenly remembered something and asked Lan Xue, Xuer, you didn't look for the person I told you about? That person who wears the exact same diamond ring as you? Although Xiao Zhan could not see the video of the conversation between Lan Xue and her dad, Xiao Zhan heard everything they said. The person his dad was talking about was clearly me. Xiao Zhan looked at the ring he was wearing, and then at the ring that Lan Xue was wearing. Who else could be wearing the exact same ring? Xiao Zhan couldn't help but say, what you said this morning about an old man having a crush on me. So it's your dad. Lan Xue shushed with her hand over her mouth. Don't interrupt. What's going on now is an important business meeting. After saying that, Blue Snow buried her head down and snickered for a long time. In the video, the French clothing brand owner came to the venue. After saying some polite words, welcoming the arrival of all the collaborators, it began to make demands on the partners. Many entrepreneurs who were not as large as Blue Crown could only bemoan their own qualifications, which were not enough to meet the standards of the French brand. In the end, only Blue Dingfeng and Hemmings sat in front of the French brand owner. The Frenchman said, our philosophy of designing clothing has always been about combining art and quality. Strictly speaking, clothing is a work of art. Our clothing designers, all of whom have a fairly high level of literary literacy, have designed clothing that is full of a romantic atmosphere, and that has been widely circulated internationally. What I ask of my partners is not to be well read, of course, but to know some beautiful poems by famous French poets. Chapter 39 Who can answer it? The Frenchman scanned Randolph and Hemmings. He also looked at the dark, eager entrepreneurs sitting behind him who were eager to get the qualification of a partner. He then continued, now I'll mention a few of France's most famous literary figures and poets. It is from these literary works that we take inspiration for our garments. If you don't even know the famous French literature, then you can't understand our clothing design concept at all. Cooperation is simply impossible to talk about. Hemmings laughed. he was originally a European, compared to the eastern country of Huaxia where Lan Dingfeng was from. Of course, his understanding of French literature was much deeper than Lan Dingfeng, and beads of sweat oozed from Lan Dingfeng's brain. He really didn't know much about French literature, let alone being able to comprehend its meaning in depth. Could it be that the business talks that he had traveled thousands of miles to come here for were going to end fruitlessly and return to China empty-handed? Lan Dingfeng's worried eyes fell on his daughter Lan Shui in the video. Blue Snow is a graduate of a famous university. I do not know if there is no elective French literature. When her father looked at her, Lan Shui also became nervous. I don't know what masterpieces of French literature the Frenchman is referring to, and whether he will. Only to hear the Frenchman said, a famous French writer said, to spread the sunshine into other people's hearts. 1. May I ask who said this quote? 2. May I ask what is the next quote? Hemmings, who was competing with Blue Dingfeng for a partner, raised his hand without hesitation. I'll say it. The Frenchman nodded. Okay, you say it. Hemmings shook his head proudly and replied, I'm a European and know more about French culture than the East, and my answer is, this writer is Romero. After saying that, Hemmings looked towards Lan Dingfeng in a very proud manner. Chinese, don't compete with me? It's obvious that you don't know as much as I do. Do you know who Roman Roland is? Seeing Lan Dingfeng sitting there without saying anything, Hemmings became even more flamboyant and said to the Frenchman, look, he doesn't even know who Romero is. He doesn't know the romance of French clothing at all. It's most appropriate for you to cooperate with my group. Although Lan Dingfeng was calm and collected on the surface, in reality he really hadn't gone to college. He didn't even know what French literature was, let alone expect to be able to answer who Romero was. Lan Dingfeng heart this bitter. This trip to Europe and America, is it over? In order not to affect the meeting, Lan Dingfeng was wearing a headset and his daughter's video. At this time, Lan Dingfeng covered his mouth and asked, daughter, is he right? In the video, his daughter nodded. Lan Dingfeng's heart was half cold. I'm afraid that this business cooperation will be planted in Hemmings' hands. The Frenchman said to Hemmings, sir, you answered the first question correctly. Please answer the second question. To spread sunlight into other people's hearts. What are the words that follow? Please answer. All eyes were on Hemmings. Now he stood there. Now going on the internet to find the answer was simply impossible. Hemmings were meditating for a long time, but did not answer. At this time, Lan Dingfeng's video, came a boy's thick with magnetic voice. Really with the reading of poetry like so moving. Good to hear. In order to spread sunshine to the hearts of others, you must first have sunshine in your own heart. Lan Dingfeng didn't have time to consider who said this in the video, and immediately stood up and said to the Frenchman, the next line of this sentence is first you must have sunshine in your own heart. Chapter 40, the flowers have dropped out. Hemmings looked at Lan Dingfeng in exasperation. I didn't finish my answer. Why did you grab the answer? Before Lan Dingfeng could speak, the Frenchman spoke. Mr. Hemmings, you've been past your answer time for a long time. The reason why I didn't let you go back is because no one in the seat knows the answer. Now Chairman Lan Dingfeng has spoken the correct answer. Therefore, we have ruled that both you and Mr. Lan Dingfeng have answered one question correctly, and it is now a tie. In other words, both of you have the possibility to cooperate with me. Finally not missing his chance, Lan Dingfeng let out a long sigh of relief after hearing what the Frenchman said. Then it was up to the two people behind to see if they could answer the Frenchman's literary question correctly. The French were rich in romantic feelings and categorized the clothes they designed, as well as works of art. Then, the second question from the Frenchman. I wonder how strong the artistic flavor is. I only heard the Frenchman humming as a start. Now, let me come to the second question. A poem by the French writer Baudelaire, Harmony at Dusk. One of you two can read it to me. It should be noted that this was an international business partnership meeting. The microphone placed in front of each person was a simultaneous translator, which is still quite advanced to say the least. The Frenchman was speaking loudly, and the content had been transmitted to Lan Shui's ears via video. Lan Dingfeng eagerly looked forward to his daughter's quick answer. It was best to grab the answer before Hemmings spoke. Lan Dingfeng nervously looked at Hemmings, fearing that he would once again stand up and grab the answer before him. Both Lan Shui and Xiao Zhan had taken literature in their freshman year of college, and it was now far from that time. Both of them were trying to remember this Twilight Harmony by Baudelaire. Once again, Hemmings raised his hand, and Lan Dingfeng's heart thumped. If he gets it right, we're screwed. To say the least, those who came to participate in the international business cooperation were all the top bigwigs from various countries. To be able to mix at this level, they were all very old. These people are not like young people who can fiddle with computers, and the presbyopia glasses they wear are not very clear to see computers. Hemmings thought he had found the right answer and said to Lan Dingfeng, if I answer this question correctly, you'll automatically quit. My guess is that you don't even know that there are such beautiful poems in the world. You are defeated. So don't even think about working with the French, because the French don't want to work with people who are not artistic. Lan Dingfeng still maintained his calm appearance, but his feet, which were placed under the table, couldn't stop tapping the ground. In his heart, he was in a hurry. Don't be complacent. You might have answered all wrong. I can only add to it later. Lan Dingfeng said so on his lips, his eyes constantly looking at his daughter's mouth in the video, hoping that the answer he wanted would pop out of his daughter's mouth. On Hemming's balding head, a bright light emerged. It was sweat on his head, because, in his haste, he had forgotten the prepared answer. Only the first 2 lines of the poem were remembered. The hour is come, and the flowers tremble in their branches. And then, he stood still and recited these 2 lines of the poem over and over again, because the later ones he had completely forgotten. When Lan Dingfeng heard this, he had another chance, and with him milling around like this, he gave his daughter ample time to find the answer. When the thick and magnetic male voice from his daughter's side sounded again, Lan Dingfeng stood up and teasingly said to Hemmings, "You can't always tell the flowers to warble. In that case, the flowers all fall out." Chapter 41, would you? Hemmings was having a headache thinking about it when he heard Lan Dingfeng mocking him and rushed back at him to goad him. "In any case, I even said a couple lines, but I'm afraid you can't say a single line of poetry, can you?" Lan Dingfeng immediately came energized. "You want to hear it?" Hemmings laughed. "I just want to hear it, but you can't recite it. If you knew this poetry, you would have answered it before me. What else is there for me to do? I can see that you are just envious and jealous of me." The Frenchman, already impatiently waiting, asked, "Mr. Hemmings, don't take the subject too far. Hurry up with the answer if you will." Hemmings coughed anew and spoke again. "The hour is at hand, and the flowers are trembling in their branches." For a long time Hemmings, with his big mouth open, did not say what followed. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. This time, not only did Lan Dingfeng laugh, even those entrepreneurs who weren't qualified to cooperate, laughed out loud. "Emma, this person is too funny. This flower branch is just trembling. It's almost a light pole commander." Laughing to death, flip-flopping is these 2 sentences. After all the fuss, these are the only 2 sentences he knows. Hemming's face reddened from the ridicule and yelled at the man, "You know how to do it, why don't you do it? Come on, you go on and say it." The man waved his hands repeatedly. "I won't. It's better for you to continue to make the flowers tremble." Ha ha ha. The Frenchman took a look at Hemmings and saw that he really couldn't answer. Asked, "Does anyone else know this poem?" The meeting room fell silent for a moment. Lan Dingfeng stood up. "I will. The hour has come. The flowers tremble in their branches. Each flower exhaled its fragrance. Sounds and aromas wafted in the evening breeze." Lan Dingfeng put his cell phone in his jacket pocket and held it to his ear. The video was so loud that only he could hear it. The male voice in it rhythmically recited sentence by sentence, expressing the contents of the poem quite perfectly. Lan Dingfeng didn't know the poem at all, but of course, when the boy in the video recited a sentence, he read along with it, at a slow pace. Lan Dingfeng was an old man of years. His voice was old, thick, and exceptionally slow. It was as if he was telling a story of what happened on the old streets. The poem unfolded sentence by sentence. With his thick voice, it reminded people of the wonderful times in the past. Until Lan Dingfeng finished reciting, people still hadn't reacted. Seeing that people didn't move, Lan Dingfeng thought that the poem hadn't finished, and when he listened carefully, there was indeed no more sound in the video. Snap, snap, snap. First the Frenchman raised his hands and applauded at Lan Dingfeng. Immediately afterward, the attending entrepreneurs all applauded. Finally there was a round of applause on and off the stage. Someone said while clapping, "It's also said that the Orientals don't understand French romance. The facts show that they do, and they comprehend it deeply." Yeah, the mood of the poem, elaborated so perfectly, calls for intoxication. It's destined for the French to cooperate with Eastern China. Hemmings listened with a guilty face. He himself was like a clown just now, as if he had acted as a tool to amuse everyone. What nothing got. The final winner was even. He did not look at the Chinese Lan Dingfeng. The big order of $100 billion immediately came to the hands of Lan Dingfeng. He looked at Lan Dingfeng. This envy and jealousy hate. The Frenchman announced, "Our clothing is all about artistic taste, and the Chinese Blue Chairman has interpreted the art very well. I believe we will have a better future if we cooperate with such a person who knows about artistic taste." Wow! The participants all gave a warm applause. Chapter 42, Hungry Tiger Pouncing. The long-lasting applause rang out once again. In the midst of the applause, Lan Dingfeng quietly asked his daughter in the video, "That new employee who recites poetry, you must keep an eye out for him. There's a possibility that he could be my dragon son-in-law in the future." Lan Shui said disdainfully, "Dad, you need to be more reliable with your words. Before, you had your eye on the young man wearing the exact same diamond ring as me. Now, you're looking at the young man who recites poetry to you. Over there, Lan Dingfeng said awkwardly. This young man is also very good. If it wasn't for him reciting poems to me, how would our Blue Crown Group have won $100 billion of large orders? Hey, if these two young men were the same person, how nice it would be. Lan Shui teased her dad. If these two are really the same male youth, what do you want? Lan Dingfeng over there immediately said, I'll go back to Huaxia and bring heavy gifts to my daughter's door to propose to her. Dad, if you do this, you're even more of a tiger and wolf than your daughter. Don't scare people away, as if your daughter can't get married. On the other side of the video, Dad's voice was a bit embarrassed. Daughter, when you say it like that, it's right, there's no rush. Xiao Zhan asked as he saw Lan Shui talking quietly to the video. I recited for most of the day. Did your dad win or not? Lan Shui pouted. You guess, make a strong guess. And after that, she was already ready to pounce into Xiao Zhan's arms. I guess, lost. Xiao Zhan had already seen the color of Blue Snow's complacency and intentionally said so. Then, before Blue Snow could pounce over, he jumped ahead and crossed to the doorway, wanting to grab the door and go. Blue Snow pounced over at once, like a hungry wolf grabbing a little lamb. Where to escape? Xiao Zhan turned around, revealing a helpless color. What do you want? At least we should celebrate. You won a big order for my dad. Big happy event. Big good thing. You should be invited for dinner. Xiao Zhan asked. Where to eat? Lan Shui answered without hesitation. Of course to your house. Xiao Zhan skimmed his lips and said, half a day. Invite people to eat, but also the other side to pay. The first time I heard, invite people to eat is such an invitation. However, Xiao Zhan remembered that Lan Shui wolfed down the food he made, and inexplicably had a sense of accomplishment. So he nodded and said, having the president capture the strong man, that's something that can't be helped, so I'll have to follow orders. It's a deal. Taking advantage of the opening when Lan Shui raised her hand to give him a high five, Xiao Zhan grabbed the door and left. Back at his workstation, his co-worker Zhang Yi asked Xiao Zhan somewhat nervously, the president said that something big has happened to you. What exactly has happened to you? Xiao Zhan proudly stood up and said loudly, does everyone also want to know what big thing has happened to me? Poker Bull said unhappily, don't raise your voice during office hours. However, everyone clearly perceived that Xiao Zhan was in such a good mood and the announcement should be something good. All ignored Poker Bull and waited for Xiao Zhan to announce the good news. Sure enough, Xiao Zhan cheered. We will be getting a salary increase in the future, as well as bonuses. Zhang Yi asked, really? Xiao Zhan returned. It will definitely be, because the chairman signed $100 billion order with a foreigner. Wow, great, awesome. People cheered and threw papers into the air. Poker Cow was also momentarily baffled. It turned out that the president said something big had happened. Was this big happy event? When she got off work, Blue Snow stood in front of the president's office, looking at the employees of the product development room who walked past her door. When Xiao Zhan's figure appeared, Lan Shui pounced on him like a hungry tiger. The fragrant body entered her arms and dug right into her heart. Xiao Zhan shuddered and his body reacted. Chapter 43, Your Mom is a Liar. Xiao Zhan was slightly late in leaving work. When he walked to the door of the president's office, suddenly, Lan Shui walked out from inside. Speaking to Xiao Zhan, she said, we agreed to celebrate. Let's go. Xiao Zhan helplessly said, look at that. It's like you're the host. Speaking in this tone is very horizontal. Cut the crap. Follow me. Coming to Xiao Zhan's home, one should accurately say that Xiao Zhan had come out from his home in order to stand on his own and rented a separate house outside by himself. Seeing the large sofa that she had slept on last time, Lan Shui instantly ran over. This sofa gives me such a warm and cozy impression. Lying on it makes me not want to get up. Xiao Zhan tied on his apron and said, good then. Just enjoy yourself. I'm going to cook. Lan Shui stretched comfortably and said, hubby, you get busy. Xiao Zhan walked into the kitchen and in a short while, the meal was ready. It did not occur to him that his mom, Chan Ling, had called. Xiao Zhan hurriedly put the meal on the table and saw that Lan Shui seemed to be asleep. Then he answered his mom's call without any qualms. Xiao Zhan, it's the weekend again. Your father and I bought you some things and want to see you. Xiao Zhan said, Mom, you should stop buying me things. I'm working and can be self-sufficient. Without thinking, at this time, Lan Shui woke up and asked Xiao Zhan, who are you calling? Xiao Zhan was afraid that her mom would misunderstand him and hurried over to cover Lan Shui's mouth. Chen Ling's surprised voice immediately came from the phone. Xiao Zhan, there's a woman in your house. And when Lan Shui heard the woman's voice on the other end of the phone, her face became quite serious. Xiao Zhan said into the microphone, which is not true. You heard wrong. Chen Ling asked suspiciously, but I clearly heard a woman's voice. Hey, to say that you should really fall in love and get married. It's not strange to have a woman. I still expect to hold grandchildren as soon as possible. Okay, stop it. How many times have you said this? I have something on my side, so I'll hang up. Chen Ling wondered. According to Xiao Zhan's face value, the little daughters would have to pounce on them like flies. But this Xiao Zhan's cold as ice appearance really called for people to look and not dare to lean forward. Now, it was not easy for a woman to appear in Xiao Zhan's house, causing Chen Ling to secretly get excited for a while. Xiao Zhan loosened his hand that was covering Lan Shui and saw that Lan Shui's expression was a little cold. Lan Shui did not know who the woman on the other end of the phone was, so she misunderstood. She sat on the sofa and thought calmly. Xiao Zhan was her savior and was still single to this day. With her super high face value, and her president status, no matter who the other party was, she was confident that she would be able to win Xiao Zhan, because Xiao Zhan was hers. Looking at the meal on the table, Lan Shui did not pick up her chopsticks and start building like she did last time. Instead, she asked in a deep voice, "The woman who called you just now, is she your girlfriend?" Xiao Zhan was all confused by the question. Lan Shui continued to ask, "How long have you been dating? Is she as good looking as me? Is she rich?" After a series of questions, Lan Shui's throat was a little dry from excitement. Fiercely picking up her water cup and drinking a few mouthfuls of water, she asked again, "Xiao Zhan, when you first came to the company, you said that boys should protect themselves. Could it be that this is something you've forgotten? So many women are liars. You can't trust them." Because the woman on the phone was clearly not the voice of a youthful teenager, Lan Shui visualized in her mind that Xiao Zhan might not be able to withstand all the temptations of the rich woman and fall into her trap. Xiao Zhan said, "That's my mom. Your mom is a liar." What? Lan Shui couldn't kill the gate anymore with the words that came out of her mouth. Chapter 44, Tongue-licking soup. Lan Shui's mouth couldn't break the gate, and she actually called Xiao Zhan's mom a liar. Her face instantly reddened to the root of her neck. Xiao Zhan didn't mind, because he knew his own mother, who didn't lie to others, specialized in lying to her own son. For example, when he was a child, he let Xiao Zhan go to the kitchen to brush the dishes and cheat his son so much. "Xiao Zhan, the kitchen bowl. There are not a few. Wash it and give you $2. When I was a child, the internet cafe, play an hour price of exactly $2. Xiao Zhan imagined that he could be in the internet cafe, happy to play for an hour to his heart's content. So painful, willingly walked into the kitchen to see, where is a few bowls, as if mom had already prepared for this day. A week's worth of bowls have not been brushed. Into the kitchen. Xiao Zhan felt cheated. Want to go out of the kitchen, but the kitchen door has been locked. Mom Chen Ling's voice came in. "You don't want to come out until you finish brushing the dishes." Things like this that tricked their sons abounded. Xiao Zhan's parents' home. Formation Spirit came to the bedroom with her cell phone and said to her old partner, Xiao Han, who was looking at her cell phone, "I'm telling you, our son has a woman. I clearly heard a woman's voice when I was talking to him." Chen Ling mysteriously and somewhat excitedly told Xiao Han. Xiao Han was also surprised. This kid's vision is too high. Ordinary girls can't even look at him. This time, he has let a girl into his home. I feel that this kid has moved his mortal heart. Chen Ling shook her head, but he won't admit it. It seems like he doesn't want to get married and is bent on being a salted fish. I say, old man, let's find a chance to burst this lie of his, and he'll have to listen to us. Get married and give us a big grandchild. Chen Ling walked back and forth a few steps in the bedroom and suddenly had an idea and said to Xiao Han, "Let's do a soldier's trick. Tell him to let his guard down. Then we'll take advantage of the situation and tell him to surrender." With that, Chen Ling sent a text message to Xiao Zhan. "Your father and I have signed up for a tour, so we won't be coming up to your place for a while." After sending the text message, she said to Xiao Han, "Let's touch into Xiao Zhan's house this week without God knowing what's going on and give him a turtle in a jar so that they can get married and receive a license as soon as possible." Xiao Han also understands that his old partner is eager to hold his grandson, and did not secretly tip off Xiao Zhan. To say that knowing a son is not like a father, the opposite also holds true. That is, knowing a mother is not like a son. Xiao Zhan received his mom's text message and immediately became alert in his heart. Looking at Lan Shui, "Hurry up and eat. Go home afterward." "Why?" Xiao Zhan said. "After eating, I still have important things to do. Bring me alone. I'll help you. Two people are better than one." Xiao Zhan was speechless. "I don't want my mom to find you, and you're still taking the initiative to expose yourself. What can I do? If you finish eating quickly yourself, and Lan Shui is self-conscious, won't you eat faster?" Xiao Zhan purred and purred. Less than 5 minutes. Finished eating. Then looked at Blue Snow, hoping that she would finish eating quickly. However, seeing Blue Snow's polished and tender face, under the shroud of the steaming rice, was smoked red. The little red lips were squirming up and down as they opened and closed, and from time to time, she used her little tongue to lick the soup around her mouth. Where was there still that domineering and high-cool female president's appearance? It was simply like a pure and cute little girl. Lan Shui saw Xiao Zhan so half a day without saying anything, and his eyes revealed a luster looking at himself. So he asked, "What? Moved? Then hurry up and marry me." Chapter 45, Look and you'll know how to operate. Xiao Zhan hurriedly changed the topic. To get married, you have to pass the elders test. How can you get married if you don't even have the basic common sense to live your life? Lan Shui thought about the meaning of this sentence. Basic common sense. Could it mean that shy thing that men and women must do to each other? Blue Snow lowered her head and shyly said, they all say that if you watch porn, you'll know how to do it. Lan Shui's words caused Xiao Zhan to stop. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, laughing out loud for a long time. His face was red with joy. It seemed that Blue Snow really didn't know what falling in love was. After stopping laughing, Xiao Zhan said, not only in this area, there are also small things in life such as firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy, vinegar, and tea. Don't underestimate these things. Disagreements between husband and wife start from these small things. That's why the elders are coming to test if I have the ability in this area. In fact, Xiao Zhan pulled in this direction because he wanted to excuse himself to go out and buy these things so that Lan Shui would leave quickly, so as not to let the suddenly visiting mom block Blue Snow inside the house, and then use this as an excuse to get him married right away. Hearing this, Blue Snow came to spirit. How do I do it to pass the test? You eat, watch me go out to do what? Do not know? Blue Snow curiosity was suspended. What exactly to do? In order to pass the adult marriage test? Lan Shui finished eating, put down her chopsticks, and hurriedly tugged Xiao Zhan. Walk, hurry up and do your business. Don't delay. Xiao Zhan took the big bag and walked out of the house. Lan Shui curiously asked, what are you doing with the big bag? For loading things? Ah, shopping at the supermarket to buy things. Lan Shui had never done it herself, buying vegetables and fruits and such. I'll drive by the way to send you to the supermarket and go home after buying things with you. Xiao Zhan thought about it and could only do so. Sitting in the car, without a moment's effort, he saw the supermarket. Lan Shui just wanted to get out of the car along with Xiao Zhan when her cell phone rang and Lan Shui answered the call. It turned out that Dad came back from Europe and America by airplane. Blue Snow had to say goodbye to Xiao Zhan and go to the airport to pick up Dad. Xiao Zhan had bought rice, flour, grain, oil, and seasonings in the supermarket to deal with his mom's arrival. These are the necessities of life. Lest Mom look at the cupboard, there are noodles, and again to chatter about him endlessly. After buying, two hands carrying a large plastic bag out of the supermarket. Cold, the hand of the big bag was taken away. Xiao Zhan wondered, now the robber over so shabby, even the minimum living supplies are not? Obviously look at the big bag has the word supermarket, but also to rob? However, the robber did not leave, but took the big bag and stood in front of Xiao Zhan. An aroma hit him, and it turned out that the robber was female. He, I see that you are too tired to hold two big bags. Help you hold them, okay? Xiao Zhan looked up. This person looked so familiar, but what was the name? Looking at the woman's pink makeup, Xiao Zhan remembered. This person was Pink Lady Winter Lara. Xiao Zhan immediately refused and said, no need. A big man is not tired of carrying this. Dong Lala said enthusiastically, since we bumped into each other, let me give you a ride. It's on the way anyway. Xiao Zhan saw that Dong Lala was so enthusiastic, so he couldn't afford to cold shoulder her good intentions. Let's give her a ride. Her home is not far away. After walking past the coffee house, beer alley, small restaurants, and passing by a few banks, he arrived home. I did not expect to walk to the door of the restaurant. Dong Lara's body stumbled and almost fell in front of the small restaurant. Xiao Zhan hurriedly put down the bag in his hand and helped her up. What's wrong? Dong Lala said with difficulty. I have low blood pressure. Help me home. Take the medicine and I'll be fine. It was already late. It was obvious that it would be dangerous to let such a young and beautiful woman like Dong Lara faint on the street. Xiao Zhan said, I'll store the stuff in the nearby supermarket. When I come back to help you go home. Xiao Zhan turned around and went to the small supermarket and put the things in the storage box. Looking at Xiao Zhan's back, Dong Lara revealed a weird smile. Standing up, she waited for Xiao Zhan to return. Chapter 46, Beautiful. Seeing Xiao Zhan's hurried return body from the supermarket, Dong Lara immediately pretended to be unconscious again and relied on the wall. Xiao Zhan walked forward and looked at the unconscious Winter Lara. Also do not know where Winter Lara's home is. Had to gently pat her head. Where is your home? Ah, you tell me. I will send you home. Winter Lara slurred this voice replied. Backstreet no. 137. Xiao Zhan frowned, so he had to let Dong Lara lean on himself and laced her home. The well-dressed men who walked out from the coffee house kept sizing up Xiao Zhan. Yell, this kid's life is so good. Picking up corpses, and picking up a big beauty. Humph. It's not likely that she'll wake up halfway and sue you. Do you have that kind of luck? Maybe it's a trap. Xiao Zhan was originally holding Dong Lala who was tired to death. When he heard this group of brats who were idle out of their asses, talking sarcasm, all of a sudden, he came to be angry and cursed at them. Your hearts are really dirty. Can't you think better? This girl had low blood pressure and passed out. I was doing a good deed and sent her home. They picked up again. I'm trying to do a good deed too. Step aside. I'll take her home. You're not doing a good deed if you send her home. Kid, you're trying to take advantage of someone to do something bad. What bad things? Do beautiful things. Let's go, let's go. People can't give the girl to you either. When the gang said that they would send Dong Lara home for Xiao Zhan, Dong Lara's body trembled violently. If Xiao Zhan handed himself over to this gang of assholes, Dong Lala would definitely tell his dad, Dong Ji Chang, and would make Xiao Zhan beg for his life. But looking at Xiao Zhan without the slightest thought of throwing away his baggage, Dong Lala was able to feel at ease. Along with Xiao Zhan's pace, he walked towards his home, arriving at Backstreet No. 137. She saw that it was a two-story building with the appearance of a storehouse. Only after entering the house did he see that it was the front door lobby of a villa. There was also a security guard on duty guarding the door. Seeing Dong Lara, he was surprised and asked, Miss, what's wrong with you? Should we tell the chairman? Dong Lala rolled her eyes towards the security guard in disgust. Don't need you to care. I just have low blood pressure. Just let this gentleman send me back. The security guard nodded and said, Okay, miss. The security guard pressed the elevator. Xiao Zhan helped Dong Lala ride the elevator to the second floor. To say that the chairman of the romantic clothing group was also a wealthy family, the residence was on the street and had to be disguised. Finally reaching the second floor, Dong Lara pointed to a side room and said, Right there, then pointed to the key on her waist. Xiao Zhan used the key to open the door. Seeing that there was a big bed in the house, he directly ran to the big bed. Finally home. I'm exhausted. Having finally gotten rid of his baggage, Xiao Zhan put down Dong Lala and was about to walk away. However, Dong Lala did not let go of her arms around Xiao Zhan's neck, and with the strength of falling towards the bed, she fell into the bed with Xiao Zhan. At once, she collapsed on the bed together with Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan had not had such intimate contact with a woman. Winter Lara peaked and lowered, softly fitting all the way onto Xiao Zhan's body. Xiao Zhan was breathing rapidly for a moment, and his reason wanted to stand up quickly. However, the body was enjoying itself and was not willing to follow reason and leave such a tantalizing body. A bad smile surfaced on Dong Lara's face, but fearing that Xiao Zhan would see it, she hurriedly hid her thoughts, replacing it with a pained look of being sick. Chapter 47 Giving You Little Kisses. Lan Shui's clear eyes suddenly appeared in Xiao Zhan's mind. Xiao Zhan could not help but be jolted, and his body immediately left that tantalizing fullness. Already sent you back home. My mission is over. Going back. Dong Lara said breathlessly. Wait, I haven't taken my medicine yet. Xiao Zhan patted his head. It was really because he was so nervous that he forgot to get Winter Lara her medicine. Where do you want it? In the first drawer. The bottle that says vitamins is the medicine for low blood pressure. In fact, vitamins, it was vitamins, but Xiao Zhan was unaware of it. When Xiao Zhan went to take the medicine in the vitamin bottle, Dong Lara reminded Xiao Zhan, don't take the wrong one, it's a sleeping pill next to it. This reminder made Xiao Zhan coldly have an extra mind in his heart. Why not take a sleeping pill just in case? Xiao Zhan took the vitamin and gave it to Dong Lala, who pointed to the water cup and said, Handsome boy, take it with warm water. Oh. The water cup was handed to Dong Lala. Finally the medicine for low blood pressure was finished. Dong Lala immediately pretended to be cured and said to Xiao Zhan, Handsome, thank you for saving me. If I didn't meet you, I would have fainted on the street tonight and it would have been the end of me. Perhaps my entire life is accounted for. Xiao Zhan stood up. It's good that you're fine. I still have to go back to get my things. Saying that, he was about to walk towards the door. Just as he reached the door, his back was embraced by Dong Lara, who rushed over. Handsome boy, the grace of saving my life. I haven't repaid it yet. I can't just let you go. Xiao Zhan said. Stop it. Anyone who encounters this kind of thing will be like me. There's nothing to repay. I'm not an ungrateful person. If I didn't repay my savior, I wouldn't be able to sleep or eat. Living is just like being dead. Xiao Zhan was surprised. It would be that serious? Aha! So, I must repay you tonight. Treat me to dinner? No. Winter Lara twisted a little. Buy me a fancy dress? Or buy a car? Xiao Zhan felt that Dong Lala's family did not lack money, and that she wanted to repay the favor of saving her life. So perhaps she would have to gift Xiao Zhan with these manly beloved items. Neither. It's more expensive than this. Xiao Zhan thought hard and could not think of anything else. After freezing for a few seconds, suddenly Dong Lara said, Fool, I'm going to give it to you, little kisser. Saying that, her lips nudged over at Xiao Zhan. Wait, I'm not ready yet. Dong Lara laughed, feeling that Xiao Zhan had taken the bait. Men, seeing such a beautiful woman like me, my family is not bad. A big villa to live in, and a big consortium to support behind. Where to find a girl with such good conditions as me? Xiao Zhan blinked his eyes and pretended to be pleasantly surprised and said, You've thought about it and really want to have a little kiss with me? Well then, I know that your name is Xiao Zhan, Your father's name is Xiao Zhan, and your mom's name is Chen Ling. Even you work at Blue Crown Group. I know that. I'm really afraid of a man as good looking as you are. Tall, powerful, sweeping, and superbly literate. In short, you're the best man out of all the men I've seen. Xiao Zhan understood and nodded. So you put on a show today? Don Lara was exposed and was afraid that Xiao Zhan would be furious and feel that he had been cheated. Hurriedly, she said, handsome. No, don't misunderstand. I really have low blood pressure. It's just that sometimes it's severe and sometimes it's mild. So was it severe just now? Or was it mild? That, Don Lara muttered under her breath, not knowing what to say. Anyway, I want to repay you. Just give me a chance. Chapter 48. Wouldn't it be better to kiss on the bed? Xiao Zhan already knew the truth and had a response in mind. Wouldn't a kiss on the bed be better? Don Lara said with joy. Anyway, you have to take responsibility after doing the kissing thing. Winter Lara said, running to the bed. Handsome, come on. From now on, we are family. This is now our new room. Xiao Zhan revealed a bad smile. Close your eyes. I'm shy. When you fight, you are very brave. How come this is so timid? Don Lara wanted to own Xiao Zhan and still followed Xiao Zhan's request and closed her eyes. Open your mouth. I'm going to kiss. Xiao Zhan made the gesture that he was about to go up and kiss Don Lala. Don Lala was shy and happy as she opened her big mouth. Xiao Zhan sent the sleeping pills he had just gotten into her mouth. Good boy. First I'll give you a sugar bean. Sweet mouth. Then we'll kiss. Generally sleeping pills. The outer skin was really wrapped in a layer of sugar coating, and the person who ate it couldn't taste the bitter flavor of the drug at all. Don Lara felt that it was a sugar bean and swallowed it, saying to Xiao Zhan, it's very sweet, and when I eat it, my mouth will be sweet as well. That way, when you kiss it, it will feel like it tastes good. Don Lara's voice grew weaker as she spoke, and her hands slowly fell to the sides of her body. Her eyes involuntarily closed, and she finally let out an even breathing sound. Xiao Zhan smiled and let out a long breath. My virginity finally did not go bad into the hands of this woman. Returning home, Xiao Zhan fell into a deep sleep. Not knowing how long had passed, Xiao Zhan was awakened by a ringing phone. Xiao Zhan, why didn't you come to work? As soon as Xiao Zhan answered the phone, poker nose, questioning voice came from the phone. Xiao Zhan looked at the table and screamed out a bad. The time has reached 9 o'clock. Hey, it's all because last night called Don Lala tossed, came back too late. Xiao Zhan quickly put on his clothes and took a taxi to the unit to work. Poker Bull was standing at the door of the R&D department waiting to reprimand Xiao Zhan. It was so hard to catch Xiao Zhan making this little mistake. How could he let go of the opportunity to retaliate against Xiao Zhan and export his anger? Seeing Xiao Zhan jogging to the entrance of the R&D department, Poker Cow said with his hands on his hips, Xiao Zhan, you are late for work. As a punishment, you have to clean the R&D department's exterior glass. I'm going to personally inspect it in a moment. If you fool me and don't wipe the glass carefully, you must deduct your bonus for that month. No way. Who told us to be late for work? Xiao Zhan promised. Okay. Taking his hand basin and hand towel, he just went out the door and encountered President Blue Snow. Blue Snow asked Xiao Zhan, what are you doing with your hand basin and hand towel? Xiao Zhan honestly said, the manager let me wipe the glass. Wipe not clean to deduct my bonus for the month. Blue Snow turned around and shouted, manager. Poker Bull shivered, only to hear Blue Snow say with a face full of anger, Xiao Zhan is going to attend, with me, the group's partners costume show exhibition. You must clean the glass here. I will come to inspect it later, and if you can't clean it, you will be deducted from your bonus for the month. Xiao Zhan heard Blue Snow's decision, and his heart was so unhappy. He really wanted to give Blue Snow a thumbs up. Poker Cow can be bitter. Seeing a large glass wall, how long will it take to finish wiping? What is this called? This is called making your own death. Blue Snow warned Xiao Zhan when she saw his complacent look. Poker Cow must have caught your pigtail, otherwise it wouldn't be difficult for you. Say, why are you late for work? Xiao Zhan was not stupid. How could he say that he was with Don Lala at night? He could only helplessly say, slept through the station. Who hasn't had this? Blue Snow warned him, it's best to pin your tail down, or tell me to find out that there's something wrong with you. Humph. Xiao Zhan made a fearful face. President, your majestic look calls me so scared. Chapter 49 called me to be unable to stop. The next day, when the chairman of romantic clothing, Dong Ji Chang, was going to work, he passed by the door of his daughter Don Lala's room. Seeing his daughter's room door still closed, frowned. Generally at this time, according to the daughter's nature, Winter Lara would have gotten up long ago, staggering and yelling at the nanny, get me the clothes, and then wipe the shoes and put them by the door. But today, Winter Lara room's so quiet, no movement at all. Originally, the Winter longed to work with his daughter to the group, then participate in the Blue Crown Group tender. hundreds of billions of large orders. Relying solely on the Blue Crown Group, a company certainly cannot be completed. Blue Crown has to cooperate with other enterprises to complete this big order. If the cooperative order could be contracted, it would bring a lot of revenue to the romantic clothing group. Winter's chief was eager to get the opportunity to cooperate with Blue Crown Group. Therefore, he got up early today to prepare for the Blue Crown Group's bidding meeting. Seeing that his daughter hadn't gotten up yet, he called his wife over. "What's wrong with Lara today?" His wife shook her head. "I don't know. Take care. Your daughter is so old. She might have something on her mind." Toshinobu admonished his wife. His wife nodded. After the head of Winter left, his wife called one of her daughter's friends in the rich second-generation circle, Moonlight. Moonlight's family was in Jianghai City, and although it wasn't considered a first-class family, it was still barely considered an upper-class family. And yellow hair. Winter, Lara and these rich children often play in one place. Life is also comfortable and happy. Early in the morning received Winter Lara her mother's phone. Moonlight, some surprise. Do not know what happened to Winter Lara. Moonlight softly asked, "Auntie, what's the matter with you?" On the phone Lala's mom asked, "Lara is especially abnormal today. You guys are often together. Nothing happened, right?" Moonbeam said, "Nothing special has happened. So Auntie, I'll be at your house in a while, to see Lara." Putting down the phone, Moonlight got dressed and drove towards Winter Lala's house. After arriving at Winter Lala's house and greeting Lala's mom, she started knocking on Winter Lala's room door. It was a while before Winter Lala's confused voice came out. "Who is it?" Moonlight said. "Lala, it's Moonlight." Only then did Dawn Lala half open her eyes. Wearing slippers, get out of bed and open the door. The sunlight at 8 o'clock in the morning was very harsh, stimulating Winter Lara to wake up for a few moments. "Sukiakari, what are you doing here?" Sukiakari said worriedly. "You were uncharacteristically absent from getting up and going to work, so they all thought something had happened to you, so they came to check on you. You are too wild. Tell me, where did you go wild last night?" Only then did Dawn Lara remember that she wanted to kiss Xiao Zhan last night. She hurriedly looked at her underwear and panties, and reached out to touch between her legs, confirming that there was nothing abnormal before revealing an embarrassed smile. "I ran into it again yesterday. That Xiao Zhan who danced with us, but didn't get it." Moonlight scratched Lala's nose with her own hand and shamed her. "Isn't it going to be Lala Lala? You guys have no shame." Winter Lala firmly said, "It's not easy to see such a handsome man. You don't see him punching out and knocking down a lot of people at once. It makes me love. Moonlight said. "What? He beat people?" Winter Lara's eyes were on fire. "It's a shame you didn't get to see him beat people up. He doesn't just speak all kinds of foreign languages, and he doesn't just dance with us. The punches and kicks are top-notch as well. That's why they call me horny." Chapter 50, The Wild and Berserk Winter Lara. "So then, what happened last night when you ran into him?" Moonlight was a little embarrassed for Winter Lara. Winter Lara said, "If something happened, do you think I'd still be here with you having a good natter?" Moonlight nodded. "That's right. If the two of you really did that, you'd be pulling people's hair right now and going to register your marriage." Winter Lara seemed to have made up her mind. Just because nothing happened last night doesn't mean there's no possibility of it happening in the future. Winter Lara, will not let him go. Luna warned. "Lala, you'd better give up on this idea. I see that Lan Shui is very interested in Xiao Zhan. Our family's wealth is not as good as others, and our looks are not as good as others. Just don't make a fool of yourself." Dawn Lara interrupted her. "The chairman of the Blue Crown Group has huge assets, so he definitely needs to find a marriage with a rich man who is a good match for his family. Nowadays it's all about powerful unions. Lan Dingfeng won't let an ordinary employee be the son-in-law of the president of such a large group." Moonlight said. "Today, Blue Crown Group is going to conduct a bidding process, and Xiao Zhan is working at Blue Crown Group, so you want to pursue him. How about we go together?" Dawn Lara was violently reminded. "I remembered that Huang Kuan's cousin Lu Fugue is very handsome and has a large family industry. Lu Fugue also often hangs out with models and also walks the runway in newly designed clothing from time to time. If he was told to get close to Lan Shui, letting Lan Dingfeng know of his existence, most likely, Lan Dingfeng will let Lan Shui marry him in order to strengthen business cooperation." Dawn Lara thought wishfully, and the more she said, the more she felt that this was possible. If, for example, Lu Fugue stalked Lan Shui, and Lan Dingfeng had his eyes on Lu Fugue's family's industry, then, by getting Xiao Zhan into his hands, there would be no more competition. Saying that he would do it, Dawn Lara hurriedly sent an invitation to Lu Fugue, who was in their rich second-generation circle. Without thinking, Lu Fugue replied to him saying, "Aren't you too smart not to think that our family will also go for the bidding? That $100 billion cake is too attractive. If I can bid to qualify as a partner, it is worth it to re-enter an assembly line. Besides, I'm a handsome man who is about to show off my charms on the catwalk. It will also increase the competitive chips for the family industry." That's why our family will definitely go to this bidding meeting as well. Dong Lara didn't blame Lu Fuguei for saying that he wasn't smart. His attention was on the news that their family was also going to participate in the bidding fair. This news, hearing that Lu Fuguei will definitely participate in the bidding meeting, she said happily, "Cheer up, I'm telling you, if you perform well, you'll definitely attract Blue Snow's attention, most likely, being handpicked by Blue Crown's chairman, Lan Dingfeng, as a dragon's son-in-law, your life will be on the up and up," Lu Fuguei said smugly. "This matter has a high chance of success, just watch how I firmly suck the eyeballs of Lan Dingfeng's father and daughter." Dong Lara raised her hand to signal Moon, and the two clapped their hands. "Our plan will definitely succeed," Moonlight said. "Lu Fuguei attracts Lan Shui, you attract Xiao Zhan. A love drama is about to unfold." Moon bowed her head and smiled lightly, immediately being able to see Xiao Zhan again. Dong Lara quickly packed up and went with Moon to the Blue Crown Group's bidding site. Moonlight secretly muttered in her heart, not knowing whether the sensible and cerebral Blue Snow could defeat the wild and berserk Winter Lara. He had better not participate in their battle, quietly as a spectator is good. Chapter 51, Attracting Blue Snow's Male Model. The Blue Crown Group's bidding meeting was in full swing. In order to better reflect the design concept of the French clothing master, Blue Crown Group specially built a T-shaped runway at the bidding meeting. Blue Crown Group selected several tall, beautifully shaped employees. Professional models were invited to give guidance to them as they walked the runway on the T-stage. As a beautiful man, Xiao Zhan deserved to be selected as a temporary model. Xiao Zhan was reluctant in 100 ways. "I've never been a model. Letting me wear French clothes on stage and walk the runway, isn't that making me a fool?" Because he was unwilling to go on stage and was ridiculed by people, Xiao Zhan simply hid in the toilet. Lan Shui was reluctant. "You're the brightest man in the company, and if a man like you isn't willing to go on stage to walk the show, who else can you expect? Didn't you hide in the toilet? I'll see if you come out." Lan Shui instructed Zhang Yi. "You go up to the toilet door and block him, see if he comes out." Zhang Yi had no choice but to guard the door of the men's restroom. Xiao Zhan originally wanted to return to his workstation after Blue Snow had filled the modeling quota. It didn't occur to him that Zhang Yi was tired of standing and begged him bitterly, "Brother standing in the toilet, does the air smell good? Come out if it doesn't smell good." Xiao Zhan seemed to have no way to avoid it, so he had to come out of the toilet. Returning to the workstation with Zhang Yi, he said to Lan Shui, "You're purely driving the duck to the shelf. If I don't get it right, I'm afraid that my worldly face will be ruined on the T-stage." Blue Snow told him, "This you can rest assured. Ruined your face? No one will want you in the future. I cover the bottom, guaranteed that you can get married." The R&D department resounded with good-natured laughter. Only Poker Cow bloated and waited to see Xiao Zhan's joke. The models that were invited, in such a short period of time, could only roughly teach these selected employees to walk the runway in the T-runway pose. T-type platform of learning can be big to go, so teach and did not teach, the difference is not big. When these handsome men and women, walking on the temporary T platform, learning the posture of the models twisting around, swaying from side to side, the sound of the stage called down, one after another, "Boo, not a good look. Get off. This is not modeling. This is selling. Well, shaking and swaying, are you posing for the boss? Shoo, shoo, shoo." The whistles of blowing down the goodies came and went. The employees in the front row of the runway failed and were scolded by the people. Shrugging their heads, they returned backstage. Just then, a tall, handsome man walked up to the T-stage change room. "Need to save the day?" The tall man asked Blue Snow. "Who are you?" Blue Snow didn't recognize the man. Winter Lara, dressed in a pink dress, walked up accompanied by Huang Kuan. Blue Snow still had some impression of Winter Lara, knowing that she was the daughter of the chairman of the romantic group. Huang Kuan also looked familiar and knew that these people were the sons and daughters of entrepreneurs. Huang Kuan opened his mouth and said, "This is my cousin Lu Fuguei. Their enterprises also came to participate in the bidding, and he is a model. Walking the catwalk is very good at it." Blue Snow was worried about the runway show, how to like to end. Now the temporary modeling staff have been scolded by the people. Do not dare to go to the stage. Now see Lu Fuguei. Blue Snow eyes light up. At a glance, she could tell that Lu Fuguei was a model. Blue Snow happily leads Lu Fuguei to the changing room. She changed Lu Fuguei into French fashion. Wow, it is really a famous product with a famous model. It looks great. Chapter 52, My Man, Don't Think of Me. Lan Shui's eyes showed admiration for Lu Fuguei. When Lu Fuguei walked out of the changing room, he exchanged glances with Don Lala, which meant, the first step, successful. Lu Fuguei held the model's frame and walked towards the T-stage step by step. Just now, under the T-stage, the booing of a mocking crowd suddenly quieted down. Aha, not bad. This is the posture that a model should have. A bored, very model-like, Hearing the compliments from the adults, Lu Fugue's confidence grew, a perfect turn, unfolding the clothes with his hands. Taking standard stage steps, he made another beautiful appearance. Wow! Because the previous employees performed so poorly, there was a clear contrast with Lu Fugue's successful catwalk, so the audience reacted strongly. Seeing that the opportunity had arrived, Dong Lara wore a pink costume and came to the depressed Xiao Zhan. Handsome, you are not needed here. Look at Lan Shui and his father, underneath the T stage. Keep applauding Lu Fugue. Lu Fugue is the one they desire. Lu Fugue's family has huge assets. Blue Crown will only earn bigger profits if they join forces with such a company. Xiao Zhan asked indifferently. And what does that have to do with me? I merely want to do something. Use what I have learned to benefit society and add light and color to it. Dong Lara clapped her hands and said, well, that's good. Speaking in a lofty manner. But at the moment, people already can't see you. Why don't you go to romantic clothing group? I guarantee you can sit and do high positions. Xiao Zhan nodded and said, very tempting. Dong Lara continued to pursue. And then, without thinking, Xiao Zhan stood up and threw out a sentence. Not going. At this time, Lan Shui walked to the back of the day and urged Lu Fugue to change into another costume. Dong Lala pointed at them and said quietly, look, people are already shoulder to shoulder, coming together. What's the point of you staying here? Come with me. Lu Fugue changed his clothes again and walked onto the catwalk. Lan Shui turned around and saw Dong Lala standing next to Xiao Zhan. Coldly, Lan Shui's voice rang out. Xiao Zhan, the modeling show is what you're working on today. Hurry up and change outfits. Xiao Zhan replied back in Winter Lala's words. I'm no longer useful here. Why are you calling me? After Xiao Zhan finished speaking, he stole a glance at Blue Snow to see what kind of expression Blue Snow had. Blue Snow looked at Xiao Zhan in surprise. Xiao Zhan had never been an enthusiastic and upwardly mobile character and had never said anything so decadent. Taking a look at Dong Lara standing next to Xiao Zhan, she immediately understood that the words did not come from Xiao Zhan's mouth. Because of the large order of $100 billion, and also to get a good cooperation with the romantic clothing group, it was not good to tear the skin with Winter Lara. But to you, Xiao Zhan, you can't be polite. Blue Snow domineering president's aura full open, also in order to declare sovereignty in front of Winter Lara. Coldly, the serious and proper Lan Shui took square steps and walked towards Xiao Zhan in a graceful manner. However, when she arrived in front of Xiao Zhan, the picture changed completely and coldly grabbed Xiao Zhan's ear. You are my man. Why don't you listen to me? You give me the runway. Dong Lara was baffled. When was he your man? Does your dad know he exists as a man? Blue Snow said in a tone of absolute dominance. Our family affairs. You stay out of it. Ask Uncle Dong to find you a good one later. This one is mine. Don't even think about it. Chapter 53, shouting for joy all the way. Dong Lala, looking at Xiao Zhan being carried by Blue Snow by the ears. Ouch yell. AI yell. All the way to scream with joy. As she walked away, Winter Lala was furious and stomped her feet. I'm not convinced. Blue Snow you bully. Xiao Zhan followed Dong Lala and came to the changing room. Xiao Zhan bitterly said, walking the catwalk. I really don't know how. Blue Snow didn't care about that. The car will be there. Maybe the moment you walk on the catwalk, everything will be there. No worse than a professional model. Hands and feet were busy putting on the French clothing for Xiao Zhan. As Blue Snow scrutinized Xiao Zhan, right at this moment, the divine signing system sounded again. Ding! Detected that the host is preparing to walk the T stage. Please sign in. Xiao Zhan was suffering from not knowing how to walk the T-shaped platform. The system came like timely rain. Xiao Zhan immediately said, sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. All the technical essentials of walking the T-shaped platform are provided to the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, rewarding the host with the lightweight skills from the Sunflower Treasure Classic. Xiao Zhan was still able to understand the first reward. The second reward was puzzling. Walking a T-stage. How could it be related to the lightweight skills in the Sunflower Treasure Cannon? What's going on? Could it be another mystery? Blue Snow lovingly patted Xiao Zhan's back and pushed forward. Quick! It's your turn to appear. When Xiao Zhan took his first step towards the T-stage, a small person appeared in his mind, and all the poses and essentials of walking the T-stage were shown to Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan only needed to internalize the villain in his mind and put every step into place. It didn't occur to Xiao Zhan that the moment he stood on the T-stage, shouting sounds rang out from underneath the stage. So handsome, so stylish. Originally, Xiao Zhan did not have any certainty that he would be able to win people's applause on the T-stage. He watched his colleagues being laughed at and driven off the stage. He thought, as long as people don't spit at me, I'm lucky. It really didn't occur to him that just as soon as he made his appearance, he heard people's admiration. Instantly, Xiao Zhan had some confidence. The steps on the T-stage were also much more steady. It was a change from the previous constraints of those models who were at a loss for words. It reawakened the sense of beauty that people felt when they appreciated the clothing. Well, this set of clothing is very handsome when worn on a young man. Let's contract the processing of this set of clothing, and we will definitely see a huge increase in sales. Watching Xiao Zhan stride in, he again made a sideways turn at the very front of the tea stage, aptly flipping up the inside of the garment. So dashing, handsome man. Under the countless flashing lights, Xiao Zhan came even more energized, solely giving up on the villain in his inner vision mind. The posing boss was even more charismatic. The young girls shouted exaggeratedly, "Handsome guy, you electrified me," begging for a phone call, begging for a tweet. Winter Lara sat there puffing and moonlighting, saying, "Lara, what's wrong with you? Isn't he the pretty boy you're after? Quickly clap and cheer for him." Originally, Don Lala had already had 3 encounters with Xiao Zhan. Moreover, just now, Xiao Zhan saw Lan Shui busy changing clothes for Lu Fugue. Cynicism had already arisen in his heart. This Don Lala had already seen it. When she was about to compel Xiao Zhan to her side, Lan Shui snatched Xiao Zhan back again. Don Lara was depressed and angry. This time, when she saw Xiao Zhan on the stage, she displayed her poise and was really handsome. Don Lara couldn't help but think, if Xiao Zhan was allowed to make a fool of himself on stage, Lan Shui would inevitably complain about him, blame him, and even cause the two to quarrel would be a possibility. It was very likely that the two would develop a grudge over this. Then it's not impossible for me to take advantage of the situation and capture the handsome man's favor. So he sent a message to Lu Fugue, strive to walk the runway at the same time as Xiao Zhan, then find a way to disrupt his pace. Chapter 54, Just One Bright Moon. Lu Fugue plotted that it would be best to make Xiao Zhan fall. This way, if he makes a big scandal, his image will be greatly diminished in Lan Shui's heart. You will then have a chance to get close to Lan Shui and win her heart. Lu Fugue replied to Don Lala, "I'm afraid it's difficult, and I don't know what stage the two of them have reached. Trying to intervene is not always successful." Don Lala encouraged him. "Their relationship is very average. I'm afraid they haven't even met their parents. Their relationship is as thin as paper. What else do you have to worry about?" Lu Fugue also perceived that Don Lala was very attached to destroying the relationship between Lan Shui and Xiao Zhan. Could it be that she had some ulterior plans? "Lala, you're so attached to me walking the runway. Do you have your own little plans?" Don Lala was not good at thinking in the first place, and after letting Lu Fugue see through her mind, she no longer hid it. "As long as you squeeze Xiao Zhan off the catwalk, the result will be favorable to both of us. You should be able to think of that. Ha ha ha. Lara, you have your eyes on Xiao Zhan?" Lu Fugue couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Don Lala egged him back. "I've got my eyes on Xiao Zhan, and you've also got your heart set on Lan Shui. Right. So, you'd better do as I say. Then there's hope that both of our wishes will come true." Moonlight listened to the conversation between Don Lala and Lu Fugue from the side. It felt funny. These two hadn't thought too simply. Emotions, if they can be broken up so easily, or if they can be easily obtained by looking at someone, then were feelings still called feelings? Although Moonlight also had a good feeling about Xiao Zhan, thinking that she absolutely could not control Xiao Zhan, she could only admire Xiao Zhan from afar. Lu Fugue was overwhelmed by the irresistible sensual impact brought to him by Lan Shui's family background, as well as her beauty, which made him decide to just follow the method that Don Lala said, and boogie once. At this moment, Xiao Zhan looked smug as he heard the enthusiastic cheers from the audience on stage. The more dashingly he walked on the stage, the level of cheering was even more enthusiastic and long-lasting than the level of cheering Lu Fugue received earlier. A somewhat older audience member said, "His rigid and upright body resembles Dine. Aha, the face is just as handsome as Fei Xiang's, unlike what little fresh meat nowadays. Effeminate. In addition to a small white face, there is nothing to see." In fact, there was another person behind the audience, and that was Tang, who had once been declared by Lan Shui to be his sister-in-law, and felt that his pursuit of Lan Shui had failed. Originally, Tang represented the Tang clan and was here to sign a cooperation contract with Blue Crown Group. He didn't expect to see a big drama of jealousy on the tea stage. There was nothing wrong with Lu Fugue saving the day and getting a favorable review, but he favored always casting probing glances towards Lan Dingfeng. Tang sneaked backstage and saw the passionate, fiery, hot look that emerged from Lu Fugue's eyes when Lan Shui commanded the backstage personnel and changed his costume. He secretly lamented that he did not know at which point this cannon fodder on the road of love was going to be eliminated by Xiao Zhan. When Lu Fugue replaced the model that came out from the other side of the tea stage with Xiao Zhan, together, they walked up with Xiao Zhan. A smile appeared at the corner of Tang's mouth. A big show was about to take place. On one side was Lu Fugue, who had successfully saved the day. On one side was Xiao Zhan, who was highly popular and made the audience on stage look mesmerized. The audience stood up as the two appeared together. Two male gods, twin stars shining together. Fantastic. The corner of Lu Fugue's mouth revealed an imperceptible cold smile. Twin star glow? No. I want a bright moon to spill over the earth. Chapter 55, Secret Poking. Lu Fugue took advantage of the opening in making the posture of turning his body dramatically, deliberately taking 2 steps back. He wanted to suddenly give Xiao Zhan a violent blow that would knock him over. Xiao Zhan was a body that had been transformed by the sunflower treasure tantra, and the stability of his body was beyond Lu Fugue's imagination. Xiao Zhan thought that Lu Fugue had misplaced his footsteps when he was walking on the stage, and that was why he had coldly leaned towards him. There was no way to know that he had conspired with Don Lala to make a fool of him. After Xiao Zhan helped Lu Fugue, he also urged, "Steady." Lu Fugue, however, did not expect that the moment he slammed into Xiao Zhan, it felt like he had slammed into a huge mountain, which he could not shake at all. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but flinch. Not this time. There was still the moment when he reached the end of the T-shaped platform. Lu Fugue, in order to cover up his behavior, even nodded his head to Xiao Zhan when he helped him up to show his gratitude. Xiao Zhan walked towards the front again with ease and panache. Lu Fugue secretly poked and prodded as he walked beside Xiao Zhan. In his heart, he calculated the distance between Xiao Zhan and himself. It was almost time to reach the front end of the T-shaped platform. This was a case of if you don't act, there won't be a next time. To say that models did the most action at the front end of the T-stage, Lu Fugue directly leapt in front of Xiao Zhan and used all his strength to slam Xiao Zhan towards the stage, and then he himself threw the costume back with both hands. Looking very dashing, Xiao Zhan was enjoying the cheers of the people. How could he have expected Lu Fugue to have this hand? At this moment, he was ruffling the costume with his hands and showing it to everyone. The moment he was kicked off the T-stage, his 2 hands could not help but spread out like a swallow spreading its wings. The lightness given by the system at this time appropriately played a wonderful role. Xiao Zhan lightly landed on the ground, clasped his hands and gave a deep salute to the audience, showing everyone some lightness. "I hope you all like it." Saying this, his body reached upwards and soared back up to the T-stage. Lu Fugue had expected Xiao Zhan to let out a scream the moment he fell off the stage. There was still some intolerance in his heart. It did not occur to him that not only did he not hear a miserable scream, he also heard the audience applauding him. Wonderful. An extra performance of lightness. This model is awesome. Not to mention, Blue Crown Group is really a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The employees really have a lot of skills. Lan Shui sat next to Lan Dingfeng. Seeing her dad nodding slightly, she even gave a thumbs up. This young man is really good. This move is simply brilliant. Another look at his daughter, who hadn't gotten married yet. "Schwerer, if he becomes our family's son-in-law, I don't know if you're willing." Lan Shui cried and laughed. "Dad, this is the 3rd time you've said this. Earlier, when you saw the guy who wears the same diamond ring as me and knows martial arts, you said you wanted to take him as your son-in-law. After that, you said that the poem recited by that new employee was very beautiful and very cultured with high literary attainments. It is very suitable to be our son-in-law. Now you're looking at this young man who can do light kung fu. Dad, you're simply too greedy to change your mind." Inserting a sentence here, because they were going to walk on the catwalk, all the models were not allowed to wear anything, so at this time, Xiao Zhan was not wearing a ring. Plus, that morning, Lan Dingfeng was watching Xiao Zhan fight from a distance and did not get a good look at Xiao Zhan's face. Lan Dingfeng also revealed an embarrassed smile at the fact that he was looking at the young man walking the catwalk again. "Schwerer, if you hurry up and take your son-in-law home, why is it so hard for me to see outstanding young men and want them to marry you?" Lan Shui pouted. "Dad, look at what you're saying. It's as if your daughter can't get married." On the T-stage, Xiao Zhan already knew what Lu Fugue's intentions were. Chapter 56, Too Obvious. Because the first time he crashed over, Xiao Zhan ruled it as a mistake that could be forgiven. To have to come a second time, it would be too obvious and too much. At this moment, Xiao Zhan only needed to raise his hand and slightly snap his fingers, and Lu Fugue would have to fall to the ground and roll around a few times. However, this was the Blue Crown Group's bidding meeting, $100 billion of large orders, and was counting on accomplishing it with these entrepreneurs watching the runway show at the bottom of the stage. At this time, if you retaliate against Lu Fugue and make the scene bloody, then this bidding meeting is going to be over. Blue Crown wouldn't be able to complete the $100 billion order and would pay a large fine. Therefore, Xiao Zhan calmed down, decided to find Lu Fugue to settle the score after the success of the runway show. "Kid, letting you off the hook now doesn't mean I will forgive you." Underneath the stage, Dawn Lara was about to prepare for Xiao Zhan to fall down the T-stage when she ran over to help him up before offering a red heart of her own. Sitting in the shadows, Tang was more than ready to watch a big drama between the dragon and tiger. What made them not even think about it was that Xiao Zhan would actually be able to do lightweight feats. Not only did he not fall off the stage and make a fool of himself by falling to the ground, but he also won the hoots and hollers of the audience underneath the stage because of the action of spreading his wings with both arms. Lu Fugue was also stunned, not expecting Xiao Zhan to be so skilled. It seemed that he had met another strong opponent. Tang, on the other hand, was secretly glad that he didn't go up on stage this time, or else the one who lost face would only be himself. After the men's clothing display, the women's clothing display began. Moonlight's family's Moon Group, compared to Blue Crown Group, Romance Group, and Tang's Group, were all smaller in scale, but Moonlight's father was eager to get a piece of the $100 billion order, a small cake. He persuaded his daughter to participate in the fashion show held by the Blue Crown Group. Blue Crown Group is short of catwalk talent. If Moonlight to join in, will give Blue Crown Group president left a good impression. Perhaps you can really get the opportunity to cooperate and earn profits. Moonlight, egged on by her dad, walked up to Blue Snow and pleaded, "Let me participate in the fashion show as well." Blue Snow was worried that no one could walk well, and seeing that Moonlight, a beautiful woman with a top-notch figure and appearance, was going to walk in the show, she asked happily, "You know how to catwalk?" Moonlight confidently said, "I can only walk better than Lu Fugue, not worse than him." Blue Snow added, "Call all your friends who can catwalk. I welcome them." Moonlight turned around and called Winter Lala over as well. Blue Snow saw Winter Lara and didn't have a favorable impression of her. However, there was a shortage of female models at the moment, so she could only suppress her revulsion and told the backstage staff to lead the two of them to get dressed. As soon as Moonlight appeared on stage, her beautiful face, coupled with her soft and mesmerizing temperament, it immediately drew the attention of the audience on stage. This girl, soft and feminine, so ethereal, sedate and soft, bewitching eyes, very lethal. People were talking about Moonlight's appearance, but not many paid attention to the big, wild message that Winter Lara unleashed. As the two of them made their way to the end of the T stage, flashing lights flashed at Moonlight. Moonbeam had never seen the gusto before. The frequent flashes of light pierced Moonlight's eyes. It was impossible to see where the edge of the T-shaped platform was, but it was not possible to keep posing without taking steps. Moonlight had to follow her previous memories and step forward. The flashlight that had been following Moonlight came to an abrupt end. Moonbeam didn't know what had happened, and her mind was still wondering. "I didn't make a mistake. Why is it so quiet?" Chapter 57, waiting for death to come. But in the next second, Moonlight took a step into the air and planted his head downward from the T-shaped platform. It could be imagined that if Moonlight landed on her head, she would have suffered severe injuries and become a vegetable even if she didn't die. Xiao Zhan finished the fashion show and was standing under the stage with his co-workers, enjoying the women's performance. Seeing this scene, he couldn't think too much and opened his hands, shooting towards Moonlight. People saw just a flash of light in front of their eyes, and Xiao Zhua had already pounced under the stage. Just at the moment when Moonlight closed her eyes in despair, waiting for death to come, her body was firmly held by strong and powerful arms. Could it be that he had died and met an angel? Because Moonlight felt herself being held by the angel slowly rising up to the stage. It took a long time for the stunned people to erupt in applause. "Young man, good job. Divine stunts, better than even Captain America. Thanks to this lad. Otherwise the girl would have died. Give your body to me, girl. Ha ha ha." Only when she heard the good-natured laughter from the stage did Moonlight raise her head in embarrassment. It turned out to be that Xiao Zhan again, and Moonlight hurriedly struggled to get down from Xiao Zhan's arms. So many girls looked favorably on Xiao Zhan, and although she loved him as well, it was obvious that she was not qualified to win his affection. Yu Guang just had a red face and kept nodding her thanks to Xiao Zhan. This scene put Dawn Lala, who was standing on the side, envious to death. How good it would be if she was careless and fell off the stage, to also be able to lie in Xiao Zhan's arms for a while. How happy that would be. However, why wasn't it me that this happened? Dawn Lara thought with chagrin. The French designers that Blue Crown Group had contracted, the fashions they had designed had all been displayed. The group bosses of large corporations had walked up to Blue Dingfeng to strike up a conversation, asking to discuss cooperation matters with the president. Blue Snow, Moonlight and her father stood there, not moving to call. Feeling that her own group company was simply too small compared to these business giants, it was likely that they would be rejected by the Blue Crown Group. However, there was a fluke mentality. If they could pick up the remaining grain of sesame, it would also be very good. What they did not expect was that Blue Snow, in the process of negotiating with people, unintentionally saw the Moonlight father and daughter sitting in the corner. Blue Snow quickly called the staff, the Moonlight father and daughter over. Pulling Moonlight's hand, he said, "It is because of your support for the women's stage that the costume show was successfully completed. Business partners need sincere cooperation. Small scale does not mean that the task of cooperation cannot be accomplished. As long as you maintain the equipment well, in the specified time, complete the order." Next, Blue Snow and Moon Group signed the first cooperative order. Moonlight's father was so excited for a moment that tears were coming out of his eyes. Holding onto Blue Snow's hand tightly, he said. Thank you. On the way back, Moonlight couldn't help but exclaim. Luckily, I was smart enough not to be like Winter Lara and grab Xiao battle with Blue Snow. His dad was immersed in the joy of being about to make a lot of money and didn't listen to all of Moonlight's words, only hearing Moonlight say that he wanted to rob something. Then he lectured and said, in the future, don't fool around with those dudes and rob anything. Turn around and you have to be the supervisor and do this big business well. In the future, our family will become a famous family. When Lan Shui and all the big groups that had been selected by the Blue Crown Group finished talking about their intentions to cooperate, only then did she have the time to raise her head and look for Xiao Zhan's figure. Chapter 58. What's going on at home? The Blue Crown Group was now resting on its laurels. Lan Shui stretched her tired and sore old waist and used her gaze to eagerly look for Xiao Zhan. Lu Fugui's family's large group had already negotiated with Blue Crown Group. Lu Fugui had a satisfied smile on his face and was about to leave the venue with the group's deputies. Xiao Zhan sneered. Isn't it very satisfying? Haven't you already negotiated everything? This time I want you to return me a fair, mad, dare to play dirty with both of us, then I will ask you to appreciate my power. Watching Lu Fugui and his deputies sitting in their own cars, Lu Fugui started the car. His Maybach roared and was about to drive away. Xiao Zhan put the stone in his hand and in one go, flicked it out of his hand. The stone went in from this end of the tire and came out from that end, running through the entire front tire. It should be said that the Sunflower Treasure Dictionary's Kung Fu is really well known, only to see that Lu Fugui's car didn't drive far. The front wheel of the car collapsed violently. The car turned its head to one side and crashed towards the iron fence of the barrier. Bam! The iron fence was knocked out with a big hole, and the car also overturned on the ground. After a while, Lu Fugui climbed out of the car with a face full of blood. While cursing, he called for help. It seems that it is only a scrape on the cheek, a flesh wound. No big deal. His deputies, who had already run away in the car, rushed back and sent him to the hospital. Let Lu Fugui puzzled things. His Maybach is a top luxury car. How did the car tires burst? The big order of $100 billion for French clothing signed by Blue Crown Group has completely fallen into place and started the preparation work before production. The May Day vacation was also about to arrive. Xiao Zhan returned home and saw two familiar figures. Mom and Dad, why are you here? Chen Ling returned with a straight face. My son's home. Come whenever you want. What's wrong? Xiao Zhan was immediately discouraged. Right. You are the biggest master. It's more convenient to come to your son's home than to return to your own home. Chen Ling asked probingly. Son, you don't seem to welcome your mom. Where? Mom and Dad, let me take you outside to eat hot pot. Xiao Zhan asked. Chen Ling said in a serious tone. Son, it's not easy to earn some money. Mom knows that you love to eat hot pot, and has bought back all the ingredients for eating hot pot. Xiao Zhan was speechless, but a moment later, Lan Shui said she wanted to come up to the house for this matter. How to solve it? Well, Xiao Zhan turned on the induction cooker and the pot was brought over. Chen Ling put the prepared vegetable materials on the table and told to wait for the water in the pot to boil and put the ingredients in. At this time, Xiao Zhan's cell phone rang. Xiao Zhan took a look and really feared what was coming. Lan Shui came to the phone. Xiao Zhan, I'm exhausted at this stage. I want to come up to your house for a meal and relax. So what? I'm waiting for you at the hot pot restaurant. Do you fancy it? Xiao Zhan didn't want Lan Shui and Mom to meet yet. Once these two women met, it was obvious that there were going to be a lot more things. The hot pot store's base is too oily. I don't love to eat. Why don't I buy the base and we get it ourselves? Put whatever you want. Lan Shui proposed. Xiao Zhan turned back to look at the table, which was already full of hot pot ingredients. If Lan Shui buys another wave over, then what the hell? Can't even put it in hurriedly said. So what? Let's not eat hot pot. I'll lead you to eat shanxi meat buns. How about it? You've never eaten this before. Lan Shui felt that Xiao Zhan's reaction today was a bit abnormal. Why did he always want to go outside to eat? Why can't he buy the ingredients at home and make it to eat? How strange. Could it be that something happened at home? Chapter 59. Talent that can live a life. Lan Shui asked tentatively. Xiao Zhan, you seem to be hiding something from me. Say, what kind of people have come to the house? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan's tone softened and his voice seemed extraordinarily gentle. President, I just want to go out to eat with you. Look at it this way. I can drive for you. You can also lean on my shoulder and smell my scent. After Xiao Zhan finished, he felt very shameless. But before, Lan Shui really said that his flavor was very fragrant. Lan Shui heard Xiao Zhan finish, feeling that this condition was indeed very tempting. Leaning on Xiao Zhan's shoulder to sweeten things up was really good, but on Xiao Zhan's initiative to throw himself to her more and more puzzled. There was a great interest in what kind of person came to Xiao Zhan's home. Blue Snow said with extreme gentleness, I miss the sofa I slept on, where I left my beautiful dreams. You, I can see every day, but with the sofa in your home, The number of times we meet is very limited, so I decided to have a close encounter with the sofa in your home. First, Xiao Zhan slammed his head when he heard the sound of Lan Shui starting the car. Finished. This time the acting is bad. To wear the rhythm of the gang ah. A moment later, in apprehension, the door was finally knocked. Chen Ling seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a long time, and her movements were even faster than Xiao Zhan's. At this moment, just like a 100-meter athlete grabbing the finish line championship, dabbing, she leapt in front of Xiao Zhan and opened the door of the room before him. Standing in front of Chen Ling was a beautiful woman who stood in a pavilion and was as beautiful as a painting. And you are? Lan Shui hurriedly introduced. Auntie, my name is Lan Shui. I am the president of the Blue Crown Group. You are Xiao Zhan's mom? Chen Ling was somewhat baffled. President? Such a big figure? Then what are you doing here at Xiao Zhan's place? Lan Shui said with some embarrassment. Auntie, don't call me president, just call me Little Snow. I'm chasing Xiao Zhan right now, but Xiao Zhan is very reserved and hasn't promised me yet. Chen Ling was even more puzzled. Xiao Zhan is reserved and hasn't promised such a beautiful girl? What's going on? Seeing Chen Ling's surprised eyes grow wider and wider, Lan Shui added, Auntie, don't worry, I will treat Xiao Zhan very well, and if you have any requests for me, you can also raise them. Lan Shui loved Xiao Zhan too much, so of course she valued Xiao Zhan's family. Right after Lan Shui finished saying these words, Chen Ling, who was listening very well, gradually let out a glow in her eyes. Oh, so that's how it is. You like Xiao Zhan, so you often come here? Chen Ling finally matched the voice of the girl she heard on the phone, with the girl standing in front of her. It turned out to be so. Xiao Zhan, you brat, you still hid it from me for so long, only to hear Lan Shui say, Auntie, I have already proposed to Xiao Zhan. Old comrade Xiao Han, who was watching them speak from the side, had his eyes dropping. Chen Ling seemed to be jumping up and down with joy, but age did not allow her to do so. It could only clap her hands a little. Good ah. Lan Shui glanced at Xiao Zhan, but he rejected me, and I don't know what's not to his taste. What? Xiao Zhan rejected you? Chen Ling looked at Xiao Zhan, with an air of asking, are you itching? Xiao Zhan's back went cold. Mom, listen to my explanation. Chen Ling waved her hand. Eat now. After dinner in a while, I'll give you the chance to explain. Turning around again, she gently asked Lan Shui, Little Snow, do you love hot pot? Blue Snow returned in a very ladylike manner. If Xiao Zhan loves to eat, I love to eat. I follow him. Old comrade Xiao Han winked at his old companion Chen Ling. This is a replica of marrying a chicken and following the chicken and marrying the dog. A model housewife. A talent who can live a good life. Chapter 60, Marriageable and Childbearing Age. The four mouths of people sat around the hot pot, and the hot air coming out of the hot pot smoked the faces of several people. It was also possible that it was due to the joy and excitement. During the meal, Chen Ling kept using the communal chopsticks to give Blue Snow what she thought was delicious. For her part, Lan Shui kept nodding her head and said, Thank you. Chen Ling completely ignored the existence of Xiao Zhan as her son. It seemed to really treat Lan Shui as her daughter. It seemed like the daughter-in-law to be and mother-in-law to be were getting along happily. Lan Shui had enough to eat and drink, and, seeing that it was getting late, was about to go home. However, when Blue Snow came to Xiao Zhan's house today, she was missing an important part. That is, she didn't smell sweet and squint on the sofa for a while, so Blue Snow lingered to look at the sofa, especially greedily glanced at the pillow on the sofa. That pillow, pillowed under the head, as if it had magic power. It made Lan Shui feel warm and feel like she had something to rely on to sleep soundly. Xiao Zhan, that hug pillow, let me take it. Before Xiao Zhan agreed, Chen Ling said with a smile, It's okay, look at the four here, why don't you take two? Saying that, she turned back to look at Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan, why can't you come to terms with things? Xiao Shui can't take two, won't you help take one? What? That's my pillow, I, the owner, haven't even agreed yet, and you're giving it away. Not only send it out, but also want me to help hold it? Xiao Zhan really couldn't stand the practice of his old mom to lend flowers to the Buddha and also send one to ride on one. He couldn't help but complain to his mom. Give to the girlfriend what cannot afford to give up. What are you entangled? Girlfriend? When did you settle down? Xiao Zhan asked in surprise. Right now, I promised. Xiao Xue she is your girlfriend. Chen Ling simply did not allow Xiao Zhan to discern, and said with a resolute certainty. Lan Shui jumped a little in joy, just like a little girl who would just fall in love. Auntie, you are so kind. I will repay you in the future. Chen Ling's eyes twinkled with a request. Little Snow, do you really want to repay Auntie? Lan Shui didn't know what Chen Ling wanted to say with her next sentence. Exactly. It just nodded and said, Aha, that's good. You've already reached the marriageable and childbearing age. How about this? Chen Ling's two eyes revealed a light of hope, while at the same time being somewhat embarrassed. Xiao Zhan and Lan Shui asked almost simultaneously. How? Little Snow, while you take the pillow away, take Xiao Zhan away as well. The two of you giving me a big fat grandson would be the greatest repayment to me. So it turns out, Xiao Zhan said helplessly. Mama, yeah, you old lady is fast enough. Just admired Xiao Shui as my girlfriend, and right away you're on a rocket. To the point of having a child? Old comrade Xiao Han interjected. Why drop? Having a child is the biggest thing. Haven't you heard? Unfiliality has three, no posterity is great. Xiao Zhan was speechless. The facial expression clearly meant this. You guys are the perfect match. Absolutely perfect for each other. Even your brain circuits are the same. Blue Snow brought 2 pillows with her and returned home fully loaded, thinking that she could sleep well on the pillows. She didn't want her dad, Lan Dingfeng, to call again. Xiao Shui, our 100 billion big order has been realized. You should also rest. May 1st is here. You go out for a trip with your partner. Lan Shui asked. Who do you think would be good to find for companion traveling? Lan Dingfeng got energized. I think that young man who wears the same diamond ring as you is very good. Then again, that young man with great literary skills is also impressive. There's another person you should also consider. That's the male model who walks the runway and can also do light kung fu. Very impressive. Lan Dingfeng said as if he were counting his treasures. Chapter 61. There's nothing more odd than this. It's a pity. How good it would be if so many virtues were concentrated in one person. Blue Snow protested in her heart. They were originally one person, but you have rigidly divided them into 3. Dad, these guys all have average family backgrounds, and they aren't second-generation rich, and their families don't have companies. What do you think should be done? The nerves on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then said, how could it be? With such excellent genes, how could the family background be average? Think about it. To cultivate such an outstanding talent, how much money must be invested in education? If the family isn't rich, where would they get the money to train him? It seemed like Dad's words made sense. But Xiao Zhan's family was just an ordinary family. Lan Shui didn't tell his dad who he ultimately chose to travel with. His dad trusted Blue Snow. It was obvious that by putting Blue Crown Group in Lan Shui's hands, Lan Shui ran it better than even he did. A daughter with such a strong ability wouldn't be very bad at handling other aspects of things. Because it was May Day vacation, Xiao Zhan relaxed himself. Lazily, he slept until he naturally woke up. Just after washing up and returning to his room, he heard his cell phone ring. Lan Shui said in a surprised tone. It was reported that somewhere in Sichuan, the great Buddha was moved to shed tears. It was reported that somewhere in the northeast, a giant dragon came out of the sky and was found to be surrounded by people. This giant dragon was several hundred meters long. Also, it was reported, crayfish are flooding Hainan and are in desperate need of carrying people to go and fry them in order to reduce the number present. Xiao Zhan listened for half a day, listening to the clouds, asked, Mr. Blue, President Blue Snow, what are you going to come up with again? Have something to say directly, not on the line. In the end, what do you want? Blue Snow said nervously. There are so many wonders of the world. Don't you want to go out and take a look? Where are these wonders? They are all rumors from the internet. Thanks to you being a big president, you believe this stuff too, Xiao Zhan disdainfully said, although Lan Shui didn't believe it either. Using these news to arouse Xiao Zhan's curiosity and attract Xiao Zhan to go out and play. It felt like it was also a tactic. After being tired for half a year, go out and take a break. Lan Shui's tone had the implication of pleading. Xiao Zhan's heart softened for a moment. It could only say, okay. Lan Shui immediately came into the spirit. I'll go pick you up right away. Soon, the two, who were fully dressed, appeared in front of the train station, amidst the crowded trend. This was because Xiao Zhan had just heard about the airplane crash 2 days ago, which killed many people. For Lan Shui's suggestion of traveling by plane, it was flatly rejected. How safe it is to take a high-speed train. It's also comfortable, and the most important reason is that you won't fall to your death. Okay, even if this reason of yours is valid, let's take the high-speed train. In this way, the two appeared in the hustle and bustle of the ticket-buying army at the train station. Xiao Zhan was a man, so of course he was duty-bound to take on the big responsibility of buying tickets. As the ticket-buying queue moved forward, Xiao Zhan realized that in the queue, not far away, there was a girl who frequently turned back and cast an angry condemning gaze towards the behind her. Xiao Zhan felt strange. He hadn't done anything, so why should he be condemned by such gazes for no reason? Under careful observation, he discovered something fishy. It turned out that taking advantage of the crowded queue and squeezing around, there was a male youth that passed through the crowded queue from time to time. Look again at the movement of his hands as he crossed the queue of people in the queue. This man's hand was rapidly touching the girl's butt. Xiao Zhan understood 7 or 8 points. This was probably a recidivist who often did molesting girls. Because of his movements, he was very skillful. Moreover, this young man was not flustered at all when he did these movements. Chapter 62. The Man with the Big Stick. only to see the guy squeeze up next to the girl and put his salty hand out again. This time the girl was prepared. When his salty pig hand just landed on the girl's butt, the girl turned around violently and slapped his hand away in one go. The girl asked angrily, "What are you doing?" The young man seemed to be a veteran, and said with a look of disinterest, "What are you doing? Can't you see that the train station is crowded? I was bumped here by the crowd." The girl questioned, "It's excusable to bump into me once, but you've bumped into me many times, and also," the girl was a little shy and didn't even have the heart to tell the story. The man felt that the girl was weak and could be bullied, and arrogantly asked, "And how? You go ahead and say it." Xiao Zhan saw that the lewd man was simply too rampant. It was also possible to think that a lone girl with no one to help her, being bullied, can only bite the teeth and blood swallow. Quarrel 2 sentences will be alright. One's own over a salty pig addiction not to mention. If you are lucky, while touching the butt at the same time, you can also touch the wallet. The girl bit her lip and finally said, "You're nasty, shameless, touching someone's butt." Everyone looked towards the lewd man together. Not only did the lewd man not feel ashamed, he also said smugly, "It's all because your butt was too big and got in the way. There were so many people traveling, they were the ones who bumped into me. It wasn't me who intentionally tried to touch your butt." Xiao Zhan felt that this lewd man was also too shameless. He was simply taking what he wasn't as reason, and he was also saying it with a straight face. The girl was simply furious and confused. Her mouth was shivering and she could not speak. You mean let me bump again? Haven't enjoyed it enough?" There were a few unsuspecting men who also followed the coaxing. To say that there are really few people with good intentions nowadays. Such a blatant bullying of a lone woman. And not a single one stood out to say a few words of justice on her behalf. Xiao Zhan. Lan Shui really hadn't seen such a shameless person. The scum at the bottom were even scum to this extent. Couldn't help but burst out in foul language. "Obey!" Xiao Zhan slammed towards the lewd man without warning. The lewd man was simply unprepared and was instantly knocked to the ground. Turning back, he yelled at Xiao Zhan, "You don't have any eyes? How dare you bump into me?" Xiao Zhan said in his tone, He. There were so many people that they bumped into me. I couldn't do anything about it." The lewd man stood up and forced his way towards Xiao Zhan. Someone whispered, "These scum, there's more than one of them. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to get away if you mess with them." The lewd man glared at Xiao Zhan with both eyes. "Wanting to see justice and take it out for the little girl? You didn't think of presenting a moment of heroism and causing a lot of trouble. Let me tell you, as long as I give a whistle, my brothers will come here. At that time, it will be useless for you to cry out for your father and mother. You can only call for a painful beating from my brothers." Xiao Zhan looked at him and did not squeak, nor did he back away. Once she heard that there were people behind this man, the little girl was a little scared. "Big brother, thank you for taking it out on me. Anyway, I didn't suffer any substantial harm, so you should go, but don't ask this group of them to block this place, in case they get mad and break you. Then what can we do?" After saying that, the little girl looked around fearfully. From afar, she saw a group of people dressed in black, carrying sticks coming towards her. Chapter 63, Raise Your Feet. Lan Shui also saw these people, although she heard her dad say that Xiao Zhan was very powerful, but to what extent, Lan Shui did not know. It was also possible that dad was getting older, and when he saw the young man waving his arms twice and feeling very powerful, he envied him for being powerful, and it was also possible. Thus, Lan Shui asked Xiao Zhan, "We can't beat them, let's hurry and run." For the first time, Xiao Zhan saw the domineering president reveal a frightened expression. It felt very amusing, so he also panicked and said, "Ma, it's no good, my legs don't listen to me anymore. I can't even run if I want to." Lan Shui was even more anxious, looking at those people with big sticks getting closer and closer, rubbing her 2 hands back and forth helplessly. "What can we do about this?" Xiao Zhan squinted at Lan Shui's small face, which swept away its domineering and arrogant demeanor. It was replaced with a worried and pained look, like a little girl in love. Xiao Zhan felt that the blue snow at this time was the real little girl's demeanor. The people with the big sticks came in front of Xiao War, and Lan Shui blocked in front of Xiao War, screaming, "What are you doing? Put down your weapons." The landlubbers with big sticks, Hahaha, laughed. "What are you doing? Beating him? Can't you see this? TSK, this chick, she's a beauty. Look at you guys, you're all scaring the little beauty. Beauty, don't be afraid. If you don't want your boyfriend to get beaten up, just walk with us to the nightclub." Right, let the masters have enough fun. Your boyfriend will be fine." Before these gangsters finished, there was a loud shout, "Cool your mom." Xiao Zhan pushed away Lan Shui, flew up and kicked his feet towards these people. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang, with several sounds of flesh being hit hard. Immediately afterward, the sound of falling to the ground was heard. Plop, poof, plop, and then later came the wailing in pain. "OMG, My arm is broken. My thighs hurt. I can't twist my neck. The lewd man from earlier turned around and was about to run when he saw this scene. Xiao Zhan broke off and shouted, "If you want to run, it's too late." Turning to the little girl he was bullying, he said, "Look, do you have any other losses? Like a wallet or something like that have not been stolen?" The little girl touched her pockets and said in surprise, "My wallet, it's gone." Xiao Zhan coldly approached the lewd man. "You are very tactful. Not only did you extend your salty pig's hand, but you also extended your thief's hand. Say, the little girl's wallet, where is it?" The lewd man swept his eyes inside his fallen accomplice, who glared at him viciously. By the looks of it, it wasn't prepared to return the little girl's wallet. The lewd man could only grit his teeth. "I just touched the big butt. I didn't steal the wallet." Xiao Zhan instantly grabbed the lewd man's right hand. "Honestly explain, where did you get the little girl's wallet? If you don't tell me, this hand of yours is going to be scrapped." Saying that, Xiao Zhan held the lewd man's hand and started to use his strength. Click click click. The bone joints burst out with frightening crunching sounds. The lewd man's tears were coming down from the pain. If he didn't say anything else, I'm afraid that the bones in his hand would be crushed. "Big brother, grandpa, please let me off the hook. Can't I just say it? Where's the wallet?" The lewd man finally pointed at one of the fallen landlubbers and said, "I finished stealing it and passed it to him." Xiao Zhan walked over and stomped on the calf bone of the fallen man. "Take out your wallet or don't blame me for not being polite." After Xiao Zhan finished speaking, a slight force was applied under his foot and the fallen man screamed with a ghostly cry. "Big brother, raise your foot high and spare me. I'll give you my wallet." Chapter 64, It's hard to tell the real from the fake, said, taking a red wallet out of his pocket. "This is it. He gave it to me, and we haven't had the chance to split the spoils before he called out here." Xiao Zhan asked the little girl, "It's yours, isn't it? Let's see if anything is missing." The little girl took her wallet in surprise and looked inside to see that the big red tickets were still there, counting that none of them were missing. "Big brother, this is inside is my just issued wages, ready to give parents for the holidays. It's not missing, not a single ticket is missing." "Thank you big brother," said the little girl as she drew out a few large red tickets and handed them to Xiao Zhan. "Big brother, thank you for your righteousness in trying to help. There is nothing else to thank you for. I can only use this money to express my respect." Lan Shui looked at the several large tickets and both burst out laughing. Xiao Zhan didn't have the good sense to say, "What are you laughing at?" Lan Shui couldn't help but laugh out even more. "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, you take it." Xiao Zhan scared. "Be careful of my finger, popping you out." Turning to the little girl, he said sincerely, "Take it back, give it to your parents. We don't lack money." Those ruffians who fell on the ground, while Xiao Zhan and the little girl were talking, made a wink to each other and said, "Don't go yet, run for your lives. Be careful of him turning around and breaking our necks." A group of people barely stood up, crookedly supporting each other and doped up to quickly run for their lives. One by one, the people in the queue also came to the waiting hall and began to check their tickets and stomp on the train. Lan Shui and Xiao Zhan finally got on the train and took a long breath of relief. Right at this moment, the divine sign-in system rang out without missing a beat. Ding! It has detected that the host has stomped onto a venue where the 3 religions and 9 streams have gathered. Please sign in. Xiao Zhan of course could not let go of the good opportunity to possess knowledge. Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, rewarding the host with the super ability to recognize truth and falsehood. Super Magic Pupil for short. Xiao Zhan knew nothing about what exactly Super Magic Pupil was, but there would be an opportunity to call him to appreciate the Magic Pupil Super God skill. The two of them yearned for the beautiful scenery that they were about to reach ahead, and snuggled up to each other, about to enter dreamland. Just as they were dazed, they heard a shouting sound. "Peanut melon seeds mineral water. Peanut melon seeds mineral water." Blue Snow said, "Look at that, greeting you with water." Xiao Zhan said, "It is also helpless to make a living." Blue Snow said, "What helpless to make a living? Can sell high-priced mineral water in the train? The relationship are super hard. Do you think ordinary people can have this special right?" Xiao Zhan could only laugh. The mineral water seller had just walked past when another godly man came. The godly man held up a string that sparkled with a bit of starlight and said, "Everyone, take a look. This magic jade string in my hand has the magical nature of a biological magnet. Any garbage in the body will be sucked up by the biomagnet, and the sucked up garbage will be discharged to the digestive tract to be released. This thing is old and magical. Everyone look at it. Come and take a look." His words especially attracted the attention of the elderly. Older people are generally old and decrepit, and their ability to excrete toxins is not as good as it used to be. If you can really excrete the garbage in your body, and your body is free of toxins, there is less chance of contracting diseases. The body will not contract diseases, and a long and healthy life is destined. When the old people heard Shin Han shouting, their eyes shone brightly. The opportunity for longevity was right in front of them, and they were determined not to let it go. so they gathered around the godly man one after another. The man of God is happy. Soon the big ticket will fall into my hands like snowflakes. Chapter 65, Super Divine Technique Magic Pupil. The old people all wanted to try this magical string, only to see the godly man bragging again. Look, oh, if you wear the string on your hand, it will remove the garbage in your blood. Let me demonstrate it to everyone. Shen Han put the skewer on his arm, and to the naked eye, a red line traveled up and down his arm as he moved the skewer. Shen Han added, "Look everyone, this red line, which is the residual garbage toxins in the blood, is sucked up by the biomagnet in the string and enters the digestive tract, where it is going to be excreted along the digestive tract. From now on you will be able to say goodbye to the toxins in your body, not to be sick, and do not have to go to the hospital to see a doctor to spend money." Because it was the old people who saw it with their own eyes, the old people were doubly amazed, and they inquired about the price of the strings from the divine Han. Shen Han said, "This string original price of 2018, the current price of 16, look at the whole save 12,000 ah. This is my direct from the manufacturer into the goods. It is cheap to sell to everyone." The old people all wanted to be free of disease and relaxed, so they all unloaded their money, and they all wanted to buy the string that Shen Han had proclaimed. Lan Shui felt that this had such a miraculous healing effect that it could simply be called a miracle in the history of medical development. Really can use the string, can easily put the body of toxins out of the body, then also want the hospital to do what? Still need a doctor to see the doctor? Blue Snow said, "Why do I feel unbelievable?" Xiao Zhan said, "I think Shen Han is a super liar. You can't talk nonsense without evidence. This kind of person, who can openly cheat on a train, must have someone behind him. When the time comes, Shen Han isn't blamed and you might be thrown off the train." Lan Shui stopped Xiao Zhan from causing trouble. Xiao Zhan looked at the old people's sinewy hands and used those hands to open the handkerchiefs that were wrapped in layers. It was too hard for ordinary people to save this amount of money. Xiao Zhan looked at it with some impatience. His own parents would eventually grow old. Xiao Zhan did not want them to be cheated out of their hard-earned money by crooks in their old age. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the Super God Skill Magic Pupil. While Xiao Zhan was considering how to save the elderly from being cheated, the Super Divine Skill Magic Pupil appeared at the right time. Xiao Zhan's eyes, which had fused with the Divine Skill Magic Pupil, looked at the string held by the Divine Han. The atomic composition of the magic jade and the glass immediately appeared in his mind. The atomic arrangement of the magic jade was decidedly different from that of the glass. Yes, the string in Shen Han's hand was just ordinary glass with a green color. It was definitely not a magic jade with biomagnetic power. Counterfeiting magic jade with ordinary glass was worth several times more. Ordinary glass costs at most a few dollars a caddy. The string is only a caddy heavy, worth $10 at most. But this guy, he cheated the old man out of thousands of dollars. Xiao Zhan's demonic pupil looked inside the green glass. There was actually a small piece of magnet embedded inside the green glass. Xiao Zhan also looked at the strip of what looked like blood on Shen Han's arm. He had to marvel at the fact that the makeup artist hired by Shen Han was top-notch. It was also guessed that most of the old people's eyes were not very good and would not be able to see too truly. The strip was a transparent hose. Inside the hose was iron sand dyed bright red, exactly like red blood. The transparent hose was fixed to the arm of the godly man by the makeup artist. It was made to look like a human blood vessel, and it was absolutely amazing. When the skewer, which was equipped with a magnet, was scratched across the transparent hose, the iron sand in the hose, of course, was attracted by the magnet and swam forward. Elderly people with poor eyesight, looking towards the arm of the godly man, it was as if they saw flowing blood. It bluffed the old man straight to the point of being too amazed. Chapter 66 This train. Just as the old people gathered around Shen Han, they were about to hand the money in their hands to him to buy the strings in his hands. Xiao Zhan hurriedly dissuaded them. "He's lying to you guys, this string is fake. It doesn't cure anything at all. Don't give him any money." The godly man was bragging about it and had already lulled the old people into believing him. Hearing this shout from Xiao Zhan, how could they not be indignant? Turning back to see Xiao Zhan, he spoke evilly. "Where the hell did you come out of with that stinking? Opening your mouth and calling someone a liar? Kid, if you don't give me a clear explanation today, I'm not done with you," Xiao Zhan said easily. "You'll just be able to fool these old people who are dazed and blind. Who would believe the young people who are bright-eyed and intelligent?" The godly man jumped to his feet at this. "Elderly people, you all saw the toxins in your veins. They were all eliminated by the magical strings, sucked away. But this guy, even said I lied to you, said this string is fake. You are about to say goodbye to the days when your blood vessels were clogged and you were free from blood clots. But this fellow, however, does not want you to live a good life of health and peace." The old people usually had thick blood, aging blood vessel walls, and blood vessel blockage with thrombus conditions. Once they heard that Xiao Zhan had stopped them from buying such a magical thing, they all looked at Xiao Zhan with unkind eyes. "We saw it for real. The garbage and the blood vessels were all sucked away by the string. He didn't lie. We look at you like a liar instead. Go away and don't stop us from buying the strings. Xiao Zhan watched as these old men rolled up their arms and sleeves and were about to walk forward, and moved to push him away. Go go go. Don't get in the way here and spoil our good deed. Xiao Zhan could only completely expose the crook's ghostly tricks. You guys don't think about it. Your family's blood vessels grow outside. Your family's blood vessels can see When the old people heard it, they were right. After growing so old, who has seen blood vessels growing outside? They all looked at Shen Han with suspicious eyes. Xiao Zhan added, besides, this glass-made string of yours, a young man can tell at a glance. What is the construction of the broken glass material? How can it have the warm, delicate feeling of jade? The old people's dim old eyes were about to take Shen Han's string and look at it. Shen Han hurriedly put his hand behind his back so that the old people would not see the true appearance of the string. The godly man was cut off by Xiao Zhan, and he gritted his teeth in hatred. Brat, you've cut off my path of wealth. You simply don't want to die. Today, if you don't name a 1, 2, 3, you won't want to get off this train. Xiao Zhan could not be intimidated by him, and coldly could not kick at his palm that was holding the skewer. The skewer fell to the ground in response and shattered. The godly man was not able to react for a moment when Xiao Zhan suddenly struck out and knocked the skewer to the ground, staring blankly at the pieces of the skewer on the ground. Look everyone, what fell to the ground is the glass shards. Well, sharp tip, don't stab your fingers, Xiao Zhan said as he pointed at the shards on the ground. The godly man did not react until now and grabbed Xiao Zhan's collar. You compensate me for the string, $1,600. If you can't get it out, I'll take your life. The godly man had been cut off from Xiao Zhan's financial path, and was also broken by Xiao Zhan's skewer. He was furious, and was about to fight Xiao Zhan for his life. Taking a broken glass is going to cheat the old people out of their hard-earned money. Do you still have a point? Xiao Zhan just used his finger to gently point on the godly man's hand. The divine Han loosened his grip on Xiao Zhan's collar and let out a miserable scream. Goo, my palm. Xiao Zhan found a magnet in a field of broken glass. Chapter 67, there's a price to pay for coming out of the woodwork. Look, this is the magnet that attracts the red iron sand swimming in the veins. The old people took the magnet and put it in front of their eyes, which made them see it clearly. We've lived all our lives. How could we not recognize a magnet? Following this, they said with fear, if it wasn't for this young man's timely appearance, our hard-earned money would be gone. Bad eggs, unscrupulous, how dare they cheat us old people of our money? That's all we have. We don't have any money to cross the river after you cheated us. The godly man had wanted to still fight Xiao Zhanji for a couple of moments. He did not expect that he would be clawed and scratched by these old men's thin, sinewy hands as they retreated back and forth. Xiao Zhan laughed. Elderly people, you guys step back. I'll give him a quick goodbye. The old people made way and Xiao Zhan appeared in front of the divine Han. The divine Han was frightened and said, don't mess around. I'm going to call the police. Xiao Zhan smiled. A liar calling the police to get the police to come. This is the first time I've encountered it. Saying this, he raised a foot and kicked at Shen Han. Swoosh! With a short sound, Shen Han had already arrived at the door of the carriage. Plop! Shen Han had a close contact with the large iron door. Shen Han was afraid that Xiao Zhan would walk over to teach him a lesson again, so he did not care about the pain in his body and stood up, covering the sore spot and walking crookedly to the other compartment. Lan Shui couldn't help but turn towards Xiao Zhan and stick out her thumbs up. Soon, the train reached its destination, the seaside city they were traveling to, Lianhai City. The two were also hungry and walked towards the restaurant. In the restaurant, they saw a prawn kept in a fish tank. Blue Snow asked curiously, is this a prawn from the sea? The lobby manager did not reply, but fished the prawn out of the fish tank. With a click, he chopped off the head. Only then did he say to Blue Snow, that's right ma'am, these are prawns from the sea, $1,006 each. Both of them opened their eyes wide in astonishment. A prawn is so expensive? Yes ma'am. Look, I've killed the prawn you specified. Do you want it braised or stewed? Blue Snow said. We're just taking a look. We didn't say we want to eat him. The lobby manager didn't let her explain and said with vigor, we are a hotel here, not a sightseeing place. To come up here and point at a seafood product and talk is to eat it. There is no second explanation. Xiao Zhan only felt that the hall manager was so powerful. It was simply a model of forceful buying and selling. Lan Shui whispered towards Xiao Zhan, we are here to travel here, not to get angry. Keep a good mood. No fighting allowed. Blue Snow nodded at the lobby manager. Good. We'll eat it. It needs to be stewed. The lobby manager walked towards the back kitchen, wanting to greet the chef to make this steamed prawn. Where could Xiao Zhan get slaughtered for nothing? It was just not possible to watch Lan Shui get slaughtered. He was the one who possessed the system reward, the ability to change the speed of his opponent's movement. The lobby manager had easily slaughtered a big customer, and it looked like the other party was not prepared to resist. In his heart, He was anxious to quickly turn the prawns into a dish, and then he would have made a big chunk of profit steadily. However, the body cold as if encountering external forces. The rhythm slowed down, a few steps at a fast pace. The body is still maintaining the rhythm of the fast pace just now, unable to keep up with the legs and feet, the small steps with the small feet of the old lady in general. The body that was already leaning forward did not have the support of the legs and feet. Plop! The clumsy body fell to the ground, making a heavy crash. The lobby manager let out some emotion. Sooner or later, you have to pay the price for coming out. Chapter 68, a blockbuster is being staged inside. Lan Shui and Xiao Zhan appreciated this play by the lobby manager, and their hearts were very painful. After eating, the two walked towards the beach. The sun shines on the seawater, sparkling. People on the beach, wearing swimsuits, frolicking on the beach. Blue snow is infected by people's cheerful mood. Out of a man and a woman, 2 sets of swimsuits. To the beach changing room. Each change. Xiao Zhan strides towards the beach and waits for Blue Snow to change into her swimsuit on the beach. Among the several fenced-off seaside swimming pools, there were several large fields with many swimmers. In addition, there were a few small swimming pools surrounded by fences. The fences were made in such a way that when one looked from the outside, the situation inside could not be seen at all. When Blue Snow appeared in a white swimsuit with a few blue clouds, it attracted almost everyone's attention. Her slender and tall figure, and her white and glossy skin like peeling off the skin of an egg, made the men almost unable to move their eyes when they saw it. The women also revealed envious eyes, lamenting why they had not been favored by the heavens and had such a simmering figure. Xiao Zhan also looked at Lan Shui fixedly. As a man who was at the age of youth, seeing such a beautiful body, it was impossible not to have a reaction. Lan Shui shook Xiao Zhan's eyes with her hand and said with a bad smile, "Silly? Cough. Sorry, it's just that a heavenly fairy suddenly appeared in front of my eyes, like falling into fairyland. It feels like my soul has been sucked away." Eyes unblinking as he looked at Lan Shui, Xiao Zhan also felt that he had gone a little too far and hurriedly covered it up with his words. Some people are so strange, they can talk even after arriving at the Beauty View Holy Land, Lan Shui said as she narrowed her eyes at Xiao Zhan. The men were simply jealous of Xiao Zhan to the point of madness when they saw that Xiao Zhan turned out to be a pair with Lan Shui. There were red bloodlines in their glaring eyes. Xiao Zhan had to propose. "There are too many people here. I'm afraid it's not very hygienic. Why don't we go to a separate small pool?" Lan Shui also felt the gazes of the men. Stabbing at her back was uncomfortable. "Let's go. It's better to go to the small pool." The two arrived at the small pool and were just about to go in along the passageway when an attendant came over to inform them that there was a charge for these small pools. Lan Shui was just about to take out her waterproof bag, take out the cell phone she was carrying, and scan the code to pay, when Xiao Zhan said, "You stop. I am a big man. Men and women, 2 people come here, but also women to pay. Is not it?" Hit me this big man's face. Lan Shui reminded. "This is a tourist outlet. The fees are very high." Xiao Zhan didn't say anything either. He had a magical sign-in system. Maybe if he succeeded in signing in any time, the system would still reward him with a lot of money. So what was it to spend this amount of money? Xiao Zhan scanned the QR code with his cell phone, only to hear a female voice in the swimming pool system say, "Ding, this consumption is 600 yuan. Looking at Xiao Zhan's surprised expression, Lan Shui laughed. "Didn't expect to spend so much for a dip, did you?" The attendant explained. "There are also hot springs in the pool. Spending 600 yuan is well worth it." The two were led by the waiter towards a small, relatively secluded pool in the distance. Just as the two followed the waiter past the other small pools, they also heard murmuring sounds coming out from inside. Of course Xiao Zhan knew what kind of sound it was. He was also someone who had seen porn. Lan Shui furrowed her brows and thought for a long time before she came to a realization. So it turns out that there's another porno playing inside. The way the two of them were fussing and acting like they had discovered a new continent made the waiter look at them and not feel amused. "Is this the first time for you two to come here?" Xiao Zhan almost blurted out. "Who and who is a young couple?" Chapter 69, man's black hands massaging on snow-white skin. Lan Shui hurriedly suppressed Xiao Zhan's speaking voice. "Well, it's really our first time here." After the two entered the small pool with a hot spring, the attendant closed the door and left with a smile. The light in the pool, illuminated by the thin mist, was very trance-like, and the intuition to come here started the ambiguous prologue. Xiao Zhan concealed half of his body in the water. His eyes didn't dare to look in the direction where Blue Snow was standing. Blue Snow felt amused as she looked at Xiao Zhan's eyes that had nowhere to put them. It really didn't occur to her that the torso wrapped inside what normally looked like a casual attire was so robust, and at the belly, one could vaguely see 8-pack abs. The steam of the hot spring fumigated Lan Shui, making Lan Shui's face, and added a few points of redness. Seeing Xiao Zhan's rushed appearance, Lan Shui laughed evilly and quietly touched over to Xiao Zhan. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Having already arrived at Xiao Zhan's side, Lan Shui suddenly ventured out and spoke in Xiao Zhan's ear. Xiao Zhan was taken aback and turned his head violently, but he bumped into Lan Shui's cheek, and their mouths met in a flash. The two were caught off guard and simultaneously took a few steps back, both a little confused for a moment. Xiao Zhan first broke the awkwardness and said, "It wasn't on purpose." However, the momentary contact just now had unexpectedly caused Xiao Zhan's heart to beat faster. Lan Shui covered her lips, still reminiscing. Could it be that one's first kiss, just like that, is gone? Looking at Xiao Zhan's so nervous appearance, it was certain that he was feeling the same as himself. Blue Snow had some sort of balance in her heart. "Ha, your first kiss was taken away by me." The way Blue Snow covered her lips just now, immersed in her imagination, Xiao Zhan also saw it. Likewise to each other, Xiao Zhan said. Seeing Lan Shui's rosy cheeks, Xiao Zhan didn't even dare to look any further. It was afraid that his Kerman would rise violently and he wouldn't be able to control his behavior and do those acts that he couldn't help. Lan Shui had a strict tutelage and certainly did not have the opportunity to be exposed to bad events. She had also seen Xiao Zhan's innocent side from his behavior just now. The joy in her eyes increased, and she turned to lie on the edge of the pool and said to Xiao Zhan, "Is it okay to help me?" Xiao Zhan did not raise his head either and asked, "If there's anything, just say it. Help me rub my shoulders. I've heard that massaging them in a hot spring will speed up the blood flow in the body, which can help expel the toxins in the body very well." Lan Shui looked at Xiao Zhan with hopeful eyes. "Massage?" Xiao Zhan immediately thought, "Is it that the massage comes to the back? Feels very comfortable, and is going to ask me to come back for a marriage request? One really isn't ready to get married." Looking at Xiao Zhan's hesitant demeanor, Lan Shui was a bit unhappy. Pouting, she said, "To come here is to relax and massage and enjoy the hot springs, a gift that nature brings to people. And you're still shy? You definitely have unhealthy thoughts in your heart. You're nasty." Lan Shui was a bit disgraced because Xiao Zhan's hesitation made her feel like opening her mouth to beg him. Again, she couldn't help but say to Xiao Zhan in the tone of a domineering president, "Humph, embarrassed to give you a massage, so you put a big hat on me. I'll do it this time. You're ready. I'm very strong. I'm afraid you won't be able to endure it." Xiao Zhan intimidated. Lan Shui provoked him, "You're a man, so come on." Xiao Zhan was provoked into a temper. "I'm a man, who am I afraid of?" Saying that, he fiercely gathered all his courage and made a strong look towards that piece of snow-white skin. Opening a pair of steel-like big hands, he was about to fall onto that glowing skin. The hand just touched this piece of softness, and it felt like it was electrified. The heart also thumped. A pair of men's black hands, where can go down hard, to massage. Chapter 70, Soft and Boneless Waist. "What are you shy about? You'll be my husband sooner or later." Lan Shui turned around and said playfully, "Don't be ridiculous, where did we go that far?" Xiao Zhan felt that the massage thing, he really couldn't do it. Suggested, "There's another sport that can again fit your body and also make you thinner and thinner." Lan Shui curiously said, "What sport?" "Swimming." Saying that, Xiao Zhan stretched his body and drew a big circle in the pool like a fish. Lan Shui was surprised. "No wonder your body is so good. So you swim often. How about I teach you?" Xiao Zhan made demonstrative movements at times, and at other times, he taught Lan Shui swimming positions by hand. The water flowed like a silky ribbon passing between the hands, as if a splash of lubricant was filling between the two men's skin. It was probably the first time Blue Snow had ever been so close to a man, and the only man she liked. Blue Snow pressed herself against the poolside handrail, burying down her already reddened cheeks. For the first time in her life she was this close to a man, and it was still the man she liked, the man who wanted to marry her. Think how lucky she was. Some women have searched for a lifetime, through countless painful trials and tribulations, have not encountered the right man, but her own eyes of fire, finally found to save her life, but also her favorite man. This man who appeared, on the surface, to be unconcerned, had such a delicate heart at this time. Xiao Zhan placed Lan Shui's limbs in the water, telling her how to do a good standard swimming maneuver. Lan Shui, however, gently bit her shell teeth, slightly enjoying her expression but with a different look. Suddenly, it seemed to have touched Blue Snow's itchy spot. Blue Snow gently laughed. Xiao Zhan felt particularly amused when he heard Blue Snow's suppressed laughter, so he deliberately went to tickle her. Stop it, I'm ticklish." Lan Shui laughed lightly and dodged, but her body lying on her back was really inconvenient, and she turned around and was about to admonish Xiao Zhan not to do so. Unexpectedly, when turning around, she tossed on Xiao Zhan's body. Xiao Zhan was originally arching his body to give Blue Snow a massage, and his body that was soaking in the hot spring was momentarily unsteady, directly pressing on top of Blue Snow's body. The two faced each other with their four eyes facing each other in shock, neither of them anticipating such an embarrassing situation. Xiao Zhan gazed at Lan Shui, who shyly twisted her head away. Both of them heard each other's heartbeats. A blazing fire ignited in Xiao Zhan's heart, quickly spreading throughout his body. Lan Shui saw a ball of dryness in Xiao Zhan's eyes, and in her shyness, She gently moved closer to her beloved man, smelling the scent of the beloved man. The air around them seemed to freeze, and one could only faintly hear the sound of the water flowing and the excited gasps of the two. Xiao Zhan had only seen similar episodes in videos, and had not really touched them yet. Not knowing what to do, the dense fog disoriented the two men's sanity. Xiao Zhan stared blankly at the beautiful ketone body, his restless eyes filled with the color of uneasiness. Blue Snow looked at Xiao Zhan obsessed cannot own, gently biting teeth, cheeks show slightly red shy expression. There was both confusion and admiration in her heart. For a normal man, when encountering this scenario, I am afraid that he would have already pounced on him, right? However, Xiao Zhan firmly stood there, no longer have any action. General men are afraid that there is no such control. He continuously ruffled his head with water in order to clear his mind. Chapter 71, Secretly Taking Pleasure. And he was really manly, he seemed to be thinking. Or maybe he had never encountered this kind of situation before and was scared silly, right? It seems that Xiao Zhan is really an uninitiated and pure-hearted man. Lan Shui judged in her heart and secretly rejoiced as a result. She quite understandably wrapped her arms around Xiao Zhan's neck and asked, "Never experienced a moment like this before, right?" The woman underneath her body suddenly spoke, causing Xiao Zhan's sanity, which was about to disappear, to return. It was so suspenseful. My feet slipped just now and I almost collapsed. Xiao Zhan hurriedly found an excuse, pulled away from Lan Shui's clustered arms, and sat to the side. Afterward, pounding his head, he tried to calm himself down. Blue Snow had also experienced strict tutelage, and if it wasn't for the accidental mistake just now, it was impossible for the two to stick so close. Besides, Blue Snow felt that saving the best moment for after the grand wedding and getting the blessing of both families, that would be the only way to obtain permanent happiness in life. It's almost time to soak. The hot springs here are too hot. Let's go back and rest, right? Lan Shui proposed. Alright then, Xiao Zhan said, standing up and walking out of the solitary pool with Lan Shui. The two of them strolled outside and faced the endless sea, gently exhaling the hot and dry air in their bodies, gasping for the breath of the warm sea. The two people looked very relaxed. Even Blue Snow gently hummed a childhood song, facing the sea, flowers blossom in spring. The expressions of the two looked as if they were immersed in their childhood memories. Suddenly a woman with a cloak of hair ran over, crying out in despair, "I won't live, it's just too hard." The two men, who were viewing the sea and sending out beautiful sentiments, didn't even have time to react. They saw the woman, who had already jumped into the sea. Xiao Zhan was only subconsciously reacting instinctively, wanting to jump into the sea to save the woman. After all, a young girl, flower like life, how can the sea swallow it? Seeing Xiao Zhan leaping into action, he opened his arms and was about to jump into the sea to save the woman. Lan Shui hurriedly stopped it. Don't be impulsive. The sea is deep and bottomless. It's not as safe as a delineated pool. It's better to call a professional rescue team. Xiao Zhan returned. Calling the professional rescue team is already too late. The girl will be swept away by the waves at any time. If I don't save her, she will be in danger. Xiao Zhan ran towards the place on the beach where the woman had fallen into the water. In big strides, the voice that spoke, too, seemed more and more distant. Lan Shui's heart jumped to his throat, fearing that the waves Xiao Zhan said would roll over from the sky, swallowing both him and the girl. Lan Shui's eyes were unblinking as she looked at the place where Xiao Zhan jumped into the sea to save the girl, and she didn't pay attention to the fact that someone beside her had silently stood by her side. Xiao Zhan, who had jumped into the sea, fought to cut through the waves in the sea, his arms slapping the seawater, and finally swam to the side of the woman who had jumped into the sea to save her life. The woman's figure was constantly undulating in the seawater, her two hands clawing about. In fact, this scenario was very dangerous. In case Xiao Zhan's hands were clasped by the woman's death grip, then what awaited both of them would be the fate of sinking to the bottom of the sea and dying. Grab the collar behind her. Don't let her get entangled. Lan Shui saw that Xiao Zhan had already swum to the woman's side and was trying to go forward to save her. She could not help but shout in worry. This was because Lan Shui had heard that anyone who had fallen into the water and was about to die had an instinctive reaction. That was to firmly grab onto everything around the body in order to survive. Chapter 72 To turn over the car. Ripening unexpectedly, the person who went to save was bound by her hands and feet, where she could still swim and paddle in the water. Can only die with her. Just as Blue Snow was anxiously yelling, a man's voice said beside her, "He's flexible. Girl, you don't need to be anxious for him." Lan Shui's mind was on Xiao Zhan's rescue, and she ignored what the man said. Xiao Zhan finally swam behind the girl and violently tugged on the girl's clothes. The girl still had some consciousness and instinctively went to grab Xiao Zhan's hand, and after grabbing it, she clutched it with a death grip. Xiao Zhan felt that something bad was happening. If his hands couldn't paddle, he would have to go deeper into the seabed. Xiao Zhan exerted all his strength and shook off one of the girl's palms that was in a death grip. Waves rolled up on the surface of the sea, and the waves obscured Lan Xue's gaze as she anxiously searched for Xiao Zhan. The girl's strength was certainly no match for Xiao Zhan's, and after repeated struggles, she finally loosened her grip. Her body began to slowly sink towards the bottom of the sea. It looked like she had already drank a lot of water and her consciousness fell into a coma. It was only then that Xiao Zhan was able to grab her by the collar from behind, dragged, and swam towards the seashore. After some entanglement with the girl in the seawater, Xiao Zhan was also very tired, and it looked like his physical strength was almost used up. Swimming towards the seashore appeared to be very strenuous. Lan Xue shouted loudly, "Xiao Zhan, hold on." There were also many tourists who saw the scene and cheered Xiao Zhan. Cheer up, good job, young man, you're great." Someone called 120. The man standing beside Lan Xue had a thoughtful look on his face. Xiao Zhan finally went ashore with the woman. Soon, the 120 emergency vehicle also came to heal. However, the woman who had fallen into the water was in a coma and was holding on to Xiao Zhan's fingers and not letting go. Looking at the poor person who was so desperate that she abandoned her own life, Xiao Zhan could not bear to peel off her fingers and then sail away with blue snow. He could only helplessly say to Lan Xue, "I can't go back with you. Go back to the hotel by yourself. Pay attention to safety and never accost strangers." They had already booked a hotel before arriving in the seaside city, so as long as they showed their ID cards to check in, they would be fine. Lan Xue nodded at Xiao Zhan, watching Xiao Zhan and the woman get into the ambulance. Lan Xue kept looking at the ambulance until she knew it was out of sight. She had not yet responded from this sudden accident. Just a moment ago, she was still immersed in her love and affection, and then in the blink of an eye, something like this appeared around her. The man standing beside Lan Xue, talking to himself, looked at Lan Xue in surprise like he suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "You are Blue Snow, the president of Blue Crown Group?" Blue Snow was recognized for her identity and did not rush to admit it, but asked vigilantly, "Which one are you?" The man hurriedly took out his business card and handed it to Blue Snow. "I'm Qian Ruoxue. When your father was in charge of the Blue Crown Group in the past, we even worked together." Hearing that this man was a collaborator of her father's in charge of the Blue Crown Group, Blue Snow developed a trace of goodwill. Nodding at him, "The one who saved the day is your boyfriend?" Blue Snow nodded once again and stopped talking to him. Although Qian Ruoxue had once worked with his father, Lan Xue did not recognize him. It was better to listen to Xiao Zhan and keep a distance and not strike up a conversation. As Lan Xue walked towards her car, the car that was shipped over by train, sitting on the driver's side, he started the car and drove in the direction of the downtown hotel. Just after arriving at the avenue, the car violently shook and did not roll over on its side. Chapter 73, Getting on the Thief Ship. As the car swayed violently, Blue Snow felt fear. Once the car buckled over, the car's gas tank would leak oil. In the event that the engine hadn't been shut down, the oil that leaked out would cause an explosion when it hit the slightest spark. The terrifying scene that Lan Xue had experienced before appeared again. That time, there was Xiao Zhan, who risked his life to save himself. Although to this day, Xiao Zhan didn't even know that the heroine of everything that had happened was actually his female president. But this time, in this unfamiliar city, who would save himself? Finally the car hit the road barrier, and only then barely stabilized. Good hanging, the car did not suffer major damage. Blue Snow out of the car to sea. The original tires suffocated. The beach is far from the city. There is no place to repair the car. Blue Snow froze looking at the broken car. A moment do not know what to do, and the sky will soon be dark. Not far from the Blue Snow car. Also want to drive back to the Qian Ruoxue. See Blue Snow this situation. Immediately get off. Came to her car in front, very concerned and asked Blue Snow, "Your car tires are suffocating. The car can't be driven. This is the seashore and there is no bus nearby. Why don't you take my car and go back?" Lan Xue hesitated and remembered Xiao Zhan's words and did not answer Qian Ruoxue. Qian Ruoxue raised her head to look at the sky and said in shock, "It always rains heavily on the beach in the evening. Let's hurry up and go. When it gets dark, I don't know what will happen here." Lan Xue was startled by his words. This was an unfamiliar place. If she met a bad person, what could she do? Lan Xue took Qian Ruoxue's business card, turned around, carried Qian Ruoxue behind her back, and sent a message to her dad. "Dad, do you recognize this person? He said he's worked with you." A moment later, his dad returned the message. "Daughter, Dad has been in semi-retirement for many years. There are many businessmen who have cooperated with our Blue Crown Group. I can't remember when he cooperated with me." Indeed, Blue Crown, as a famous big company, had cooperated with countless merchants. Asking an old man to recall a former collaborator was indeed a bit difficult for Dad. That Qian Ruoxue was also a bit impatient. His eyebrows showed some good intentions to let you ride along in the car. "And you still doubt me?" Only heard Qian Ruoxue say, "It's already almost dark and it's going to rain heavily. If you don't come with me, I'll drive away." Lan Shui glanced at Qian Ruoshui, who spoke sincerely, and had no choice but to get into his car. Qian Ruoshui had an imperceptible smile on his face. Sitting in the driver's seat, the car drove towards downtown Lianhai. Originally, looking at the wide avenue, traveling all the way, one could reach the hotel that Lan Shui and Xiao Zhan had booked, but Qian Ruoshui drove the car onto another road. Lan Shui keenly noticed that the car deviated from the avenue, because people who live in the city know that the more they get to the center of the city, the wider the avenue will become. However, the road Qian Ruoshui turned into was narrow. It was clearly not the main downtown road. Boss Qian, did you take the wrong road? Lan Shui asked anxiously. Qian Ruoshui said with a smug look, how could I take the wrong road? We've plotted this road many times. Ha ha ha. Qian Ruoshui laughed indulgently. Planned? Lan Shui looked at Qian Ruoshui in shock and questioned. You turned out not to be my father's former partner. Who are you? Tell me. Lan Shui had a bad feeling in her heart, feeling like she had gotten on a pirate ship. Chapter 74. Who devised the plot? Qian Ruoshui, who was driving the car, said gently, I did work with your father, but that was a long time ago. At that time, you were still a little girl, and the scale of the Blue Crown Group wasn't as huge as it is now. TSK, now the Blue Crown Group is the premier big business in the area, making money that makes our bankrupt small businesses simply red in the eyes. Blue Snow asked, so what? You should know that arresting someone privately is against the law. If you guys hurt me, with the strength of the Blue Crown Group, you won't be done until you are sent to the 18 layers of hell. Qian Ruoshui said, President, don't make things sound so horrible, and our employer is very much in your thoughts, and is thinking of forming a 100-year friendship with you, so how would he allow us to harm you? But yeah, it's just that we want to strengthen our business cooperation. Blue Snow's head was spinning rapidly. Businessmen who wanted to expand their businesses through marriage, there really were that Tang, wasn't he rejected by Dad? There was also that Lu Fugue, who also showed the intention of wanting to pursue Lan Shui. The last time he was on the tea stage in the clothing display, he had already exposed his ambitions. Both of their businesses are very large, and which one designed this conspiracy? Lan Shui wanted to jump out of the car, but Qian Ruoshui seemed to know what she was thinking, started to turn the steering wheel frantically, and pressed the gas pedal violently and furiously. One moment steering to the left, another moment steering to the right. The car made ear-piercing creaking noises as it roared all the way to the depths of the path. Arriving in front of a large black painted door, the car just stopped, and from inside rushed out many tattooed burly hunks. Pulling open the car door, they dragged Blue Snow down from the car and pushed her into the large living room of this hidden mansion. Putting Blue Snow in the living room, the big men had time to take a look at Blue Snow. Seeing such a beautiful face, the gang exclaimed, Brother Qian, you're really good at this. You've tricked this absolute beauty into coming here. We've seen the world now. We didn't expect to see such a stunningly beautiful woman in this life. Saying this, the corners of these people's mouths were dripping with saliva. Qian Ruoshui saw their behavior and hurriedly warned, put your minds away. This is the woman that Brother Tang has his eye on. If you reach out your salty hands to her, beware of your little lives. The thugs couldn't stop looking around Lan Shui, wanting to reach out and touch her to relieve the unbearable desire in their hearts. Hearing Qian Ruoshui's warning, they had to stop the fantasies in their hearts, because they knew that the Tang family business was not a small household. If they dared to offend them, they wouldn't even blink an eye if they killed someone and buried their corpse. Brother Qian, just let us relieve our cravings. Let this pretty girl take off her clothes and shine her body. We'll have a quickie with his beautiful body, can't we? The gang pleaded to Qian Ruoshui. It was like the implication of seeing someone eating delicious pork and eating on the aroma of the meat. Qian Ruoshui pointed at them and said helplessly, look at this look of yours. Seeing a beautiful woman and not quenching your cravings, a look of not being able to live. Saying that, he said to Lan Shui, sister, just take pity on them. Take off your clothes and let them look. Let them solve their needs on their own, okay? Blue Snow felt dirty when she heard what the gang said, let alone pitying them and having to take off her clothes for them to see. Get lost, Blue Snow shouted. Brother Qian, this chick, she doesn't even give you face. Might as well let's bang her together. Qian Ruoshui immediately glared fiercely towards the one who spoke. Mard, are you tired of living? Can this chick be a casual touch? If we touch her, I'm afraid we'll die without a corpse. So you guys get it? Qian Ruoshui emphasized the consequences of being irrational again. The gang still didn't die and muttered at Qian Ruoshui. It's no fun to hang out with you. You can't touch and you can't look at the figure. It's no fun. Qian Ruoshui was afraid that these juniors would leave him, so he walked over to Lan Shui, stretched out his hand, and was about to undo Lan Shui's clothes. Those people under him took a look at their boss's action, and didn't blink their eyes for fear of missing the beautiful scenery. Chapter 75. Hearing weird things. Besides, Xiao Zhan, who came to the hospital with the ambulance, After paying the hospitalization deposit to the girl who jumped into the sea, he sat outside the emergency room and waited for the news of the rescue, until the emergency room door opened and the doctor told him, the person has been rescued and is fine. Only then did Xiao Zhan let out a long sigh of relief and watched as the doctor and nurse pushed the girl into ward 302. The doctor told Xiao Zhan, it will take a while for the girl to completely wake up, just stay by the bedside and wait quietly. The doctor saw Xiao Zhan as the girl's family member. Xiao Zhan didn't explain. There was nothing to lose by being the poor girl's family member for the time being. Family member is family member. The question was, for what reason did the girl jump into the sea? Xiao Zhan had a huge question in his heart and waited for the girl to wake up to ask her. The girl finally opened her eyes. Looking around at her surroundings, she knew that this was a hospital. When she was rescued by Xiao Zhan, she was still conscious and knew that it was her savior who had sent her to the hospital. Opening her eyes wide, she searched for Xiao Zhan. Finally, she saw her savior sitting beside her. Big brother, in this life, I will never be able to repay you for saving my life. Xiao Zhan asked directly. You're so young, why can't you think about it? Big brother, I didn't want to jump into the sea, but they forced me to jump. Xiao Zhan was surprised. Forcing someone to jump into the sea to lighten their lives. What was the difference between that and killing someone? Tell me specifically what is going on. Before the girl could say what happened to her, tears came out first. When my mom had to have an operation, I borrowed a lot of money from people, and I couldn't pay it back for a while. Today, this group of people suddenly forced the debt, saying that if I couldn't pay it back, they would let me perform a drama of jumping into the sea to lighten my life. They can also give an explanation to the above. Say that the person has died. This debt is rotten. It also said, don't worry about jumping into the sea boldly. There is guaranteed to be someone who will save you. Saying this, the girl looked at Xiao Zhan and continued, I was also driven to desperation by a huge debt. So if I can perform the act of jumping into the sea to make light of the debt will be cancelled. Why don't I try it? And it's really like they said. It's likely that someone will save me. So wouldn't I have earned it? When I jumped into the sea, no one saved me for a long time. I thought to myself, let's just die. Anyway, I am burdened with a huge debt, which I will never be able to pay off in this life. So it's good to die once and for all. However, just when I was in a daze, I felt that someone saved me. Xiao Zhan felt too bizarre when he heard that someone wanted the girl to perform this drama of jumping into the sea at the cost of her life. Immediately, he intuited that this might be coming at him. Someone knew that he and Lan Shui were enjoying the sea on the beach and knew him very well. Knowing that he would come to the rescue and Blue Snow would support him in doing so, then let the girl jump into the sea. Then after that, he left Blue Snow, tuning the tiger away from the mountain. It's so cleverly designed. It's almost as if he doesn't know what he's doing. Blue Snow. Something might have happened to Blue Snow. The image of Blue Snow being hijacked appeared in Xiao Zhan's mind. Before the girl could finish speaking, Xiao Zhan rushed out from the hospital room. In the heat of the moment, he saw the takeout boy's motorcycle parked on the side of the road and straddled it, starting the motorcycle. It was just in time for the delivery boy to walk back, and when the delivery boy saw this, he hurriedly called out to him, Stop, that's my car. Xiao Zhan had already straddled the motorcycle and threw the takeaway boy a sentence. I'll follow the unit identification on the motorcycle and return it to you. The motorcycle rolled up a puff of smoke and dust, going absolutely nowhere. Chapter 76, The Eyes of Perfect Vision. Xiao Zhan left in a cloud of dust. The takeout boy looked helpless. Xiao Zhan retraced his steps back to the seashore where he and Lan Shui stood. At this time, the sky was already completely dark. In addition to the seawater reflecting the light from the waves, there were a few silhouettes loitering on the beach. There was nothing else to be seen. Xiao Zhan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan and repeatedly dialed Lan Shui's cell phone number, but the result was the same answer. The number you have dialed is turned off. Please dial again later. Just when Xiao Zhan was going crazy with anxiety, the system came to the rescue. Ding! Detected the host coming to the incident seaside. Please sign in the host. Without saying anything, Xiao Zhan directly said, Sign in. Ding! Signing in is successful, rewarding the host with the ability to see things clearly. Just after getting this ability, Xiao Zhan saw in the distance, under the roadside lights, the Blue Snow seat, the pink Porsche that was consigned over with the train. He hurriedly ran over to see what was going on. With the eye of the Ming dynasty, Xiao Zhan could see the Blue Snow car Porsche, where the surrounding situation. Other people are afraid that in the road cannot see the footprints. At this time, in the eyes of Xiao Zhan clear incomparable, this pair of footprints, should be Blue Snow sea car broken, walked down the seat left behind. Xiao Zhan looked further, and there were traces of another car that stayed next to the Porsche car. This was a completely different car from the Porsche. Taking a closer look, the footprints left around the car indicated that someone should have gotten down from the car, and then, tricked Blue Snow into getting into this car. Blue Snow's disappearance is definitely related to this car. Xiao Zhan mounted his motorcycle and followed the traces left by the tires of this car, and kept chasing forward. The trail turned at the fork in the road and turned into the trail. Xiao Zhan intuited that he had immediately arrived at the bad guy's lair. Sure enough, the car tire trail stopped in front of a dark gate, and there was no sign of it moving forward. Blue Snow was here. Xiao Zhan had already possessed the Sunflower Treasure Classic's lightness skills, and only slightly bowed his body before leaping upwards. He easily leapt over the black-painted gate. Soundlessly, he arrived inside the hall of this mansion. At this time inside the hall, Xian Ruoshui was extending her claws towards Blue Snow, wanting to go up and peel off Blue Snow's clothes. Just as he stretched out a pair of dirty hands and grabbed at the arms of the white as snow Blue Snow, a violent shout exploded in his ears. Get lost! Immediately after, Xian Ruoshui's body received a heavy kick. Plop! With the sound of Xian Ruoshui's body falling to the ground, Xian Ruoshui let out a miserable cry. Ouch! Everyone was stunned. In such a tightly guarded place not known to outsiders, someone had actually broken in. Who was he? Everyone's gazes were gathered on Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan stepped forward and was about to untie the rope on Lan Shue's body. Xian Ruoshui said furiously, "Slow down. She is our important person. How long did we plot to trick her into coming here? Do you know how hard it was?" Xian Ruoshui wiped the blood that flowed out of his nose after falling to the ground. Then, rushing towards those under him, he said, "I went to undress a beautiful woman for you guys. Do you guys just know how to enjoy yourselves and not fight him?" Those men had already faded their pants to below their knees and were waiting for Qian Ruoshui to take off the clothes of the beautiful woman so that they could jerk off to settle their desires. It did not occur to them that Xiao Zhan appeared out of nowhere and smashed their beautiful fantasies to pieces. Chapter 77. The truth is, the group of people hurriedly raised their pants and looked at Xiao Zhan with a vicious gaze. Xiao Zhan followed Qian Ruoshui's gaze and saw the disgusting things of the group. Moreover, the indescribable parts of some people were already high and bulging. When they stood up, their bodies were hunched over. A bunch of scum. Before these guys could make a move, Xiao Zhan's figure flashed and his strong and capable body had already appeared in front of them. What do you want? These people had just opened their mouths to voice out their questions when they were answered with a series of iron feet. The iron kicks were impartial and accurate at their vitals. Mine is broken. Someone let out a wail. Xiao Zhan coldly smiled. Still have the face to say that. Making such a nasty move. You should have thought of such consequences. Xiao Zhan took another step forward. Say, who called you all here? None of these scum dared to squeak because they had all taken money from their employer to come here. How could they give up their employer? Moreover, seeing this person in front of them, it was as if a god had descended to earth, appearing out of nowhere. Not knowing at all what this person's origin was, how could they dare to speak casually? Not say? Just in taste my iron palm. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. In the face of Xiao Zhan's fists, these people did not have the ability to fight at all. The fists struck above these people's chests, hitting them with blood leaking from their mouths and noses. Stop fighting. It's him, Xian Ruoshui called us. These people covered their mouths and noses and returned with a crying voice. Xiao Zhan walked towards Qian Ruoshui step by step. Qian Ruoshui looked at Xiao Zhan and stepped backward in fear. You've planned this very well, forcing the girl to jump into the sea to kill herself, then sidetracking me and taking the opportunity to hijack Lan Shui. You are so bold. Didn't you think of the consequences of doing this? Said Xiao Zhan, pointing to the sea not far away. If I were like you, I would have thrown you, the culprit, onto your car and drove to the ocean, sinking to the bottom of the sea with the car. I'm afraid that no one would know. Xiao Zhan revealed a vicious color and said faintly. Qian Ruoshui hurriedly distinguished. Warrior, I saw that you saved the girl, so it shouldn't be too much to honor you as a warrior, but it really wasn't me who came up with this idea. Don't misunderstand me, great warrior. Xiao Zhan frowned. Just now, at the scene, he only saw this car parked at the entrance of the black-painted gate, and did not see that there were other vehicles. This guy even argued that he didn't do it. He simply owed a beating. Xiao Zhan kicked Qian Ruoshui, who was sitting up, over again. If you damn dare to lie to me, I really dare to throw you into the sea to feed the big fish. Warrior, I don't dare to lie to you. Listen to me. Qian Ruoshui was very afraid that Xiao Zhan would give him another heavy blow. Then he would really be broken apart. He hurriedly cupped his fists and pleaded with Xiao Zhan, saying, this is all because Tang asked me to do it. When you guys planned to travel, he had already sent people to keep an eye on you. Qian Ruoshui looked at Xiao Zhan's expression to determine if Xiao Zhan believed what he said. Xiao Zhan only said 3 words. Continue. He asked us to hijack Blue Snow for 2 purposes. The first one is to hold Blue Snow to his own hands as a means of blackmailing Lan Dingfeng into transferring the orders that were signed between the 2 families. Below cost, to him, he wants to keep it all to himself, and he wants to make a lot of profit. The second thing is, to force a marriage. With Lan Shui in his hands, Lan Dingfeng would have to agree even if he didn't. Xiao Zhan's teeth clenched. It did not occur to him that Tang, who had made a superficial move to retreat, had extended his black hand behind his back. Chapter 78 details. Only to hear Qian Ruoshui continue. He privately thought how much energy an old man could have and how many waves he could roll. It didn't occur to me that Lan Shui had a magical you by her side. Your intelligence and martial arts skills are beyond our imagination. As in the current scenario, how did you find your way here? Xiao Zhan coldly interrupted his question. When I go back, I will definitely investigate this matter clearly, so you better not tell lies. Otherwise, I will definitely find you again and break your legs and tear your mouth open. These words scared Qian Ruoshui straight and she hurriedly said, if I lie and cheat you, you add one more item and cut out my tongue. Xiao Zhan ignored him and walked over to Lan Shui, and as he untied her, he asked with concern, are you alright? Lan Shui crouched on Xiao Zhan's shoulder and cried, thank you, thanks to you coming so promptly. Nothing happened, Xiao Zhan advised. Alright, it's good that it's alright, let's go back. With that, Xiao Zhan and Lan Shui walked towards the gate. Qian Ruoshui wiped away the sweat on his brain. Fortunately, the warrior was merciful and did not throw him into the sea to feed the fish. This was already considered picking up a life. Fearing that Xiao Zhan would turn around and try to settle the score with them again, he nudged towards his men and staggered to kneel in front of Xiao Zhan and Lan Shui. He himself spoke first. Thank you for not killing the warrior, and respectfully send off the warrior. His men then kowtowed in unison and said, we can't thank you enough for your mercy, great warrior. Xiao Zhan lectured. In the future, if you do this again, I'm afraid it won't be so simple. Qian Ruoshui watched as Xiao Zhan and Lan Shui walked towards his BMW and loaded the motorcycle into the trunk. His men exclaimed, boss, they're taking your BMW. Qian Ruoshui sighed and said, it's already good enough to have a life to live. If the life is gone, what's the point of having that BMW? Only to see Xiao Zhan jumping into the BMW. His foot stepped on the gas pedal, and the BMW roared and went away. In the carriage, Lan Shui looked at Xiao Zhan, as if she had reacquainted herself with Xiao Zhan once more, with surprise in her eyes. You are simply too divine. How did you find this place? We are not familiar with this city. Xiao Zhan smiled. Of course there was no way to explain to Lan Shui that this was the divine sign-in system that gave him magical abilities. He could only say perfunctorily, I've read the Forester's Detective Collection and found a way from where I found you. Lan Shui instantly wrapped her arms around Xiao Zhan's neck. I will never leave you again. Let's get married quickly. See, 3 words without leaving the word marriage. Here we go again. Xiao Zhan smiled helplessly. A man establishes a career before starting a family. You women can't understand that. Lan Shui sat back and pouted. What's so hard to understand? The meaning behind this sentence is that a man has to earn enough money. Only then can he have the money to maintain a family. Now, if you marry the president, you don't have to think about whether or not you have money at all, because what's mine is yours. So marry me as soon as possible. Xiao Zhan smiled. If married life was all as wonderful as Lan Shui imagined, it was simply like a fairy tale and not realistic at all. A man who did not have the ability to earn money to support his family would be looked down upon by his in-laws. Over time, family conflicts will accumulate more and more, and in the end, I'm afraid it will collapse. Xiao Zhan drove the BMW to the hospital and put the motorcycle in its original place with a note. On it was written, if the oil is gone, please contact me. His phone number was written on the back. Chapter 79, a new term of endearment. When he returned to the beach, he again took Blue Snow's pink Porsche and handled the train consignment procedure before donating this BMW to the Love Donation Center. Xiao Zhan judged. Just with Qian Ruoshui hijacked Blue Snow this matter, this BMW is certainly not a good way to come. It is donated to the Love Center. The person in charge of the center to find him, he has no way to refuse to donate, because he was afraid that the person in charge of the center would pursue the matter in depth. Everything is done. Xiao wore in Blue Snow before returning to the city where they are. I'm afraid that at this time, Tang was still sitting in a beautiful dream, and didn't even think that Xiao Zhan and Lan Shui would be safe and sound and come back so quickly. Xiao Zhan, who returned home, rested well for a few days and had enough energy before he went to the president's office and found Lan Shui to discuss. Tang did such a bad thing. Can't just let it go. Must make him pay the price. Lan Shui hadn't realized before that Xiao Zhan actually had a steel fighter side. It just felt that Xiao Zhan was the most tender and the best man in the world. Otherwise how could he have risked the danger of the car exploding and saved himself? Now that she saw Xiao Zhan's courageous side again, she added a few more points of love. It was simply love on love. There was no one in the president's office either. Just the two of them. Lan Shui then leaned over with infinite tenderness. Battle. Don't be angry. Xiao Zhan was confused by Lan Shui's words. What's going on? A new term had appeared. Who called battle? Seeing Xiao Zhan's bewildered face, Lan Shui felt even more amused. Battle, here is where we, Blue Crown Group, have the final say, and the amount of him, Tang Group, cannot turn the sky over. I'm afraid you'll suffer. Only then did Xiao Zhan understand that the president was calling out battle with a tender face. She was calling out to herself Lan Shui looked at his dawning realization and understanding and ruffled Xiao Zhan slightly with her hair again. Battle war. Let's have a hot pot together. Xiao Zhan was still thinking about the conspiracy designed by Tang and hadn't taught him enough of a lesson. I'm afraid that he thought that the Blue Crown Group was weak and easy to bully and would do so again in the future. President, I'm talking business with you. You should think about my words. Lan Shui put away her petulance. Standing up, she said in a serious manner. Colleague Xiao Zhan, do you think it's appropriate to go and hit the partners hard while a project is in progress? The $100 billion large order that we have solicited back this time. The collaborators are not just the Tang Group alone. There are many other collaborators as well. By striking out rashly like this, you are taking revenge and giving the Tang Clan Group enough of a shock. How will the other partners look at it? Will they have the emotion of a rabbit dying? Affect their motivation to work? If they cannot deliver the product as scheduled, the consequences caused could be big. Speaking here, Lan Shui looked at Xiao Zhan seriously. The appearance of being like a little girl pampered just now was completely gone. It had to be said that one really needed to have the ability to be a multifaceted person in order to be competent as a president. Although Xiao Zhan listened and felt that what Lan Shui said made sense, his heart was just twisted. If this matter was just left unsettled, without hitting Tang hard, how could he not feel able to swallow this breath? Seeing that Xiao Zhan stopped arguing with himself, Lan Shui switched roles again. War, come, my back is itchy, you scratch it for me. Lan Shui looked at Xiao Zhan with a pair of beautiful eyes and held Xiao Zhan's hands with her hands again. One was black and one was white. One was soft as if it was boneless, and the other was like an iron clamp. Xiao Zhan's heart seemed to melt under Blue Snow's attack. It could only say, alright then. Xiao Zhan's hand reached out to Lan Shui's back, and a light fragrance that went straight to Xiao Zhan's nostrils. Xiao Zhan had certainly spent enough time with Lan Shui, and the more he knew about Lan Shui, the more he liked this body and the body's owner. He really wanted to embrace this body tightly, but he restrained his impulse. He still hadn't figured out if Blue Snow was the girl who survived that car accident, and he couldn't open his mouth to ask. After all, the trauma left by such a tragic car accident was enormous. Bringing it up again was like uncovering a scar. The pain was self-evident. Chapter 80, so good and so comfortable, Blue Snow said with a face full of enjoyment. So refreshing, so comfortable. Xiao Zhan's heart jumped as he listened. President, you can't just talk nonsense like this. We didn't do anything in the office. We just scratched your back. If an outsider passes by the office and hears your words like this, they won't misunderstand? Thoughts would definitely float in their minds. Lan Shui turned her head and looked at Xiao Zhan with eyes full of laughter. The floating images you are talking about, is it something you are longing for? If so, then why don't we get our license now? With a license to drive, whoever wants to say what they want to say can say what they want to say. Anyway, we are operating legally and in compliance with the regulations. What Blue Snow said turned Xiao Zhan, a big old man, red in the face. Not knowing how to answer Blue Snow's words, he could only point at the door and said, so what? I just came to ask if you want to give Tang a little lesson. If you don't agree, this matter will be put aside. I have to go back to my workstation to work. Blue Snow stomped her foot and said with hatred, you said that you were so forward-thinking in every aspect. How come you wimp out when it comes to the matter of marriage? Speaking here, seeing Xiao Zhan's face in a state of urgency, Lan Shui rolled her eyes and asked, is it that you have a failing side as a man? Xiao Zhan practically jumped up when he heard such a question. What? Say that again? I can't? I'm a straight man of steel. If I can't, can I jump up so high? Can I knock down so many people at once? Xiao Zhan thought in his heart that if men couldn't, they must all be like eunuchs, effeminate, or the way it was shown on their bodies was also weak and feeble. Seeing Xiao Zhan's unconvinced look, Lan Shui further justified him. No, what I saw was the surface condition. I didn't see the substantial part. You have to prove it to me. Xiao Zhan, who was eager to prove that he was a big man on top of the world, scratched his ears anxiously. I am a big man standing in the world. How can I prove that I am a real man and not a man who can't? This question is a little difficult. A scummy man might have a very direct method. Just take off his pants and give the other person a verification. No, however, Xiao Zhan had a strong self-esteem and felt that would simply defile his character. Thus, Xiao Zhan walked towards Lan Shui with an angry face, wide-eyed. He looked at Lan Shui. You want to see if I am a real man? Blue Snow nodded. Aha! Xiao Zhan gritted his teeth as if he had made a great determination. Then I'll show you. Saying this, Xiao Zhan began to take off his clothes. Lan Shui was looking forward to it and felt a little bashful. Although it was said that Lan Shui must marry Xiao Zhan, but it didn't seem too good to brighten up his dick in broad daylight. And then he would say, I'm going to show you a treasure. Thinking about that scenario, it was simply too much to bear witnessing. Just as Xiao Zhan flung the clothes onto the sofa, Lan Shui covered her eyes and screamed. Stinking hooligan. Xiao Zhan wondered. Who is a stinking hooligan? You're the only man in this room. Who can I say? Xiao Zhan laughed out loud. I'm a stinking hooligan for taking off my clothes and wanting to prove my strength by lifting you up? So that's how it is. Lan Shui looked towards Xiao Zhan, who was wearing tight underwear. Xiao Zhan was the type of man who was skinny in his clothes and fleshy in his undress. Chapter 81. More than just screaming. The tight underwear revealed Xiao Zhan's fit body. The 8-pack abs were angular and were outlined in perfect curves by the tight underwear. Lan Shui adored him to the extreme and walked to his side, using her white jade-like small hand, touching his 8-pack abs. A real man indeed. You are my man. Xiao Zhan was flooded with itchy flesh from her touch. Smiling, he asked, if I show you my real manly side, you should be surprised, right? What real side? Lan Shui's face reddened even more as if she understood something. You're so bad. You haven't seen my real manly side yet. Come on. I'm going to make you scream more than just a little. Hearing this, Lan Shui blushed like a big apple and said shyly, don't now is the work time. Call others to hear how bad. A moment we'll be off work we find a romantic and beautiful place. Make out properly. Xiao Zhan was amused by her. President, you're thinking too far ahead. I'm not talking about screaming like this. Saying that, Xiao Zhan used his big hands like iron towers and in one go, he stopped Lan Shui in her arms and proceeded to lift her up. When blue snow started, she was so scared that she even screamed, put me down. But being lifted up high, seeing the outside downstairs scenery, there is a different kind of heaven. And feel underneath this pair of big hands robust and strong, but also warm and solid, just like a brick wall as solid as an iron wall. Unconsciously enjoying peacefully, also not screaming, Xiao Zhan asked, is a man like me a man? Blue Snow said with a face full of happiness. Not bad. If you answer the question, be careful I'll make you fall down. Xiao Zhan scared Lan Shui. You fall. I measure you wouldn't dare. Lan Shui looked at the scenery outside and hadn't appreciated it enough, and she also cited that Xiao Zhan definitely wouldn't drop her down. Fine, I'll give you a powerful one, said Xiao Zhan with his hands like a yo-yo, holding up Lan Shui as he swayed back and forth. Lan Shui giggled non-stop. The happy laughter infected Xiao Zhan as well. Ha ha ha. Laughter rushed out of his mouth, and Xiao Zhan's breath that he was holding immediately subsided a lot. The hands holding up Lan Shui could not support him immediately. Lan Shui let out a loud cry. Immediately, she was about to fall from the air. Xiao Zhan hurriedly stepped forward and used his upper body to support his arms to gather Lan Shui in his arms. Terrified, aren't you? Lan Shui shook her head. What am I afraid of with you? Lying in Xiao Zhan's warm embrace, Lan Shui was eager to continue such a beautiful romance all the time. She proposed. Why don't we go watch a movie when we get off work? It had also been a long time since Xiao Zhan had sat in a movie theater and watched a widescreen movie. Lan Shui's proposal evoked an infinite yearning in him. Anyway, there was nothing to do after work, so watching a movie would be good. So he let go of Blue Snow. Let's go together after work. Xiao Zhan came out of Lan Shui's president's office with an expression of excitement on his face that hadn't completely receded. His colleague Zhang Yi said with a smile, another step closer to the president? Look at your little flushed face. You must have been moisturized by the rain of love. Xiao Zhan whispered. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just asking the president about work matters. Zhang Yi was practically gasping for breath as he laughed. You are here without silver 302. Go to work and not ask about work things. Is it to ask if you love me or not? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The product development department broke out into a burst of quick laughter. Not only did Poker Nyo not laugh, he instead had a depressed look on his face. Could it be that Xiao Zhan has really fallen in love with the president? Chapter 82. The ground is cold. So for the entire afternoon, Poker Bull had been attentively aiming at Xiao Zhan. However, Poker Bull wasted his efforts. For the entire afternoon, Xiao Zhan did not receive any phone calls, nor did Lu Yang, the president's secretary, come over to call him. Having been staring at Xiao Zhan's workstation, Poker Bull's neck was a little stiff, nor did he find any problems. Until it was almost time to leave work, Xiao Zhan still played a few games as usual. Poker Bull didn't see any valuable news and had to walk out of the group's gate resentfully. Blue Snow still stood guard at the president's door, watching her subordinate employees huffing and puffing as they walked past. The employees had all gone, only the one who called her heart to Xiao Zhan. His figure had not yet appeared in front of her eyes. Bad egg, you're doing this on purpose, telling me to wait for so long. Let's see if I don't cure you. Lan Shui couldn't see Xiao Zhan's silhouette as she waited left and right, and her legs were sore from standing. Hatingly, she took a cup of water and poured a little bit of water by the president's doorway, which was the path Xiao Zhan had to take to get off work. Without looking carefully, absolutely cannot see that there is a transparent water stain on the ground, telling you to play big, dating my hallowed president, and still putting on airs. And then, Lan Shui collapsed on the sofa and went to rest. And at this time, Xiao Zhan playing the game was entering into a moment of intense battle. Coldly, he thought about watching a movie with the president tonight. Xiao Zhan touched his brain. Not good. I forgot about this. It's all because of this game. Xiao Zhan hurriedly turned off his computer, and when he walked to the president's door, his feet scratched and stumbled. It was a good thing that he didn't fall. Thanks to his excellent physical quality, his body stability was quite good, so he didn't fall down. Only then did Xiao Zhan take a closer look towards the ground. A puddle of water stains. There's something big here. Xiao Zhan sighed with emotion. After a little bit of thinking, Xiao Zhan had an idea. Humph, let's see my kung fu. Xiao Zhan brought his work clothes and vigorously slapped them on the ground. Then, knocked the flower pots in the corridor to the ground as well. Plop, ka-ching. The first sound sounded like someone falling. The second sound was quite obvious. The sound of a flower pot falling to the ground and touching the ground. The little sleepy Lan Shui was immediately awakened, thinking about the brave and invincible Xiao Zhan slipping and falling to the ground and being assassinated by her. It was weirdly interesting to think about. Got it. With a dark smile, Lan Shui immediately opened the door to see Xiao Zhan's sorry state. It did not occur to her that her body had just explored the door when she was stopped and hugged. Bad egg. You're counting on me. At this time, it was already a long time after work, and the artificial intelligence voice-controlled lights were no longer as bright as before. Just a few small lights were left, and the environment suddenly seemed ambiguous. Lan Shui, who was being held in Xiao Zhan's arms, blushed red, because of the thought of going to the movies with Xiao Zhan. The perfume was also sprayed a bit more. The moment Xiao Zhan held Lan Shui in his arms, a light orchid fragrance slowly poured into his nostrils. Looking at the lovely person in his arms, his snow-white skin was right in front of him. The dim light made this pretty face even more alluring. Xiao Zhan's heartbeat beat rapidly. I'm not bad. It's you who told me to wait for a long time. Lan Shui exhaled like an orchid and said. Xiao Zhan's nostrils were completely covered by Lan Shui's aroma. He looked at Lan Shui's red lips and couldn't help but kiss them. The two of them just sat in the dark corridor, hooking their heads to each other, immersed in the river of love. After a long time, Blue Snow said, the floor of the corridor is cool. It's better to go to my office. Chapter 83, Not Enough. Xiao Zhan could not get enough of it and licked the lipstick on his mouth. A hint of sweetness blending into his taste buds. An impulse flashed through his mind. Like a wild horse that was about to break free from its reins, it was difficult to control. With a slight exertion, Xiao Zhan picked up Lan Shui. It came to the president's office. Only pausing for some moments, Xiao Zhan did not kiss Lan Shui wildly again. Don't dare? Right at the moment Xiao Zhan released Lan Shui, asked. Being so provoked by Blue Snow, Xiao Zhan tightened his arms around Blue Snow again. Lan Shui did not expect Xiao Zhan to be so excited, revealing an unexpected look and a hint of surprise. The moment that Lan Shui had been looking forward to for a long time seemed to be coming. Once upon a time, whenever she thought of her life, it was that incomparably handsome male youth who saved her, and because of that, the young man had almost accompanied her, together with her, to ashes in the car explosion. In this life, there is really no way to return the favor. The biggest act of repayment is to give her body in return. Thinking about it, even if there is no emotion, it is okay to give yourself to this person. However, things are just so mysterious. Blue Snow is simply hopelessly in love with this man who saved her life. The reason why Blue Snow did not poke the secret, because Blue Snow does not want to bring the benefactor burden. In case Xiao Zhan does not love me, and because I am his top president, and reluctantly accepted, that would be too difficult for him. Lan Shui didn't want to do that, but from all indications, Xiao Zhan really had deep feelings for her, so deep that he disregarded everything and just broke into the devil's cave to save her. When she was further certain that Xiao Zhan really loved her, Lan Shui was simply so happy that she wanted to shout at the sky. Thank the heavens! Let me come across the man who has true love and gratitude rolled into one. Lan Shui sat up in Xiao Zhan's arms and shyly waited for him to continue his following actions. However, he, who had never touched a woman before, looked nervous. His hands were slightly trembling with nervousness, and he himself could not figure out why he was in this situation. Lan Shui also saw the nervous Xiao Zhan and secretly pressed the white bright light in the office into a soft pink light. This way, the soft light shone on Lan Shui's skin, adding to Lan Shui's flirtatiousness. The flashing big eyes spoke of endless love, making Xiao Zhan look at them and making his heart flutter even more. Xiao Zhan's eyes seemed to be shooting out red flames, as if he wanted to melt himself and the lovely person in his arms together. The rapid panting also signaled that the sanity in his mind was leaving him. It was also possible that his body was too hot, and the man began to tug away at his tie and blouse. Seeing Xiao Zhan's increasingly impulsive appearance, Lan Shui was a little scared and a little expectant. And anyway, her heart held emotions that she had never felt before. The restlessness in Xiao Zhan's eyes grew thicker and thicker, and he basically could no longer control himself. The only remaining consciousness was thinking about how to become one with the beautiful ketone body. He was about to kiss every inch of the heavenly fairy-like beauty. At this very moment, inappropriate sounds rang out. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. Along with the man's powerful footsteps, the security chief's voice rang out. All the computers over there are left on. Go, pull the plug. Xiao Zhan, who was immersed in the prelude to his love affair, was not impressed at first. Thinking that the security guards had followed their usual practice of checking around and leaving, it did not occur to him that today was Friday, and the head of security had personally come out to check on security. The security guards didn't dare to be half negligent, and every department was shining brightly with high-powered flashlights. Chapter 84, Dark Shadows in Shady Corners. Go, check over there in the corridor. We'll be able to take a break tomorrow and the next 2 days. The security chief's voice became clearer and clearer. It seemed to have arrived at the door of the president's office. The redness in Xiao Zhan's eyes gradually faded and his restless body calmed down. The security guard is here to check. Lan Shui was closing her eyes and was preparing to enjoy the world of two people. It didn't occur to her that the security team had arrived in front of her unsuitably. The two of them quickly got dressed and sat squarely to the left and right of the big boss's desk, as if they were discussing serious business issues. Knock knock. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Anyone? We're the security team. We noticed something wrong with the lighting in your office. Pink, not a normal color. Please open the door so we can check if there is any danger. Blue Snow pouted at the door, wanting to scold him. Danger your ass. Immediately, she reached over and turned off the pink button, replacing it with a bright white light. By the time the security guards had gone away, there was no more sound to disturb them. The two of them were sitting in a state of seriousness that made both of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Lan Shui looked down and laughed sheepishly, laughing so hard that she was a little out of breath. Xiao Zhan, on the other hand, tilted his head and laughed. The previous excitement was washed away by the security guard. It was already very late, so Xiao Zhan wanted to send Lan Shui home first before going back himself. Since Lan Shui's Porsche was still being repaired, Xiao Zhan took a cab to send Lan Shui back home. When he arrived at the door of Lan Shui's house and rang the doorbell, the lights in the villa immediately shone brightly, followed by 3 or 4 people coming over to open the door. This was truly the battle of a large family. It was also because the etiquette was too cumbersome that Lan Shui lived by herself alone, eliminating such a tedious matter. Mrs. back. Today is Friday. Tomorrow and the next 2 days are rest days. The servants bowed and greeted Lan Shui as she returned home. Xiao Zhan also frowned. It seemed like he would be interrogated for a long time again if he was around Lan Shui. Solely, Xiao Zhan turned around and left the Blue Snow family mansion after saying goodbye to Blue Snow. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan saw a few black shadows behind him and saw him turn around and hide in a dark corner. Xiao Zhan rushed after the several black shadows. After a few turns, he reached the black shadows. Who are you guys? What are you following me for? The several black shadows stood there in a mortar and didn't squeak, only using an unkind gaze, looking at Xiao Zhan. Don't say it right. Then don't mind if I'm not polite, said Xiao Zhan, quickly turned around. Before the several black shadows could react to the flavor, the sweeping leg with the sound of the wind had already arrived at their feet, except for one who reacted fast enough to dodge it. The rest fell to the ground in response. Xiao Zhan did not want this person to run to report. The person at his feet hadn't been subdued yet, and if another group of reinforcements came, it would not be easy to get out if they were entangled. Thus, Xiao Zhan took a step forward and blocked the path of this person's escape. If you want to run, I'm afraid it's not that easy. A punch was thrown towards the man's chest. The man's ability to control his body was quite high, and his body, which was still running swiftly, immediately stopped. With a backward flash, he actually dodged Xiao Zhan's fist. It seemed that this person was also a person who practiced martial arts, otherwise he would definitely not have such a flexible body. When Xiao Zhan had thrown an empty punch and withdrew his hand, this guy took the opportunity to escape again. The reason why he didn't fear Xiao Zhan, he thought that he and Xiao Zhan's martial arts were not on par with each other, and Xiao Zhan was just like that. I'm afraid he doesn't see how much better than me. Then I'm still afraid of him. I'm still afraid of him. My ass. I did not expect a black shadow in front of my eyes. He thought it was a bird flashing in front of him, but why did the bird not fly far, but fell down instead? When this thought flashed in his mind, he fixed his eyes. Not bad. The one standing in front of him was no one else but Xiao Zhan. It was only then that this guy got scared, and it turned out that he had underestimated this person. Chapter 85. So it's him. This person even arrived in front of me as easily as a bird of prey. It seems that there is absolutely no possibility for me to escape. Thinking of this, the black shadow rushed Xiao Zhan and arched his hand. Warrior, I also took someone's money in order to stay alive, so I had no choice but to spy on you in secret. Took whose money? Xiao Zhan asked as he stepped forward and forced his way closer. The man had completely convinced Xiao Zhan and bowed his head. Tang of the Tang clan. So it's him. Xiao Zhan had a bottom in his heart. Tang had created a kidnapping case on the seashore, which was sabotaged by Xiao Zhan. With such a big matter, it was impossible for the Blue Crown Group to just let it go. Tang had sent out so many black hands to follow Lan Shui and Xiao Zhan to see exactly what retaliation they had taken, so that they could find a countermeasure as soon as possible, so that they wouldn't fall behind in the confrontation. It did not occur to him that such a secretive action had not escaped Xiao Zhan's pair of discerning eyes. After Xiao Zhan fully understood, the anger in his heart immediately rushed to his head. I did not seek revenge on you, so you should burn high incense. You are still taking the initiative to find discomfort and are stalking me in the dark. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you think that Blue Crown Group is so easy to bully. Being in the same city, it's not hard to find Tang Group, but considering Tang often hangs out at entertainment venues, it's more certain to block him there. There were only a few large entertainment venues in the city, and Xiao Zhan didn't use much time to look up one by one. Finally, he found Tang in the Lido nightclub. At this time, Tang was still wrapping his arms around the nightclub chick. Xiao Zhan rummaged through several venues and finally saw this outrageous figure. Kid, didn't think I would come, did you? Xiao Zhan put out all the lights in the private room where Tang was located, the dark hidden lights that gave rise to infinite reveries. Then, he turned on the incandescent lights. The piercing white light instantly illuminated every corner of the room. It also woke up the two people who were having an affair on the large long sofa. Who told you to come in? There's no one who can stop me from coming in. I'm afraid you're very impressed with me, said Xiao Zhan as he approached Tang and reached out to give him two big mouths. Snap! Xiao Zhan, what are you doing? Tang covered his face and screamed in horror. Sending someone to follow me and Lan Shui to Lianhai City. Everything was planned seamlessly. Still pretending to be innocent? Then I'll just tell you to wake up again. Tang looked at Xiao Zhan in horror. Having already appreciated Xiao Zhan's terrifying abilities at the entrepreneur's reception before, it didn't occur to him that the bureau he had planned seamlessly was how he had called Xiao Zhan to break through. Thinking about every step in the plan, Tang suddenly realized that the problem must be in that chick who jumped into the sea to commit suicide. At this time, Tang was very regretful. At that time, when he filled the chick with poison and then told her to jump into the sea, what Xiao Zhan saved was a dead body, and then implicated Xiao Zhan. Wouldn't that be great? Thinking of this, Tang regretted and really wanted to slap himself twice. However, Xiao Zhan slapped him much more painfully than he did. Slap, slap. The first two slaps were for that poor girl. Is it because she's poor that you're using him as a pawn, even at the expense of her life? As for the last two slaps, you couldn't be clearer. You dare to ask someone to hijack Lan Shui. You really don't want to live. Saying this, Xiao Zhan's eyes shot out anger. His fists clenched tightly as he walked towards Tang. Tang knew that he was probably going to receive another brutal beating, so he shouted, "Someone come." Chapter 86, Silly. A group of people rushed in through the door. Four tall, strong, hardened men who stood to Tang's left and right, holding their bladders. They looked at Xiao Zhan. Go, give this brat a little color. Tang said with a very disgruntled lecture. What the hell are you guys doing? To let this kid barge in. Tang's bodyguard was reprimanded and his face was a little embarrassed. Taking such a high salary, careless to not see. Someone broke into the general manager's private room. First, the two on the left raised their clenched fists and shook their thick necks. The eyes that looked at Xiao Zhan were extremely disdainful. Because of their large size, they were almost twice the size of Xiao Zhan's body, and were able to fit Xiao Zhan down. In comparison, Xiao Zhan's lean body appeared thin. Therefore, the two did not put Xiao Zhan in their eyes at all. Skinny guy, tell me you're not at home in the middle of the night, not sleeping with your pussy in your arms, running here to disturb the general manager's good deed. You're very bad at being a human being. That's right, along with making us also can't sleep well. If we don't beat you down, we still have to be lectured. The two men shook their shoulders, looking like they were about to knock Xiao Zhan down. Xiao Zhan stood there and did not move or squeak. He just looked at these two things blandly. Kid, seeing these two big guys of ours, are they scared silly? TSK, can't even speak? This little wretch, you said you begged for a glass of wine to drink. Why did you bother to come to our general manager's private room? Respectfully call us big brother and we'll fulfill you. Tang heard, what the hell? Simply said borderline. Cut the nagging, beat it out of him. Tang ordered. Okay, boss, watch us both. It was too late, only to hear, bang bang bang, a few muffled sounds of fist to flesh. A mass of figures stirred together. After the sound of the fists fell, Tang said quite confidently, Xiao Zhan, how about it? After slapping me a few times, you'll have to pay me back with your little life now. None of the few people fighting spoke, perhaps fainting from the pain. A few of them didn't speak. The two bodyguards standing on Tang's right spoke. General manager, look carefully. The one who fell to the ground is not Xiao Zhan. It's our people. Your two bodyguards. When Tang heard this, he fixed his eyes and his hands trembled a little. He was still thinking, watching a good show, made tea, held it in his hand. The water in the teacup spilled out. What? Our two big tall bodyguards, with such thick meat on their bodies, like a small mountain, were actually dried down by Xiao Zhan. Alone? The bodyguard on the right then muttered, but not how. You say general manager. You mess with who is not good. How to mess with such a fatal star on the body? These words infuriated Tang and kicked the two bodyguards on the right. Use you to teach me a lesson? Go, finish him off. It seemed that the bodyguard to Tang's right was quite self-aware and raised his eyes to look at Xiao Zhan. The accomplice in front of him had already been knocked to the ground by Xiao Zhan, so going up by himself would surely end in the same way. So the two tall bodies lowered their heads and made a please pose to Xiao Zhan. Big brother, please go on your own. Don't make things difficult for us here. Xiao Zhan laughed. Do you guys know what you should look like if Tang won't make things difficult for you? The two big stupid men asked with a dumbfounded look on their faces. What should we be like? Chapter 87, who will actually be drenched in blood? Xiao Zhan swung his foot. Bang bang, bang bang. He kicked each of them twice on their chests. Only after seeing blood flowing out from the corners of both of their mouths did Xiao Zhan say, if you guys look like this, Tang will let you go. The two of them wiped away the blood from the corners of their mouths and looked at Xiao Zhan in fear as they agreed. Aha, got it. We're convinced. Xiao Zhan asked Tang. They've obeyed. What about you? Tang eyed the four tall and powerful bodyguards, all of whom had been beaten to the ground. He had become a bare-knuckle commander now. Was there a way out if he didn't beg for mercy? Brother Xiao, just let me go. I know I'm wrong. Xiao Zhan looked at him coldly. You used cruel means and hurt people's lives, and you can get over it by saying a few words? Thinking about it, Tang came to a realization and hurriedly got down from the sofa. Plopping down, he knelt in front of Xiao Zhan. I beg big brother to spare me. Xiao Zhan shook his head. No way. Tang was at his wit's end and didn't know what to do for Xiao Zhan to spare him. Xiao Zhan said, you forced someone to commit suicide by jumping into the sea. You have already committed a great crime, and you also dared to use the trick of transferring me away from the mountain in order to hijack Lan Shui. Let's put it this way, the two crimes will be punished together, so that you can come to an end on your own. Saying that, Xiao Zhan kicked the table knife on the table to Tang. Tang saw the shining dinner knife flying onto the coffee table in front of him, and shivered in fear as he said, Xiao Zhan, you, don't be too rampant. Don't underestimate our Tang clan group. Our Tang clan group is no worse than your Blue Crown group. This time, your Blue Crown group was able to get the international orders solely because our old man in Imperial Capital was sick and unaware of it, which allowed you to take advantage of the situation. Xiao Zhan was the first time that he had heard that Tang clan group still had someone in Imperial Capital, and that Tang was actually an old master off the top of his head, which was quite something. It seems that if you don't know about these hidden situations, there must be a lot of trouble behind you. You still have to stabilize a little bit and take your time. Tang saw Xiao Zhan was bluffed by him and sat there thinking. He hurriedly grabbed his cell phone and dialed a number. And after connecting, he cried out, I'm being blocked here. Come save me. After the phone side promised, Tang hung up the phone. This time Tang looked like he had a backbone and dared to get up from the floor and sit on the sofa. Moreover, both eyes also looked at Xiao Zhan and shot off a vicious gaze. Xiao Zhan, let me tell you, it's not too late for you to let me go now. In a moment, I'm afraid that you won't be able to run away even if you want to. Xiao Zhan smiled and said in an unimpressed manner, could it be that you have gone to get help? I would like to see just how powerful this rescuer of yours is. Tang wiped the blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth and said with a hint of arrogance, who do you think you are? You've only shown your face in this city. There are many more capable people than you, so you've come to teach me a lesson? Punish me? I'll tell you, it's not that easy. In a moment, someone will tell you to know what people you can't touch. Xiao Zhan didn't know what kind of person the person who was about to appear would be. However, without giving Tang the punishment he deserved yet, this matter was not over. Tang slanted his eyes at Xiao Zhan and intimidated. You didn't run away with your tail between your legs because you're afraid that you'll be beaten half to death before you can run out of this casino, right? Or are you afraid that people will rip your head off and kick it as a ball? Speaking here, Tang looked hopefully at the door of the room in the private room, as if once the door opened, the one who raised his eyebrows for him would arrive. Moreover, the ones lying on the ground in a while would no longer be his bodyguards. Instead, it would be Xiao Zhan who was drenched in blood. Chapter 88, Cutting Through. Xiao Zhan was originally reluctant to smoke. This time he calmly took out a cigarette, snapping the lighter to light it. The loud sound startled Tang. You, what do you want? Xiao Zhan just glanced at him with his eyes and used the lighter to light the cigarette in his mouth. You still have the heart to smoke. Why don't you take the opportunity to escape? Tang felt that this person he had called could be much more capable than Xiao Zhan. However, Xiao Zhan unexpectedly did not care, which was a big surprise to Tang. How are you going to take revenge if I run away? I'll give you a chance to take revenge, Xiao Zhan said indifferently. At this moment, the door was vigorously kicked open. Immediately afterward came a cocky voice. Whoever is having crooked thoughts about General Manager Tang, beware of me breaking his legs. This person had a face of horizontal meat, fat and strong. The door was kicked by him with a creaking sound. Tang saw this person and shouted, Big brother, that's him. He ate over all my bodyguards and wants to show me some color. Big brother, you must avenge me. The man who came in looked at Tang, and then at Xiao Zhan. A look of surprise appeared on his face. In his heart, he said, Marred Tang, you came to the phone and didn't say that you understood exactly who you had a relationship with. This is good. I-ing into this house. If not clean, I'm afraid I can't get out of this house. The man showed his thick arm, rolled up his sleeve, and swung his fist. Tang laughed. Big brother, you're awesome. Give me a hard hit on this dog day. But before the words fell, a big black shadow rushed over. Bang bang bang. An old fist slammed into his body. Tang wailed in pain. While crying, he also counted. I hired you to come so that you could beat him, not me. Are you stupid through and through? The visitor angrily said. Tang, you don't want to pull me down. Don't you know the person opposite me? He is the famous Xiao warrior. Tang couldn't care less about the pain all over his body and wondered. He's just an employee of the Blue Crown Group. When did he become a warrior? The visitor was afraid that these words would once again annoy Xiao War and bring trouble to himself. He ruthlessly kicked Tang a few more times. Marred, having eyes but not recognizing him. Tai, I once sparred with the great warrior in martial arts. Lamentably, I am not as good as 1 in 10. The great warrior is very impressive. You even upset the great warrior. Believe it or not, I will break your thighs now, said a wine bottle in one hand. Ka chow. The visitor dry shattered both wine bottle corks, and several sharp pointed teeth fell out of the corks, sharper than several sharp knives. Tang was so scared that he hurriedly crawled backward. If these two bottles were poking at his thighs, wouldn't his thighs be poked and rotted? I'm afraid that both legs are going to be miserable. Huang Kuan, what's your relationship with him? How could you even favor him and not help me? At this point, Tang also did not honor Huang Kuan as a big brother, but called him by his name. Huang Kuan wiped a handful of beads of sweat on his head, perhaps cold sweat from fright. Thinking about not too long ago, he did not know the heights of heaven and wanted to teach Xiao Zhan a lesson. If it wasn't for Dong Lara's use of the bitter meat trick that gave him a step down, perhaps he would still be lying in a hospital bed right now. Marred, Tang, you damn near harmed me. Holding the bottle in both hands, Huang Kuan forced his way to Tang and said to Xiao Zhan, Xiao warrior, really sorry. I don't know that Tang just wants to deal with you. If I knew that, it was to give me more money, I wouldn't have come. Great warrior Xiao? Tang collapsed on the ground. Looking at Huang Kuan, the people on the road all know that his martial arts cultivation is not low. People send nickname Huang Pong. But this Huang Kuan was so afraid of Xiao Zhan that he called Xiao Zhan a warrior. So how powerful must Xiao Zhan be? Thinking about it, really called Tang headache. Chapter 89, Taking Money for Life. Only now did Tang understand why Xiao Zhan was so calm, and lit a cigarette without a care in the world. Sitting there waiting for someone to come, Tang's heart sort of understood. Xiao Zhan had goods on his body, more goods than a pregnant woman carrying 6 armors. Now what could he do? If these two joined forces, no, one person could take care of his little life. What could he do to beg the forgiveness of the two? Tang pondered the question. Exactly the answer Huang Kuan wanted. Huang Kuan, who had walked up to Tang, raised his bottle and said to Xiao Zhan, Swordsman Xiao, what do you want me to do to put this matter to rest? Tang looked at the wine bottle with fear, terrified that the bottle with sharp teeth would fall on his body. Hurriedly crying, he begged Huang Kuan, Big brother, spare my life don't ever hit me I'll admit it, okay? Huang Kuan raised the bottle to scare. Don't beg me, I don't have the right to make a decision. Why don't you beg Scholar Xiao properly? The decision is with him. Compared to having his legs smashed by a wine bottle, face was nothing. Tang was ruthless and finally walked on his legs, crawling to Xiao Zhan and pleading, Warrior Xiao, how are you going to punish me so that you can take the heat off and let me off the hook? Xiao Zhan looked at him coldly. You truly want to repent? Yes. Tang hastily nodded his head. The situation was already so critical, and immediately his little life was going to be played out. If he still didn't bend his head and bow down willingly, that would be the size of a cutie who didn't know how to die. So Tang couldn't care less what kind of general manager he was. Hurriedly nodded his head. Xiao Zhan looked at the cigarette in his hand and said, I have a few solutions. I don't know if you can do it. Great manager Tang. You said. Tang bowed his head and pleaded repeatedly. Your accomplice in Lianhai City, or possibly a partner, forced someone's little girl to the brink of extinction, so she could only jump into the sea to kill herself. Do you know about this? Tang was probably afraid that his crime was too big, so he played dumb. I don't know. Xiao Zhan violently dunned the teacup, and over there Huang Kuan rushed to conform, shattering the wine bottle on the ground. Boom boom. Frightened Tang trembled. Xiao Zhan said, You lied. It was planned so tightly. I'm afraid it's been brewing for a long time. The little girl's mother was in dire need of surgical expenses. You borrowed a lot of money for her, and said that as long as you performed the drama of jumping into the sea to lighten your life, you would write off the debt. Now you're saying you don't know? Hearing Xiao Zhan's stern voice, Tang had no choice but to honestly admit it. I begged the warrior to spare my life. It was all because I was confused for a moment that I did something wrong. Good. Since you've admitted it, then now that the little girl has been resuscitated, all surgical costs are on you. Also, she has already completed the drama of jumping into the sea to lighten her life. Shouldn't you write off the amount owed for her mother's surgery costs? Now that her little life was clutched in Xiao Zhan's hands, Tang did not dare to disagree with any of the issues Xiao Zhan raised. What's more, all of these issues should have been understood away when the little girl jumped into the sea. Tang hastily nodded his head. I promise. Now the little girl who jumped into the sea has no debt with me. Xiao Zhan nodded and said, Good. Tang was overjoyed and asked, Swordsman Xiao, you are willing to let me go? Xiao Zhan touched his eyebrows. There is one more important thing that you should keep in mind. Tang asked fearfully, Please enlighten me, great warrior. Your hijacking of Lan Shui simply makes it impossible for me to forgive you. The punishment for this incident is going to be harsher than before. It is also a warning to you that you are not allowed to hit on blue snow in the future. Seeing Xiao Zhan's eyes shoot out a fierce aura, frightened, Tang kowtowed and fell to the ground. I definitely won't dare in the future. Please spare my life, great warrior. Xiao Zhan added, You have done so many bad things and you want to pat your ass and walk away. Where in the world is such a cheap thing? As a punishment, take the price of your family's order deliveries with the Blue Crown Group and reduce it to 50%. That is to say, for the garments you made, you should be paid $2 billion for the goods, but now you will only be paid $1 billion. Are you willing? Take the money to redeem your life. Chapter 90. A human head sticks out. When Tang heard this, his head exploded. If you say to the little girl mother and daughter medical expenses, he simply does not matter. He can still afford, even if $1 million in his place are just a small amount. Who told us to design a vicious plan? We can only eat our own bitter fruit. Taking someone's life and using $1 million as compensation is not much. So Tang quickly agreed to write off the little girl's debt. But the second item Xiao Zhan proposed was too big. A whole $1 billion of the payment for the clothes delivered had to be deducted, which was too large a sum. It was equivalent to them doing the job, removing the cost of materials, and only earning a 20% profit. It's a big loss. Calculated this way, just to be able to send the staff's salary. Tang reluctantly agreed. His father can agree? At that time, he will not be his father a beating, and then thrown out of the house? But looking at Huang Kuan hand sharp beer bottle, that thing into the stomach seems to be very bad. Life or money? This is a serious issue. Huang Kuan saw Tang did not say anything for a long time and looked at Xiao Zhan. He curtly said to Xiao Zhan, Warrior Xiao, you can't be merciful when dealing with such a scoundrel. You have to ask him if he agrees. I'll stick a beer bottle into his stomach and he'll understand if he should agree or not. Said, not waiting for Xiao Zhan to authorize. He lifted the beer bottle and stuck it down towards Tang with a vicious dullness. Tang didn't have a good voice to yell. Holy, I'm going to be finished. I'm dead. Lying on the floor of his bodyguards, very afraid to involve themselves, also do not care how their master wailed. Rolling and crawling run to the door, seize the door and escape. In this way, Tang was even more alone. Killing him would be a breeze. Before the sharp stubble of the beer bottle stuck into his stomach, Tang confessed, Please, don't kill me. Can't I just agree? Huang Kuan held the shattered beer bottle high in the air and smiled towards Xiao Zhan. Look at the spineless guy. Before anything happens, he admits it. Xiao Zhan heard. Good guy. Just scare him. All he had to do was swear at the heavens that he would never do evil again. There was actually no need to punish him with an amount as large as $1 billion. However, this guy's head was really not very good. Perhaps he was scared out of his wits. Without bargaining with Xiao Zhan and talking about other conditions, he tied his hands and agreed to take 1 billion less profit. Xiao Zhan felt that he had really earned a lot. Putting a pen and paper next to Tang, the clothing that Tang Group and Blue Crown Group cooperated on, when delivered, will automatically take 1 billion less in goods according to the original price. A certain year, a certain month. There were also names. Tang wrote very comprehensively. Xiao Zhan took it over and nodded at Tang. Don't deny it. Reneging on the debt. If you let me catch you, it will be even worse than this time. Tang seemed to have received an amnesty as he hurriedly stood up and bowed at Xiao Zhan. Thank you, warrior, for giving me the chance to change my ways. You are busy. I am leaving. Well, you can go now. Xiao Zhan waved his hand. Tang was very afraid that Xiao Zhan would leave him here, and after saluting again with a hunch, he limped and rushed towards the door. Swordsman Xiao, you have nothing else to do? Huang Kuan also came over and rushed over with a nod, asking. Xiao Zhan said, nothing, you go too. Huang Kuan also walked out of the private room in fear. Xiao Zhan took that commitment and walked out of the casino, because it was the weekend. Young people were walking through the streets at night in twos and threes, joking and laughing. Xiao Zhan also returned to his rented house, without thinking. When the door opened, a person's head jerked out, startling Xiao Zhan. Chapter 91, Counting the Symptoms of Xiao Warrior's Woman Man. Who? Xiao Zhan shouted violently before that person raised his head with a playful smile. What's wrong? Overexcited? You don't even recognize your old friend? It was only then that Xiao Zhan saw the person, and it turned out to be his good friend, Chu Xiong. Previously, Xiao Zhan had given him the door key in order to facilitate Chu Xiong's arrival here and play the game with himself. Without thinking that the brat hadn't been coming, Xiao Zhan had forgotten about this stubble. This time, he did not know why he had come. Chu Xiong looked at the residue of excitement that hadn't faded from Xiao Zhan's face. Flirted. Getting bored with the beautiful president until now. Tell me, are you getting laid? Didn't you say that domineering and high-strung female presidents are not your cup of tea? Xiao Zhan pushed him inside. Such unpleasant words. You are not ashamed to ask at the door. Xiao Zhan hadn't seen Chu Xiong for a long time and went to the kitchen and squeezed fresh juice for him, served it in a cup and put it in his hand. Without thinking, Chu Xiong said relentlessly, don't try to fool me with small favors. Answer my question. You and the domineering president have reached that point now? Xiao Zhan had previously heard that the overbearing president was very empathetic, but now that he heard Chu Xiong say this, he felt very uncomfortable. Don't talk nonsense. Lan Shui is not a domineering and high-cool female president. Indeed, after taking a trip to the beach with Blue Snow, who had put down the heavy burden of work, was more like a gentle, kind, and beautifully shy girl next door. The corner of Chu Xiong's mouth revealed a smile as he pointed at Xiao Zhan and said, wow, I judge that you have been conquered by the female president and may have turned into a womanizer. Xiao Zhan was startled by such a statement from Chu Xiong and hurriedly asked, how could I have turned into a woman man? Have I changed in any significant way? Seeing Xiao Zhan's somewhat startled appearance, this time Chu Xiong had something to show off, moving his rich experience out. Listen carefully, there are a few notable characteristics of a young man who generally turns into a gynoid. Xiao Zhan looked at Chu Xiong in surprise. Could it be that his appearance had really changed after he and Lan Shui went out for a few days? The blue snow in Xiao Zhan's eyes had still changed quite a lot. She was no longer so eloquent and cold in reprimanding her employees. Instead, she gives convincing reasons while pointing out the mistakes of her employees when they do something wrong. Blue Snow had changed so much. Could it be that he himself, traveling with her, had also been infected by her and had also changed very much? Could it be that Chu Xiong's claim that he had turned into a gynoid really had significant gynoid characteristics? Xiao Zhan looked at Chu Xiong seriously, listening to him enumerate out the facts that he was already a gynoid. Chu Xiong cleared his throat and said in a serious manner, first, when you opened the door for me, you were taken aback. This is a typical performance of a woman. In the past, when you encountered this kind of thing, you stretched out your paws and kicked people out several meters. Your mouth also cursed in an unctuous manner. Marred, less pretending with the two of us. I still don't know who you are. Xiao Zhan thought about it. Indeed, when he was in college, when his companion was pretending to be a god in his dorm room and scaring him, this is what he did. Comparing successively, Xiao Zhan let out a sigh in his heart. Yes, I have changed a lot. No wonder Chu Xiong said that I am a woman man now. Xiao Zhan asked, is there more? Why not? You have more characteristics of a woman man. Look at me enumerating them one by one. Chu Xiong vibrated and broke his fingers again and said, secondly, when you saw me sitting on the sofa, you immediately went to the kitchen and washed the dishes and squeezed the juice again. And then you even handed the cup with the juice to my hand. Chapter 92, An Old Voice. Chu Xiong continued to ask, Xiao Zhan, tell me, is all this that you have done a typical symptom of a womanizer? Xiao Zhan scratched his head. Mamma mia. Yes, because this was how his mom, Chan Ling, often served him and his dad. Was he really a gynoid? Looking at Xiao Zhan scratching his hair and rubbing his face in a very chagrined manner, Chu Xiong felt that he had guessed correctly. He hurriedly threw out a third argument again. Thirdly, look at your face. It's a lot more delicate than before, which is even more proof that you are a gynoid. After saying that, Xu Xiong quietly stole his eyes to observe Xiao Zhan's reaction. It was because he had heard the old people's legend. A man and a woman's skin kissing each other would transfer the other's body genes into the other's body. The beautiful president was long and beautiful, and her skin was fair and beautiful, tender and smooth. When kissing, she must have passed these excellent genes to Xiao Zhan. Otherwise it was impossible for Xiao Zhan's skin to be much more delicate. Xu Xiong looked at Xiao Zhan and envy shot out of his eyes. Turning his eyes, the corners of his mouth were oozing with harangues, and his expression changed to a mysterious look as he said, "Tell me, so that I, a single dog, can also grow up? How did you two start the prelude when you kissed, and how it continued afterward?" The woman and man's final explanation came to a critical moment. So it was. Xiao Zhan stepped forward and swung his fist, snapping it on Xu Xiong's back. "Brat! It turns out that you had your mind set on thinking about this again. I didn't do anything, and I was almost taken to the ditch by you. This skin of mine is better because I soaked in the hot springs, and the substances of the hot springs beautified the skin." Xu Xiong screamed as he was beaten by Xiao Zhan. "You guys really didn't do anything? That would be a waste of good time. Xiao Zhan, what concerns do you have about not furthering your relationship with the beautiful president?" Xiao Zhan wanted to perfunctorily say that he didn't want to get married too early for the sake of his career, or that the other party wasn't his cup of tea, but was afraid that Xu Xiong would recognize it and don't get into trouble. Making even more ridiculous imaginations, can only confide in Xu Xiong. "You know, that car accident left a deep impression on me. The girl who survived the car accident, in the end is dead or alive. I still haven't figured it out, so there is a knot in my heart, and if this knot is not opened, I don't have the heart to talk about marriage with someone." Xu Xiong sat up. "So that's how it is, then how about I give you an idea?" Xiao Zhan asked with great interest. "What idea?" Xu Xiong was very mysterious as he approached next to Xiao Zhan's ear. "You can find an excuse to go to her home and then just like a secret agent, go through her bookcase or laptop, and computer logs or something. Generally, these things all record significant events within the owner's heart. If you find these things, won't you be able to determine the identity of the owner?" Xiao Zhan felt that what Xu Xiong said was very reasonable. In the future, he would find an opportunity to definitely test the waters and see if Lan Shui could let her into her home. Xiao Zhan had a plan in his mind, so he also felt at ease playing the game with Xu Xiong. After that, the two best friends played Jedi Survival and League of Legends, completely immersed in the game, yelling and screaming. When they played badly, they complained to each other, and when they played well, they shouted cheer. The neighbors knocked on the door several times to make comments. The weekend passed just like that. When it was time to go to work, Xiao Zhan started working at his workstation. President Lan Shui, on the other hand, received a strange phone call. It seemed like a long-distance call from the distant imperial capital. An old voice came from the other end of the phone. Chapter 93, a warning call from the distant imperial capital. "I only heard the old man say, you are the president of Blue Crown Group, right?" Based on the pale voice, Lan Shui judged that the man was an old man and was busy politely agreeing. "Hello old man, may I ask what's the matter with you?" Being able to directly call the president's office and knowing the phone number in front of the president's desk showed that this person had a shallow relationship with Blue Crown Group. Otherwise, how could one directly call into the president's office? One must know that this phone number, only bigwigs who had important business dealings with Blue Crown were qualified to know this phone number. Letting the other party know this number was also for the purpose of solving problems that arose on cooperation in a timely manner. Blue Snow of course valued the information of the cooperative businessmen and quietly waited for the other party to say the following, only to hear the other party warn in a very angry tone. "Although the Blue Crown Group is dominant in the local area, it is not enough to be feared when it comes outside, so I advise you to restrain yourselves. It's best to get by. Keep one eye open and quiet, and close one eye." After saying these words, the other party put down the phone with an angry grunt. Blue Snow also didn't hear the other party introduce his big name, so he just inexplicably said two words and put down the phone. What in the world does that mean? And said that it was best to restrain yourself? Did Blue Crown do something out of the ordinary? Lan Shui thought for half a day, but couldn't make sense of it, so she called Xiao Zhan. "Xiao Zhan, come to the president's office." Xiao Zhan answered the phone and returned. "President, it's office hours. You can't be disorganized and undisciplined and wander around with nothing to do. I have something to find you." Xiao Zhan returned. "Please go through the work procedures." Hearing such a reply from Xiao Zhan, if Xiao Zhan was in front of him right now, Lan Shui really wanted to take off her high-heeled shoes and skim over towards Xiao Zhan, bringing a loud lecture. "Pretend with us." But thinking about it, it seemed that Xiao Zhan's words were impeccable. He could only lower his stature and call his secretary Lu Yang, saying to her, "Go to the R&D department and look for Xiao Zhan. Say that the president has something important to discuss." Lu Yang stood up and smiled at Lan Shui, giving her a knowing look. "There's official business. I'll quickly call this guy here." Lu Yang arrived at the R&D department, found Xiao Zhan and said to him, "This employee, could it be that the president has asked you to discuss something important, and you're even going to excuse yourself?" Xiao Zhan had long ago received a call from Lan Shui, and his heart was calculating to, "It's nothing but, hurry up and get a license to marry me." This is the so-called have if debatable. Of course Lu Yang also thinks so. So when he finished, he couldn't help but look away and secretly snicker. Xiao Zhan dawdled and packed up the documents on the table. At this time, Poker Bull couldn't look away and reprimanded Xiao Zhan for Lu Yang, saying, "This employee, what a passive-aggressive employee. Secretary Lu has been waiting here for so long. He still looks like he's dragging his feet and not meeting the president with Secretary Lu. It's really too much, dung, for a flight across a dung pit." After saying that, he smiled panderingly at Lu Yang. "If he doesn't go, how about I go? Maybe I can solve it better than him." Lu Yang blankly glanced at Poker Bull and whispered, "What's the matter with you? Also don't take a mirror and look at yourself. What does the president have to discuss with you?" Xiao Zhan also stood up quickly and swept the paper on his desk. With a big book, the shredded paper whistled and hit Poker Cow's face, and Poker Cow said unhappily, "Xiao Zhan, grow a pair will you? The shredded paper is hitting my face." Xiao Zhan said, "I did not think that I cleaned the desk." The shredded paper even pounced on the face of the manager. This situation can only have one explanation. The manager you face is very big. Zhang Yi and his co-workers couldn't help but puff and laugh. Chapter 94, Something Big. Xiao Zhan walked towards the president's office along with Lu Yang. Lan Shui had actually been at the doorway observing the status of the R&D department where Xiao Zhan was. Seeing Lu Yang leading Xiao Zhan out of the R&D department and walking towards her side, immediately sat down on the leather sofa behind the wide boss desk. With the appearance of being in the middle of studying a high-level corporate issue, Lu Yang arrived at the door of the president's office and knocked on the office door. Lan Shui shouted loudly, "Please come in." After Lu Yang brought Xiao Zhan into the office, he reported to Lan Shui, "President, I've brought you the important person you're looking for, so you guys can discuss it." Saying that, he winked at Blue Snow with an I know it all look. After Lu Yang left, Lan Shui closed the door. Rushing at Xiao Zhan, she said, "You have such a big row. You wouldn't even come without an invitation, right?" Xiao Zhan said aggressively, "Which is not the case. I am just following the rules set by the president and being your good disciplined employee." Lan Shui suddenly realized, "Wow, so the one standing in front of me is my good employee. Where are you?" Xiao Zhan was momentarily speechless, rolling his eyes in search of his own merits. "President, I have a lot of advantages. For a moment I don't know which one to say. You allow me to think about it, okay?" Lan Shui laughed. "Don't look for it, as long as you sit there obediently, close your eyes, and let me kiss you. That's your biggest advantage. I can tell you, this advantage of yours is unique to the whole company and even the whole world. Come to think of it, there is no one else who has your merit. In other words, there is no one in the whole world who has the advantage of letting me give you a kiss. And you, my dear, are the only one. How about it? You have a unique advantage in the whole world. Are you proud of it?" Xiao Zhan said in a resigned manner when he saw Lan Shui forcing his way over. "President, you're using your work to try to molest me. I'm not convinced." Lan Shui laughed uproariously. "You don't serve, but your aunts and uncles are very served. They feel that handing you over to me is too right. It's almost like everything is in order. All we need is the east wind." Xiao Zhan covered his eyes, revealing a finger crack, and said in the girl's voice, "How tragic. My parents saw the glory and wealth of your family and sold me to you." This time, it inspired Lan Shui's desire to act, learning from the rich son in the play. Shaking her body, she walked up to Xiao Zhan and said, "Little lady." "Oh no." Lan Shui scratched her head. "That's what I should call you. Big handsome boy. You'll just submit to it." Saying that, her fingers lifted Xiao Zhan's face, originally continuing to want to act, but helplessly seeing Xiao Zhan's crystal clear eyes, she immediately entered the realm of reality, gazing deeply for a long time, did not continue to act. Xiao Zhan because he and Xu Xiong happily played games and had fun for a whole weekend. The happy mood continued until now. Seeing that Blue Snow didn't speak anymore, he didn't know why he was stuck. Just looked at Blue Snow, did not expect to be met with Blue Snow a pair of deep love-gazing big eyes. Blue Snow forgot to say, "You are so beautiful." Xiao Zhan immediately knew what Blue Snow was going to say next, and was just about to stretch out his hand to block Blue Snow's lips. Unexpectedly, Lan Shui's small mouth opened and she still said, "Marry me." Xiao Zhan helplessly said, "President, can you change a line? How come the next sentence is always this? Lan Shui came into a temper and went forward to pick up Xiao Zhan's ears. "Say, from, or not." The two were in the heat of the moment when the door was knocked. The blush on Lan Shui's face hadn't faded yet, and opening the door now felt inappropriate, so she rushed to the door and asked, "What is it, President?" "It's a big matter. It's about the future of the group. You open the door. Chapter 95 dismissed as a whisper. Lan Shui was bluffed and did not know what major matter that concerned the future of the group. After stabilizing for a bit, she told Xiao Zhan to open the door. Outside the door stood sales manager Wang Shud. After he came in, he immediately handed Lan Shui a faxed document. President, for some unknown reason, the Tang group automatically lowered the price of their cooperation by 50%. According to the cost budget, they can't make much money at all by voluntarily lowering the price by 50%. I don't know what kind of madness the Tang group has gone through to cut their own heads off. Lan Shui walked around the office, muttering to herself. Tang clan might have been threatened by someone. If they don't cut their own price, I'm afraid their lives will be in danger? Looking at the way Lan Shui was walking and thinking at the same time, Xiao Zhan could not help but want to laugh. Tang clan group must have received instructions from Tang before they lowered the price of their clothing by themselves. Sales manager Wang Shud, however, said with some surprise, President, if they want 50% less profit, that means we made 50% more. That's nearly $1 billion in goods. We'll earn even more. Lan Shui coldly remembered the phone call she had just received, an old voice asking her to tighten up. I'm afraid that the call had something to do with Tang group lowering their own prices. So she said to sales manager Wang Shud, just now, someone from Imperial Capital came to the phone, very dissatisfied and said to me, asking me to restrain myself. That means that we, Blue Crown Group, should not go too far. It's not necessarily a good thing for us to earn more this time. The so-called blessing is a curse. I don't know what we'll encounter in the future, so you guys have to be careful. Wang Shud nodded without knowing why, then asked Blue Snow searchingly, that person who issued a warning to the Blue Crown Group. I'm afraid it's someone from the Tang clan. Lan Shui nodded thoughtfully. It's very likely. And this person is from Imperial Capital. I'm afraid his status is very high, so we need to be cautious in the future, so we don't let people catch hold of us and retaliate against us because of it. Xiao Zhan was also startled when he heard this. So it turned out that the Tang clan was deeply rooted and had someone in Imperial Capital. Then we really have to think about it in the future. To do anything, one must talk about a foolproof plan. Lan Shui had wanted to discuss with Xiao Zhan this matter of phone calls from Imperial Capital, and now there is a new change in the situation. Tang's group even lowered their own prices, giving out 50% profit to Blue Crown. Is this a huge trap that they have laid out? Turning his head to Xiao Zhan, he asked, what do you think about this matter? Xiao Zhan said, let's see what changes the Tang group has made. We have to always observe their movements. Lan Shui turned around and thought that this incident might have something to do with them traveling to Lianhai City, right? But Lan Shui had already warned Xiao Zhan not to take things lightly, so as not to give the many collaborators the wrong idea, disturbing the production process of the $100 billion order. So, did Xiao Zhan do as she said? Thus, Lan Shui's probing gaze fell on Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan hurriedly pretended to know nothing and sat there. But the president was the president, and with a pair of sharp eyes, he still saw through Xiao Zhan's disguise. So, to Wang Shud, he said, I know, you can go back. Watching Wang Shud walk out of the house, Lan Shui stomped, wearing large leather boots that made a loud sound. She walked towards Xiao Zhan. It looked like it was issuing a warning to Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan. The seated Xiao Zhan looked at the serious Blue Snow. At this moment, the majesty of the president burst out from Lan Shui. A pair of eyes questioned Xiao Zhan before Lan Shui said in a tone that could not be defended, did you make a move against Tang? You even took my words as a whisper. Chapter 96, call me dear only after something goes wrong. In the face of Lan Shui's serious attitude, Xiao Zhan did not dare to be ambiguous, and only had to honestly tell the inside story. That day, I sent you home, and when I came out, I saw someone following me, so in a fit of anger, I chased after that mastermind behind me. Blue Snow nodded. You found out that it was Tang who did it, and thought to yourself, I've put up with you for a long time, and you still dare to offend me again? See if I don't clean you up. After finishing her sentence, Lan Shui glared at Xiao Zhan, asking, isn't that so? Xiao Zhan nodded and said somewhat sheepishly, my dear, your guess is really right. Lan Shui slapped the table. Now that something has happened, you come to please me and call me darling again? Too bad it's too late. Blue Snow walked back and forth on the floor anxiously after learning about what Xiao Zhan had done. Someone from Tang's family is in the Imperial Capital, working as a big official and has a great background. Now that Tang is temporarily trying to save his little life and is reluctantly submitting to you, I'm afraid that he will definitely retaliate against you in the future. You don't listen to my advice, show off your courage and make a big mistake. I'm afraid it will put Blue Crown Group in a difficult situation. What do you think? What to do? Xiao Zhan did not think too far ahead compared to Lan Shui. Even if Imperial Capital called, what could they do? The mountains were high and the emperor was far away, not to mention an old man. Even the emperor's old man could not possibly reach here without such a long hand. Xiao Zhan asked, don't worry, for a while, It's impossible for them to make any moves. Besides, they were the ones who used the plotting and scheming in the first place, and the fault lies with them. That's why they don't dare to blatantly target us. But it's only right that we take the necessary measures as well. In the face of Xiao Zhan's calm and collected demeanor, Lan Shui also calmed down. Then what do you say? Xiao Zhan said. It'll be cheaper for you. I'll move to your place and be your free bodyguard. If in normal times, when Lan Shui heard this, she was afraid that she would have to jump up immediately. However, today, she received that warning call from Imperial Capital, and knowing that Xiao Zhan had really made a move to teach Tang a lesson, she knew that things could not be that simple. Now that Xiao Zhan had even offered to personally act as a bodyguard for him for safety's sake, it seemed that for safety's sake, one really had to live together. The moment she thought of her house being in disarray and not cleaned at all, Blue Snow became a little flustered. The problem was, she didn't know how to do housework and didn't know how to organize her room. Her own house was all cleaned by the cleaning ants, who came twice a week to clean it. If Xiao Zhan was allowed to live in his dad's old mansion, in the face of Xiao Zhan's family's status as ordinary people, would the rich and powerful dad be able to accept him? After thinking about it, Lan Shui decided that it would be better to let Xiao Zhan live in his own separate villa. Anyway, with Xiao Zhan by her side every day, Lan Shui felt doubly secure. In this way, it also fulfills her desire to watch handsome men every day. And if she does something out of the ordinary, no one will know about it. And it seems that she has been blessed by a disaster. Thinking of this, Lan Shui's face reddened again. When it was time to get off work, Xiao Zhan did not wait for Lan Shui's order and went to the door to wait for Lan Shui to get off work. As a man, Xiao Zhan was very responsible. Lan Shui smiled slightly when she saw Xiao Zhan appearing beside her already repaired Porsche car. No matter what, Xiao Zhan was a very reliable man. The things he promised would definitely be kept firmly in his mind. Very responsible man. It was just that when she thought of her home, Lan Shui was somewhat inexplicably embarrassed. Chapter 97 Destroying Xiao Zhan's third view. Other than her being able to walk down in the house, with the messy condition of the house, I'm afraid that no second person would be able to get down. Arriving at Lan Shui's house, Xiao Zhan imagined the girl's room and the room door. Under the sunset after work, the house was full of neat and tidy, as well as a light and cozy aroma. Warm and cozy, clean. Lan Shui looked at Xiao Zhan, who had an expectant face, and an awkward smile appeared on her face. I'm afraid that the moment she opened the door, it completely subverted Xiao Zhan's three views. Lan Shui opened the door very unconfidently and said with a lowered head, "Take a look." Xiao Zhan was puzzled. It was not the first words that should be said by inviting a guest into the house. One should be happy and fall in love. It should be, "Welcome, please come in," instead of bowing his head and using a mosquito voice to say take a look. That implies something very different. The contents of the house could be very different. As it turned out, the content was not only very different, but it simply refreshed Xiao Zhan's three views. When Xiao Zhan looked into the house, he only said, "Holy." His eyes widened and he simply froze. It wasn't how buried the room was, but the room with a clean bottom color and no dust was simply a mess. No matter how expensive the fabric was, whether it was a cotton dress shirt or a short-sleeved shirt that was only worn in the summer, it was all skimmed on the floor. You can't even imagine that in such a messy room lives a beautiful president. If you didn't take a closer look at the items in the room, you would think that this was the room of a male single dog. Seeing Xiao Zhan with a shocked face, Lan Shui could only give a push towards the house. "Go in, little baby, you're my man, so don't be embarrassed." Xiao Zhan froze. "Wait, who promised to be your man? Look at you living the house into a pigsty. Am I the man who feeds the pigs?" Lan Shui took a small whack and hit him. "Who is a pig? Who is a pig?" Xiao Zhan stood on his tiptoes, very afraid of stepping on the shoes and clothes on the ground and getting them dirty. Pointing at the things on the ground, he said, still not admitting it, "How is this different from a pigsty? You pig." Lan Shui watched Xiao Zhan carefully enter the house and hang up the clothes one by one on hangers, split into warm and summer clothes categories and put them in the closet, and then put the shoes on the ground, respectively, into single shoes and warm shoes, in the shoe cabinet. In a short while, the ground showed a piece of open space. Walking was also much smoother. "Xiao Zhan, you are really good in the hall and good in the kitchen. A typical virtuous domestic helper. How about being my assistant?" Xiao Zhan glanced at Lan Shui. "President, you seem to have used the wrong vocabulary. A virtuous domestic helper refers exclusively to women, and assistants are also generally female. But I'm a resounding manly man. I'm afraid such a title is inappropriate for me, right?" Lan Shui looked east and west, playing a sloppy game of sound and fury, and coldly hugged Xiao Zhan. "You are too appropriate for me," Xiao Zhan said. "Stop it, we haven't finished the job yet." Immediately after, Xiao Zhan was quick on his feet and immediately put the items into place. The reason he was able to do so skillfully was because Xiao Zhan had detached himself from his mother a long time ago and was living on his own. After finishing packing, Xiao Zhan took a look at this separate small villa. The small villa had 3 floors. The ground floor was the daily living room, check room, kitchen, storage room, gym, toilet and so on. It was the second floor that was the master's bedroom, the guest's bedroom. The third floor was the study, the private movie theater. As Xiao Zhan was observing, the system's voice came again. Chapter 98, The Unexpected Huge Reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for coming to the villa complex. Please sign in here. Sign in successfully and there will be a huge reward. Xiao Zhan was pleasantly surprised. It did not occur to him that signing in at the villa complex would result in a huge reward. Was it skills or money? Xiao Zhan impatiently shouted. Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, rewarding the host with a villa of equal value. This villa is located in the new area of the city. The real estate license. The purchase procedures are all complete. Please host watch the system space. Xiao Zhan looked at the system space in surprise. As expected, as the system said, a red real estate certificate and various home purchase procedures were all in the system space. It seems that this time when he arrived here, it was really worth it to be a bodyguard for Lan Shui. When everything was packed up, Blue Snow suggested ordering takeout. After cleaning up for a while, Xiao Zhan was also very tired. Originally, Xiao Zhan wanted to cook for himself, but Lan Shui felt sorry for him and ordered takeout. The two of them then looked at the door and waited for the takeout to bring the meal in. After waiting for a long time, the door was finally knocked. Lan Shui grabbed in front of Xiao Zhan and went to open the door, and said with vigor, I want my man to be the first person on the account book, that is, the family member in charge. He has to have faction and dignity, so opening the door is such a small matter. It's better for me to do it. Blue Snow opened the door hopefully and let out an unexpected gasp. Why are you here? The visitor entered the house as if he were entering his own home, changing his slippers and removing his outer garment, and as he did so, he said, that is a very subtle question you ask, and there are several things to be gathered from it. First, how you came to be here. It means that you have company, and so have ceased to desire me so much. Second, there must still be a desire for someone to come, but definitely not for me. To summarize, there is someone in your house, and it's still someone you want to be alone with, and you don't want others to disturb you. So in the tone of this statement, it reveals that I'm not welcome. Blue Snow, you've changed. You're no longer that rejecting, cold and domineering female president. Instead, you're a little woman who wants to enjoy a little coziness, a little sweetness, a little beauty anymore. Say, who is the person in the house? Xiao Zhan listened to this person analyze the situation in a coherent manner and felt that this person had a good head on his shoulders. It was very tempting to see who this person really was. When this person changed his clothes and glanced towards the living room, he happened to meet Xiao Zhan's 4 eyes. Xiao Zhan had just finished cleaning the house. His body was sweating, and his red face was exceptionally striking. The manly valor was even more apparent. The visitor exclaimed, what a beautiful man. Xiao Shui, quickly introduce me to him. I don't have a boyfriend until now. It seems that this person and Blue Snow friendship is not shallow. Speak so straight to the point. Do not avoid anything. Blue Snow was a little embarrassed. How could she just introduce herself to someone else when she was in the bag? Even if it was a best friend, it was absolutely not to be shared. Seeing Blue Snow's annoyed look, the woman suddenly realized. Little Snow, no wonder you showed an unwelcome look when I just entered. It seems that this person has a very special status. A few days of absence and you have a boyfriend. Lan Shui enjoyed these words and revealed a small smugness. However, Xiao Zhan considered that he had not yet gotten the Blue Snow family's approval, and was afraid that declaring it too soon would not be favorable to Blue Snow. Thus, politely said, I'm his bodyguard now. What's going to happen in the future is still unknown. Wow, a great sense of anticipation. In the future are ready to have something happen. It seems that I have no chance. Blue Snow hurriedly swore sovereignty. Jia and I've met his mom, and his mom even said that we should enter the marriageable and childbearing stage. Chapter 99, Get the Business Done. Jia and I said in surprise, Yuki, you're going into the marriageable and childbearing stage with your boyfriend in such a short period of time? Looks like I'm out of luck. Lan Shui was in an environment where she was in love with Xiao Zhan, and her psyche was very kind, so she comforted Jia and you will definitely run into a fated boyfriend in the future. Don't be anxious. Jia and said to Xiao Zhan. Previously, Xiao Shui only had the wisdom of business. Only after getting along with you did she have such a high emotional intelligence. Look, I'll know to clarify the sovereignty of the boyfriend. Don't worry, I'm not going to snatch it from you, and obviously can't snatch it from you either. While several people were joking, the food delivery finally came. Lan Shui ordered the meal and added a few bottles of beer. Jai and I looked at the table of 3 or 4 dishes, revealing a look full of joy. Although little Snow doesn't care at all about ordering a few more dishes, but for fear of scrubbing the dishes, every time she orders a meal, it's pitifully small. There's only one explanation for ordering so much this time, and that's to please a certain man she likes. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Jia and I couldn't stop laughing. Lan Shui's face reddened from Jiani's laughter and muttered, "You're the one who eats a lot, so it's always too much food." Jia and I finished laughing and picked up the wine glasses. Each person raised a full glass of wine, stood up, clinked their glasses, and said words of mutual blessing. Xiao Zhan was a man. Usually drinking with his friends was a regular thing, and with a stomach that had already been worked out by alcohol, he didn't care about drinking a few more glasses of beer. The same could not be said for Lan Shui and Jia and I. They could not drink at all. After happily drinking 2 cups, their faces turned red, and when they stood up, their bodies were a bit shaky. Xiao Zhan advised Lan Shui, "Don't drink, you're drinking too much." Lan Shui had a red face and squinted her eyes, looking charming, almost as cute as a little sister next door. Xiao Zhan did not feel like looking at her a few more times. Lan Shui felt Xiao Zhan looking at her eyes and revealed a drunken smile as she asked Xiao Zhan, "I'm beautiful, right? Normally you don't look at me this closely. That means I'm beautiful now, right?" Xiao Zhan was amused and afraid that Lan Shui had gotten too drunk. He hastily nodded his head and said, "Aha, you're very beautiful. It's already so beautiful, so I won't drink anymore, okay?" Jia and I was also a little drunk, looking at Lan Shui with half-open eyes. "Snow, I feel that you are very satisfied with him. Why don't you take this opportunity to drink and get him drunk? After that, you can then take advantage of his drunkenness. You'll be able to maneuver." Lan Shui shook her body and nodded solemnly in praise. "Jia and I, this idea you came up with is really good. You have to know that Xiao Zhan, this beautiful man, is hard to be conquered. I've proposed to him many times, but he's always rejected me. This time, I must take the opportunity of drinking to get him drunk and take the opportunity to cook the raw rice. Come, cheers." Lan Shui picked up the wine bottle and was about to fill her wine glass again. Xiao Zhan saw that Lan Shui was already drinking with a blood-red face and was afraid that she would overdo it. He gently snatched the cup from Lan Shui's hand. Lan Shui felt it and spoke with a bit of a loud tongue. "Xiao Zhan, why did you take my wine cup away? Do you not want to be friends with me anymore?" Xiao Zhan echoed her words and said, "I really want to be your boyfriend, and I want to replace the wine glass with a bigger one. The 2 of us can have a good drink and still get drunk, so you'll have a chance to get it." Johnny spoke up. "Snowy, get the business done. I'm sleepy. I won't accompany you." With that, she collapsed on the couch and snored. Chapter 100. You're the Bad Wolf. Lan Shui, on the other hand, held a large water glass and laughed so hard that she couldn't even open her eyes. It seems like a beautiful thing can be accomplished today. The wine cups have all been changed into extra large ones. "Xiao Zhan, you can't run out of my hand." Xiao Zhan helped Lan Shui hold the large water cup tightly and advised her, drink it, let's get down to business after drinking it." Lan Shui took a sip of tea and barred her mouth. "This wine is a little off flavor." The hand involuntarily loosened the large water cup. Xiao Zhan took the water cup and put it on the table. Then he picked up Lan Shui, who had fallen asleep, and went to the second-floor bedroom, put her on the bed, and took off the dirty clothes that she had vomited after getting drunk for her. Seeing Lan Shui's white, delicate, slightly fragrant body, Xiao Zhan's hot blood surged, and Lan Shui wrapped her small hands around his neck again. A strong desire welled up in Xiao Zhan's heart, and he was eager to embrace Lan Shui tightly and enter into the gentle land. He only heard Lan Shui say something in a daze. "I'm going to ask Dad to acknowledge you." Xiao Zhan heard this and stopped his movements below. Indeed, until now, Lan Shui had not brought Xiao Zhan to meet her dad. People said that a marriage that did not have the blessing of the parents would not be happy. Xiao Zhan had the confidence and ability to get the blessing of both parents. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhan gently put Lan Shui on the bed and covered her with a quilt. He himself came to the guest bedroom and lay down to sleep. By the next day, Lan Shui woke up and looked at what she was wearing to see that she was wearing underwear. Her face changed greatly. "It did not occur to me that you, Xiao Zhan, with your surface appearance of a righteous gentleman, would take advantage of a person's danger and do something worse than a beast." Thinking like this, he hurriedly looked at his underwear. Still that clean, not a bit of dirt. Blue Snow before long exhaled a breath, because every day to change a new set of underwear is her long-term habit. The president of such a large group of companies, change a new set of underwear is simply normal. As usual, Lan Shui was in high spirits as she went downstairs to wash up and go to work. Seeing Jia and I still covered with a thick blanket curled up in the sofa, I'm afraid she caught a cold. He took another jacket and covered her with it, not wanting this action to wake her up. He glanced at the sofa he was on, and then at the sofa opposite where Lan Shui was. Realizing that there were no quilts, blankets or anything on the sofa, judging that Blue Snow was carried to the bedroom on the second floor by Xiao Zhan to sleep peacefully. So full of mystery, he asked Blue Snow, "Did you get it?" Blue Snow goaded her. "Don't imagine people so bad. People, Xiao Zhan is a towering figure. How would he take advantage of someone's danger and do something meticulous?" Dine said with emotion. "Really a towering figure it. Light to you, so gentle. Just me alone, cold and lonely, lying on the sofa. So miserable, ah." Blue Snow sat down next to her best friend and nudged her nose and said, "You also quickly find a warm boyfriend. Drunk so someone can carry you up to the bedroom." Jody came to ask. "You're drunk as a puddle and both carry you into the bedroom. It's a big surprise that you guys didn't make a pair of difficult lovebirds." Lan Shui also wondered and asked Jia, "Is it because I'm not pretty enough or attractive enough? That's why Xiao Zhan didn't make a move?" Shaming her. "Aren't you already drunk? There's no chance to show your charm, ah. I believe that if you were conscious and unfolded your charm kung fu." At that, Janine shook her head again, scat inside twice more, gestured with both hands, opened her claws forward, and continued, "I believe that my sister, Xiao Shui, that is a vicious wolf, pouncing on Xiao Zhan, this little cotton sheep, quasi-guaranteed to eat Xiao Zhan's bones crispy." Chapter 101, Won't leave easily. And you also met your boyfriend's parents. The parents also want you to be marriageable and childbearing. The birth of rice to make mature rice that is accurate. Blue Snow speechless. Was Jia said some embarrassed. Take a pillow and gently hit on Jia. A better, quickly get up. See, it's almost 8 o'clock. Only then did Jia quickly put on her clothes, even calling out that it was time to go to work. After taking a sip of the hot milk with bread handed over by Blue Snow, she walked out of the house. Blue Snow saw Xiao Zhan snorting as he walked downstairs and sat on the sofa opposite Blue Snow. Blue Snow had already washed up and was carrying a light fragrance as she leaned on him and said, "I'll allow you to work half an hour late. Really, my husband is too tired." The implication in the words was too profound. Xiao Zhan was shocked and defended. "Don't call me that. I didn't do anything to you last night. I can swear to God that I'm innocent." Lan Shui opened her arms wide and looked up to the sky and sighed. "It's over. Your one life of innocence has been planted in my hands. Honestly, be my husband." Then, she put on her clothes and pulled open the door to go to work. Xiao Zhan cleaned up the house, washed up and stopped, simply ate breakfast, and was just about to walk out of the house. The cell phone then rang. Xiao Zhan answered the phone, and the call was from a girl. The girl asked, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Xiao Zhan?" Xiao Zhan listened to the girl's voice with some familiarity, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. So he said, "I am. Which one are you?" Only to hear a grateful voice from the phone. "Benefactor. I'm the girl who jumped into the sea that you saved. I am now debt-free, and the loan sharks I borrowed to pay my mom's medical bills have been cancelled. No one is chasing me anymore. Now, I'm really at ease. My mom told me to find my benefactor and thank you in person for saving my life, because you not only saved me, but also indirectly saved my mom. With such a great favor, I must repay you and find you no matter how great the difficulties are in front of me. Now that I know the cell phone number you left on the 120 ambulance, I called you, and now I'm going to find you. So tell me where you are?" Xiao Zhan now completely remembered who the girl who had called him was, thinking that the girl's determination to find her benefactor was so great. That is, if he didn't tell her, with her perseverance, she would be able to find her way here in the end. Mo not does not let her laboriously inquire around, light-heartedly tell her, to fulfill her wish, not finished. So Xiao Zhan told her about the Weicheng where he was located and, fearing that she would be like a headless fly trespassing, said, "If you want to come, tell me directly. I'll pick you up at the train station." The girl on the opposite side immediately said, "The train has already arrived at the station." Originally did not think, "We'll let you come to pick up the station. Big brother, you talk like this, too let me surprise and touched. I look forward to seeing you immediately." Xiao Zhan took a look. The time had reached 8:30, that is, clocking in at work, counting the extra half hour given by Lan Shui, that was also late. Might as well get this little girl settled before saying anything about going to work. So he took a taxi to the train station. When he arrived at the train station, Xiao Zhan held his name up high. Having gotten off the train for a long time, Yi Huayun was still staring blankly at this unfamiliar city, because she wasn't very familiar with Xiao Zhan. She didn't know if Xiao Zhan would be able to pick her up here on time. Therefore, she didn't walk around to see where Xiao Zhan was, just honestly stood in place and waited. Xiao Zhan was the one who had encountered something and had to figure it out. Without receiving the little girl, he would definitely not leave easily. Chapter 102. Xiao Zhan leads the girl into the villa. Taking his cell phone, he asked again, "Where are you? Tell me." Imagine arriving in a new city from out of town, where one could recognize the city's prominent landmarks. Yi Huayun only looked at the three big words of the train station and said, "I'm at the train station." Xiao Zhan sighed, realizing that he had met a naive girl, and that couldn't be helped. so Xiao Zhan held up the pickup sign and wove his way through the crowded station, hoping to find the girl who was bent on being grateful. After walking round and round, Xiao Zhan's arms holding the pickup sign were tired and sore, and he didn't see the girl. Having no choice but to broadcast to find someone, Xiao Zhan had no choice but to do so, just as he was putting down the sign with the girl's phone number. A foreign accent. Big brother, I finally found you. With an excited shout, a naive girl jumped into Xiao Zhan's arms. Whoa whoa, I finally found you. Big brother. Looking at the girl who jumped into his arms, she cried with tearful eyes. The look of true love and affection touched Xiao Zhan's heart. Xiao Zhan comforted. Has the train ride been done for the night? Because Xiao Zhan went to Lianhai City at that time, he took the high-speed train. The speed caught up with the airplane, and he arrived in 3 hours. But the girl's mother had just recovered from a serious illness and was financially strapped, so she might not be able to afford a high-speed train. Of course, arriving here by slow train would take 12 hours. Xiao Zhan guessed that Yi Huayun hadn't had breakfast by now. So he said, let's just go to a restaurant to eat. Xiao Zhan led Yi Huayun to a very high-grade 5-star hotel. The reason why he treated Yi Huayun in such a high-profile manner, it was only because Xiao Zhan felt that Yi Huayun was simply too pitiful. She was in the beautiful era of her cardamom years, but she was in a difficult period of her life. In order to cure her mother, she had to fight with her own life. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhan not only felt a vague pain in his heart. As a proposed remedy for this poor girl, Xiao Zhan decided to let her enjoy a feast. Have some good impressions of life. Xiao Zhan, who had just arrived at the best seat and sat down, ordering with a menu, was recognized. Not far away, the two beautiful women sitting at dinner were none other than Winter Lara and Moonlight. Dong Lala said to Moonlight, that's Lan Shui's beloved Xiao Zhan. It didn't occur to me that the beautiful man Xiao Zhan, who was held in his heart, would dare to come out and steal food. Moonlight hurriedly advised in a low voice, don't talk nonsense. Xiao Zhan is not that kind of person. Because when Moonlight made a mistake walking the catwalk and almost fell off the stage, it was Xiao Zhan who stepped forward and saved her. So Moonlight had a good impression of Xiao Zhan. She didn't believe that Xiao Zhan would do shameless things behind Lan Shui's back. Setting one thing in front of his face and doing another behind his back could never be the work of someone like Xiao Zhan. Moonlight defended Xiao Zhan. There might also be some special reason why Xiao Zhan invited the little girl to dinner. Look at how the little girl looks like a mellow puffed-up outsider. That's the city's flavorful person. Dong Lara peeked her eyes. And indeed, as Moonlight said, that girl really was Mellow Puff who couldn't be any more pure and simple. So there were no more words. Generally speaking, whoever cheated on his wife did so because the person who cheated on him was a great looker. Such a person is only seductive and makes people unable to hold on to their cheating. But the little girl opposite Xiao Zhan was obviously not that kind of person. So Dong Lara also put her skepticism down. However, Dong Lara kept a watchful eye and dined very slowly with Moonlight. In fact, she wanted to see where these two went after their meal. Finally, they waited until Xiao Zhan and the girl finished their meal. The two of them just kept their eyes at the back. As a result, they saw Xiao Zhan and the girl take a cab and go far away with a hit of smoke. Dong Lara immediately drove her car with Moonlight and trailed that cab at the back. Without thinking, Xiao Zhan and the girl even got out of the car in front of the door of the upscale villa complex. Xiao Zhan showed his entry card before leading the girl into the upscale villa area. Dong Lara belonged to the same rich second-generation class as Moonlight and Blue Snow. Of course, she knew that Blue Snow did not live here. The two were stopped outside and watched Xiao Zhan lead the girl into the villa. Winter Lara said, look, knowing people, Xiao Zhan looks like a good man, but in reality, he is a playboy scum. Moonlight also saw what was in front of her, and didn't know what was going on when Xiao Zhan did this, and froze in her mortar and pestle, momentarily running out of words. Chapter 103, Let's Have a Baby Here. Xiao Zhan got the villa rewarded by the signing-in system and followed the location of the villa provided by the system space, while Yi Huayun was viewing the luxurious villa with her eyes wide open. Turning around, he brought the villa door card from the system space and shook the combination lock with it. The villa door opened in response. Yi Huayun looked astonished. It was as if Xiao Zhan was performing a magic trick, and with a shake of his hand, a treasure appeared in front of him. Big brother, you are really capable of having such a good villa. You are also so kind. Not only did you save me, but you also canceled our mother and daughter's debt. I don't even know how to thank you. My mom told me that if I feel that Big Brother is a good person and can treat me well, I will repay Big Brother with my body. It's just that I don't care if I don't have a name or a title. As long as Big Brother treats me well, it's fine for me to stay by Big Brother's side. For the first time, Xiao Zhan saw such a truthful girl. Not only did he look at her twice, Yi Huayun's two large eyes fluttered. Extraordinarily pure, without a trace of turbidity. Xiao Zhan said, girl, you can't say this nonsense. You're a girl who sees a man treating you well and wants to give your body to him. In case you meet a scummy man, the consequence of you doing so would be to ruin your own happiness for the rest of your life. Yi Huayun jumped into Xiao Zhan's arms. But, big brother, you are not a scumbag. A scumbag would definitely not sacrifice his life to save me. I won't offer my body to a scum either. Xiao Zhan could not bear to shake off Yi Huayun's hands that were tightly wrapped around him. He could not bear to hurt such a pure heart. After staying quiet for a while, Xiao Zhan said, "No one has come to live in this house yet. I need to clean the room." Yi Huayun took a look and sure enough, as Xiao Zhan said, a thick layer of dust had accumulated in the house. Hurriedly releasing her hands that were tightly embracing Xiao Zhan, she quickly ran to look around the villa. Finding brooms, mops and other cleaning tools, rushed to clean up. Because it was long after office hours, Xiao Zhan simply called the R&D department manager, Poker Nyo. He said that he had something to do and took a day off. Poker Cow could not decide whether Xiao Zhan and the president were boyfriend and girlfriend or not, and because he was afraid of the president's power, he did not dare to say anything more about Xiao Zhan's leave of absence. He also agreed to Xiao Zhan's request for a vacation. Xiao Zhan also wanted to do some work. Yi Huayun hurriedly said, "Big brother, you're dressed so handsomely and so well, so don't get involved in scrubbing the floor. I can finish this task in a while, so you can just watch me from the side." Yi Huayun was really a bitter child, and he was very skillful. Swing up the mop, line by line wipe down. It didn't take a while. The floor is now bright colors. Sweat beads appeared on Yi Huayun's face, and her face was red with exhaustion. Xiao Zhan hurriedly said, "Rest, no one comes here. Don't care about this moment." Yi Huayun wiped her face with her hand and smeared the black ash on her hand onto her face as well. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but smile as he looked at her face that was smeared like a kitten. When Yi Huayun saw Xiao Zhan smile, she felt something in her heart and stepped forward and said, "Big brother, it seems that you don't hate me at all, smiling at me and preparing such a big villa for me. Big brother, in the future, the two of us will live our lives here and have children." Xiao Zhan straightly waved his hand. "Sister, you've misunderstood. This villa of mine wasn't specially prepared for you. It was there before. Seeing that you are single and a girl, living anywhere would be unsafe. Only then did I lead you here." Chapter 104, Didn't expect another reward. Yi Huayun was stunned. "Big brother, you led me down to a restaurant, went to such a high-class place, and ate things I've never eaten before, and then, leading me to such a high-class house. What is it if you are not having a baby with me? Big brother, is it that you're too embarrassed to say it and don't dare to confess? Then I'll take the initiative alright." These words made Xiao Zhan listen and laugh bitterly. The reason why Xiao Zhan did not lead Yi Huayun to his rented room was because that house's parents often went there. Good friend Chu Xiong also had a key. Moreover, Lan Shui would also date Xiao Zhan to have dinner at the house after work. Therefore, Xiao Zhan would never let a little girl live anywhere. It did not occur to him that Yi Huayun would even think this way. "That, girl, I definitely have no intention of trying to violate you," Xiao Zhan said with a bitter smile. Yi Huayun didn't believe it. Sitting in front of her was such a healthy big man without any problems. The reason why a man didn't immediately pounce on a big girl when he saw her might also be because this man didn't fully understand how great he was. Yi Huayun looked at the house and also saw the light, and said to Xiao Zhan, "I'll wash my hands and cook you lunch." Xiao Zhan nodded. The meals outside were too greasy. It was better to have home food. It was more refreshing and flavorful. Seeing the clothes that Yi Huayun wore, it was really a bit out of tune with this city. "I'm afraid that in the future, going out to look for a job would be ostracized." Then he said to Yi Huayun, "If you intend to live here for a long time and find a job, then you need to dress up properly so that the people here will recognize you. After dinner, I'll go clothes shopping with you. Big brother, you led me to eat in a big restaurant and live in a luxurious villa, and now you're going to buy me clothes. Do you really not have any other thoughts about me?" Xiao Zhan simply replied, "No." Yi Huayun pouted, and although she didn't say anything on her lips, she said in her heart, "A big man who gives a girl so many favors and doesn't have any other thoughts, the devil would believe it." Xiao Zhan went out to the nearby food market and bought eggs, cilantro, spinach, steamed buns and such. With these ingredients, it was good to simply do some dishes. After handing the ingredients to Yi Huayun, Xiao Zhan read a book in the living room. Without a moment's effort, Yi Huayun served a bowl of egg soup. The golden yellow shredded eggs were sprinkled evenly in the soup, and the green spinach was dotted with fragrant cilantro. Visually, taste, all give people the feeling of satisfaction. It's just that words like colorful and flavorful, which are given to chefs, are a bit overused here, but it's not a bad dish. Yi Huayun brought another hot, soft steamed bun and handed it to Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan took a bite of the steamed buns with satisfaction, and took a mouthful of soup with great enjoyment and swallowed it. Because Xiao Zhan was very self-reliant, he had never cooked for others by himself, and this was the first time that someone had cooked for himself. No matter how simple the meal was made, Xiao Zhan had a different flavor when he ate it. Looking at Xiao Zhan drinking the simple egg soup with a satisfied look, Yi Huayun didn't even know what to say. This was because when he and Xiao Zhan ate a luxurious meal at a 5-star restaurant, Xiao Zhan almost did not move his chopsticks, just quietly waiting for her to finish eating. Now that Xiao Zhan was so interested in egg soup, it really baffled her. Xiao Zhan had already finished a bowl of egg soup sprinkled with cilantro foam, and when he saw Yi Huayun looking at herself stupidly, he asked, "Why don't you eat?" Yi Huayun said, "I see you eating so flavorfully. I'm afraid that the egg soup is not enough for you to drink, so if you finish it, I'll drink it again." Xiao Zhan could not help but laugh. "I don't have a big stomach either. One bowl is already enough. You drink it." Yi Huayun watched Xiao Zhan put down the bowl with satisfaction as if he was full before picking up the egg soup placed in front of him and eating it with relish. The first time Xiao Zhan ate such a simple meal, his body felt an indescribable sense of relief and relaxation. Seeing that Yi Huayun had finished eating, Xiao Zhan stood up and said, "Let's go." Yi Huayun immediately followed Xiao Zhan out of the villa. Xiao Zhan did not know much about the women's clothing market. He had to walk towards the largest clothing market. Entering the first floor of the clothing market, he saw the rows and rows of KTM ATMs that the bank had set up here. Banks are thieves. Knowing that people sometimes have their eyes on a superb high-end dress, when they suffer from not having enough money in their pockets, they don't have to go out of the mall and look for a bank branch. Xiao Zhan had just approached the bank's automatic teller machine ATM when the sign-in system immediately rang. Ding! Detected the host passing in front of the bank's ATM cash machine. Please ask the host to sign in. There will be a big gift reward for the host. Chapter 105. It was Xiao Zhan who completely crushed him. Xiao Zhan was overjoyed, realizing that this was signing in front of a bank ATM. How big would the jackpot be? Xiao Zhan, who was full of anticipation, immediately shouted, "Sign in!" Ding! Signing in is successful, rewarding the host with 5 million RMB in cash. Immediately, Xiao Zhan's cell phone came with a bank text message. "Dear user, your card balance, 6,500,000 RMB. Xiao Zhan's heart was bursting with joy. Always rewarding large amounts of RMB was always a good thing. And now buying clothes was also much more convenient. Clothing mall is divided into several floors. The first floor seems to be in order to facilitate the middle-aged and old people, selling middle-aged and old people's clothing. The second floor upwards, only is the fashion, high-grade fashion, international famous brand and so on categories. Xiao Zhan thought that if Yi Huayun wanted to stand firm in this city, she had to keep up with the pace of the times, and her clothes had to be fashionable. Xiao Zhan was ready to buy Yi Huayun a set of high-grade fashion and led Yi Huayun up to the second floor. Xiao Zhan looked at Yi Huayun's body. Fancy a set of fashion. Let her on the fitting room to try on. If fit, don't take off. Directly pay and go. To say that Xiao Zhan's vision is ruthless, this set of fashions worn on Yi Huayun's body. Simply God. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes, horses rely on saddles. After wearing the fashion, Yi Huayun simply changed a person. Body tall, and very healthy, from which to look at all show a vibrant temperament. Two people shoulder to shoulder from the second floor of the fashion hall to the elevator. Unexpectedly, but ran into Winter Lara, Moonlight and other rich second generation, just from the first floor to take the elevator up. Winter Lara immediately tugged at Moonlight and pointed at Xiao Zhan and Yi Huayun who were about to enter the elevator, because they were diagonally opposite each other. Dong Lala saw Yi Huayun very clearly and recognized that Yi Huayun, who was now wearing the flashy new fashions, was the girl who was previously dressed in shabby clothes and had dinner with Xiao Zhan. Dong Lala showed a look of hatred. In her heart, she said, "This chick can't catch up with me no matter which aspect. But Xiao Zhan, why can't you see me? But you are in love with this chick? Not only do you eat with her, but you also buy clothes together. So it's not as simple as running into her by chance. There is something fishy here." Dong Lara said to Moonlight. "What else can you say this time? Your good big brother even bought fashion for that woman again. This relationship is also too good, right? Not letting people think in that direction is impossible." Moonlight was also dumbfounded. To say that it was only by chance that he saw Xiao Zhan and this woman having dinner, it was also justifiable. But this time, he saw Xiao Zhan leading a woman to buy clothes, and the smile that fell on this woman's face was the kind of small sweet happiness. Gentle Moonlight no longer speak. The other rich second generation, see the two big beautiful women standing there, not. Winter Lara a look of indignation. Moonlight is a look of regret and heartache. When the male model Lu Fugue asked, "Winter Lala, what are you and Moonlight standing there for?" Dong Lara said, "That Xiao Zhan who was on the same stage as you on the runway even went behind Lan Shue's back and got involved with another woman." Winter Lala's words immediately evoked Lu Fugue's memories. Indeed, that time at the tea stage, the entire audience had hooted and hollered at him, and he had also managed to attract Lan Shue's eyes. But as soon as Xiao Zhan came out, his own advantages were completely crushed by him. Lu Fugue thought that it was Xiao Zhan's appearance that took away the heart of Lan Shui, the beautiful president. He could not help but cast a hateful glance at Xiao Zhan's back, who was about to get on the elevator. Chapter 106 Surprisingly Screwing Around with Another Woman. Now, Xiao Zhan was surprisingly fooling around with another woman. These few people from the rich second-generation circle directly gave up their interest in shopping at the fashion mall. They secretly followed behind Xiao Zhan and Yi Huayun, taking pictures along the way, preparing to be of great use when dealing with Xiao Zhan in the future. Xiao Zhan thought of sending Yi Huayun back to his villa before returning to Lan Shui's home. It didn't occur to him that while waiting for the subway, Xiao Zhan had an internal emergency at this time because of the good egg soup. He then told Yi Huayun to wait for her at the subway station, never go away, and that he would come when he was convenient. After saying that, Xiao Zhan hurriedly went around looking for a restroom. Yi Huayun quietly waited at the entrance of the subway station. At this time, Dong Lala, Moonlight and Lu Fugue, who had been watching them from behind for a long time, saw Xiao Zhan leaving. Feeling that this was a good opportunity to trick Yi Huayun, Lu Fugue had a handsome look. A cold glance made people immediately feel good about this handsome face. Lu Fugue walked forward and said to Yi Huayun, "We are good friends with Xiao Zhan. Go, follow us, we will lead you to Xiao Zhan." Yi Huayun warily took 2 steps back and asked, "Who are you guys? I don't recognize you guys. Why should I follow you?" Dong Lara also wanted to take care of this love rival by having her provide all the details of her relationship with Xiao Zhan, then launching a furious bombardment on Lan Shui with such heavy explosive news. Lan Shui would definitely collapse. Blue Snow and Xiao Zhan's relationship suffered a heavy blow, and she herself would have a chance to get close to Xiao Zhan again. Thinking about Xiao Zhan and Lan Shui's intimate appearance called her jealous. This time, if she destroyed Xiao Zhan and Lan Shui's relationship, Xiao Zhan would be alone. Ha. At that time, it was still very possible for herself to take advantage of the situation and successfully capture the handsome man's heart. So Dong Lara glanced towards the person at the very back. The person at the back was no one else. It was Tang, who had been mercilessly hit by Xiao Zhan and was forced to lower the price of his clothing with Blue Crown Group. Tang was originally very afraid of Xiao Zhan, and now that he saw that Xiao Zhan had even gotten into the business of cheating on other women, the image of Xiao Zhan in Lan Shui's mind was destroyed once this happened. This is the best time to break up Xiao Zhan and Blue Snow. As long as Blue Snow does not have Xiao Zhan's back, that French order also requires Blue Crown Group to deliver at the original price. Blue Snow, she was alone and could only admit it. That is a loss of 1 billion large orders and they may also force Blue Snow's Blue Crown Group and Tang Group cooperation. Even marriage is possible. Thinking of this, Tang had confidence again and walked up to Yi Huayun. "You don't know Lu Fugue, but you should always know me, right?" Yi Huayun looked at Tang with surprise. "Yes, this is the man who once came to Lianhai City and tempted her by saying that as long as she performs a scene of suicide by jumping into the sea, the money she borrowed to pay for her mom's surgery would be written off, and then swore and promised that someone would definitely save her." At the time, Yi Huayun didn't know exactly why Tang was doing this, but still, in order to get out of her huge debt, did she risk her life to finish the play? But until she was about to sink to the bottom of the sea, no one saved her. In the end, when she was in utter despair and about to give up the struggle, it was Xiao Zhan who defiantly jumped into the sea to save herself. Yi Huayun looked at Tang with an angry gaze. Chapter 107 Here comes a group of martial arts masters. "So what if I know you? You dog." Tang was angrily scolded by this pariah in front of so many rich second-generation people, and his fire instantly sprang out. Dong Lara didn't actually know what had happened between them, but Tang was a top-tier tycoon just like Lan Shui. Hadn't seen Tang being trolled by others like this in public. Enraged, Tang stepped forward and slapped Yi Huayun in the face, while waving to the 2 minions following him. "Take this little ninny away." Xiao Zhan was not in sight anyway. Taking away Yi Huayun, Xiao Zhan would not find her. Dong Lara was relieved and spat towards the sky. Moonlight, however, was somewhat intolerant and said quietly, "Bullying a little girl from out of town. What kind of skill is that?" Tang because he knew that the Huang Kuan they worshipped had already bowed down to Xiao Zhan. Calling Huang Kuan to come and support them was no longer possible, so he rushed Lu Fugue and said, "Call your super fans here. Don't you have a group of masters who know martial arts?" Tang was at the top of the list of rich people in this group of rich second generation, and his status was by default the highest. Of course everyone listened to him. Lu Fugue had to nod his head and said to Tang, "I'll call them, they'll be here in a moment." Tang and these second-generation rich men pushed and shoved Yi Huayun towards the 5-star restaurant where they often ordered food. They sat down and tied Yi Huayun to the stool in front of them. Then they began to intimidate. "What is your relationship with Xiao Zhan?" Yi Huayun said honestly, "I just came to this city and had no family, so brother Xiao took me in and wanted me to get used to the environment here and then find a job. Is that all? What else could it be?" Yi Huayun shouted angrily. Tang looked at Don Lala. In their eyes, a man who was good to a woman to this extent, who would believe if nothing happened? Tang said, "Don't think we don't know anything. Look at the photos of you and Xiao Zhan having dinner, and shoulder to shoulder shopping at the mall and riding the elevator. We took all of these. Let me tell you, if you admit to having a relationship with Xiao Zhan, we have a heavy reward. On the contrary, if you bite your tongue and are stubborn, not only will there be no reward, I will also put the money you borrowed before on the account this time. Tang and Don Lara had the same idea. As long as Yi Huayun admitted to having a relationship with Xiao Zhan, with a confession, take such a confession and put it in front of Lan Shui, with Blue Snow's family, and Blue Snow's immaculate eyes cannot tolerate sand character. If Lan Shui did not break up with Xiao Zhan, then it would be a strange thing. As long as Lan Shui and Xiao Zhan broke up, they would most likely have achieved their respective goals. However, Yi Huayun hated the man in front of her, the man who had once taken her life, and she would definitely not follow whatever he said. Dong Lara grumbled in anger and said to Tang, just give him a lesson. See, you're a big old man with no skills at all. Tang retorted, don't forget that I have an honorable status. I'm a grand general manager. How could I make a move on a wild girl? If a flavorful one like you, who also wears gold and silver, I would be somewhat interested. Dong Lara gave him a blank look. Go. Always talking so immodestly. If you don't do it, who will you ask to do it? Tang looked at Lu Fugue. Have those martial arts masters I asked you to find come yet? Big brother, they came long ago, without you giving the word. They don't dare to show their heads. Chapter 108 Details. Lu Fugue covered his mouth with his hand and whispered, then call them over. Give this chick a little sweet taste. Tang did have some expectations for these so-called martial arts masters. If these martial arts masters really had some ability, then Tang was willing to spend a lot of money and keep them. In the future, they would be by their side to give themselves a boost, and also enhance their own aura as well as their status. Looking at these martial arts practitioners in matching black clothes walking over, Tang greeted, practice a few moves for me first. I'll see which boxing techniques you know. Those people looked at Tang all dressed up in designer labels, with a big shiny back, and big leather shoes that were all handmade and customized, like the pleated leather shoes worn by the president of a certain country. It felt like this man must be a rich big shot. When Tang waved to them, these people hurriedly walked to Tang, said to Tang, if Big Brother has any orders, just say so. Tang stood up in a very dignified manner and walked in front of them, said to them, show all your skills as much as you can, and I'll reward you heavily. Hearing this, these few people immediately put up a show to give Tang a demonstration. The first man came out first, taking a few steps back. He then flipped towards the front many times in a row. Tang raised his hand and gave him $500. The second man saw that he had earned so much money just by flipping a few heels, and when he stepped back out of the ring, leaping forward, he rolled up his arms and sleeves and moved around a bit, then violently ran forward, a few consecutive cartwheels, and stood up quite steadily. Let's look at the rich second generation, shouted several times good. The second man stood there, looking at Tang, waiting for his reward. Tang awesome coaxing stood up, directly said, take out your cell phone. I'll transfer $1,000 to you. The other three people who followed all opened their eyes wide and looked at Tang. Tang immediately gave the second person $1,000. The remaining person immediately said, even a cartwheel, it's really not a rare martial art. We'll kick out a double kick in the air. That's what we call real skill. Tang did not know martial arts moves. Just think can kick out 2 kicks in the air. Too marvelous even said, quickly practice. Sure enough, this person leapt into the air at once, and crackled in the air, dazzlingly hitting the legs and feet a few times, then fell to the ground. Tang was overjoyed and said to Yi Huayun, who was bound to a stool, look, how talented we are in this group. Not only do we have money, we also have capable people who know martial arts, said, pointing at them, are you guys willing to follow me in the future? Those few people got the sweet spot and nodded to Tang repeatedly. We are willing. Tang was even more pleased with himself and said to Yi Huayun, look, they're so capable, and they're still willing to listen to me and be my men. If you are like them, listen to me, confess to us, and tell us every detail of your time with Xiao Zhan. Moreover, if you describe the details of having sex with Xiao Zhan in detail, I will definitely give you a lot of money. In fact, the little money given to these martial arts practitioners is nothing. If you do what I say, I will give you more money. 1 million, 10 million, Tang, can afford to give it all. Moreover, I'll even let you join our rich and powerful circle. Yi Huayun had seen through Tang as a person back in Lianhai City, when Tang made her jump to her death. As the saying goes, one learns from one's mistakes. Now how could she believe Tang's deceitful bull asterisk. Opening her eyes, she glanced at Tang with hatred, then spat towards Tang. You liar, stay away from me. Tang had wanted to use these martial arts practitioners to lean towards him and give Yi Huayun an example to follow. Let Yi Huayun learn from them and come over to his side, bravely exposing Xiao Zhan and him for having done something illicit. Chapter 109, Spitting at him. It didn't occur to him that Yi Huayun would spit at him in front of so many people and cursed. Tang was furious and rolled his eyes, looked at Yi Huayun and said fiercely, "Believe it or not, I'll let these people." You. Yi Huayun heard this and trembled in fear. Tang saw Yi Huayun's expression and secretly said, "Sure enough, this is a good move." Rushing to those black-clothed men who knew martial arts, he said, "You guys come here, whoever fixes this woman for me, I still have a reward." These martial arts practitioners are not hooligans or gangsters. They haven't done any bad behavior yet, but once they heard that there was a reward, they still hooted and hollered and walked towards Yi Huayun. Just as they were about to make a move on Yi Huayun, they were shouted at by Yi Huayun. "Dogs, dare to touch me, I'll fight you." Frightened, the gang of martial arts practitioners, who had just stretched out their hands, retracted them. Tang took out all the big tickets and said to these men in black, "Go on, you do not want money, she is a woman, still tied to the stool. What can be done?" The men in black heard, "Right, a person tied to the stool, and then the power. And what can be done? Can only bundle hands and watch." Moonlight is soft-hearted, said to Tang, "You dealt with a girl and tied her to a stool, letting so many people bully her. It's too much of a shame." Hearing Moonlight's soft voice, Tang was full of concern. "What the hell do you know? We men, what we preach is that, in order to achieve our goal, we will not hesitate to use all means." Moonlight really can't stand to watch. She also has no energy to stop Tang, had to pout out of the 5-star luxury hotel. Xiao Zhan, who was at the entrance of the subway station at this time, anxiously searching for Yi Huayun, used his magic pupil to scan around the entrance of the clothing mall that he had just been to. Immediately, he found that the vehicles parked in the parking lot in front of the clothing entrance were very different from when they came before. It was not that there were fewer, but that there were a few more luxury cars. Since having the magic pupil, Xiao Zhan's brain's memory was super good. It caught up with the guests of Super Brain on TV. Comparing the difference between the successive cars, Xiao Zhan walked to those luxury cars. Looking in from the car windows, he saw the various driving licenses on the cars, saw that the owner of the car was Don Lala. Then look at the other cars. Lu Fuguwei, Moonlight. Finally surprisingly saw Tang's name. Not good. Tang not only has a problem with him, but also to the girl Yi Huayun put usury. He even wanted to use Yi Huayun's suicide to achieve the purpose of hijacking Lan Shui. His appearance is definitely not a good sign. It was probably him who had taken Yi Huayun away by force. Xiao Zhan immediately used his eye of brightness to follow the tracks of these people and track them down until he reached the entrance of the luxurious hotel. He was bumping into Moonlight, who had a bellyful of grievances. The gentle Moonlight gave Xiao Zhan a good feeling, even though the environment she was in could not be separated from the rich and powerful circle. She was in that class, and it was unrealistic to want to escape. But after all, Moonlight knew gratitude and was able to tell whether it was good or bad. Moonlight's eyes lit up when she saw Xiao Zhan, and then a blush spread across her face. She remembered when she was walking down the runway from the tea. She could not see to plant herself off the stage because of the many flashing lights, and being hugged by Xiao Zhan leaping up, his broad chest hugged her tightly, giving her a feeling she would never forget. Xiao Zhan was anxiously searching for Yi Huayun and couldn't be bothered to look closely at Moonlight's expression. When Moonlight greeted him, Xiao Zhan nodded and asked, "Did you see a girl being brought by Tang?" Chapter 110, Getting Little Flying Dagger Skills. Saw, because this matter was too urgent. Moonlight also hoped that Xiao Zhan would rescue that lone girl. Earlier. Saying that, she hurriedly approached Xiao Zhan's ear and said, "It's at the innermost part of the deluxe suite, so go quickly." Just as Moonlight had finished saying this, Don Lara came out of the luxury suite, because Tang saw Moonlight walking out. Fearing that Moonlight would tell others about this, he hurriedly made a wink and told Don Lara to follow him out. When Moonlight was about to walk out of the 5-star hotel, she was caught up by Don Lala, who ran over. Because of the need to protect Moonlight, do not want her to be suspected by Don Lala, so that Moonlight was hurt. Xiao Zhan, with his clear eye, saw the moment Winter Lala ran out. He turned his back to Winter Lala and hid by the elevator, pretending to get on the elevator. Winter Lara was preoccupied with catching up with Moonlight and preventing her from revealing the secret, and didn't pay attention elsewhere. Seeing Winter Lara dragging Moonlight out of the hotel, Xiao Zhan only quickly walked towards the luxurious suite that Moonlight pointed out. It was at this moment that the sound of the sign-in system appeared. Ding! Detected that the host is going to save someone. Please sign in. Sign in successfully. Special reward for the host's magical blade technique. In terms of magical, there was no more magical than the magical sign-on system. Xiao Zhan shouted as he hurriedly walked towards that suite. Sign in. Ding! Sign in successful. Rewarding host with the little flying dagger skill. Immediately, Tiny flying daggers appeared in Xiao Zhan's carry-on system space. At the same time, Xiao Zhan also felt that at his wrist, it was unusually flexible and his blood flowed faster. All kinds of knife skills appeared in his brain, and he mastered them all. Quickly pushing open that luxurious private room, he was hearing Tang egging on the man in black. Hurry up and do it, don't you guys want money? As the saying goes, a heavy reward will be used for the brave. Watching Tang take out a big red ticket, these people rushed to Yi Huayun's side in a swarm. Some extended their claws to Yi Huayun. Some used their feet to hook the hem of Yi Huayun's newly purchased fashion jacket. Right at this critical moment, from the entrance of the private room, shoo, 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 3 knives flew in. The first knife hit right on top of that hand's paw. The second knife hit another person's hooked paw. The third knife stabbed the back of the person who lunged over. Only heard, ouch, oh, my god, it hurts. The 3 people who were stabbed by the flying daggers let out howls. Who is it? Who is so capable of throwing out flying daggers so steadily and accurately? Yi Huayun was pleasantly surprised to see her savior, and Tang fearfully saw the bogeyman again. But Tang quickly calmed down. Currently he had given a lot of money to the 5 martial arts masters, with them backing him up. He was afraid of nothing, immediately saying to these few people, "Don't be afraid, he just graduated from the university. He hasn't been in society for a few days. He doesn't have much ability. You don't need to be afraid." Hearing Tang say this, those few people pulled down their knives and showed disdain for Xiao Zhan. Seeing that Xiao Zhan was indeed not as broadly dressed as Tang, they thought that Xiao Zhan was far worse than Tang. At least Tang had given them a lot of money with a raise of his hand. But could the man in front of him give them so much money? Immediately, someone looked at Xiao Zhan and pointed at Tang and said, "We are paid by this big brother, taking people's money and eliminating people's disasters. It's not like you don't understand this, right?" Xiao Zhan smiled slightly. How much money did he take to invite you guys? The reason why he said this was because Xiao Zhan knew Tang too well. Chapter 111, turning from twice again to a big company. Before, Tang had already lost to him. In order to escape, he even lowered the price of his own clothing and lost $1 billion. I'm afraid that his old man, in his anger, had already stripped him of his financial power, and he still had a few large sums of money. On the contrary, he just got the reward of the magical sign-in system. He has 6 million RMB in his hand. In the future, as long as one passes through the bank, the cashier's office, or even the accounting room where cash is stored, one will have the opportunity to obtain a large amount of money rewarded by the system. So it didn't matter how much he spent. Xiao Zhan felt indifferent. The man in black heard Xiao Zhan's question and gave him a disdainful look. "Anyway, you can't have the money that Big Brother gave us." One man flashed out $500. The other person flashed the money he had collected in his cell phone to Xiao Zhan as well. "Big Brother gave me $1,000 in one go." "Humph, do you have that kind of money? Can you call us?" It did not occur to me that these black-clothed men had just finished saying these words when they heard Xiao Zhan sneer and say, "It seems that you guys really haven't seen any big money. $500, $1,000, let you sell your conscience. Each one of you is a man on the surface, but in fact, at best, you are just cowards. You can be called a man. Let me this real man shame. Look at you. You're making a move on a lone girl from out of town who just got here. Tell me yourselves, do you still call yourselves men when you do this?" These few black-clothed men called out to Xiao Zhan to reprimand them with their faces reddening, feeling that if there was a crack in the ground in front of them, it would be best if they could hurry up and burrow into it. One of them lowered his head and said, "It was him who gave us a lot of money to do it." Xiao Zhan said, "Good, I will now give you twice as much money as him and let one of you slap him. Will you do it?" Upon hearing that there was money again, and it was still twice as much as before, then 500 became 1,000, 1,000 becomes 2,000, just one slap, a 2-minute affair, and you can obtain so much money. Why not? A few black-clothed men's eyes lit up as they looked at Tang. Tang was so scared that he took a step back. He had just been beaten by Xiao Zhan before, and the scars on his body had only been knotted curry. Now, letting these 5 people take turns slapping himself, he was going to suffer greatly again. Hastily waving his hand, he said, "Brothers, you do not listen to him. I am much richer than him. He gave you 1,000, 2,000. I will give you 5 times as much money as he has." These people looked at Xiao Zhan in astonishment again. If they were given 5 times that, then each of them would receive 5,000, 10,000, and so on. Xiao Zhan's demeanor was calm as he waved his hand and said, "Let me come up with the biggest number. Each of you will be given 1 million, and each of you will go up and hit him on both sides of his mouth, left and right, until I say stop. You guys have to keep fighting. Understand?" After saying that, Xiao Zhan transferred $5 million to each of these people. However, Xiao Zhan set a deadline on the money transferred to the man in black. As long as he withdrew back within an hour, then the man in black would not get anything. The man in black was specialized in martial arts, so he did not know anything about all the tricks that were set up within the internet. Seeing the $1 million that Xiao Zhan had transferred, under the support of money, all had red eyes and pounced on Tang. Snap, snap, slap. Intense big slaps took turns to fling at Tang. Not long after, Tang's face was swollen like a hairy bread. Tang had been pampered since childhood. Where had he suffered such a crime? Chapter 112, Who exactly is your master? Tang was beaten by the 5 black-clothed men. His mouth and nose were bleeding, and his face was numb, so he hurriedly pleaded in a slurred tone. Masters, don't fight. Our Tang clan has many companies. Each company is more than $5 million. As long as you guys stop, I'll transfer one of them to you. How's that? When the man in black heard this, he felt like he had made a fortune. What kind of good day is today? Getting $5 million, not to mention 5 people can partner up to run a company again. Than the previous bitterly practicing martial arts. Wanting to be a security guard's ambition is far greater. Simply from now on embarked on the road to success in life. So stop the palm vortex Tang. Tang was not easy to get out of the sea of bitterness. A while before soberly thinking, he had already made the company lose $1 billion before, and now he was going to give a company under the name of Tang Group to someone else. I don't know to what extent Dad will be enraged. It would be best if he set a threshold for this group of black people, so that they can see the big cake, but there is no way to get it. So said, that big company is huge. You 5 can't run it. It's best to get your masters here and have your masters teach Xiao Zhan a lesson and tell him to tighten up. You guys also have a leader. The 5 black-clothed men heard Tang's suggestion was good. They really wouldn't be able to run the company. It was that when the company came to them in their hands, it would also be poorly run and go out of business. Calling the master was the right idea. Moreover, it could also deal a severe blow to Xiao Zhan's arrogance. This was because the 5 did not follow Xiao Zhan's instructions to stop and hit Tang's big mouth before he called it off. This was clearly against Xiao Zhan's instructions. Was Xiao Zhan going to take out his flying daggers again and deal with the 5 of them? As long as Master was here, Xiao Zhan would not dare to take out his flying dagger to deal with them. Thinking of this, he was busy saying to Tang, as long as you give the company to the 5 of us, we'll call Master here. It's no problem to deal with this kid in front of us. Tang immediately took out the seal hanging from his key and said to the few people, look, this is my big seal. As long as you guys call your master here and give Xiao Zhan a hard lesson, I will sign a document to transfer the company to your name. A few black-clothed men eyed the seal in Tang's hand, their greed skyrocketing. Immediately, they discussed calling their master over. One man hesitantly said, can Master blame us for this? Not doing our job, but instead causing trouble everywhere. Another said, who sees so many benefits and doesn't go on. Now there are still such stupid people who don't want to give a company for nothing? Seeing that this threshold he had set had worked, Tang wanted to sneak away while these people were discussing. Xiao Zhan let out a broken cry. The matter is not over. You want to leave? No way. Saying so, he kicked the door of the luxurious private room shut with his foot in one go. Tang pointed at the men in black and said, you guys are the ones who own the company right away. You're still afraid of him. Tell him to get lost. I'm going to go back and sign the papers for you guys to cede the company. A few of the black-clothed men looked at the palms of their hands, and the palms of their feet that had just been stabbed by Xiao Zhan. It felt like Xiao Zhan was not that easy to deal with. However, faced with the temptation of the large company Tang gave, they still wanted to challenge Xiao Zhan, pointing to the most powerful among them, the black-clothed man who could hit a double kick in the air. He said, of the people here, you're the one who's good, so just show him a stunt. It's guaranteed to scare the crap out of him. Chapter 113, What awaits Xiao Zhan is a pathetic fate. The man took 2 steps back and held his breath before leaping up into the air again. This time, in order to scare Xiao Zhan away, he tapped even louder when doing the air kick. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. The sound created was great, and it received a lot of applause from his companions as he fought all the way down. But when looking at Xiao Zhan did not make any approving gestures. One of the men in black asked, someone among us knows such powerful martial arts. Aren't you afraid? Why don't you hurry up and leave? Xiao Zhan could not help but grin with a sarcastic smile and said, not bad indeed, but it's a pity that your master only taught you superficial kung fu, and in essence, this kind of flowery fist is very difficult to use in a real fight. Hearing that Xiao Zhan did not leave, he also belittled their master. A few people made a wink at each other, lit up their fists and feet, and pounced towards Xiao Zhan together. Xiao Zhan did not even move, nor did he blink his eyelids. He waited until these people hooted and hollered and arrived in front of him. Fists, thighs were hitting in front of their eyes. Only then did Xiao Zhan swing his feet. Poof poof poof, plop plop. Only hearing the sound of 5 legs and feet clashing, the 5 black-clothed men who had just felt that they were very good at kung fu, all of them were knocked to the ground. I didn't think that he really has 2 moves. Blame it on our love rivals. No, it's because we're not as skilled as others that we were knocked down. This person who spoke from the back made a pertinent analysis. An anxious look appeared in the eyes of the 5 people lying on the ground. Tang was stopped by him and couldn't sign the document transferring the company. We can't get the company. The only way is to ask master to step in. Xiao Zhan laughed. This time you guys are getting to the point. If your master doesn't come, none of you will be able to walk out of this gate. Only if your master comes and defeats me will you be able to get the so-called company. A few people no longer spoke and took out their phones one after another. Some said to his master, "We've taken on a big job. Get it right and we'll get a big company." Another man in black made proof saying, "Yes, master, the owner of that company, have taken out their big seals and are ready to sign a contract for us to transfer the company. Just waiting for you to come over and confirm it." A suspicious voice came from the other side of the phone. "What? Someone gifted the 5 of you a large company? How in heaven could there be such a thing for nothing?" The man in black over here continued to lobby his master, saying, "Because we were entrusted with solving a small problem for him. He was grateful and gifted us the company in return." The opposite party paused for a moment, thinking that this argument was still somewhat plausible, but giving away the company was just too big a gesture. Seeing that the master on the other side of the phone had wavered, the man in black hurriedly flashed the money he had gotten again, as well as the $1,000 that Tang had called over, and used a photo to send these to the master. "Master, take a look. This is the money he gave us up front." A surprised voice came from the other side of the phone. "There really is such a strange thing. Well, I'll be there in a while. In the future, we will run that company together." To say that people's greed is really terrible. It was such a verbalization that even the black-clothed man's master believed that this eightfold thing did exist. A smile appeared at the corner of Tang's mouth as he asked, "Your master will be here soon?" The 5 black-clothed men nodded, confidently saying, "Yes, our master will be here soon." Once our master arrives and this guy hasn't rolled out, what awaits him is a pathetic end. Chapter 114, Removing Arms and Legs. Yes, our master has taught us martial arts for more than 10 years, and our martial arts are quite powerful. When the time comes, it's guaranteed that we'll remove this man's arms and legs. At that time, just to cry, he won't even have a place to cry to. Yi Huayun, who had already been untied by Xiao Zhan, hurriedly advised Xiao Zhan once she heard this. "Big brother, I'm afraid that their master is very impressive if he can teach 5 people such strong martial arts. Let's hurry up and go. We won't be able to get away if we are late." When these people heard Yi Huayun's words, a look of hope appeared on their faces. They hoped that Xiao Zhan would hurry up and scamper away. In that case, Tang would walk out of the doorway and sign the document transferring the company. Was there still a need to bother their master with a big visit? This little girl seems to know the situation very well and see it accurately. Indeed, by the time our master comes here, there will be no possibility for you to escape at all. At that time, Xiao Zhan will be beaten to the guts and will find it difficult to survive himself, so he will still be able to care about you. You're a girl who has fallen into the hands of a group of our great lords. The end can be imagined. Yi Huayun's face turned white with fear at the scene they described. Xiao Zhan did not want Yi Huayun to be terrorized. Taking out the money, he said to her, "Take the subway by yourself after 6 stops to the station and call me when you arrive home." The people in the house looked enviously at Yi Huayun as she took the money for the ride and opened the door. Because Xiao Zhan was guarding the door, no one could leave. The only one who could be counted on to save them was the black-clothed man's master. Wide-eyed, they looked at the door and waited for their master to arrive. The door was finally knocked on, and the people in black were about to jump for joy. "It's master! Master has finally come! Our savior has arrived!" Tang's eyes were also glowing as he thought, when the black-clothed master arrived, he would be able to avenge his death. That is, if he really gave the company to them, he would be willing to do so. Tang, Lu Fuguwei, and so on together cast eager eyes towards the door. The door opened. The visitor walked into the room and looked at the people in the room. The 5 black-robed men shouted happily together, "Master, you're here! It's him that beat us up so badly." Saying so, they pointed a finger at Xiao Zhan. The black-clothed men's eyes and Xiao Zhan's eyes, when they collided, could not help but tremble. It was him again. Immediately afterward, the black-clothed man's master clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he struck towards the opposite side of the room. Poo poo poo, poof poof. The master of the man in black struck a total of 5 times, and wailing sounds came from the room. "Master, why are you hitting us?" Their master drank. "Who are you hitting if not you? Tell me, who told you to come here?" The man in black didn't dare to slack off and pointed at Lu Fuguwei. "It was Big Brother Lu who said something was wrong and asked us to come and support the scene." The master of the man in black forced himself towards Lu Fuguwei. "Is this how you misled my disciples? Supporting them to touch someone they shouldn't?" After saying that, he reached out his hand to hit again. Lu Fuguwei said pitifully, "For the sake of us knowing each other, just let me off a yard." let you off the hook. How can it be that cheap? You asked my disciple to get involved in a fight that shouldn't have happened. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't be able to find them next time. Snap. 2 big slaps were thrown on Lu Fuguei, beating Lu Fuguei's eyes. He confessed. Everything was started because of him. He saw his former loan shark debtor, leading the girl here to take care of the girl for a bit. That's why it led to these incidents. The man in black followed Lu Fuguei's finger and looked towards Tang. Tang had already covered his head in fear. Chapter 115, surprisingly, there's a master teacher. Tang was so scared that he slurred. Master, I'll transfer my family's company to you, so please spare me. The black-clothed man's master froze and looked at Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan cast a cold gaze at him. The black-clothed man's master understood. That is, if they really overcame the company to them, whether or not they had the ability to walk out of this house was a mysterious matter. Where would there be a life to enjoy the life of being a big boss? Only to hear the black-clothed man's master. After seeing Xiao Zhan's face, he decidedly walked to Tang and shone a palm down. Bang! Tang's eye sockets were made to bleed and his nose was crooked. Blood gushed out of his mouth. Xiao Zhan still didn't make a sound. Where did the black-clothed man's master dare to stop? Raising his foot towards Tang's calf, he kicked again. Ka-ching! As Tang screamed miserably, Tang's leg bone broke and white stubble branched out. This time the man in black heard Xiao Zhan's voice. Discipline your disciples well in the future. I really didn't expect that you still have disciples. The black-clothed man's master walked up to Xiao Zhan and said respectfully, I'm sorry for causing trouble for the warrior several times. Little brother is not capable of much and did not manage his disciples well. In the future when the warrior needs to use my little brother, I am not talented and do not have much skill, so I will introduce my master to you. Xiao Zhan looked at him with surprise and asked, Huang Kuan, you have a master? The 5 black-robed men were also surprised. Could it be that we still have a master? Huang Kuan pointed at the 5 disciples and said, Adults speak, children don't interrupt. Turning to Xiao Zhan, he said, If the great warrior has time, I am willing to lead the great warrior to pay homage to my master. Xiao Zhan heard this and felt that it was impossible to go to work today, so he might as well use the rest of his time to follow Huang Kuan to see what kind of person this martial arts senior was. So he said, Alright, just introduce me to the introduction. The 2 walked in front, 5 black-clothed men followed behind, and walked out of the luxurious private room one after another. Huang Kuan was also a rich second generation who used to chase after Don Lala, but knowing that Don Lala didn't care about him very much, then he put his mind on practicing martial arts. In the past in the martial arts hall hanging around, only now put all the energy into martial arts practice this thing. Gradually, his master also changed his opinion of him, willing to spend energy to teach him. Get the master's recognition of Huang Kuan. Martial arts greatly improved. The master also began to be good to him. On this day, Master Hong Xiaotian was sipping tea in front of the lobby. Saw the door was pushed open. Huang Kuan let a handsome young man walked in. Hong Xiaotian had read countless people and could tell at a glance that Xiao Zhan definitely knew martial arts and was highly skilled in martial arts. Hong Xiaotian was eager to try to see how high Xiao Zhan's martial arts were, and asked Huang Kuan with a smile on his face, Is this your friend? What is your name? While saying this, a flying dagger flew towards Xiao Zhan at his feet. Ordinary people were attracted by the conversation between the 2. Where would they pay attention to a knife flying? They must have already seen the knife when they saw it. The white knife went in and the red knife came out, just when Huang Kuan saw the knife flying over. Scared at a loss for words, when the knife arrived in front of him, Xiao Zhan made a side turn, grabbed the handle of the knife, and flung it with his backhand. The knife flew along the original path again shining at Hong Xiaotian. Hong Xiaotian laughed and caught the knife, praising it in passing. Good hands, quick reaction, really good seedling for practicing martial arts. It was then that Huang Kuan came forward and introduced his master, my friend Xiao Zhan. Looking at Hong Xiaotian again, he said to Xiao Zhan, My master, Hong Xiaotian. Chapter 116, Backhanded Flying Knife. Xiao Zhan was also a person who understood reason and cupped his fists in greeting. Good day old master. Hong Xiaotian was a person who practiced martial arts, and without exchanging a few pleasantries with Xiao Zhan, he pulled the conversation to martial arts secrets. May I ask this fellow practitioner, what are the martial arts secrets you currently know? Xiao Zhan was weak in thought. Where would I know any martial arts secrets? It's just a few classic punches from the Sunflower Treasure Dictionary rewarded by the system. I've only comprehended the skins of the treasure dictionary. Then again, I just mastered Shaoli Fei Dao, so Xiao Zhan modestly replied, There is no proficiency, just a rough comprehension of a few classic punches from the Sunflower Treasure Dictionary. The old man saw that Xiao Zhan answered sincerely and did not look like he was lying. Roughly knowing a few moves from the Sunflower Treasure Canon had resulted in such a high level of skill. Instantly, his brain and body reached such a quick reaction ability, catching the flying daggers that had reached his eyes. Such attainments could not have been practiced without more than 10 years of hard training. And yet, Xiao Zhan was so modest. Hong Xiaotian looked at Xiao Zhan and appreciated him more and more. He led him to his study. It was more appropriate to say that it was a study room, rather than a practice room. The room was filled with sticks and guns, swords and such. Only against one wall stood a few large iron cabinets. After Hong Xiaotian opened the large iron cabinet, an ancient bookish air gushed out. Hong Xiaotian said proudly, "Let's see how many martial arts secrets I have." Just as Hong Xiaotian opened the large iron cabinet containing martial arts secrets, Xiao Zhan heard the system's voice again. Ding! Detected that the host has come to the classical martial arts secrets collection. Please sign in and the host will receive martial arts skills. Xiao Zhan's eyes glazed over when he looked at Hong Xiaotian's martial arts secrets, and he just hated that he couldn't have so many treasures. This time when he heard that the system was actually going to reward him with martial arts skills, how could he not be happy? Immediately in his mind, he responded, "Sign in." Ding! Signing in is successful, rewarding the host with the miraculous technique Yi Jin Jing. Signing in here, Xiao Zhan received the miraculous Gong method Yi Jin Jing. Immediately, a large number of techniques for practicing Yi Jin Jing emerged in Xiao Zhan's mind. As the techniques surged forth, Xiao Zhan's blood flow accelerated and his tendons and bones made strange sounds. Magical aura flowed around his body. Xiao Zhan quietly felt his body undergoing such marvelous changes. Obviously, at this time, Xiao Zhan had completely grasped the various laws of cultivating the Yi Jin Jing. Hong Xiaotian smugly finished showing Xiao Zhan and saw that Xiao Zhan was still standing where he froze. Then he laughed. "Were you startled by the fact that my old man has so many martial arts secrets?" Only then did Xiao Zhan wake up. "I really envy my old master for having so many martial arts secrets. I hope to walk around with my old man more in the future." In fact, Xiao Zhan's thought was that by being able to come here often, there was a possibility of signing in. There would be a lot of trophies obtained, and the skills one possessed would increase. As the saying goes, skill is not the only thing that counts, and if one knows more skills, one will be able to deal with more powerful people. Life is long. Don't know what kind of people will be encountered in the future. If they are encountered, the magical abilities one possesses will be able to better suppress the incoming enemies. Hong Xiaotian humbly said, "Fellow cultivator, your physical roots and bones are strangely high. Your cultivation is actually not even below me. I am very willing to spar with you." Hearing his master even praise Xiao Zhan like this, Huang Quan secretly sighed. Thanks to the fact that he did not tear his face off with Xiao Zhan because of a few disciples, otherwise he would not even be able to come back with all his whiskers intact. Chapter 117 sent a lot of photos to Lan Shui, because he knew Xiao Zhan. Hong Xiaotian was very happy, and once he clapped his hands, an old woman brought out wine and food and placed on the table. Hong Xiaotian held a wine cup in his hand and said, "Drink a cup for our acquaintance." Xiao Zhan picked up the cup and drank it all in one go. Hong Xiaotian looked even more joyful and said, "It is fate that we meet today. In the future we will be practicing together. If there is anything, just come and ask me." Drinking and eating meat, the three of them talked about topics that were all very compatible. Only after it got dark did Xiao Zhan bid farewell to their master and disciple. Besides, after dawn Lara and Moonlight walked out of the five-star hotel. Winter Lara was afraid that Moonlight would tell the truth about what happened in the hotel. So after watching Moonlight go home, only then did she feel relieved to tell Tang. Moonlight went home. "Didn't go anywhere. You don't worry about doing your business." After that, he went home and lay on the bed. The more he thought about it, the less he felt. "Could you, Xiao Zhan, look at me anywhere, not good eyes, but out of the field to come to the naive stupid girl. Love." Also coaxed the beautiful President Lan Shui, day after day overflowing with happy smile. "It makes me feel very uncomfortable. If I don't expose this ugly face of yours to Lan Shui, how can I swallow this pent-up anger?" Dawn Lara organized all the various photos of Xiao Zhan and Yi Huayun together, including the photos of the five-star restaurant where she had seen them eating before, and sent them together to Blue Snow. Blue Snow because she hadn't seen Xiao Zhan at work all day. She was wondering, I just gave him an hour to clock in late to work. Why did he not even come all day? Since Xiao Zhan came to work at Blue Crown Group, Lan Shui had gotten used to having lunch with Xiao Zhan every day. Without the lunch with Xiao Zhan, Lan Shui ate it without any taste. Finally getting through to the end of the day, Lan Shui was about to see Xiao Zhan, and her heart was still a little sweet. Right at this moment, Lan Shui received a large number of photos. Although the girl on the photos gave her a sense of déjà vu, but a look at the content on the photos simply made Blue Snow explode with anger. On the photos, Xiao Zhan and an unfamiliar girl had entered a five-star restaurant and sat down to eat together. Lan Shui was about to shout, "This is a treatment that only I can enjoy. Why did you give it to her? Xiao Zhan, no wonder you didn't go to work today. After all the fuss, you even went to meet your love rival in secret. Could you, Xiao Zhan, when I go back at night, let's see if I don't tear you apart." Dong Lala had used another cell phone number to send the photo to Lan Shui, and Lan Shui didn't even know what the person who sent her the photo actually was. As she looked further down, Blue Snow became more and more furious. On the photo, the two were shoulder to shoulder, surprisingly shopping at the women's clothing mall. Lan Shui secretly guessed that this might be the two people who had finished their meal and went to the mall together in an intimate manner. Although it was not yet time to get off work, Blue Snow could not care less. Furiously rushing out of the Blue Crown Group headquarters building, she drove her Porsche to Xiao Zhan's rental house. Previously, Xiao Zhan's mom wanted to facilitate her son's marriage with Blue Snow as soon as possible and gave Blue Snow a set of keys to Xiao Zhan's rental house. Blue Snow rushed to take the keys and walked towards Xiao Zhan's rental house. In her mind, she was still interpreting Xiao Zhan and this girl in the house, the disgraceful things that were going on. She thought that after entering the house, she would first pick up the mop and ruthlessly break up this pair of lovebirds who were having an affair. Hands all have trembling opened the door, pushed open the door to see. The house is unexpectedly empty. The whole house is quiet. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Chapter 118, Crying Pearly Rain. Lan Shui, who was in a state of anger, was unable to calm down for a while, and her mind doubted the authenticity of these photos. She hurriedly called Xiao Zhan's mom, Chen Ling. When she heard Chen Ling pick up the phone, tears of aggravation immediately welled up in Lan Shui's eyes. Auntie, Xiao Zhan is dating another girl. Whoops, he cheated on her. Chen Ling on the other end of the phone had seen that it was her favorite future daughter-in-law's phone call, and her heart burst with joy. After receiving the call, she just wanted to say something like, "How are you guys doing?" Heard the phone that Blue Snow howling head cry. Chen Ling a moment blindfolded. Xiao Han, this old colleague, is also curious. Son and beautiful president to how to the point, when they can contain the grandchildren. See Chen Ling stupidly holding the phone, do not know what to say. Then asked, is not they make a noise? Beautiful president pregnant? Chen Ling was being upset by Lan Shui's crying, and disliked him back without a good reason. You think beautifully, you haven't even gotten to hold your eldest grandson yet, and your son cheated on you and messed around with someone else. If you have a son, you must have a father. I think you cheated on him when you were young. It's just that I didn't find out. Hearing his old partner pouring dirty water on himself for no reason, Xiao Han said angrily, I don't recognize all the other words, much less the word cheating. On second thought, his son Xiao Zhan is an extremely self-disciplined child. How could he have cheated on his wife? He himself lived in a rented house for so many years without anything happening, getting along sweetly with the beautiful president. How could he have cheated? So he reminded his old partner, is it a case of misreading? Or is there some other reason why Xiao Zhan helped the poor girl? And it's possible that he was misunderstood by Lan Shui. Xiao Zhan is a good boy. Finally Xiao Han summarized. When Chen Ling thought about it, she was right. Then she took Xiao Han's original words and said them to Lan Shui. On the other end of the phone, Lan Shui was crying with pear blossoms. It won't be. I have photos here. They were eating together and shopping for clothes together. Chen Ling asked after Blue Snow had regained her composure. Little Snow, have you seen the truth? It's also possible that things aren't what you think. Are they still in that rental house now? Lan Shui was in the rental house at this moment and searched both inside and outside the house. Where was the figure of Xiao Zhan and the woman? Auntie, Xiao Zhan isn't in the rental house, and that woman doesn't know where she's gone. Chen Ling immediately relieved Lan Shui. Look, you didn't see it with your own eyes, so it doesn't necessarily exist. It's also possible that the photo is a fake. As you young people say, it's just PD up. Lan Shui was so enraged that she thought about her aunt's words, but she also thought that it was possible. After all, she hadn't seen the actual photos herself. It was also possible that someone else could have deliberately framed Xiao Zhan for some ulterior motive. So she dried her tears and said to Chen Ling, Xiao Zhan will still return to where I am at night. I will ask him properly. Chen Ling felt that Lan Shui had regained her composure, and this was the right time to pull in his relationship with Xiao Zhan. Otherwise, Xiao Zhan was really mesmerized by another girl and gave up on the beautiful president. That would be bad. Thus, it was said to Lan Shui, tonight, you'd better be gentle and see if Xiao Zhan is as good to you as he was before. If there isn't the slightest change, then what are you worried about? Your man, after all, is all yours. Lan Shui nodded her head repeatedly on this side of the phone and said, aha. Chen Ling added, if he has any anomalies, you tell me. See if I don't ruthlessly pack this little brat. Chapter 119, Picking up the beauty and walking toward the bedroom. At night, Lan Shui purposely made a few dishes according to the recipe and placed them on the table, waiting for Xiao Zhan to come back to eat. The moment the doorbell was rung, Lan Shui flew over and immediately opened the door. Xiao Zhan appeared at the door with a red face and a mouth full of alcohol. It was good that he was still sober and not confused. Lan Shui suspected that Xiao Zhan might have gone to dinner with the woman outside, so he came back so late. But after all, he came back, and it was worth celebrating. Who asked himself to cherish him so much? Blue Snow was even more attentive than usual, and very humbly squatted down to change Xiao Zhan's slippers, walking with him to sit on the sofa next to the dining table. Xiao Zhan saw that Lan Shui could still cook and said in surprise, "My president has gotten ahead. She can cook by herself." Lan Shui was a little aggravated. "I just made it and you won't eat it. Obviously. You and others have already eaten," said as if there were tears about to fall. Xiao Zhan was hot-blooded because of the wine he drank, and looking at this aggrieved appearance of Lan Shui, he said, "Xiao Shui, what's wrong with you? I just drank some wine with the old master. Why are you crying?" "What? You drank with the old master? That's not right, is it? You didn't drink with the little girl?" Xiao Zhan shook his head. "Didn't drink with the little girl, drank with the old man." Lan Shui and Xiao Zhan had gotten along for so long, and Xiao Zhan had never lied to her before. Seeing Xiao Zhan's face full of confusion, Lan Shui still chose to believe him. Moreover, Xiao Zhan opened his mouth for the first time and called him Xiao Shui. This was a term of endearment. Only someone who loved her could possibly call her that. So Lan Shui regained her confidence and asked, "Do you want to eat some more rice?" Originally, Xiao Zhan was already full, but thinking that Lan Shui, who had never been in the kitchen before, could make a table full of dishes, it was not easy. If he didn't eat, wouldn't he let down Lan Shui's good intentions? Thus, Xiao Zhan said, "Bring the chopsticks over. I want to savor the delicious food made by the great beauty." As Lan Shui handed Xiao Zhan his chopsticks, he said, "We all live together, so you should call me wife, or darling." Lan Shui felt that she could only have a stable position if Xiao Zhan recognized her as his wife. It was that there were other girls who could not compete with her. It was obvious that the rightful wife was high up in the hierarchy and had a solid position that was not something that could be shaken by those young lovers. Xiao Zhan had a momentary fever, and was also momentarily happy because Lan Shui could now do the cooking. "Wife, thank you." A warm address came out of his mouth. Lan Shui immediately responded happily. Hey, it seemed that those photos sent to her were really intentionally coming to wreak havoc. If Xiao Zhan had a special situation with another woman, could he still call himself his wife? Would he still be able to return to himself? With Xiao Zhan's voice of wife, it made Lan Shui beautiful. Taking advantage of Xiao Zhan's dinner break, Lan Shui went to the bedroom and changed into a sexy nightgown. The skeletonized style was still somewhat transparent, so that the beautiful keto body of the mistress could be seen vaguely. With such pajamas, wouldn't that man look at them and want to open his bloody mouth and swallow them? Lan Shui thought of Xiao Zhan's mom's words, "You have to behave gently and act like a woman." All dressed up like this, still not gentle? Still not womanly? Lan Shui moodily looked at Xiao Zhan with apprehension. Xiao Zhan looked at Lan Shui with some drunken eyes. People say that there is no virtue after drinking, and under the rush of blood, it is very likely that one will not be able to control their behavior and do something out of the ordinary. Lan Shui watched Xiao Zhan staring at his eyes getting redder and redder as a strong longing leaped up in her heart. Xiao Zhan stood up and walked over towards Lan Shui. Lan Shui's heart was poofing violently. Xiao Zhan hunched down and picked up Lan Shui with his powerful arms, walking towards the bedroom. Chapter 120. Done something worse than a pig or a dog. However, there was a strong expectation in her heart that she would soon become Xiao Zhan's woman. This handsome man who was unrivaled in the world would be in his own pocket. Thinking of this, Lan Shui's face turned red with shame. She covered her face with her hands shyly. Xiao Zhan only came up with the alcohol at this time. People say that encountering a warm, cozy environment will stimulate the cells of contentment. When Xiao Zhan put Lan Shui on the bed, he finally exhaled a long breath. Hey, finally we've arrived at the place. After putting Lan Shui on the bed, Xiao Zhan leaned back and fell asleep with confidence and boldness. Lan Shui was furious in her heart. Xiao Zhan, you tricked me? Xiao Zhan, you're deliberately teasing me? Xiao Zhan, you shameless thing, you've seen it all and you're still afraid of the final battle? No matter what Lan Shui said, all that answered her was silence. Only the sound of even breathing could be heard coming from Xiao Zhan's mouth. Seeing Xiao Zhan sleeping soundly, his two thighs shrugged under the bed. Lan Shui heard the old generation say that sleeping with one's legs on the ground would lead to arthritis, so she exerted all her strength to push this big man's body towards the bed. Again, she felt that Xiao Zhan sleeping with his clothes on was too uncomfortable, and because of the wine he drank, saliva flowed out of his mouth uncontrollably. It made the clothes inside and outside stink. Smelling such smelly clothes, it was impossible for Lan Shui to fall asleep, and so began to laboriously give this big strong man, stripping off his clothes again, taking off layer by layer. Only the lower underwear remained. Looking at Xiao Zhan's angular 8-pack abs, Lan Shui enviously touched them with her small hands, and her head was also pillowed up. Sleeping Xiao Zhan felt itchy and spoke in his sleep. Stop it. Xiao Zhan's body was healthy and elastic. The hand that caressed Xiao Zhan's body, Lan Shui could not bear to take it down. Moreover, Lan Shui felt very secure and cozy as she relied on Xiao Zhan to sleep. Without realizing it, she fell asleep. By the next morning, Xiao Zhan was woken up by the blinding sunlight. Looking at his surroundings, he realized that he was sleeping in Lan Shui's master bedroom. Touching his body again. Not good. His upper body was naked. feeling underneath again. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he still had his underwear on. Blue Snow, who was asleep next to him, had already woken up. Only wanting to see more of Xiao Zhan, she still stayed in bed and didn't get up, hearing movement around herself, stealing her eyes to see Xiao Zhan's panic look. Lan Shui heart this funny ah. Xiao Zhan wanted to find his own clothes to put on, but after looking around for half a day, there was none? Couldn't help but anxiously mutter to himself, where did my clothes go? Took them to the wash. Lan Shui, who was sleeping next to Xiao Zhan, suddenly opened her mouth, startling Xiao Zhan. Is there dirt on it? Xiao Zhan asked with a startled heart. Xiao Zhan felt that there must be a lot of dirt on it after the clothes were taken to the wash. Someone as spotless as Lan Shui must have taken it to the wash because she couldn't stand to look at it. Xiao Zhan was also an adult and had heard that when two people made love, there would be a lot of substances sent out from the body. Couldn't it be that which substances were too much for Lan Shui to take her clothes to the wash? Xiao Zhan was instantly bashful, his face reddening like a big apple. Lan Shui actually wanted to explain that the clothes had a lot of wine stains on them, so she took them to the wash. But seeing that Xiao Zhan misunderstood, thought of the shy above, might as well scare him a bit. Oh, you were so fierce last night, Lan Shui said as she covered her face pretending to be aggrieved. Then she looked at Xiao Zhan's expression through the cracks in her fingers. When Xiao Zhan heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue and he was immediately stunned. Grabbing his hair, he said in surprise, Ma, did I really do something worse than a pig or a dog? The problem is that I didn't feel a thing. Chapter 121, Head Buried Deeply. Blue Snow buried her head under the comforter and actually couldn't help but snicker. Laughing shoulders were constantly shaking, but the scene seen from the outside was a scene of being bullied and crying with the quilt covering her head, and because of the sadness and crying, the quilt was trembling slightly. So Xiao Zhan comforted Lan Shui and said, don't be afraid, I will be responsible for you. Hearing this, Lan Shui immediately stuck her head out from the quilt and asked, let's go and register for marriage right away. Xiao Zhan did not hear Blue Snow's crying voice, but a joyful voice. He could not help but twist his head skeptically to look at Lan Shui. Lan Shui was afraid of wearing out her cover and hurriedly burrowed her head into the quilt. Inside the quilt, she used her hand to wipe the spittle under her eyes, forcing back her laughter. She stretched out her head and put on an appearance of a victim who was aggrieved and said to Xiao Zhan, you're a family man, so you can't be with little girls casually anymore. Remember that? Xiao Zhan scratched his head and felt out that the words Lan Shui said were a trap. One could not jump into it for no reason. When did I casually get together with a little girl? Blue Snow thought of those photos and wanted to pick the matter apart, but on second thought, if she picked it out, wouldn't she be admitting that there was a love rival standing next to Xiao Zhan? Moreover, doing so would only cause Xiao Zhan's resentment and anger, and would not do any good to the relationship between the two. Lan Shui came to the rescue. What goes around comes around. Xiao Zhan was dumbfounded by what was said, and seeing that the time to go to work had arrived, he no longer cared. Rushed to get up, wash the blossom some, simply eat some food. Two people went to work. To the noon break time, Blue Snow about Xiao Zhan go out for a walk. This day the sun is just right. The sky is blue, 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 blue. Blue Snow sat Xiao Zhan, mood extremely good out of the company, driving the car along the street slipped. Behind them, however, there were two beautiful women in gorgeous clothing, secretly following. Moonlight said to Dong Lala, wouldn't it be nice to spend less effort on others? Look at you. Every day you are just concerned about whether or not Lan Shui has broken up with Xiao Zhan. How about Yi Huayun who just appeared by Xiao Zhan's side? How exhausting. It doesn't matter if you're exhausted like this, you're always dragging me around to peek at people. It's really not a good thing. Dong Lara was watching with envy and jealousy as Lan Shui held Xiao Zhan and sat in the car, sighing straight away. Why is she not capable of riding in the car arm in arm with such a handsome and dashing Xiao Zhan? Still wondering, the photos of Xiao Zhan cheating on someone else that he sent to Lan Shui, did Lan Shui not receive them? If received, why would the two still be so intimate? Dong Lara repeatedly muttered in her heart. It was necessary to pull Moonlight to find out. Seeing the two walking towards the hot pot restaurant, Dong Lara hurriedly dragged Moonlight and drove her own car to cross from another street, before entering through the other gate of the hot pot restaurant. When she entered the hot pot restaurant, she aimed at Lan Shui and Xiao Zhan's figures from afar and watched which table they had their eyes on. Then he let Moonlight go to the table next to him and take a seat. He himself went to order the food. Blue Blood and Xiao Zhan were talking and laughing as they sat down to eat together. Dong Lala had almost ordered her hot pot ingredients as well. Moonlight originally didn't want to get involved in anything, but there was no way that Dong Lala kept tugging at her. She didn't want to offend Dong Lara either, so she could only bury her head deeply on the table in case Xiao Zhan and Lan Shui saw her. Chapter 122 Love is Too Fragile. But Dong Lara and Moonlight thought diametrically opposed to each other. She spoke loudly and atmospherically just to attract Xiao Zhan's gaze. Moonlight, look at who's sitting at the table next to you. Moonlight hurriedly waved her hand and told her to keep her voice down. However, Lan Shui still heard it, because before, when Blue Crown Group organized its own runway show, there were no models, and Moonlight volunteered to be a model to support Blue Crown Group. Blue Snow had a good impression of Moonlight. Blue Snow greeted Moonlight. What a coincidence, bumping into you guys coming to dinner as well. Moonlight just nodded and didn't say much. Dong Lara was not happy with this, saying that our family's share of the single that we cooperate with your Blue Crown is much more than Moonlight's family. Why are you only greeting Moonlight and ignoring me? So she said sarcastically. Some people really have grown big eyes for nothing, and they still leak light when they look at things. But there are two big living people sitting here. Yet she only greeted one person. Blue Snow was in the right mood and didn't want to get angry with others. So she said, Winter Lala, you ordered food before you appeared here. Don't pick on your manners. I just saw you. Winter Lala, however, did not buy it at all, slamming the chopsticks on the table and kicking the stool next to her over. Clang! The sound startled the timid Moonlight, but the wild Winter Lara simply ignored Moonlight, and grumbled and crossed her eyes at Blue Snow. Some people are very hypocritical, too good at pretending, being cuckolded and still pretending to know nothing about it. Blue Snow is also the hallowed president of a large enterprise, never been read by others. Sanchi, ozone layer, nooks and crannies of words and whatnot. Hearing this, she couldn't help but stand up. Pointing at Dong Lala, she asked, you make it all clear, who is wearing a cuckold? Dong Lala couldn't hold back any longer and directly said back, you've seen the photos, and you're still pretending that nothing has happened, saying that you're hypocritical and have wronged you? Lan Shui suddenly realized that those anonymous photos she received were all sent by Dong Lala, otherwise how would she know about the photos? So it was you who was behind it? It was you who sent me those photos behind my back. Xiao Zhan did not understand what was going on with the photos they were talking about, so he asked, what photos? What photos did she send you? Lan Shui analyzed from Xiao Zhan's attitude towards himself yesterday that Xiao Zhan hadn't cheated on any other girls at all. The so-called photos were completely photos that Dong Lala had made her own synthesized because she was jealous, so she showed the photos on her cell phone to Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan, I believe you. It's completely impossible for you to betray me and go to meet other girls privately. Xiao Zhan took the photos and looked at them. These photos were all taken by Dong Lala when Yi Huayun first came to the city and Xiao Zhan picked up the station. It was originally a bright and open matter, so why deliberately conceal it? So he directly told Lan Shui, these photos are all true. Blue Snow froze at hearing this. How could it be? Xiao Zhan had not changed. Could it be that Xiao Zhan was so good at camouflage that he cheated on someone else and could still be so calm and nice to himself? You, how could you do this to me? Lan Shui's lips were shivering. Originally she wanted to say something else. I'm so good to you. How could you do something so disgraceful? But because she was too excited, she knew that the photo was real, and behind Xiao Zhan it turned out that there really was another woman standing behind him. The man that Lan Shui cherished like an eyeball was actually such a person. Chapter 123, Kind Moonlight tells the truth. It seems like the love that is sweet on the surface is really fragile. As soon as a girl with new tastes appears, your man changes his heart and love changes his flavor. When Tang kidnapped Yi Huayun, Moonlight witnessed the entire process. It also heard and understood exactly what they kidnapped Yi Huayun for. At this time, the hot pot materials had not yet been served. Seeing Lan Shui crying in pain, she only heard Xiao Zhan explain, although the photos are real, things are a completely different matter. It's not at all what you imagined. Lan Shui was in a place of grief, and no amount of explanation from Xiao Zhan would help. The photos were admitted to be true, and with the facts as proof, any further explanation would be a defense. Moonlight was very helpless for Xiao Zhan, so she said to Dong Lala, our hot pot ingredients haven't been served yet. I'll go ask what's going on. As she walked over to Blue Snow, she whispered in a low voice to Blue Snow, come with me. I saw the whole thing and I'll tell you the truth. Of course, Moonlight was smart enough and kind. She was not willing to offend Dong Lala, and likewise, she was not willing to see Blue Snow feel so bad, not to mention that Xiao Zhan had saved her. She didn't want to see Xiao Zhan being wronged by others. Fortunately, as the president of a large company, Lan Shui was still able to maintain her sanity when she was in excruciating pain. Hearing that Moonlight knew everything, she naturally wanted to know how things really were. Getting to the bottom of it would be best, so followed Moonlight to the women's guest room. In fact, this big hot pot restaurant was very humane, specially opening up two places. One is the male guest smoking room, and the other is the female guest room that allows female guests to breastfeed their babies. When they arrived, Moonlight said, take out the photos you received, and I'll tell you what occasions they were taken. Lan Shui flipped to the photos on her cell phone and handed them to Moonlight to look at. Moonlight pointed to the photo of Yi Huayun wearing rough clothes and eating with Xiao Zhan and said, "This is a photo of when Dong Lara and I were dining at a 5-star restaurant and saw Xiao Zhan eating with this girl. At that time, this girl was holding a large package and had just gotten off the train. I reckon that Xiao Zhan was leading this girl to a good meal because she was so pitiful." Listening to Moonlight's explanation, Lan Shui once again took a closer look towards the photo. Indeed, in an inconspicuous corner of the photo, the large package that Moonlight had said the girl had placed on the ground was seen. Blue Snow's expression relaxed slightly. Immediately after that, Moonlight pointed to the photo taken of the two of them at the elevator door after strolling through the clothing mall. "Look at that. That girl is wearing rough clothes. It's very much not in keeping with the city's flavor. And she's so young. She's probably going to be looking for a job. How can she get a job if she doesn't buy some clothes and change her image?" Also, in the end, Tang and Don Lala and the others took advantage of Xiao Zhan going for convenience and kidnapped the girl. "Did you know about this?" Blue Snow was shocked to hear this. They are also too bold to kidnap someone. On another thought, this was not surprising. Having been kidnapped herself, why did they do it to kidnap this girl? Suki Akari recalled. Initially, it was said that the girl borrowed their loan sharks, and later forced the girl to jump into the sea. Later, they forced the girl to admit that she had a relationship with Xiao Zhan. The purpose was to want to break the two of you apart. Hearing this, Lan Shui somewhat understood. So the purpose of making this mess was to break them up. And hearing the details of loan sharks and jumping into the sea, Blue Snow suddenly realized. Chapter 124, While Dong Lara Gets a Lesson. It should be said that Blue Snow was able to be in charge of such a large conglomerate and had been making the conglomerate profitable. It should be said that Blue Snow's ability to analyze and judge was quite high. She immediately associated this girl, probably the girl who jumped into the sea in Lianhai City. The reason why she had arrived in this city was because she wanted to repay Xiao Zhan for saving her life. It turned out that they were really innocent. Blue Snow completely dropped her baggage. Moonlight said to Blue Snow, "You go back first. Maybe Xiao Zhan can't wait. I'll go back later." Besides, on the table where Xiao Zhan was, the hot pot ingredients had already been served long ago. But on Dong Lara's table, it was bare. Nothing. Because on the monitor, the video of Dong Lala kicking the stool over was all seen by the security guard, who was speaking to the manager about it at the moment. To the restaurant, kicking the stool, lifting the table, are very unlucky things. So Winter Lara, this is a big taboo. The hotel manager looked very angry, immediately said to the waiter, "She wants hot pot ingredients. Do not give her on. If she doesn't behave herself and pick up her stool, she doesn't want to dine here." For a long time, Dong Lara didn't even look at the stool that had been kicked over, let alone pick up the fallen stool. The manager looked full of anger. To fall to the ground had the implication of closure. How can the manager be happy? Even more unlucky is that at this time, the long absence of the boss to come here to see. Now the manager can panic. He didn't want to let the boss know that the customer kicked down the stool for no reason. In that case, it would appear that he was not capable of deterring customers and was not worthy of being the manager of this restaurant. However, a few people were in the monitoring room, and the anger that filled their faces did not immediately dissipate. The boss who came here to hang around immediately sensed it. He asked sternly, "What are you all gathering here for?" The manager said, "Boss Hong, we're discussing the matter of this woman, who kicked over the restaurant stools." Hong Xiaotian, who had his hands behind his back, glanced at the surveillance video and became furious. As a generation of martial arts masters, Hong Xiaotian taught students with extremely elaborate identities. Rich and powerful people abounded, but there had never been one who blew up his thorns in front of him. Now even encountered someone in his name Hotel Death. Simply do not want to die rhythm. In the first half of the monitor, it seems that there is some verbal dispute with the neighbor. And then look at the person sitting in her neighbor's seat. Hong Xiaotian surprised. This has not just become friends with that martial arts fellow practitioner Xiao War, because the two had met. Hong Xiaotian had tested Xiao Zhan's martial arts and felt that Xiao Zhan's martial arts were not on par with his. That was why he called Xiao Zhan a fellow martial arts practitioner. It did not occur to me that this woman would be so rude, and so wanton in front of the fellow cultivator. So he called the back kitchen manager. "Give all the hot pot ingredients that woman ordered to that gentleman at the neighboring table for free." Predictably, the short-tempered and wild Winter Lara, seeing that all the hot pot materials she ordered were given to Xiao Zhan and Lan Shui, what kind of behavior would she make? Only to see Dong Lala yanking on the neck collar of the waiter and coldly saying, "The hot pot ingredients I ordered. Why did you give them? Got it wrong. Give me another one." The waiter stepped straight back in fear, trying to break free from Dong Lara's claws while explaining, "It's our manager who told me to do that. And the manager also said that you won't be served any more hot pot ingredients if you didn't pick up the stool that was kicked down." The wild Dong Lala was also accustomed to walking sideways all by virtue of her family's wealth. This kind of behavior of hers was also a true reflection of the so-called wealth and power. It was impossible to keep a low profile and be restrained. Hearing the waiter even said that he would not serve himself the hot pot ingredients. Then what the hell? Dong Lala was about to put on a big show. Chapter 125 Auntie will curse. The furious Dong Lala saw that on Xiao Zhan's table, all of the hot pot ingredients that she had ordered. Pointing at the waiter, she said, "Those hot pot ingredients are mine. Bring them to me." The waiter replied, "You are no longer qualified to dine in our hot pot restaurant. If you have some self-awareness, quickly leave. Otherwise," before waiting for the waiter to finish his sentence, the irascible Dong Lala was so furious that she not only kicked down several stools beside herself one after another, also ignoring Moonlight's persuasion, she violently overturned the table and shouted, "None of you will be able to eat properly until my mother eats the hot pot." Moonlight was scared out of his wits and sneaked away through the back door. A rich kid, relying on their own family more or less a little bit of power. They acted recklessly to the point of no one else. Waiting for her will be a severe punishment. Hong Xiaotian lived 80 to 90 years. The first time to see a girl family. Bad temper to this extent. It is the wild boy. The gangster is afraid to see her also have to be willing to bow down. Immediately told his men to find out who this girl is. A moment. Romantic group chairman of the board of directors of the Winter, trembling came to this hot pot restaurant. Met Hong Xiaotian. The head of the Winter can know Hong Xiaotian who is. It is said that in the scene of a Big Brother breakup, he just used a poker card in his hand, flung to the unlucky Big Brother, that previously still imposing Big Brother, covering the playing card on the cut neck, instantly fell to the ground dead. Afterward, no one present called the police. In the case that everyone had been defaulting to death by overdrinking, the sparks went off. The 7 people at the same table, just in accordance with the legal customary column, to this dead Big Brother's family compensation of varying amounts. Toshinaga knew that although he was the chairman of the romantic group, but compared to that dead mega-rich bigot, himself is simply scum. Think about it. Hong Xiaotian was able to make the aftermath of that rich bigot go smoothly, let alone him. Getting him killed is as simple as twisting an ant to death. Upon seeing Hong Xiaotian, the chief of Winter immediately walked forward, bowed and asked, "I wonder what Master Hong is looking for me for." Hong Xiaotian didn't give him any explanation, but only asked him to take a look at the surveillance on the wall. In the monitor, her daughter was cursing with a desperate rage. The waiters and other diners were all watching, and none of them sat down to eat. Some even went up to her and advised her kindly, "Girl, you're a girl, pay attention to your image. Off Nima. Auntie will curse." Dong Lara spilled her guts to the point where there were no boundaries anymore. Dong Zhichang no longer said anything and rushed out of the monitoring room. In a few steps, he arrived in front of Winter Lala and hit a big slap towards Winter Lala. Slap! Winter Lara was in the middle of her work and without any precaution, she was knocked back 2 steps. Covering her fiery face, she turned her head to look. "Dad, why are you here? Don't you call me Dad. I don't have a daughter with no sense of propriety like you." Snap! In his anger, Dong Zhichang punched towards the other side of Dong Lala's face again. "Dad, it's them who don't give me." Dong Lala's hot pot ingredients in the back hadn't even been uttered yet. There was another burst of slaps on the back of her face, of mouths that hit up. This time, Winter Lara's face was swollen and her speech was slurred. The chief of Winter said, "Come with me and apologize to the shopkeeper." Winter Lara still stalled and refused to follow his father to the monitoring room. His dad pointed at her and said, "If you want the romantic group to continue to exist, follow me to apologize." Chapter 126, Rolling Up and Leaving. Dong Lara was surprised to hear her always serious dad say something like this. Could it be because of a hot pot? Just bankrupt the romantic group? But since it was able to effortlessly invite the busy mess of a dad, this hot pot restaurant is also very impressive. Winter Lara half-heartedly followed her dad to the monitoring room, where Hong Xiaotian had already left long ago. Dong Zhichang only had to apologize to the manager of the hot pot restaurant. "I'm sorry, it's all because of my improper education that made my little daughter brash and unreasonable, messing up the order of the hot pot restaurant. Now I've brought my daughter to make amends. I'm sorry, please forgive me." Dong Lara saw her dad and made amends to the manager in front of her. Very disdainful look. Not just an ordinary manager. To be so humble? Then he complained in an unpleasant tone. "Dad." Without saying a word, his dad pointed at the manager and said, "Apologize." Dong Lara couldn't argue with his dad, so he could only go forward and bow and curtsy, saying, "I'm sorry." The manager gave the father and daughter duo a blank look. The boss has already left. He left a message saying that if he asks us for forgiveness, he has to apologize to the neighboring table, because you have disturbed the neighboring table's meal. When Dong Lara heard this, the neighboring table dining with Xiao Zhan and Lan Shui. Do I have to make amends and apologize to them? That would be too humiliating. She said that she was determined not to go, but when her dad heard that, he did not dare to be slow in the slightest. Hurriedly nodded to the manager and said, "As long as your boss has forgiven us, do whatever you want us to do." Dong Lara didn't know what kind of character the owner of the hot pot restaurant was and complained. Why listen to him? Apologize to whoever he wants. Unexpectedly, his dad was furious. This waste of a girl really does not know the heights of heaven and earth, and does not consider what will happen in the future if she messes with someone. Still questioning here in a row. Snap! The furious Tuja Nocho swung another slap on his daughter's face. Do you still want dad to live? Do you still want the romance group to exist? Winter Lara could only cover her face and follow behind her father, walking towards the table where Xiao Zhan and Lan Shui were dining. He also muttered under his breath, "Is it that serious? And you have to apologize to them at your age." By the time they reached the table where Xiao Zhan and Lan Shui were dining, the manager had long since stood there. The chief of winter immediately changed into a smiling face and went up to Blue Snow and said, "President, it's all because of my daughter's ignorance. I'm really sorry for disturbing the president and Mr. Zhao's meal." Because the chief of winter was an elder who was over 100 years old, both Lan Shui and Xiao Zhan wanted to politely stand up, but the manager of the hot pot restaurant stopped the two. "You guys sit down and accept their apology, or else the manager, will be removed by the boss as well." One could only hear Tuja no Nagi pleading somewhat helplessly, "Please forgive your two daughters." Xiao Zhan had been watching coldly without making a sound during this incident. He was also somewhat confused. It was said that the romantic group clothing company was very large in scale and had a lot of affairs, and the chairman of the board, Winter Chief, should be busy, but the owner of the hot pot restaurant, even easily called him, and the chief of the winter respectfully listened to the hot pot restaurant boss let him do everything. It was evident that the hot pot shop owner had enough energy. Otherwise, how could he tell the chairman of such a large-scale group to listen to him? The manager didn't tell them to stand up and just sat there to accept the father and daughter's apology, so it had to be this way. Dong Lara saw her dad's sincere and fearful appearance, and also knew that maybe things had gone too far. Messing with a big shot that shouldn't be messed with, and not apologizing was not an option, so had to walk to the table, said to Lan Shui and Xiao Zhan, "I'm sorry, it's my fault for disturbing you guys." Lan Shui already knew everything about what happened. Just because she had stirred up right and wrong, she had made herself misunderstand Xiao Zhan and had almost cut short her good marriage, so she said coldly, "You are the one who should reflect on this. Otherwise, you will still be in big trouble." Dong Lara looked at Lan Shui with venomous eyes and secretly said in her heart, "You wait, I will not let you live well." Chapter 127, Get out of here if you want to live. Tuja no Nagi finished leading his daughter to apologize and pushed her outside the hot pot restaurant, cautioning, "Go home and stay honest. If you cause any more trouble, we're done for." Winter Lara thought his dad was just saying that in passing, and didn't delve into the deeper meaning. Looked at his dad driving rushed to the company. He also drove the car. Just before turning the corner on the avenue, saw Blue Snow's car. The surveillance showed that Xiao Zhan and Lan Shui came down from this car to eat at the hot pot restaurant. Of course, Dong Lala's stubborn, unrepentant look had been deeply imprinted in the manager's mind. The manager was also a man in his 40s, and had seen a lot of people. How could he not understand the psychology of a person like Dong Lala? Watching Dong Lala father and daughter out of the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, called the people in the monitoring room, record every move of their father and daughter walking out of the hot pot restaurant. Then while watching the video, he thought that such a rebellious daughter who doesn't listen to her elders may have to bring undeserved disaster to the family. As expected, Dong Lara saw Blue Snow's car parked at the hot pot restaurant. In the front parking lot, she stopped the car, taking out the security door key in her pocket. She held it tightly in her hand, as if she was holding a knife of revenge. "Lan Shui, you took away my beloved, and in turn asked me to apologize to you guys. How can I continue to live if I don't take this breath?" Arriving in front of the car where Lan Shui and Xiao Zhan sat, he took out the steel security door key. Viciously, he scratched down towards the front face of the car. Squeak, 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 a scratch that penetrated to the bottom, all the way down to the bone, revealing the bottom end of the car's primer. Winter Lara scratched hard, a creaking sound, in other people's ears especially harsh, but in the Winter Lara heard, as beautiful music, refreshing into the heart. "Ha ha ha, really painful. Ha ha ha, what a relief. I call you all good. I call you all love." Winter Lara screamed and cursed as she paddled. In the monitoring room, the security guards and managers who had been keeping an eye on Dong Lara's father and daughter, all of them were stunned by Winter Lara's crazy behavior. The manager couldn't help but say, "Has this woman not learned her lesson yet? It's too much of a misdemeanor. The guts are so fat. I'm afraid the boss will definitely not let their family go this time. Doing this in front of our restaurant is a blatant challenge to our boss's authority. There's nothing the manager can do to solve this. This heartless woman could only be managed by a big shot like the boss." The manager directly transferred the surveillance video to the boss. The moment Hong Xiaotian received the surveillance video, simply do not know what to say. This woman is really a death wish. The video showed that this was the car driven by that Xiao Zhan student and his girlfriend. The power of Tang Xiu's martial arts was not below him at all. Moreover, Tang Xiu was still so young, and in the future, if he refined his martial arts a little, he would probably surpass him. Such a person, if he didn't maintain a good relationship now, I'm afraid that in the future, when Xiao Zhan grew up, he would make himself lose his power. Sadly, the father and daughter of Winter's chief even pulled their teeth out of the tiger's mouth. I don't care if you make a death wish anywhere, but why did you choose my Hong Xiaotian's territory? In the future, when Xiao Zhan pursues, I am afraid that I will not have a good life. Dong Lara, you want to die. Don't blame me. Hong Xiaotian directly called the chairman of the romantic group. Look at what your daughter has done. If you want to live, leave the city. Otherwise, you will accompany your daughter to die together. Chapter 128 Hong Xiaotian appears. When Dong Jichang received the video forwarded by Hong Xiaotian, his hands were trembling. Did not think that their hard work for most of their lives, but actually ruined in the hands of this waste of female. Sad and pale, he sent a dialogue to his old partner at home. The daughter has caused a big trouble outside. Do you want the group company? Or do you want to keep your daughter peaceful? His old companion was dumbfounded. What happened to my daughter? Why are you asking? My daughter has always been bossy, and it's all due to your poor education. Now he's in trouble with a big shot. Think about it. Will we be okay? If we choose to abandon the group company and save our daughter's life, then we'll run away quickly. If we choose to abandon that loser daughter, then hand her over to the dark forces. We remain in this city. Answer me quickly. His old companion cried at that. Master, is it really that serious? The chief of winter said solemnly. Don't say that I'm still a small person, or a big man who has messed with the wrong people, and your loser daughter, who has messed with them twice a day, will definitely not be able to survive. Good thing, we have the romantic group as a wealthy backer. We can use it to offset our debts, and there is still a possibility of escaping. Only to hear the old companion over there crying for half a day, finally said, after all, that's our family's daughter. It's better to leave her alive. Let's escape. Good. This city can no longer stay. Quickly pack up the valuable and important. Just in these few days, we will leave. After the chief of winter finished speaking, he drove out the newly bought Cadillac in the garage and headed straight to the hot pot restaurant parking lot. At this time, Lan Shui and Xiao Zhan had just finished eating hot pot and came out of the hot pot restaurant. Because this incident was too serious, Hong Xiaotian was afraid that Xiao Zhan would get angry and would blame him for the accident. So he came to the parking lot one step ahead of Xiao Zhan. The chief of winter took the Cadillac and drove it to the side of the Porsche that was scratched deep into the bone before getting out of the car. Seeing the crazy daughter well did not stop meaning. The Porsche front face scratched all over, and then began to scratch the body. Toshinaga has been infuriated, directly from the back of a kick to his body. You made me miserable. My life's work, all ruined in your hands. Dong Lara was kicked at once, turning back to see her dad's pale face. It was like seeing the god of death coming. Before Winter Lara could return to her senses, the chief of winter yanked Dong Lala's long hair and dragged it all the way to Hong Xiaotian's feet. Kneel down for big brother, kowtow and beg for your life. Just now in the hot pot restaurant, Hong Xiaotian did not show his face, because the matter was not yet very big. Let this father and daughter apologize and then whisk them away and that would be the end of it. But this will, even the people of several $1 million of Porsche completely scraped waste. I'm afraid that anyone who saw their favorite car like this would be heartbroken and furious. Hong Xiaotian, of course, is afraid that Xiao Zhan will put this account, counted to his head. So the misunderstanding is big, can be too bad. In the future, Xiao Zhan had a monstrous power. I am afraid that he would be unfavorable to himself. Dong Lara glanced at Hong Xiaotian, and a hostile aura rushed straight over. Only this time did Dong Lara feel that things might not be good. But what I scratched is clearly Blue Snow's car. And what does it have to do with him? His father has been angry to the extreme. Others do not know Hong Xiaotian. He has been in the world for most of his life. Do not know the means of Hong Xiaotian? I am afraid that the attitude of making amends is not pious, and he will go home and die for various reasons. Kneel down and beg for forgiveness. The chief of winter loosened Dong Lala's hair and pressed Dong Lala's head hard with his hand. Tohara was forced to kneel and had her head pressed down by her dad. I'm sorry, I know I've made a big mistake. Chapter 129, it's already too late. At this time, Winter Lara saw the true face of the big brother. Far from the manager of that class can be compared. I really did too much. Alarmed the big brother. I'm afraid that, as dad said, to destroy dad's career. This time, although said very sincere, but it is already too late. Hong Xiaotian pointed to the destroyed Porsche. I'm not the owner of this car, but you're causing trouble in front of my hotel, clearly not putting me in your eyes. Toshinaga hurriedly bowed his head and bent over and said, my little daughter's tutelage is really bad. She doesn't know the rules. Please bear with me. Big brother. Hong Xiaotian waved his hand. That's just it. You'd better go to the owner of the car and ask for forgiveness. Hong Xiaotian turned to Xiao Zhan with an apologetic smile. At this moment, Xiao Zhan and Lan Shui were looking at the scratched-up Porsche. Expressions of exasperation and pain alternated. When the Chief of Winter saw Xiao Zhan, he could not help but shiver. Perhaps it was because Xiao Zhan had just obtained the Yi Jin Jing's technique, which had been flowing in his body for many days, an aura that vaguely burst out from within. That hidden aura was actually not much weaker than Hong Xiaotian. Moreover, Hong Xiaotian had already entered old age and had spent most of his life cultivating to such a point. However, this man in front of him was very young. Why did he have such a great aura? Tuja no Nagi now understood why the unbeatable Big Brother would show up in the parking lot of the hot pot restaurant. It turned out to be to maintain the relationship with this young man. To put it bluntly, Hong Xiaotian was very afraid that the young man would get angry and thus would involve his anger in his body. Dong Zhicheng can be considered not living in vain. After understanding this relationship, immediately, he dragged Don Lala to Xiao Zhan and said with his humility, I will double the proposed compensation for the damage my little daughter has caused you. Blue Snow with a sobbing voice looked at his favorite car and said, the scratches are deep into the bone marrow. You are to fix it for me. I'm afraid it's not the original appearance. The head of winter was careful to make amends. I am willing to give you my new car, Cadillac, as compensation. Seeing that Lan Shui and Xiao Zhan remained silent, the Chief of Winter was drumming in his heart. I'm afraid that if he can't get forgiveness today, both father and daughter's little lives will be finished. The head of hate looked at Winter Lara. It is because of you. Old son's career is gone, and also harmed the parents are accompanied by you to die. The head of the winter violently yanked over Winter Lara's hair and flung it in front of Xiao Zhan and Lan Shui. Asterisk. If you don't get forgiveness from the two adults today, you will kneel here and not get up. Lan Shui was ultimately a girl's family, although Dong Lala had done many things that infuriated her, and the fact that she wanted to break up her marriage with Xiao Zhan made her hate her even more. But seeing Dong Lara kneeling there with her head cloaked and her face holes all swollen from slapping, she still felt compassion. Blue Snow advised, Xiao Zhan, let's leave things at that. We have a replacement vehicle anyway. Xiao Zhan was puzzled by Hong Xiaotian's appearance here. Wasn't Hong Xiaotian Huang Kuan's master? Although when Huang Kuan had led him to meet Hong Xiaotian had only put out a small test of Xiao Zhan's martial arts. Xiao Zhan saw him easily catch the knife that was counter-stabbed back and knew that this person was amazing. Hong Xiaotian was so happy that he even led him to look at many of the secret martial arts manuals that he had in his canon. Xiao Zhan estimated that Hong Xiaotian was already so old that he had probably already read all the martial arts secrets in his collection. However, he might not necessarily be able to deeply comprehend their essence. Otherwise, the aura radiating from Hong Xiaotian's body would be more than that. While Xiao Zhan was sizing up Hong Xiaotian was also sizing up Xiao Zhan. This sizing up did not matter. Hong Xiaotian straight away exclaimed, I'm afraid that in so many days, the gong method that this kid in front of me has cultivated has risen another level. That saying is really right. When a scholar is separated for 3 days, he should be impressed. Chapter 130, Greatly Terrified. Xiao Zhan was curious to know the bottom line of Hong Xiaotian, a martial arts master. Why did he make the winter chief afraid like this? So he said to Blue Snow, after you have forgiven Winter Lara, just drive the Cadillac back to the unit first. I want to talk to the Grandmaster. Blue Snow nodded. It was better for women to stay out of things between men. She wanted to be Xiao Zhan's wife. It was better to show some understanding. That would also make the man look good. Winter Lara already knew that she had made a big mistake. Without hearing her father's words, she had not dared to stand up. The Chief of Winter saw Blue Snow drive away in his Cadillac before wiping a handful of sweat from his head. This means that the lives of their family of 3, for the time being, have been saved. And then, he saw Hong Xiaotian courteously invite Xiao Zhan to sit in the car and drive away. Only then did Dong Lara get up. A calamity has finally passed. Let's hurry home and pack up to leave this city. The head of winter said with a desire to cry. Dad, since it's over, why do we still need to run away? You pest. You still have the face to say, if it wasn't because of you, could we shed our family and leave our home to flee this place? If we don't escape, I'm afraid our family's 3 little lives will be over. Dad, our family's romantic group is very large. Just give it to someone else? Right, now the romance group is no longer our family's, because it's already great that we have a life to live. Saying that, father and daughter got on a bus and bumped their way back home. Winter's chief had extensive social experience and knew what happens when you offend a big brother, and only by living honestly would you be guaranteed a life. However, the short-tempered Dawn Lala, sitting on the train with her parents, looking at the city that was gradually fading away, swore in her heart that she would definitely come back. Besides, Xiao Zhan rode in Hong Xiaotian's Land Rover, and once again, he arrived at his country house. When they arrived at the place, Hong Xiaotian changed his usual posture, laughed and invited Xiao Zhan to get out of the car. The two of them went to the wide lawn. The lawn was neatly trimmed, and on the curved pathways, expensive flowers and plants were planted. On top of the lawn, on the high-grade tea table, there were extraordinary zisha pots. As they sat here, the purple sand pot was still steaming. There was a very old woman who brought over the tea set, but just as it came to them, a playing card easily held the tea set in place. The playing card placed the tea set into Hong Xiaotian's hand out of thin air. Xiao Zhan secretly sighed. What a good internal skill. Xiao Zhan had already practiced Yi Jing Jing for many days and did not know what realm he could reach. Since Hong Xiaotian was able to lift the tea set with a poker card, Xiao Zhan was going to try the famous Yi Jing Jing technique to see how powerful it was. So he flicked towards the big tree next to him, and a green leaf fell into his hand. Xiao Zhan gently sent the green leaf out. The other tea set in the old woman's hand arrived on top of the green leaf. Also like Hong Xiaotian poker, out of thin air, the tea set was sent to Xiao Zhan's hand. Not bad. The same cultivation technique is surprisingly above me. Hong, someone is envious to the extreme. Hong Xiaotian sighed heartily. Xiao Zhan, on the other hand, smiled and said modestly, I've made a fool of myself in front of Grandmaster. No, no, no. Hong Xiaotian said 3 no's in a row. Fellow cultivator, but you are using leaves. Leaves are much lighter than poker. To carry the same weight of the tea set, the amount of effort used can only be more. So for me to say that your cultivation is above me is really not a compliment. In fact, when he saw that Xiao Zhan was sitting there without changing his color, he even used the leaves that were much lighter and thinner than him to easily carry the tea set. The shocking waves that rolled up in the bottom of Hong Xiaotian's heart were almost uncontrollable. Fortunately, after so many years of bitter cultivation, he still managed to keep his heart steady. It seems that just now, at the hot pot restaurant, it was a wise move to save face for Xiao War. This person's future in the future was incalculable. When he and Xiao War met at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant just now, he saw a magical aura flowing around Xiao War. Hong Xiaotian wondered, just because they hadn't met in the past few days, had Xiao Zhan's martial arts improved completely? Why was there such a powerful aura flowing all over his body? I just don't know what realm he has reached. Hong Xiaotian took the opportunity of drinking tea with Xiao Zhan to try again, and it really shocked him. Chapter 131, the Kung Fu technique overpowered him. When Hong Xiaotian saw Xiao Zhan utilizing his Kung Fu to bring the tea set over, the Kung Fu had truly overshadowed him. He couldn't help but ponder in his heart, if he made a friend like this, would he still worry about his position not being stable? He had killed many people and was afraid that when he grew old and his abilities declined, these people would rehash their old scores and seek revenge on him. If he had Xiao Zhan standing by his side, what else would he worry about? Thus, he clapped his hand towards the side again, and the old woman walked out again. Go and bring a jar of aged good wine. The old woman nodded and turned to leave, and in a short while, the old woman was carrying a sealed altar of good wine and handed it to Hong Xiaotian. While retreating out, Hong Xiaotian carried the wine altar and poured a cup for himself and Xiao Zhan each. Raising his cup, he said, I am very envious of the martial realm that fellow cultivator has reached, and I am very willing to become best friends with fellow cultivator. I wonder if fellow cultivator agrees. Xiao Zhan had previously seen that Hong Xiaotian had a wall of classical secrets and wondered what areas those classical secrets covered. If he could come here often and go around the storage room, come practicing room and sign in by the way. I wonder what kind of classical techniques and magical skills he would get. Now that Hong Xiaotian offered to be good friends with him, why not? So Xiao Zhan raised his wineglass and said, It is an honor to become friends with Master Hong. Hong Xiaotian said as he stood up happily, If we drink 3 glasses of wine together, we will be close and good friends. Xiao Zhan stood up and raised his glass with him and drank it all. Hong Xiaotian was extremely excited after drinking heavily. He had to rely on Xiao Zhan. Of course he had to show his sincerity. So he said to Xiao Zhan, Fellow cultivator, you will be the chairman of the romantic group from now on. You will take office in a few days. These words left Xiao Zhan dumbfounded. Grandmaster, the chairman of the romantic group is the head of winter, and the company is also owned by their family. Hong Xiaotian waved his hand and said, It used to be, but not anymore. You'll know everything when you go to work at romantic group tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. At that time, you will be the rightful chairman. Xiao Zhan opened his mouth wide and it took him half a day to understand Hong Xiaotian's words. In just 1 day's time, he himself owned a very large-scale group of companies, and he was also the chairman of the group of companies. This matter was also too mysterious. However, wait until the day after tomorrow. I am the romantic group to take a trip to see if what this old man said is true. 2 people after the wine words also more up. Xiao War on Hong Xiaotian's storage room is very interested. Just try to lead the topic to Hong Xiaotian's storeroom, saying how those classical secret books were. Hong Xiaotian boasted rather smugly. Speaking of the storeroom, that is the pride of my life, where there are not only martial arts secrets, but also the I Ching, which is the book of divination and fortune-telling. and the ancient magical medical arts collection, can be said to have everything. These words straight into the heart of Xiao War. Really what I want to come what? In the future, these offensive methods and abilities, it is possible that all of them are all mastered by me. Besides, Blue Snow afternoon work, back to the president's office. Just sat down. There is a product research and development department manager poker cow called President. Xiao Zhan didn't come to work again this afternoon. This is too much to take the company seriously. You can criticize him. Lan Shui knew that Xiao Zhan and the big brother who had mysteriously appeared were probably having a secret meeting somewhere. And what he encountered when he went to the hot pot restaurant today was very strange. Neither he nor Xiao Zhan had called and told Dong Lala's dad to come and teach Dong Lala a lesson. But his dad came looking flustered. Chapter 132, Breaking the Rules to Promote Caused Controversy. Dong Lara, his dad, was a busy working chairman, but he actually humbly came to them to apologize. And not only came once, but also came twice. The back is due to the appearance of the mysterious big brother, making Winter Lara's dad, his luxury car Cadillac are compensated for their own. What is the relationship between Xiao Zhan and this mysterious big brother that makes this big brother defend Xiao Zhan in this way is worth investigating. Lan Shui secretly sighed. It seemed that Xiao Zhan was not simple. Xiao Zhan was so important that it was possible that the company would have to rely on him in the future. Thinking about this, said sternly to Poker Nyo, you can't make any comments to Xiao Zhan in the future. Xiao Zhan is now the vice president of the company. You have to remember what I said. Poker Nyo was immediately baffled. President, when did Xiao Zhan get promoted to vice president of the company? The company didn't issue any documents. Blue Snow immediately said. The company will hold a conference call now to announce this decision. Saying this, Blue Snow made a snap decision and held a telephone video conference to announce that Xiao Zhan had become the vice president of Blue Crown Group. Not only were the people in the product development department stunned, even the upper echelons of Blue Crown were questioning it. Xiao Zhan is just a youngster who just went to work not more than a few days ago. Has he contributed to the company? What ability does he have to take on the duties of the company's vice president? The person who spoke was Vice President Wang. The current vice president of the company was from Lan Shui's dad's generation and was honored as Vice President Wang. Xiao Zhan had been promoted to the company's vice president, and Vice President Wang's current position as the first vice president was likely to be taken away by Xiao Zhan, who felt a potential crisis. Moreover, people often saw Xiao Zhan and the president eating together, and the rumor that Xiao Zhan could potentially become the president's boyfriend had reached Vice President Wang's ears. Vice President Wang had to contact other people to petition the chairman. They wanted to stop Xiao Zhan from becoming the vice president. The phone calls from these people kept calling Lan Shui's dad, Lan Dingfeng. Lan Dingfeng also had questions, not to mention the new employees who had just started work, even the old employees. Without a decade or 8 years of experience in the company, it was impossible to advance to the top of the company. What did he, Xiao Zhan, rely on to leap to become the company's vice president? Such an overstep promotion was likely to make the company's senior figures dissatisfied, thus causing unrest in the company's order. The fact that so many senior figures had called Chairman Lan Dingfeng had caused him to pay attention. Little Shui, why did you promote an employee who has just worked for a short while to become a vice president for no reason? You have to know that promoting an employee who has little ability and hasn't made any contribution as the president will cause the company's employees to question it, and it will also cause the company to fall into turmoil. Dad, as the president, I naturally have a reason for promoting Xiao Zhan as the vice president, and there will be a good reason for it. I will use Xiao Zhan's excellent performance to impress everyone, thus convincing them of his promotion to vice president. Listening to Lan Shui speak with vigor and clarity, Lan Dingfeng was also suspicious. Could it be that this guy who had just entered the company not long ago really had some great ability to convince everyone? If not, how could Lan Shui promote him to be the company's vice president? So Lan Dingfeng said to those company vice presidents who reported to him, your president must have a reason for promoting Xiao Zhan to be the vice president. Maybe Xiao Zhan can bring huge profits to the company. When the day of his official appointment comes, Lan Shui will definitely give everyone a satisfactory answer. If Xiao Zhan's results are mediocre, even I won't be able to get through here, much less through the top management unanimously. We'll just wait for Blue Snow to announce Xiao Zhan's work performance. Chapter 133, full of vitality and warm skin. But when Lan Shui received his dad's questioning, she actually didn't have a clue in her heart. Xiao Zhan was promoted to be the vice president of the company. Whether he could pass the consent of the senior management, she really wasn't sure. But the words have been said. As the company president, can be a word of gold, cannot just void. Otherwise, where is the majesty of the president? An afternoon passed. Xiao Zhan did not come back. The R&D department poker bull no longer had any reason to complain to Blue Snow. Xiao Zhan had already been promoted to vice president and was obviously at a much higher level than him. He had to immediately change his attitude and could no longer disobey Xiao Zhan. When it was time to leave work, Lan Shui still did not see Xiao Zhan's figure, but Lan Shui had seen with her own eyes that Xiao Zhan was sitting on the mysterious Big Brother's Land Rover and left. Therefore, there was no need to worry that Xiao Zhan had gone to meet a girl or something. Just as Lan Shui was assured that she was driving the Cadillac home, Xiao Zhan received a call from Yi Huayun. Big Brother, I've found a few companies that I want to apply for, so help me choose. It's not good to stay at home all the time. It was also true. As a young man, how could one not work? When it was time to go home at night, Xiao Zhan said to Lan Shui, something's up, going back later. Lan Shui knew that Xiao Zhan was dealing with the mysterious Big Brother, so what was wrong with coming back later? She returned home and went to sleep with confidence. Xiao Zhan came to his villa and just pushed open the door. He saw Yi Huayun pounce over. Big Brother, you saved me repeatedly. I really don't know what to say. Xiao Zhan laughed. Do you want to say it again, or do you want to give your body in return? Yi Huayun smiled sheepishly. It's just that if you want to give your body in return, you don't want it. Big Brother. Xiao Zhan put away his smile and said, Big Brother is a truthful person. What you should be told. You should be told to know. Your Big Brother, I actually already have someone in my heart. It did not occur to him that Yi Huayun was even more truthful. Big Brother, from the time I grew up, I have never seen anyone better than you. Even though Big Brother already has someone in his heart, I won't make it difficult for Big Brother. How about this? I don't care about the name. I will silently give you the woman behind you. Do you think it's okay? Saying that, she was afraid that Xiao Zhan would have any opinions about her. Before Xiao Zhan could squeak, on the outer garment off, revealing the inside of a very pure and simple small flower undershirt. Remember, it's not the city, that kind of bra and small underwear, but the small flower undershirt that is commonly worn in the countryside. Xiao Zhan, as a man, was the first time he had seen such pure, simple, and healthy woman's skin. It wasn't very white. It was the kind of slightly rosy skin that was full of vitality. Big Brother, can you see if I am healthy? Saying this, in order to show that she was very feminine, she even made a strong effort to push up a bit. Xiao Zhan nodded and looked at her with embarrassment, saying, put it on. Big Brother knows that you are healthy. Yi Huayun ignored Xiao Zhan's words and then asked, then do you like me? Like this healthy body? Xiao Zhan did not dare to answer, fearing that he would say something that the girl did not like and strike this girl who had once jumped into the sea in despair. Big Brother, if you don't say anything, you must be too embarrassed to say that you like me? After Yi Huayun finished saying this, she unexpectedly revealed a smile, a hopeful look showing on her face. Walking over to Xiao Zhan, she boldly took Xiao Zhan's hand and then placed it on herself. Big Brother, let me show you how tight and healthy my body is. This move stunned Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan's hand, which was tightly pressed by Yi Huayun, a youthful scent, a hot current, rushed straight to Xiao Zhan. Chapter 134, The Scent of Youth. Xiao Zhan felt his hot blood surging, and in his heart, he wanted to tightly embrace such a plump, healthy body. Yi Huayun also felt out that Xiao Zhan was breathing more and more rapidly, and her heart was obviously overjoyed. Again, she put her flushed face up, warm lips, coupled with a warm body, a pouncing youthful odor that could not be blocked. Xiao Zhan's sanity was slowly about to collapse, and he sat there unwilling to get up, at the mercy of Yi Huayun. Just at this moment, the villa doorbell was rung. The voice of the property owner came from the intercom. Owner, it's time to pay the property fee. Your family hasn't paid the property fee this year. Xiao Zhan's sanity that was about to fall was immediately woken up, and he said gently to Yi Huayun, I'll say a word to the property and pay the property fee right away. Otherwise, if the property is misunderstood by the property owner for intentionally not paying the property fee, the door card will be invalidated and we won't be able to return home. Yi Huayun nodded understandingly and said, Big Brother, I will wait for you. You must come back. Xiao Zhan got up and urged Yi Huayun, lock the door. Then he went to the property accounting room to pay the property fee. When he returned, he passed by the villa and sent a message to Yi Huayun. I'll accompany you to the interview tomorrow. Just wait for me at home. When he arrived at the villa where Lan Shui lived alone, he took out the key that Lan Shui had given him, unscrewed the door, and went to the living room, changed his shoes, listened to the villa. There was no movement at all. Think about the blue snow at this time has already slept. He walked towards his bedroom. There were no words in the night. By the next day, Xiao Zhan got up on time and bested the meal. This was a habit he had developed over the years. After serving the meal on the table, Lan Shui stretched her lazy back and walked out of the bedroom. Seeing Xiao Zhan was carrying the meal to the table, rushing over, she happily said to Xiao Zhan, what kind of person is that mysterious big man, and what did he find you to say? Xiao Zhan snapped to mind that Hong Xiaotian had once said that he would hand over the romance group to him and make him the chairman. Xiao Zhan said with an emotional expression, Big Brother is very capable, practically turning his hand to the clouds and his hand to the rain. Let me tell you, The romantic group is now no longer owned by the Winter Chief's family. The chairman has changed hands. Xiao Zhan stopped here. Lan Shui looked at him and asked, I did hear that the head of Winter's family is gone, so just whose hands has this group reached? Blue Snow thought for a moment and added, is it because Winter Lara went too far and offended that big brother? Thinking about it, this big brother is really scary, to the extent that he was able to make the head of Winter Lara so scared that he rolled over and left. I wonder if the big brother will run the romance group himself in the future, or let someone else do it? Xiao Zhan could not decide whether what Hong Xiaotian actually said was reliable or not. After all, he had not really seen the legal person's certificate yet. It was still too early to say that romantic group was owned by himself. Therefore, he did not tell Lan Shui that Hong Xiaotian had already put the romantic group under his name. Xiao Shui, I still have to show the romantic group and assist the big brother in doing some things. There might be a surprise for you. Hearing that Xiao Zhan was going to send a surprise to himself, Lan Shui immediately associated it with possibly flowers or a set of high-grade fashion. No matter what it was always a good thing if Xiao Zhan wanted to send himself something. So she went to Xiao Zhan's front, and against Xiao Zhan's cheek, she gave him a smooch. A fresh scent came to his nose, and Xiao Zhan enjoyed it as he inhaled vigorously. Lan Shui washed up, sat with Xiao Zhan and ate breakfast together, and drove to work. Chapter 135 Oddball Interview. Xiao Zhan was curious as to what happened to the romantic clothing group now, without the presence of the chairman. Was it a mess? It was already past the working hours and Xiao Zhan arrived at the romantic clothing group. The group avenue only 3 or 2 people, in holding a variety of information to walk around. Workshop, team and section each in its own way, working in a well-organized manner. It seems that the romantic group is well managed and there is no sign of chaos. Walked to the building where the group's top management is located. Facing the building, he saw a big red ribbon hanging in the air, which read, warmly welcome the new president Xiao Zhan to work in romantic group and lead romantic group on a new journey. Xiao Zhan was astonished. The action is fast enough. Now you know that I'm coming to work for romantic group? Looking further onto the factory newspaper bulletin board, his own large photo was hanging high with a red ribbon. This old man Hong Xiaotian is very skillful when he took a picture of himself, or when he investigated himself to a bottom to beg to get this picture. A mystery, because Xiao Zhan did not have any preparation, so did not intend to make an appearance at the top of the romantic group leadership. Walked around the group, roughly know that the romantic group is still operating well, but also feel relieved to leave. Promising to go to the interview with Yi Huayun, Xiao Chen did not forget. Luckily, Yi Huayun was seen from afar at the entrance of the villa looking out, but when she saw Xiao Chuan's figure appear, the little girl hurriedly stretched her clothes, looked down to see if the pants line was worth it, and an embarrassed smile appeared on her face. Taking a look at Xiao Zhan, the blush on her face became more and more striking. Then she turned her head to look away again. Xiao Zhan laughed. Coming out so early to wait for me? Yi Huayun said. Waited for you for almost an hour. Xiao Chuan looked at his watch. No, he had slipped out to romantic group in the morning and came back almost an hour ago. One could see the girl's eagerness to find a good job. Xiao Zhan followed Yi Huayun's favorite few companies that he had found, and began to go one by one for interviews. They walked into the first company and prepared to interview for the receptionist. This was a job that did not require high education or knowledge. It was very suitable for Yi Huayun for this job. Xiao Zhan sat down on the company bench and waited for the results of Yi Huayun's interview. Not long after, Yi Huayun came back somewhat furious. Xiao Zhan asked her about the results. Yi Huayun replied in exasperation. The person in charge of the interview is simply a hooligan, asking me if I would enter the customer information into the computer. I said I don't know what kind of format your company needs. He smiled and said, I can help you all. I sat in front of the computer. He held my hand, but also cannot stop sniffing my hair. Then he held my hand. I thought he was teaching me the entry program, but he was shaking the mouse of my hand, and his thumb was constantly picking at my chest. When I looked back at him, the guy had a grim smile on his face and his eyes were all over my boobs. I dropped the mouse, pushed him away, left my seat, and walked out of the interview room. After Xiao Zhan heard this, he silently left his seat and walked towards that interview room. Yi Huayun called out from behind, Big brother, what are you doing? Xiao Zhan did not answer and kicked open the interview room. The interviewer asked him, what are you doing in here? What for? Interview want to work here with you. After saying that, he saw the chair Yi Huayun was sitting on and the computer in front of him. Come on, tell me how to take customer information and enter it into your computer. Chapter 136, Can you scream? Get out. We don't hire guys here, just front desk girls, the interviewer said. Xiao Zhan looked at him angrily. You're the one responsible for teaching girls to enter customer information? The colorful guy didn't know what Xiao Zhan wanted to ask and subconsciously replied, What's wrong with it being me? Xiao Zhan looked at his thumb with a pair of poisonous eyes. Your thumb is very long, like a hook. Have you picked on a lot of girls? You rascal, dare to talk to me like that. Someone come, kick him out. The interviewer was furious and pointed at Xiao Zhan and shouted to the security guards outside. Your hook hand is too long. I came here to fix it. The people in the room only saw a flash of light and heard a ka-chow, chilling sound of bones breaking, and upon closer inspection, the interviewer's hand was broken. The interviewer's face was white with pain, and he said to a few bodyguards who had just rushed in, grab him and send him into the fence. Xiao Zhan was not ambiguous and only saw his body spinning in the air. By the time it landed, the security guards were already lying all over the ground. Interviewer, if you have the ability to shout harder, the police are arresting you. I'm afraid you've molested a lot of girls, right? Xiao Zhan asked this. The people inside the room were silent, because of the fear of this vice president who was the interviewer. People pretended not to see when they saw him stretching out his hand to the interview girls, but when it really came to the police, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to hide it even if they wanted to. Xiao Zhan and Yi Huayun went to the second interview company. Xiao Zhan saw this company's corridor on the bulletin board. Make a flowery and green. Do not know what to write. Went over to look up seriously. Yi Huayun himself into the assessment of new employees' office. In the office, all of them are flamboyant women. The only man is the interviewer. The content of the assessment is also very strange. Asking, do you have a boyfriend? Yi Huayun thought about it. Xiao Zhan should be considered a boyfriend. He followed himself around for the interview in the morning. If he wasn't a boyfriend, could he be so good to himself? So she nodded her head. Yes, the male interviewer said happily. Good, great. Yi Huayun also didn't know what was so good about having a boyfriend and treating him as an interviewer. Staring blankly at him, she waited for him to say the following. Then when the two of you are like this, do you scream? Said the interviewer, nodding his head with two thumbs to each other, inquiring to Yi Huayun. The simple Yi Huayun looked at the interviewer with two thumbs to the head nodding this action. He looked to his left and looked to his right, but he didn't understand what the interviewer was asking. Yi Huayun wondered, pinching fingers and screaming, who will not? So stretch out your hand. Hand knuckle pinch click click click. In the room, the other women saw Yi Huayun so unenlightened, burst out a wave of laughter. Some of the women made eyes straight toward Yi Huayun and whispered, on the bed, do that thing, call, so obvious hints, so revealing, and then do not understand. Yi Huayun's intelligence is simply not far from the stupid sister. Yi Huayun suddenly realized, you guys interview, even examine that kung fu, you are not a good company. The flowery woman laughed. Nowadays, in order to be successful in the industry and stand on your feet, you have to show your high skills each. We think that women who can wave, a woman who screams is more attractive and captures hearts. The chances of surviving in society will be higher. Yi Huayun's face was red with shame. I won't do that kind of work. Put away your evil thoughts. The man showed his hideous face at this point. Then why did you come here for an interview? I thought you were a legitimate company, and now I regret it. You regret it and want to leave? It's not that easy. Said interviewer blocked the door. It seems Yi Huayun wants to walk out from inside. It's a bit difficult. Chapter 137, you call once too. Xiao Zhan finished reading the pictorial in the corridor. Thinking that a long time had passed, Yi Huayun should have finished her interview and should have come out from the office. Instead of seeing Yi Huayun, he heard the sound of arguing coming out from the office. Xiao Zhan stood outside and listened clearly. Nima, isn't this a way to lure girls into bad careers? Xiao Zhan really wanted to go in and punch them left and right, regardless of gender. Mad. They are all crooks. Not how many innocent girls they have cheated. But on second thought, I will return the favor, and also disgust them. So Xiao Zhan knocked on the door. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The sound of quarreling inside came to an abrupt end. Immediately afterward, a man's questioning voice came out. Who? Pinching his nose, he said in a soft voice like a girl. Big brother, I'm here to apply for a job. I'm screaming very soulful and nice. You guys open the door. The man inside was overjoyed when he heard this. Finally someone volunteered and delivered the door. As soon as the door opened, the man saw Xiao Zhan standing outside the door and froze for a moment. You're not a girl. You're a big man? Xiao Zhan replied with a tone. What's wrong with a man? No matter man or woman, as long as you call it well, it's all very colorful. The interviewer rolled his eyes. But no, there are many rich women nowadays that specialize their eyes on handsome men. Men are also useful. They can also bring in huge profits for the company. Whether it was a man or a woman in the room, they all looked together with wide eyes at Xiao Zhan who walked into the room. So dashing, so ethereal. The women's eyes were glistening as they looked forward to Xiao Zhan taking a look at them. The interviewer also froze. He had never seen such a handsome man before. Xiao Zhan looked at the people in the room, all of them looking at him colorfully, and couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. But if he wanted to tease the interviewer in front of him, he had to endure it. The play had to continue. Big brother, come over here, listen to how well I scream. Xiao Zhan stretched his orchid finger and pointed at the interviewer and said, "You, like me?" The interviewer was obviously a little surprised that the man in front of him was actually a man. Xiao Zhan said in a whiny voice, "Yes, I like men like you, come over here." Looking at Xiao Zhan's handsome and unusual face, and such a rigid and powerful arm, the interviewer didn't know if he was surprised or astonished. He hemmed and hawed, and said, "Interesting, surprisingly likes me, he. Saying that, he moved in front of Xiao Zhan. Looking at that interviewer's oily old face, Xiao Zhan held back his vomiting. When he reached him, he kicked out. That obese body flew towards the glass on the first floor. Bang! The obese body landed on the ground. "Nima, you also stink too much. My stomach, it's turned over by you." That interviewer cried out. "You lied. You said you liked me." Xiao Zhan laughed out loud. "I lied? I like you to the extreme. Do you want me to like you again?" "No." Xiao Zhan walked over and said, "You're not saying it well. Scream for me once." With that, he once again stretched out his foot and kicked the interviewer towards the window again. "Ugh, it hurts." Xiao Zhan walked up to him once again. "You're screaming too hard. If you don't scream properly, I'll take your life." "Master, how can I scream so you can let me go?" "If you want those girls to scream, you scream too." Chapter 138, just sit there. "Grandpa, I'm in too much pain. That screaming requires a lot of strength. I don't have the strength to scream." Xiao Zhan nonchalantly walked over. "You're not going to scream, right? If you don't scream, you're going to suffer." Seeing that the big leather shoes were about to kick the body again, the interviewer kowtowed and bowed repeatedly and said, "Grandpa, don't hit. I'll never do this again. I'm a big ring egg. Please send me to the police station." The interviewer felt that going to the police station was also much better than being beaten to death by Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan said to Yi Huayun, "Let's go. Don't bother with him. He made his own mistakes. Let him turn himself in." The two walked out of this dirty company. Yi Huayun said sadly, "Big brother, what to do? I can't find a job either. There is no place to live." Xiao Zhan coldly remembered the romantic company. He had just assumed the position of chairman and there were no members of the leadership team yet. Although Yi Huayun didn't have much culture, she was practical and never lied or cheated. The bottom line is good. Willing to work hard. She is so young. It is not difficult to learn from scratch. So it was said, "You follow me to a group of companies. Steadily give me a seat." When the general manager, Yi Huayun was surprised. "Big brother, I am not even qualified to be an ordinary employee, let alone a general manager who leads tens of thousands of people." Xiao Zhan laughed and asked, "Do you know how to sit upright?" Yi Huayun said, "Isn't it just sitting on a chair with your hands behind your back and listening to the teacher?" Xiao Zhan nodded. "You will follow me to the group company now. Sit on the general manager's position, and just not say a word. Anyone who pursues you urgently, just say that you will go back and think about it. Then tell me the problem and I will tell you what to do. It's that simple?" Xiao Zhan nodded. "Right, and make a lot of money?" Xiao Zhan laughed. "That depends on how well you sit on your end and whether or not you can subdue them. Remember, putting on an act also requires a lot of learning." Xiao Zhan came to the president's office, took out the key that Hong Xiaotian had given him beforehand, and opened the door to the room. He gave an order to the phone notification network set up in the president's office. "I, Xiao Zhan, request all middle and upper level cadres to meet in the conference room. There are new appointments to be given." Only to see that in the telephone video intercom, people looked at Xiao Zhan in surprise. Various expressions, various speculations, all surfaced on their faces. Putting down the phone, Xiao Zhan and Yi Huayun walked towards the conference room together. Yi Huayun took Xiao Zhan's words extremely seriously, and when he arrived at the conference room, he sat on the chair of the first vice president position, right next to Xiao Zhan's chairman's first position. Straightening her chest and raising her head, she asked Xiao Zhan, "Big brother, am I qualified to sit like this?" "Look confident, but also relax and think in your heart that I will be able to take on this responsibility. Remember, when anyone asks you for advice, you have to give sensible and reasonable explanations and answers. Right now, your answer is I've just arrived. Everything will be answered when I go back and study it." Yi Huayun nodded. "Well, big brother, I firmly listened to you." After a while, people started to come in one after another in the office. Those who came in all nodded their greetings towards Xiao Zhan, who was in the main seat. "Good day, Chairman." "Good day, Chairman." "Good day, Chairman." Then, after these people took their seats, they secretly scrutinized Xiao Zhan there. His handsome and tough face, with his lips tightly pursed, gave off a serious impression. This appearance was as if admonishing these old ministers, "I will never give in to the pressure from all sides, and compromise. Therefore, you only have to do your work honestly, and hitting my Xiao Zhan's crooked ideas is doomed to fail." Soon, the top brass all arrived. The original first vice president, Mr. Xian, was very unhappy with Yi Huayun, who was sitting in his seat. Xiao Zhan swept a glance at the executives present, looking at the faces of their masters against each person's name. With just this glance, Xiao Zhan had all of their memories in his mind. After Xiao Zhan made his self-introduction, he announced a major decision. That was to appoint Yi Huayun as the first vice president. Chapter 139. Deterred by Xiao Zhan's majesty, no one stood up to express their opposition. After announcing this decision, none of the executives present applauded in support either. The anger was somewhat dull and awkward. It was Vice President Xian who broke the silence as he asked, "I would like to announce a piece of good news to the Vice President. Ms. Yi Huayun, Director General Tang, who manages enterprises and institutions in Imperial Capital, is coming to inspect our city, and he has specifically named our group as the first to be inspected. I wonder what plan Vice President Yi has to deal with this inspection. Someone from above?" Not only was the recently arrived chairman Xiao Zhan surprised, but even these higher-ups revealed shocked looks. If they didn't make proper preparations and didn't pass Director General Tang's inspection, then this enterprise would face the risk of being shut down and rectified. The enterprise would suffer serious losses financially. Yi Huayun had just arrived in this city, not to mention having to deal with the inspections of high officials. He hadn't even familiarized himself with this group yet. How could there be any measures to deal with it? Seeing Yi Huayun, although she tried her best to maintain an upright sitting posture, her face showed a confused look of not knowing what to do. Vice President Xian mocked twice. As the first vice president, you don't even have the most basic ability to communicate with your superiors, so how can you lead everyone to complete their tasks well? Yi Huayun did not reply. She simply didn't know how to communicate with her superiors, let alone fight for the romantic group's interests. The disdainful meaning on Vice President Xian's face intensified, and he just wanted to call on everyone to unanimously oppose Yi Huayun as the vice president. Xiao Zhan said, "Vice President Xian, do you know that Director General Tang brought a few people to inspect? What areas he inspected, what indicators he checked, and stayed for a few days?" Xiao Zhan actually had a lot more to ask Vice General Manager Xian, but when he said this, he looked at Vice General Manager Xian's blank demeanor and did not continue to ask. Vice General Manager Xian scratched his head, unable to answer for a moment. Xiao Zhan pursued the question, "Vice President Xian, you are an old employee of the group. Could it be that you don't even understand these most basic questions? This, that?" Vice President Xian couldn't answer and became even more overwhelmed. From subconsciously scratching his head, he turned to rubbing his ears. "I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you, as the first vice president of the veteran staff, to issue accusations against the new general manager Yi when you haven't even figured out the most basic things, right?" Xiao Zhan continuously asked questions to Vice President Xian, but he could not answer any of them. Xiao Zhan knocked on the table and said, "For us to be able to sit at this table, we have become a family that shares honor and disgrace. I hope that in the future, we will all unite in good faith and assist Vice President Yi to do a good job and make the business prosperous." Xiao Zhan turned around and said to Vice President Xian again, "By the way, Vice President Xian, the Director General of Imperial Capital Tang that you said came here. This is a major event. Now I am ordering you to figure out all the questions I just raised. In a few days, I'm going to personally inquire about this matter." Well, originally Vice President Xian wanted to issue a rebuke to Yi Huayun. Such a difficult job had fallen on his head, to launch an investigation into Director General Tang from Imperial Capital, but also to get the indicators that could pass the test. It was a bit of a daunting task, but as the vice president dealing with the inspections from above, it was also his duty. Vice President Xian said helplessly, "All right, I'll try my best to complete the task." Xiao Zhan said, "Since we are all working hard for the benefit of the group, we have to work in unison to create a good enterprise." Vice President Xian, if you encountered any difficulties when you were working on this intelligence, feel free to tell me about it and I will do my best to assist you in getting the intelligence. Make our enterprise pass the test and keep the rice bowls of every senior here. The executives all cast admiring glances at this new boss. Not only did he strike down the arrogance of the veteran VP Xian, he also properly pressurized VP Xian. At the same time, he also extended an olive branch to Vice President Xian to be in the same boat with him to accomplish the task of spying on intelligence. This young boss has the skill and high-level awe. Following such a shrewd boss, it would be strange not to earn a lot of money. Chapter 140. Important Letter. When Lan Shui arrived at work at the group, she opened her computer. Inside the mailbox, a letter showing importance was suddenly received. Blue Snow opened it. It was shocked. My goodness. Xiao Zhan's name appeared on the first page of the letter. Honorable Chairman of Blue Crown Group. Xiao Zhan has become the newest chairman of the Romantic Clothing Group. I hope you know. The first thought that popped into Blue Snow's mind was this. All over China, there were a lot of people called Xiao Zhan, not necessarily the Xiao Zhan who was standing beside him. However, the The photo attached to the back of the envelope completely overturned her thoughts. The rigid, handsome face, and those two thin lips, those mysterious, intelligent eyes were looking at themselves meaningfully. Who could it be if it wasn't Xiao Zhan? The fact that Xiao Zhan had become the chairman of romantic clothing group shocked Lan Shui for a good while before she slowly accepted it. In order to further check the truth, Lan Shui immediately called the secretary of the president's office. The call between the president was not a communication between ordinary people. The group arranged for another specialized line, and the call was immediately connected. Blue Snow spoke his doubts. The secretary over there said in official language, "Dear President Blue Crown, our chairman has indeed changed hands. The new chairman is called Xiao Zhan. The documents and photos have already been sent over to your group. Expect us to continue to maintain cooperation in the future." Lan Shui gripped the phone tightly. Her hand was red from the pressure because she had exerted herself too hard. That's right, the man she loved the most was already the chairman of the group. And the scale of this group was not smaller than the Blue Crown group. Their status and position should be equal now. Lan Shui was even more qualified to disclose Xiao Zhan's identity to her dad. However, one should find the right time, under a good atmosphere, to make the announcement. Currently, the main thing was to get the Blue Crown Group's senior management to recognize Xiao Zhan's identity as vice president. Lan Shui wanted to suck Xiao Zhan firmly in, not letting such a favored man slip away. Today was the Blue Crown Group's weekly high-level column meeting, and Blue Snow sat down early on the chief position of the conference table. Seriously, she watched her men, one by one, come to the office and sit in their seats. Today, we are going to pass a resolution to formally appoint Xiao Zhan as the vice president of the group. I ask everyone here to raise their hands to pass. After finishing her speech, Lan Shui looked at everyone and was the first to raise her hand. The entire conference room fell into silence, and not a single person raised their hand along with her, agreeing to this new employee becoming the vice president. Blue Snow was reluctant and looked at these people coldly. Tell us your opinions. Why don't you agree with Xiao Zhan becoming the vice president? Mr. Wang, who used to be the first vice president, stood up and questioned. He just came, and has he created huge profits for the group yet? What talent does he have that can make the group's employees worship and at the same time follow his command? How can a person who has neither created huge profits nor has any prestige take on a leadership role? As soon as it was said that they were giving advice to Xiao Zhan as the vice president, people stood up and said. Blue Snow waited for everyone to finish and turned the conference room projector on. Everyone knows that we have obtained $100 billion of large orders from foreign countries this year, but when you count the thick big bills in your hands, can anyone think about how much effort the people behind it have put in? Vice President Wang laughed. President, look at what you're saying. Of course we know. This big order of $100 billion is the contract that Chairman Lan Dingfeng, who has traveled abroad with a lot of hard work, competed with foreigners, and signed back. Chapter 141, the tone and scene is very formal. Blue Snow looked at him. You have only seen the results. Who among you knows the difficult process of negotiation? Stand up if you know and let us all hear it. I will give you a lot of rewards. After Blue Snow said this, the people in the conference room looked at each other. Someone said, signing such a large order is indeed not easy. I don't know how many competitors there are in it, and how much of a difficult and tortuous journey it has gone through. President, we really don't know. Just tell us about it. It will also make us love our group company even more. Lan Shui didn't speak again, and cast the video of the cell phone conversation between Lan Dingfeng and the foreigners' verbal sparring, competing for the $100 billion large order, onto the conference room projector. It intercepted one of the important competition scenes. The content of the screen was like this. Lan Dingfeng was sweating anxiously because he hadn't answered the bidder's question. The screen shifted to the office of the president of Blue Crown, only to hear the president, Blue Snow, ask, what to do? Do you know the works of this great French literary scholar? The video camera was aimed at Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan walked back and forth on the floor, thinking, and finally said the exact answer. A smile appeared on Lan Dingfeng's face as he gave the foreign bidder a satisfactory answer. Next, Lan Shui turned off the projector and turned back to everyone. Now everyone understands who was behind giving the chairman tremendous support. A large part of the credit for this $100 billion large order goes to Xiao Zhan. Saying this, Lan Shui turned to Vice President Wang. Vice President Wang, tell me, does this $100 billion large order count as creating a huge profit for the group? If everyone knew that behind the chairman signing the $100 billion large order, there was also Xiao Zhan's silent support and dedication, who wouldn't be impressed with him? Would such a capable and intelligent mind win everyone's respect and love? The executives were mingling and discussing. I really didn't expect Xiao Zhan to be so talented. Really has two skills. It's better for companies to be placed in the hands of cultured people. Vice President Wang saw that his position as the first vice president was not guaranteed, and in the blink of an eye, he discovered another huge shortcoming of Xiao Zhan. He has talent. This we all see, but he can't be proud of his talent. Look, All of us came to the meeting on time, but he, as a new leader who has just been promoted, disregards the rules and regulations of the group and doesn't come to work without authorization. He doesn't even care about our senior management meeting. How could such an out-of-sight character lead the Blue Crown group, which is so large in scale? When Blue Snow heard this, not only did she not get angry, she instead laughed, only to hear Blue Snow announce an explosive news. Xiao Zhan has just been honored as the chairman of the romance group. He took office today and is probably busy. And for that, I understand him very well. What? The president? We didn't hear it wrong, did we? Xiao Zhan has become the chairman of romantic group? Impossible, right? 2 days ago, the chairman of the romantic group, the Winter's chief, even appeared at the group. It's unbelievable. The entire family of Winter's chief has left the city. Someone holding an entertainment tabloid with gossip news on it said, a group that big has changed ownership. A heavy bomb. In response, Blue Snow also did not speak again, but put the computer on the romantic group official sent documents, displayed to everyone to see, black and white, written clearly. Who can still not believe the facts in front of them? At this time, the door of the conference room opened and Xiao Zhan appeared at the door of the conference room. Now Xiao Zhan had two identities. One was the chairman of Romance Group. One was the vice president of Blue Crown Group. Who wouldn't admire that? The people in the conference room all cast glances at him. All of them, involuntarily stood up, showing polite smiles to this outstanding person. They also applauded unanimously. Welcome Vice President Xiao. Good day, Vice President Xiao. Good day, Vice President Xiao. Greetings for Xiao Zhan came and went. Xiao Zhan, who was standing in the doorway, only rubbed his head. This is staging that play. Lan Shui called me to a meeting just to cooperate with everyone in this play? Could it be that because I didn't go to work for 2 days, something incredibly big happened to the company, thus pushing me up to the position of vice president? Blue Snow was not good at acting too intimate in front of everyone. Pointing to the first vice president's seat, she said to Xiao Zhan, Vice President Xiao, please take a seat. This tone, this scene, it was very formal. Chapter 142, you know this too. After Xiao Zhan sat down, Lan Shui said, we are discussing the matter of you becoming the vice president of the Blue Crown Group. After saying that, Blue Snow asked, does everyone still have any opinions on Xiao Zhan taking on the role of Blue Crown Group's vice president? All of the executives raised their hands and shouted, agreed, good. Xiao Zhan taking up the role of Blue Crown Group's vice president is approved by all. In response to this, Xiao Zhan, what would you like to say? Xiao Zhan stood up, bowed and saluted everyone. Thank you all for your trust. I'm sure you all already know that I've assumed the role of chairman of the Romance Group. I announce that in the future, the Romance Group will join hands with the Blue Crown Group, permanently form a strong alliance relationship. That is to say, every order that Romantic Group gets will be shared with Blue Crown. I also hope that Blue Crown will always have a good partner like Romantic Group. Just after Xiao Zhan finished speaking, the conference room resounded with long-lasting applause. The meeting ended successfully here. Xiao Zhan and Lan Shui walked out of the conference room shoulder to shoulder. Xiao Zhan asked, did you know about Director General Tang of Imperial Capital coming here for an inspection? Lan Shui had never heard that there were people of this level that were coming here for an inspection. Instinctively, she felt that things were not as simple as an inspection. So, it sent a message to Secretary Liu Yang. Utilize all the information searching means of the Blue Crown Group to check the background information of Director General Tang from Imperial Capital. Lan Shui felt that Director General Tang's inspection was related to the fact that Xiao Zhan had assumed the role of chairman of Romance Group. Xiao Zhan, you have to be careful. There is no such thing as pie in the sky. For you to become the chairman of Romantic Group out of thin air, I feel it's just as unbelievable as a pie falling from the sky. Xiao Zhan smiled blandly. Why other people didn't get it but I got this benefit? Has this never occurred to you? Lan Shui twisted her head to look at Xiao Zhan and said, Xiao Zhan, I feel that you are so shameless. When you say that, you are boasting that I am unique in the world, because I am too good. No one can catch up to me, so opportunities are given to good people like me. Xiao Zhan said, what else? Is there another explanation? Blue Snow rolled her eyes. I found out that there are very significant reasons that contributed to this matter of you being the chairman of Blue Crown Group. Xiao Zhan was surprised. He himself had not told Blue Snow anything about Hong Xiaotian. Lan Shui had only met Hong Xiaotian once, and she knew the whole story? This little girl is simply too smart. To be honest, Lan Shui is really a qualified candidate to be the president, while in comparison, Yi Huayun is too honest. It is difficult to control those senior management who have flowery ideas in their stomachs. When the leadership team was set up in the future, it would also be best to replace Yi Huayun and let her do the position that required the most honesty and trustworthiness. Why don't you ask me what the major reason is? You got sidetracked? Xiao Zhan hurriedly explained. You're so icy smart, largely letting you guess. Indeed, this matter was facilitated by Big Brother Hong Xiaotian. Lan Shui looked around to see that no one was around and pouted. Not only this person, I guessed. There are other reasons that contributed to this matter. This made Xiao Zhan puzzled. Besides Hong Xiaotian, who else? Could Lan Shui know what Xiao Zhan didn't even know? Xiao Zhan looked at Lan Shui curiously and asked, who else? There's me. Think about it. If there was no me looking for you for dinner, how would you run into Dong Lala and Moonlight? If there wasn't me, how could all this have happened? Blue Snow and Xiao Zhan had arrived at the president's office. In one fell swoop, Blue Snow hooked Xiao Zhan's neck and asked in a petulant manner, Chapter 143, How to Pass. Xiao Zhan thought about it. Lan Shui was right. It was that day that things changed drastically and tremendously. In the end, it was only then that such an outcome occurred. So he nodded and said, you are also right. You are also an important part of this. Then how do you thank me? Lan Shui hooked Xiao Zhan's neck in the office and closed her eyes, waiting for Xiao Zhan to follow. Xiao Zhan looked around to see that no one was around, so he could only lower his head with a red face and kissed Lan Shui. Blue Snow sensed the warmth and just wanted to return the kiss. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. The door was knocked on and Secretary Liu Yang asked from outside, is the president in? Such an urgent voice meant that Liu Yang had something urgent to report to her. Lan Shui hurriedly stood up from Xiao Zhan's arms. Turning to the doorway, she said, come in. Liu Yang entered the room holding the thick documents. After looking at the president, she looked at Xiao Zhan again. Unable to help, she covered her mouth and couldn't hold back her laughter. What are you laughing at? It's not serious at all. When Lan Shui looked up and saw Xiao Zhan's face, she couldn't help but blush as well. President, this is the resume of Director General Tang's identity that I gathered. It really didn't occur to me that Director General Tang would be in this kind of capacity. You'll be amazed when you read it. After saying that, the female secretary Liu Yan looked at Xiao Zhan again, covered her mouth, and managed to stifle her laughter before making a face at Lan Shui. A bad smile that you did something good and left evidence behind. I'll leave you to discuss serious issues. Liu Yan left. Xiao Zhan asked, take the document Liu Yang gave you and let me see. What exactly is Director General Tang's identity? Lan Shui laughed. Quickly wipe your face. It's not too late to look at it later. Xiao Zhan looked in the mirror before realizing that there was a bright red lip mark on his face. No wonder Liu Yan was straight up happy. Unintentionally, when Xiao Zhan wiped his lipstick, it fell into his mouth. Xiao Zhan lamented. It really didn't occur to me that the dealer took female cosmetics and made them so delicious and sweet. Lan Shui was attracted to Xiao Zhan's side face, which was even more attractive when viewed from the side. It was like a painting, with angles and corners that made people want to go up and caress it. As Xiao Zhan stood in front of the mirror to wipe his face, his back was coldly embraced by a warm, soft body. The sponge flowers on the high mountains were constantly trembling, spewing their fragrance outwards, bouncing, bouncing. Every time the sponge flower bounced, it caused Xiao Zhan's body to tremble and it was difficult to hold himself. Moreover, the aroma was released into the nostrils, which was mesmerizing. Xiao Zhan could not help but turn his body and embrace with this fragrant body. Let's. Lan Shui was held too tightly by Xiao Zhan's powerful arms, and even speaking was a struggle. It was only then that Xiao Zhan felt out that Lan Shui was breathing too rapidly and hurriedly let go of his arms. What do you want to say? Lan Shui, long hair, said, we need to pay attention in the future. Director General Tang will be here soon. You'd better take a good look at the documents. Xiao Zhan picked up the documents that were placed on the table and swept through them one by one. Only after placing the documents back on the table did he leisurely say, it seems that the problem is complicated. Director General Tang turned out to be Tang's uncle. It seems that if he comes up to our two families to check on them, our two families will be in deep trouble. Think about it. Tang was punished. How could he swallow his breath? The reason why Director General Tang came here from Imperial Capital, I guess it must have been requested by the Tang clan. Xiao Zhan also said, indeed, when it comes to people who publish personal vendettas, no matter what you do, there will be a whole bunch of reasons to say that you are not qualified, thus sending your business to hell. Lan Shui shivered in fear. The word beaten into hell was too terrifying. How many people would lose their jobs then? The employees of those subordinate enterprises of Blue Crown Group alone added up to more than 20,000 people. So many people couldn't eat, couldn't pay their mortgages and car loans. The terrible consequences would be huge. Chapter 144, An Unseemly Deal. At this time, Director General Tang was sitting on the airplane to Hui City. Thinking back to the scene when he came, he lamented, people in the jungle floating, had to be stabbed. Originally, he was so old. Do not go to Hui City who cannot pick out any problems, but the arrow on the string had to be sent. His brother-in-law's company, faced with serious challenges, even forced to lower their prices, losing 1 billion profit. And that company that forced Tang's group to give in, is Hui City's premier enterprise Blue Crown Group? This is not the point. The point is that the chairman of another company inexplicably changed ownership. What was even more puzzling was that Xiao Zhan, the new owner of Romantic Group, was still serving as the vice president of Blue Crown Group, and his nephew told him that only by shutting down the Romantic Group and taking this step would things have a chance of being resolved. Hui Chang seemed to have big things going on, whether what he stepped on was a straight path or not, or if he accidentally took a wrong step, it would turn into a dangerous journey. It could not be said. At this time, in another city, Yats City, in a room with thick curtains, Dawn Lara was lying on the bed, facing the hungry Tang Tang who was ready to pounce over like a mad dog. She said, "Wait, did you understand what I said? To eat with a sizzle, please repeat it." Seeing Dawn Lara's so gorgeous face, still automatically lying on the bed, Tang Tang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Isn't it just for my uncle to pick a bone inside the egg?" Jamming and tightening the inspection indexes, not letting the Romantic Group pass? Dawn Lara hissed. "I've paid such a big price. If your uncle doesn't fulfill my expected wishes, what do you say?" Tang Tang looked at the sizzling prey that was immediately at hand, and his mouth watered with gluttony. Drawing back the saliva that was about to flow out, he said, "If I eat yours, I have to pay for the meal, don't I?" That would have been the consensus. Need I say it again? Winter Lara shielded her front tightly and slapped those greedy hands away. "Don't hoodwink me. I've spelled out my life's innocence to, well, get my family's company back. If you don't agree to this condition, you won't be able to touch a single hair on my head." Saying that, she lifted up the quilt and was about to put on her clothes. How could Tang Tang give up the fat meat that was about to reach his mouth? He said repeatedly, "Don't be like this, I swear to the heavens, within a week, if you don't hear the news that Romantic Group has been shut down, you'll curse me not to die, okay?" It didn't occur to the cranky Dawn Lala to immediately freak out upon hearing this. "Nima, my mother's body is worth a curse? If your uncle hadn't shut down the romance group, wouldn't my old lady have lost a lot? Losing her body comes first, shutting it down comes second." Thinking about the risk of doing this, it was still a big risk. Dawn Lara began to put clothes on her body. Tang Tang was anxious. "You've hooked my soul. How come at the end of the day, you're not doing it anymore? Do you want me to die of gluttony? The only way to snuggle up to my old lady is to wait until after the Romantic Group is shut down." "Yes, you're right. Now old lady quit," said Dawn Lara as her movements to put on her clothes accelerated. Tang Tang had originally seen the fragrant scene. Blood flow accelerated, and his body was unbearably hot. But now Winter Lara even changed her mind. Let her so hit. Tang Tang's nosebleed immediately flowed out. Tang Tang wiped his nose, flung his hands full of blood and said hatefully, "You want to trick me? How can I just let you off the hook?" Dawn Lala said, "I've already made it clear that as long as you let your uncle shut down Romantic Clothing, the agreement we reached can still continue." Chapter 145, Behind the Magic. Dawn Lara continued, "Didn't fulfill my wish? Then, I can only say goodbye to you." Saying that, Dawn Lara deliberately stretched her long legs out. The snow-white, shiny object flashed in front of Tang Tang. Once again, Tang Tang was mesmerized. Tang Tang had gone crazy, lunging forward without thinking. "Stop, stop, let me taste it." Tang Tang had gotten into the habit of hunting for sex, and how could he not eat what was about to reach his mouth? With a tug on Dawn Lala's arm, he didn't let her go. Winter Lara is very tough, typical shrew as. What they decided, others cannot force. Besides, Tang Tang indulged in wine and sex. His body was weak, simply unbearable. Dawn Lala violently used all her strength to throwing Tang Tang into a big stumble. Tang Tang went backward, stump, stump, back several steps before sitting on his butt on the ground. Pointing at Dawn Lara, he said, "You still want me to take revenge for your family? Is this how you treat me?" Winter Lara stood in the doorway, gripped the door handle tightly, and said through clenched teeth, "As the saying goes, you don't see a rabbit without a hawk, and you don't see a coffin without tears. If your uncle really shut down the Romantic Group, it's best to get the Romantic Group to the court for auction. Our deal still counts, and at that time, I'll tell you to be a living god in a gentle land." Tang Tang covered his but that was hurt by the fall and tried to stand up for a while. Seeing that Dawn Lala was about to leave, he was in a hurry and said repeatedly, "Don't you leave. Listen to me. I must let my uncle fulfill your wish. You can't void what we agreed. Do you agree?" Dawn Lara slammed the door against the mountain, but Tang Tang still heard Dawn Lara's reply, "Deal." Tang Tang sat down on the floor and frowned. It seems that he must watch every step his uncle takes, and I'm afraid he won't be able to get that soul-crushing body without shutting down the Romantic Group. Tang Tang got the news that his uncle Tang Shirlu had gotten off the plane, and immediately drove to the airport to pick him up. Tang Shirlu and Tang Shirlu came together with two other people, a man and a woman, two young people. The male youth was called Wu Zhen and the female youth was called Xiao Zhan. After resting for 2 days, Tang Shirlu avoided the two people and attended the family banquet set up by the Tang clan to receive him. In order to show that he valued this uncle, Tang invited Master Chef Wang, a famous chef who did a catering program on TV, to make Tang Shirlua unbreakable, called long-lasting noodle. Do this noodle is very delicate, a noodle into the pot to cook, out is full of a bowl. At that time, when Tang watched this program, he clapped his hands and sighed in admiration, exclaiming that Chef Wang's skills were the pinnacle of excellence. If Uncle was allowed to eat this bowl of noodles named Long, then wouldn't Uncle be happy in his heart? Chef Wang took the stage and with a confident smile, he saluted the people present. Thank you all for liking me. It's an honor to present my cooking to you all. Tang led the cheers for Great Chef Wang. Great Chef is skilled. Thank you Great Chef for gracing us with your presence as we fade our uncle. Then led the applause for Grand Chef. The Grand Chef bowed in curtsy to everyone confidently and said, offerings. Grand Chef Wang gave the banquet a live performance of his superb one bowl of noodles cooking skills. A piece of noodle, kneaded in Grand Chef Wang's hands, becomes a long noodle of uniform thickness. His apprentice assisted him in holding up this noodle, feeling the face doubly glowing. Chapter 146, Cell phone more important than life. There were wild goats with beards as long as an old grandfather's that lumbered by leisurely. They had to take a shot at it too. The tour bus drove further into the hinterland of the safari park. Here large animals began to appear. Monkeys, elephants, zebras appeared frequently in people's eyes. Wu Zhen and Xiao Zhan were more busy. The sound of clicking and pressing the shutter frequently appeared more often. Compared to them, Lan Shui and Xiao Zhan were much more relaxed. As long as they had the time and were willing to come, they could visit and tour the place anytime, anywhere. The two cared more about the beauty of the scenery of the places they visited. Lan Shui opened her mouth and screamed, "Hubby, look, that big red liana is blooming so beautifully. Help me take a picture of it." Xiao Zhan didn't say anything. The shutter was pressed, clicking a beautiful photo, and it stayed. "Hubby, that place where the mountains and water are connected. It looks too smooth. Take a picture of it." Just when Xiao Zhan wanted to press the shutter of his cell phone, Lan Shui instantly took the cell phone in Xiao Zhan's hand and handed it over to the person next to him. "Do me a favor, take a picture of the two of us?" Then she tugged on Xiao Zhan's arm, leaned her head on his shoulder, and intimately raised Xiao Zhan's hand up. He made a pair of victorious V gestures with Xiao Zhan. The person who finished taking their picture asked enviously, "Looking at the love name you call it is very sweet. How long have you been married?" Before Xiao Zhan answered, Lan Shui hurriedly said, "Married for more than 8 years. Xiao Zhan muttered in a surprised whisper, "Which is it? Don't say 8 years. Not even a year." "No, we're not married yet." Lan Shui goaded him and said, "Don't talk, travel teases no?" Opposite to the person who took a picture of them, envious to the extreme said to them, "Congratulations to the two. The marriage has gone through the 7-year itch, slowly entered the stabilization period. From the golden wedding silver wedding is not far away." This sentence made the whole car laugh. Nima, I'm afraid that the two couples who had spent their golden and silver marriages were all gray-haired old men and women, but the two in front of them, both of them were beautiful-looking teenagers, and they said that people were not far from a golden and silver wedding. Simply too funny. Some of the people were in the tour bus, cheering at the animals that appeared, like Wu Zhen and Xiao Zhan. Some were studying the scenery they saw and how many flowers had bloomed. The tour bus drove forward with a carload of happy people. Suddenly, a large pothole appeared in front of the car. The car tilted and lurched for a moment before rushing out of the large pothole in the road. Xiao Zhan, who was unprepared, held her cell phone in her hand and threw it out as the body slammed. "My love crazy cell phone. That's what I saved my breakfast money for months to buy. Whoops, what can I do about this?" Xiao Zhan looked at the cell phone that had been flung out a long way and landed in the grass, and cried with heartache. Wu Zhen, as a manly man, bravely killed out at this time. "Driver, stop the car. I'll go and pick up the cell phone." The driver advised. "Young man, don't pick it up. This has reached the depths of the zoo. Large animals will appear at any time. It's too dangerous." When Xiao Zhan heard this, she cried even louder. "My more than 10,000 cell phone, just like this is gone. So heartbreaking ah." Wu Zhen went up to comfort Xiao Zhan. "Come on, don't ask for it." The driver interjected, "That's right, life is still the most important thing." Wu Zhen pointed a finger at the driver. "You still have the face to say that. Nima, it's all your fault. It's you who drove the car into a big pothole." Xiao Zhan threw her cell phone out. "Stop the car. Stop the car. Why don't you stop the car?"